So at the top of the board, to nobody's surprise, DRX still reigns supreme. Now, they were challenged by Gen G, finally dropping their first map. But afterwards, I mean, we were talking about this during the live show as well, but the middle of the pack, it's still hard to tell who's going to come out on top.
Yeah, dude. I'm just doing all the math in my head again. Valdez, please take it. I'm like,
well, I mean, the biggest thing definitely you have to look towards the middle, where we do have the four teams rather tied at 3 and 2. Paper X are on top because of their round differential. They have won more cleanly than the other teams. They also have an extra map compared to the rest of them. So definitely look towards those tiebreakers, especially as we do get closer to playoffs, because they will have a big part in determining who will make playoffs, who will get a chance to make it to Masters Tokyo, and just your seed as well in playoffs. Like every single one matters. You don't want to face off against, you know, one of the strongest teams in the league right at the start. So everybody's gunning for that top spot.
I have a feeling that everyone in the middle next week will kind of break across their current tiebreakers, and they'll go into their own respective little spots. And of course, though, I mean, that's the thing that we see towards the bottom of the standings right now. Talon, they got their first win. We're super happy about that.
How far down are we going here? Because there are multiple things to talk about. Yeah,
I'm getting there. Okay, because we're like we were talking about on the desk today. You know, players are people. We want to respect and love all of them and support all of them. And we really love the fact that Talon got their first win. But that said, they are still 9th place, and they left DFM in the lurch. DFM is now.
Yeah, they still haven't found that first win, right? And we were talking about kind of the potential chances. I mean, Global Esports and Talon, with that one win on the board, the hope is still there to be able to try to secure a, somewhat guaranteed spot if they're able to win the rest of all of their matches by avoiding, any sort of tiebreaker. But again, it remains to be seen. And Valdez, you mentioned it, of course, in terms of if there is a tie, how does that work out? We kind of have a series of rules, but right now, because it's a 4-way tie, the head-to-head doesn't even things out. So we go to map differential, then round differential, which is why you see it ranked that way. But again, I mean, still, many more matches left. 4 matches left for every single team. So plenty of changes could still happen here on the board.
Yeah, I mean, you even look at RRQ kind of like awkwardly in between the 4 tied teams and the rest of the story. So you don't really know, like, if they get a couple of wins, they could be up there with the rest of the tied teams, or, will Global Esports or Talent Esports be able to catch up to them? Obviously still waiting for DFM's first win. Gen G looking like a pretty solid number 2 at this point in time. That does remain to be seen. I mean, their schedule has been, I think, pretty easy overall. Like, it's pretty middling, so they do look very strong, but how strong are they really? I think we're going to find out more in the rest of this season.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see how the rest of the performance pans out. Now, talking about performances, here are the MVPs that were selected for each of the 5 matches this week. We started with Something with another great performance as he continues to stack more experience here in Pacific. Then we go down the road. I mean, Buzz, let's skip over that guy. We've seen him a lot in all sorts of different stages.
Yeah, we've had enough of him.
Yeah, but then Munchkin as well with some strong performances, bringing T1 another much-needed win.
Yes, more interested in the following 3 players, right? Something, Buzz. All right, they've had their moment in the spotlight. Let's talk about Munchkin, because this guy was a big MVP. He was the IGL, and he's also the one kind of leading his team to a lot of these victories, honestly. Dubstep, I think he had a pretty damn good performance just up against DFM, because how many aces did we see from this guy this week? And then, of course, we just had it this week. I mean, Jitboys, he was fun.
Yeah, Jitboys was just very consistent. That was kind of like the consistency vote. Like, there were some other players that maybe were a little bit more clutch than him, but Jitboys definitely deserved it for the 2 maps that they won over ZETA, even going into overtime, catching the top spot for both maps. So definitely a big one there. Munchkin was a very nice surprise. I think that kind of raises the stocks of T1 a bit, because, he was always pretty good as an IGL. He's a good player, but he wasn't really as good as he showed in that match. And, remains to be seen just how far he can go. He did show a really high, but can he keep up with that high and bring it into some of the other matches? Because maybe it was just that one, but if he can do it again, then T1 are actually maybe top 2 or top 3.
Ooh, okay, you're still holding on that hope that T1's potential is going to be reached within this season of VCT Pacific?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
He's got a point. He's got a point.
Yeah, do you agree with that?
I think so, because, I mean, you can't think about Valorant as like the, this whole like power ranking kind of thing. That's just easier for us to analyze and predict things.
We can
sometimes.
only say this week because we're not doing the tier list.
I know, right?
We do that every 2 weeks. So.
Yeah, as long as we're not doing tier list today, okay. Because yeah, they did fall to Gen G, but that said, they're gonna have different experiences, and just because they fell to Gen G doesn't mean that they are, worse than Gen G. They could be better than some other teams. They could beat, I don't know, like Team Secret next week. Who knows? We're going to have to just wait and see. But this performance this week was pretty fun to watch.
Yeah, well, we'll see if T1, they can continue to grow that. Now, I said it on the live show as well. Had a chance to talk to T1 ZETA. He goes in and tells me, you guys can really trust us and kind of predict us to win from here on out. So this is all on his word now if they can keep this up. But we'll wait to see until we get to the upcoming matches in the next weeks. Now, you mentioned it earlier, Quack. We had some aces again this week. We had some fun plays.
Ooh, yeah.
And I know the entire crew throughout Week 5 selected a couple of our favorite top plays of Week 5. So let's take a look at our first one. This is a bit of a regular occurrence, a regular visit here from one of our players over on Global Esports. And it's going to be none other than Manyet.
It wasn't a Monday, but he still came up with some crazy performances because he is that controller. He knows how to play around his smokes, and he was supported by Bazzi in that instance. I think it was Davai who was actually in the corner, but Davai was concussed because of Bazzi's Trailblazer, and it enabled Manyet to kind of maneuver around Pillar for the rest of the round just to finish it off.
Yeah, I mean, you hear the nod again coming up. I mean, how many times is this from Manyet? Dude is a monster when it comes to split B.
I mean, he, not only there, he's just like putting up some insane numbers this season. Remember, he was the first one, I think, to hit 40K. Or was it 30K?
39 kills.
Oh, yeah,
39 kills.
Basically 40,
yeah,
so close.
I mean, one off.
And yeah, there were a lot of overtimes, but like whatever. He's pretty consistent, even though they did lose that one, of course. It doesn't really matter because the guy is consistently showing that he is a top performer. So as long as Global Esports have him, I mean, anything is possible, right? So
yeah,
very much looking forward to the rest of the season with him.
Yeah, the growth of not just Manyet, but of course Global Esports, something to look forward to. Now our next highlight, I think this one, if you've been playing Valorant since the beginning, you're gonna love watching this one because I mean, he's always been the one to go to watch for these Jet highlights.
Is he the OG Korean
the
Jet?
OG.
He is, right? I mean, it's all of these clips that we keep seeing on social media, whether it's like TikTok or Twitter, YouTube short, whatchamacallit these days, the young kids, I can't keep up with them no more.
Short form content, that's
young
the profession.
snappers. But yeah, it's these crazy, like, how do you do that?
For me, it was actually the shorty kill that was
Yes.
most impressive. Funnily enough to say, because the shorty is like, okay, it's like a very short-range shotgun. You just click a button if you're close enough, and you get the kill, right? But the op shots were pretty like standard. They were really good. Don't get me wrong.
They were very clean. Yes.
It was very clean. It was very like his positioning was perfect. The way he dashed out was very perfect. But like, when he's like jumping in between two people, he flicks shorties and then dashes again with the redash. Like, that was where I was like, okay, this is gonna be a highlight already. Like, and then he gets the ace.
And then he gets the ace.
And it's crazy because that was number 2. No spoilers, but there was a play somehow that was better than that one.
Yeah, I mean, we had quite a few good ones. Now, this last one is not an ace, but I think it tops the charts here this week at Pacific simply because of the decision that comes with this, and also just everything lines up, right? The stars align for none other than Mako. And I know we talk about Mako a lot, but this was a crazy play.
It's so insane how you have the mentality to even think of something like this. It's outrageous, honestly, because he allows his team to kind of just, hold the side on his own. He actually uses the From the Shadows, the ultimate, to get to the top of heaven. Nobody knew this. Nobody heard this. And from all this time, it almost looked impossible for DRX until Mako does this. He drops down, gets the spray transfer. And you see how instant and like sequential that was? You realize how much you have to practice spray transferring, how much you have to master recoil control in order to get such a crazy spray transfer.
Yeah, I mean, because like the distance, it's more than 2 targets, it's 3 targets, and the fact that he's able to stop for each one and make sure he cleans up each kill it's incredible. It goes to show, again, I know we echo this every week on all parts of the broadcast, but it goes to show why Mako gets so much praise.
He's the king of Pacific, honestly. I can't say anything else.
He has the title right now for sure,
Yeah.
and he has for a little bit. I think that you know, even differing elevations, right? Like he's kind of got that slope as you go into long as well, and just the whole play, like you were saying, Quack, where it's like just the thought to even think of something like this is pretty insane. So. From just the setup into the mechanics, he's kind of got it all, and he gets yet another top 1 highlight of the week.
Yet
and I'm
another.
pretty sure there's going to be more to come.
Yeah, I think there's going to be more to come. I mean, he's always been part of the highlight packages, even since Challengers Korea. So it's no surprise that he's able to continue to put these numbers up. But it's better to just let it play out, right? And there's no other way to explain what happens. This is just the territory of what it takes to be one of, if not one of the top players of the entire world. And of course, it's a pleasure for us to get to see him here in VCT Pacific every week as DRS continues their matches. Now, that's it for our top plays of this week here at Week 5 of VCT Pacific. And we don't have any guests this week, but that means we get to have a little bit of our own fun. And I love that I get to host today on Weekly Recap, and I don't have to go through, because we have a little VCT Pacific quiz show. Now, what's a little different than what we usually do on the analyst desk, because this is actually, I see the questions right now, and we've got some nice trivia just about VCT Pacific overall. Some fun facts.
What do you mean?
All right. Well, the first question will let you know what we
did
mean.
he
all
mean
right?
by this?
We'll go through this. No, I think it's going to be fun. Some of these you might know. Even if you don't, I think it will be nice to find out for the viewers as well.
Teasing us about this all day, Valorant.
Yeah. You guys will see it. It's going to be multiple choice. Everyone who's watching, try to follow along and see if
okay.
you can get the right answer. Let's start with question 1. Let's bring it up on screen. All right, this player's IGN is the name of his dog. Who is it? Talon Fox, Global Esports, Aaron, ZETA, Laz, TS, Jeremy, DRX,
Can't be Jeremy.
Buzz.
I don't think it's Jeremy.
Let's go. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's
All right,
get
process
these.
of
Probably
elimination.
Jeremy.
All
I
right.
think it's totally Jeremy.
Eliminate. Yeah.
I'm gonna say not Aaron or Fox either.
Okay, so between
Fox? I
Laz
feel
and
like
Buzz.
Fox could
Fox
be though.
could be it, but I think the spelling is kind of like, I don't know,
Okay,
kind of throws
that's-
me off. So I think it's either Laz or Buzz. I'm gonna guess Buzz, personally.
Ooh, okay, Quack, what about you?
All right. I guess I'll go with. I don't want to say Laz because Laz sounds like that's like a name.
A pet name?
Not really.
Oh, it just sounds like a name?
I mean, just
And
think
Buzz
about
is
it.
just a word.
Lazarus,
Sound it
maybe,
off, right?
you
Sound it
know?
off. Like you come home, you call out your pet, your dog, and hey Laz, I think it's. I'm gonna go with Fox.
Okay, that's a curveball. All right, well, let's find out. Which player named himself after his dog? Show us the answer.
See,
it's Laz, you
I teed you up for it. I'm like, it's probably Buzz.
I know,
I'm like,
right?
I'll take Buzz.
What? How do you?
It's Fox.
It's Laz. It's
come
Laz.
Here,
Yep.
and then, like, That's kind of a little Laz.
All right, so,
all right.
so this is the type of trivia we're going to go through. That's kind of just our teaser on question 1. We've got 4 more questions, so let's fire through these, because some of these we want to kind of explain how this came to be for our viewers at home. Let's bring up question number 2 and find out a little bit more here. This player currently has 225 total kills in VCT Pacific, putting him in first place for the highest number of kills. Who is it? We've got Monette, Jeremy, Texture, Depp, and King. All quite likely candidates.
Yeah, this is actually difficult because I feel like it's multiple choice, but it could be. I have like 3 choices: Monette,
right.
Texture, or King.
Monette, Texture, or King. Oh, really? Knocking
Yeah.
out Jeremy and Depp. All right, Quack, what do you think? Get your thoughts here while we count down.
I'm just gonna lock in Monette right off
Okay,
the bat.
Monette.
This
Is it
is
because
how-
of the
Monette.
39 kills?
Probably. I'm someone who I don't test well. I'm not gonna pass my
And
Valorant
if it's,
SATs.
if it's Monette, then it's not Texture because they're on the same team probably. So I'm gonna go with King.
All right, Monette or King. Those are the answers from our panel. Let's see the answer. Monette, he did have that record on 39.
Depp?
And it's Depp!
Wait, oh man.
There's a fun fact about this, because you guys are
Okay.
going to love seeing this. Let's bring up the explanation for how this came to be, because Monette was actually in first place with 217
Darn it.
kills, but Depp takes it after their match
I chose
today.
5th place. I
You
meant
chose
who had the
fifth
least amount of kills. That's what I was saying. I don't know. Were we going
Okay.
for the most?
Yeah,
Depp
yeah, we
has
were going for the
gotten a lot.
most. You misunderstood the question. That's okay. All right. Well, Depp, he tops the board after today's match, of course, against
see.
Talon, even though they actually didn't win, but Depp was able
They
to
did
eke
go
out.
overtime.
They did go overtime, so that
That's
helps.
true.
All right. All
I'm
right.
glad that I'm learning these, even though we're wrong.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just fun facts, right? Let's go to question number 3. It gets better and better. So let's bring up the
does it?
next
Okay.
question. The guns that are most used in VCT Pacific is the Vandal. Then what is the
fourth
most frequently used
the
gun?
fourth most
Classic,
frequently used?
Sheriff, Spectre, Frenzy, or Ghost?
I'd like to phone a lifeline.
You'd like to phone a lifeline? To who? Who do you think is actually going to know this answer? Well,
William, maybe.
I do know the answer, actually.
William.
I'll tell you this. Funnily enough, clearly, if the shorty's not in here, it's probably in top 2 or 3, so that's the other fun part. But
I'm going to say it's not the classic and it's not the Spectre.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's the fourth most frequently used.
Wait,
just take a guess.
I'm going to say the Frenzy.
Well, okay.
Because that's become more popular recently, even over the Ghost.
True. I'm
I
gonna
see
go
a lot
Sheriff.
of frenzies. I think Sheriff is a good guess as
'cause
well. But
we've
is
seen a lot
fourth
of-
most? Like, how are we supposed to guess?
true.
Sheriff?
Yeah.
Sheriff for final pick?
Sheriff might be a little bit too high, but I'm just gonna go with
All
that
right.
anyway.
I'm Frenzy, so.
Oh, you're Frenzy. All right.
Yeah,
Frenzy or Sheriff? Show us the answer.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
At least one of us got one of them right.
This was a tough. Yeah.
So
This is
far.
a team effort. We're dividing.
we'll put it in the
divide and
zero.
conquer, yes.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is the thing. They were tied with the Spectre actually for first place with 672 buys. But with today's match, the force most frequently is going to be the Sheriff. So interesting to find out. Actually, if you look at the scoreboard, Shorty not up there. Of course, Vandal and Phantom, no surprise that it's first and second. And then the Classic, and then Sheriff, and then the Spectre getting pushed down to 5th place. So it just goes to show after the rifles, right, what kind of is the
So I'm
preferred.
just way off.
Yeah,
Frenzy wasn't even up there.
yeah, you're like King, Frenzy, they're
I'm
like
like
always
trying the hardest to choose the most
Team
wrong
effort.
one so far. Like,
That's
at least
why-
I'm doing the best at one
Yeah.
thing.
Well, yeah, you know what? Yeah,
Got
you're
that
right.
going,
You're number
yeah.
one in something. That's what matters.
That's what counts, right?
All right, let's go to question number
It's a win.
4. Give
Can't
us the
get
next
worse,
one.
right?
We take those.
Which one of the following pairs is a correct representation of the birth years of the youngest player and the oldest player in VCT Pacific?
It's definitely 1990. That's what's his face?
Wait, actually,
Just played
this is
yesterday.
winnable.
Well, it has to be one of the Team Secret
1990,
guys,
right.
right?
Yeah. Why can I not remember? His
I
name?
know that Forsaken's.
I'm gonna go with 1990 and 2005.
Number 4.
Number 4. Yeah.
All right.
That's my guess.
So let's assume Brendan's correct. Then it's between 1 and 4. Quack, do you
So-
agree with that?
Yeah, I think so. I'm gonna have to go.
I
With
look at the
1.
birth dates a lot, actually.
I'll just spread it across.
One thing I'm unsure about is if there's actually someone 1988. I don't think so.
You're number 4.
I'm 1.
1 and oh, you guys are just split.
from
All
Team
right.
Secret.
All right. 4 and 1. Let's find
It's a
out
team
the
effort.
answer.
We got this. We got this.
Yeah. Hey, there we go.
And it's 1990 and 2005. It pays to look at the
From
birth
Team
dates.
Secret, who is that? That's
Jesse Vash.
There you
Jesse
go.
Vash.
I
Jesse
kept
Vash.
thinking Saya play because they had like the
Jit
longer
Boys.
names.
And then it's going to be Jit Boys, actually. Just got the MVP today for Talon's first win.
15-year
Born in
age gap.
2005.
God, we're old.
Yeah, the fact that I can very clearly remember what I was doing in 2005
Yeah.
shows that
Just
I'm
entered
way
high
older.
school.
I was
Yeah.
in school.
Yeah, than Jit Boys is. Well, there you go. It's a
Okay.
15-year age gap, so we actually have quite a bit of depth here in VCT Pacific among our players. Well, this is my favorite question, our last question. The finale of the weekly
excited
recap.
now.
Let's bring up question number 5. Pat of Talon Esports has played the most agents at 8 different agents in VCT Pacific so far. Which of the following colors does not exist in any of those 8 agent illustrations? This is one of those questions where you listen to the first
not
part and the
yellow.
second part has nothing to do with the first.
It's not yellow.
I'm going into my.
You got to go through like every
Sherlock.
every agent that
Mind
he's played.
Palace.
Is pink?
He has
So
it-
he's played Astra, right?
He has played Astra.
So it's not yellow or purple. Is pink in the portrait though? I don't think
We're,
so.
we're picking what does not exist, by the way.
Yeah.
Just a reminder. All right,
I
Time's
feel like
ticking.
it might be 3.
3 blue.
Blue?
There's a
No,
lot of
there's
blue.
a lot of blue.
in
There's a lot of
Valorant.
blue.
I
know
feel
he
like blue,
hasn't
it's
done
definitely
Reyna
not
or
10
anything.
seconds.
It's red or pink.
I'm cutting you guys.
It's red or
I'm cutting
pink.
you guys short. 10, 9,
I'm gonna go with
7,
All right, you pick.
I'm
6,
gonna
5,
go with
4.
red.
Red. Okay. What about you,
Yeah.
Quack? Do you trust in Valdez to bring you guys home?
Yeah, I'll trust him. I'm
Okay.
gonna go with
Red.
We're together.
Oh, you're gonna go with pink.
Oh,
just to spread across.
No, just to
'cause
spread.
He said
Yeah,
red.
yeah,
He's
yeah,
trying to
you
be
gotta cover all
curious.
bases.
This is team
Okay.
effort.
All right.
I'm a
Which
team player.
color does not exist in any of the illustrations of the agents Pat has played so far, Pacific? The answer is
It's red!
I actually can't believe you got this right, because I was looking at it, I was like, no, red's totally in. But let's take a look at who he's played. Harbor, Sage, Gecko, Breach, Astra, Killjoy, KO, and Raze.
So
what threw me off was,
Harbor.
I would have thought red is in Razes, but it's actually just all orange. There's no red there.
That's true.
I knew yellow was Gecko, and I knew Astra had purple. Pink, I was unsure about, because I thought someone probably had pink.
Yeah. Well, that's it for the VCT Pacific quiz show. It was fun, right? Some fun facts.
We were wrong, but we learned a lot.
Yeah,
We got better at the end, right?
Yeah, we all gained something from this quiz show. So that's it for the quiz show. Of course, we do have many more weeks and matches left here for VCT Pacific. Let's take a look at week 6, rather, of the schedule for the matches coming up next week. We have another 5 lined up. Now, I mean, all of these, I think there's big reasons to watch, but if you guys had to pick one match each for viewers to really kind of look forward to, Quack, let's start with you. What's your match of the week?
mean, we kind of just talked about it before we closed off the desk segment today. I think Talon versus Paper Rex will be pretty chaotic.
Well, that's simply your personal favorite.
That's just my personal thing. But you know, if we're gonna go a little bit more objective, I think I feel like maybe Global Gen G. Because, you know, with SK Rossi Lightning Fast in, of course, I think Gen G, we know how strong they are. They're the first team to take a map of DRX. But at the same time, we know that they are not infallible. And Global has been showing a lot of growth and a lot more depth in their strategies and map picks at times, so it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I think Global's a really nice wild card. I think that's a great pick in terms of like just the objective pick. I understand where you're coming from the Monday match, of course. I think that Sunday as a whole is pretty cool because it's like team that looks almost unbeatable versus teams that are like the up and comers that are like in the bottom to middle of the pack. Like, can they overcome as like the dark horse? If they win, it's like a really cool story. Maybe they are on the come up as maybe one of these teams to look out for. I think that ZETA versus Team Secret might be the closest match.
Okay.
Like, if I have to choose one that you're like, oh, this is going to be a fun one, maybe we actually do get 3 maps.
He's onto something.
It could go either way. Like, Team Secret, yeah, they defeated DFM, but, like, where are they really?
What I'm hearing
and,
from
like,
this
ZETA,
is every day is worth watching of VCT Pacific. All right? No, but literally, I mean, especially next week, not just out of team power level. But the storylines are really starting to form here as we pass the halfway mark of VCT Pacific. Well, we'll be back next week with more Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. See you then.
Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. I'm your host, Victoria, and at the desk with me today, I have Quack and Valdez. We are on week 6 right now, where only 6 teams are going to make it to playoffs. So you guys were here last weekend. It was pretty wild.
Yeah, it really was. I mean, gosh, Talon took a win. I got it. That's it. That's the whole thing.
You're a professional. These are our experts, ladies and gentlemen. And that was his expert feedback about what happened last week.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun games. I really enjoyed them. They were crazy and awesome.
They were crazy and awesome.
More
expert opinions coming to you live from Pacific.
That's all I have to say.
So, yeah, that's great. It was fun. It was awesome. Let's pull up the standings to see where everyone is at the very moment. DRX is still at the very top. Valdez.
Yeah.
Tell me more about how crazy and awesome it was last week.
Well, you guys will note that we do have 4 teams that are tied in the middle from 3 to 6th place. That is because of all the different tiebreakers that we do have, like map differential, round differential even in some cases. So all these teams, ZETA, Team Secret, T1, Paper X, going to be fighting to get out of that, hopefully with wins this week. And they're going to be tailed right behind by RRQ and all the other teams down there who will be looking to try to make their way into playoffs.
Yeah, that's the danger zone. 6th place and below, RRQ, Global Talent, DFM, trying to get out of that one. But I think it's important to note, 2 of the teams tied for 3rd place right now will be playing later today, so that's going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, that's right. And DFM is one of the first teams also playing today, and they're at the very bottom. They have seen no wins yet. This could be the day, but we'll talk more about that later. First up, today we're kicking off the new patch 6.08, and that means the introduction of Bind.
Ooh.
And also our goodbyes to Icebox, which I'm really sad about. I'm an Icebox fan. But Bind, I think, will be pretty exciting to see it come back in. Yeah, there are a lot of minor changes on this map that I think will affect the gameplay. So, yeah. Any final words for Icebox before we see it go?
You will be missed until you do make it back. Wasn't our most popular map, but it had a special place in my heart, and I guess your heart as well, Victoria. Quack, were you a fan of Icebox yourself?
Neutral. It's you were really chill, Icebox. I think Team Secret really liked you as well.
So chill.
We saw a lot of nice, fun moments with Envy popping off at times, and Rafters is a pretty pesky spot, but yeah, you will be missed.
We didn't see enough of those Harbor Viper comps. I feel like that was just gonna happen every single week.
It was just starting. Yeah, you guys are right. Oh my gosh, RRQ played it for a while, and then that's it. Icebox gone.
It had a kind of a short little shelf life, but it is, it's having a little makeover, and Icebox will come back. In the meantime, let's break down Bind. I'm sure those of you out there listening to this have already seen a bit of this, the new changes. The TP, for example, the move.
That's a big one.
Yeah, this changes a lot of how you can defend and attack.
That's right. I think not only have they seen it, they've also probably played it. People at home. It's I think kind of like tiny little quality of life changes, if anything, because everything's slightly adjusted. The corridors, the gates, the doorways, they're slightly opened up so that you don't really get choked in so easily. It's much easier for raises to blast pack out of, for example, and you don't have to go in one by one. 2 people can rush out of the door at the same time. But more importantly, when you look at some of these spots like triple stack right on the A side itself, you notice that one of those Radianite crates on top are taken off. That second
flattened.
layer. Yeah, flattened
a little bit.
Tetrised out a little bit.
It is, I think it's pretty good changes. Kind of reminds me of the split changes. I like that Riot's taking it very slow with the changes they're making. It's not like, oh, this entire map is totally removed because of this. It's, you'll see other different changes there, like there's a barrel now. I think it's a barrel.
It is.
Yeah, that barrel.
It's actually a good barrel.
Yeah.
There's a small window now. You can look out of the window. You feel a little claustrophobic in elbow. Now you can throw things out of it.
Just more ventilation, right, Brandon?
There's also a vent. I'm glad you pointed it out.
Exactly. But that's the thing with this barrel. You can stand on top of it, and because of the triple stack boxes, you can actually get direct line of sight into A short now. And that, I feel like it's a pretty interesting position that you could play. You might have to hold angles and challenge
your opponents and aim duel for that if you really opt for a position like that. But, you know, other than that, it's just really interesting how teams are going to adjust around this. I mean, it's this diagonal thing. You have less places to hide in.
Exactly. It changes the angles all across the map. It's a very minor change, but it will change positioning for a lot of the agents. And that little peekaboo window, obviously lineups.
Yes.
The lineups should be there. I imagine some crazy Soldom, if he plays today, you know, some like Soldom little peekaboo moments with his blades. Blade Storm.
That's possible.
That's true.
Yeah, so this is going to be pretty cool. I hope we see it today. I don't know we're going to see it today. And of course, Killjoy, I don't know why she's been facing so many nerfs lately. This poor woman is facing one more nerf.
Yeah.
You know, her toys.
Well, you know why? It's because ever since Chamber was nerfed, Killjoy replaced the top picked agent. And,
that is true.
Everyone's playing her now. I think she's got like one of the highest win rates. Not just in Pacific, but like everywhere. Even in normal, like ranked games, unrated games, she's just that good.
Yeah, that's right. She is not the highest picked agent in Pacific, but in other regions she is.
Yeah,
and,
second most in Pacific, right behind Jet. So she's definitely up there. It's kind of funny, you know, for myself coming from League of Legends. If you look at the league patch notes, it's like 17 champions in a row. Here it's like, okay, agent nerfs, 1.
That's right.
What?
Just for the top.
Only Killjoy, and it is a very small nerf because let's be real. I mean, she still is going to have all of this utility. It's still going to work the same way. Of course, now you can see the nanoswarms a little bit more easily, right? So you can clear them out a little bit better. It is going to nerf her slightly, but she's still the same agent. Her lockdown still has the same amount of power, still very difficult to kill. So I don't think it's going to really change too much. I think everybody's still going to be playing Killjoy.
Yeah, not so much. Maybe just some like tiny quality of life things. Like one of the other things that wasn't really included in the graphic is that once Killjoy is dead out of a round, you don't really her nanoswarms start making that buzzing sound. Yeah, which is just like, you know, it's nice because that means Riot cares, and we don't have to, you know, maybe get like faked out by little Killjoy utilities anymore.
I feel like that made it a little bit more, you know,
it's quality of life.
Complicated, you know, with when you're still hearing the zzz sound. But yeah, I think this affects. I agree with you, Valdez. I don't think this is going to make huge changes with this nerf, but I can imagine for the everyday player, it will probably be helpful in the game. So anyway, that all applies today. Starting today onwards, we're going to see Bind, no more Icebox, and a little bitty Killjoy. We're going to play a game.
Oh boy.
Because it's another episode of
that.
Hey, We're Gamers. And today we're playing a new game. Production gives us games, and they got a little annoyed that we're so good at the map game.
Yeah.
So they wanted to make it a little bit harder, and you guys watching at
I
home.
didn't even get to play the map game, guys.
Same. Neither did I.
You
never
guys
get a
get to play
chance.
it.
It's been taken out of the game pool now, and we never get to play it ever
We're
again.
just skipping
like
straight
Icebox.
to like medium difficulty, Brendan. That's how good of gamers we are. We're gamers.
We're higher level, so they give us the harder games. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, something like that. So this
Surely.
one's going to involve a little bit of math.
Oh, no.
Yeah. So all your casting abilities, I don't know, bring out the analyst side. The game is called What's the Loadout? And what we are going to have to do is calculate the total loadout. I don't even know how this is going to work. I guess
Wait, I don't even have a pen.
Would you like my pen?
You do the math in your head.
I would like a pen, actually.
I'll just,
oh, you're going to do it in your head.
I'll try, yeah.
Wow.
No, you definitely have to write it down,
Okay.
I'd say.
He just wants to show his
No
mom
calculators, though.
I hope your mom's watching
I have
this.
my mind palace that I go to sometimes, and I'll just...
Okay, let's play the game.
All right. So what is the loadout?
Oh, gosh.
Pacific Production.
All right, I'm ready.
Oh, God. Sage.
Oh, a Sage wall.
Oh, God.
One wall, one slow, plus a shorty.
A shorty.
That is... I have my
Shorty.
answer.
You have the answer
That's
already?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I really don't want to play
one's
this game. I
simple.
really... I became a host, so I don't have to do math.
You said you had the answer first, so
Okay.
I'll let you say it.
750.
That's
Do you
not
agree?
what I got. I got 850.
Got 850? I didn't even do the calculation. Okay.
Am I
okay.
wrong? Wait.
Hold on. I'm going to go with
No, I'm sticking with
750.
You guys teaming up on me now? Okay, let's see.
No, I just.
The time is up.
750.
Brandon's right.
You might be right.
It's 750.
Okay.
Oh my God. So,
I.
for some reason, I thought Assorted was 250. I buy it all the time.
Yeah, I thought it was 250. But anyway.
My bad. Okay.
It's cheaper than a
Next.
frenzy.
Alright.
So, let's go on to the next one. This is. I don't like this game. Okay.
Oh God.
Yeah. Oh my God. I don't know
Oh,
what the
here we
get
go.
price
Now it's
is.
getting hard.
Okay.
Okay, we got a Marshal, we got a Sheriff, we got Wingman, and a Mosh Pit. All right, the Sheriff is 800, right? Then we have a Marshal. I'm gonna use my
I got
pen.
my answer.
Why are you?
I don't know.
Why are you actually good at math? Like,
No,
is this a
I'm
secret
just-
skill I never
Can
knew
I
about?
go
Stressing her
first
out.
this time?
Yes.
I don't know
Okay.
get-go numbers.
Uh,
but I know the guns
Yes.
for sure.
No, the guns.
I got 2150.
Time's up. All right.
I got 2150 as well.
I got 250.
Oh.
You might be
250.
right.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, Gecko's.
The Wingman.
Okay, so we got 250 and and we got
2150.
Yeah,
I think
2150.
Wingman's
2150.
300.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wingman could be a bit more expensive. You could be right. I'll stick to my answer because
All right, what is it?
I just want to get this over with.
Turn
Oh,
300! No, it's 250!
It's 250. I thought it was like
I thought
100.
it was 200. Mosh Pit's 250.
2300.
Now I know.
Ah, because, yeah, Mosh Pit.
I don't play Gecko enough, guys.
Yeah, same.
I play
You know what? If he
controllers.
just showed up in Pacific a little bit more, maybe. I don't know.
I can't just say that.
True, yeah.
He's not really
Maybe.
in Pacific very much.
I mean, he was in last week's game. Paper X played him, I think,
Yeah.
on Icebox, which
Like,
is
he
really
barely gets a showing. He's, like, hanging out in
Uh,
LA right now. He's not really over in Korea.
This is how we protect little
Oh, we have a
homie.
score?
Oh, we do have a score.
Oh, we have a score.
Why am I
None
negative
of us
0?
got it
though?
right. All right, next question.
I got both
Oh, I
wrong.
got this one. Okay, wait.
Okay, I think
Oh, yeah, you're an Omen guy.
No, I might have it wrong. Actually.
Oh, man. All right, I know how much a Vandal is. Oh, yes. Okay, wait. I think I know this. Oh, two
But
smokes.
2 smokes? Because you just buy. Oh, yeah, you do have to buy.
3,500?
Okay, I got my answer. It's not 3,500. No,
It's not 3,500?
I got 3,800.
What?
That seems expensive.
36.50.
Did I?
36.
Paranoia is really expensive, isn't it? Paranoia is quite expensive. Okay,
Play
I'm just gonna go
Omen.
with 3,800.
36.50.
I don't
don't
care.
play
I
Omen,
don't
I'm
care.
sticking
so-
with 36.50. We'll see. Marquis gonna kill
Or maybe
me.
my math is really bad. I don't know. It could just be
Oh,
bad math.
5.50.
3,550.
Okay.
Do I get points for being close? No, I'm not even
No.
that close.
Yeah, you know, I was close too.
Brandon's closer.
I mean, he was closer.
Yeah. Dang.
All right,
I don't know.
win 'cause
I don't know
was
if
the
Valdez
closest.
gets like a
I
half
thought
point for that.
Paranoia was
Yeah,
300.
half points.
Or you can
I
be
need
at zero.
anything I can get.
You're at zero
I
like
need, like-
DFM.
Man, I'm actually. Oh,
That
that's
was
so
so
good.
brutal.
It doesn't mean
Catching strays randomly
look,
during our What's
I-
the Loadout game. Like, poor
No.
DFM.
Why are we so bad?
I like DFM. All right, is there one more? God, there's more. Oh, Cypher.
Oh, boy.
Are you? You look like a Cypher main. Are you a Cypher main?
No.
Okay. Oh man.
Uh,
Okay, Bulldog. No,
Wait,
again.
is that the camera?
yes.
Isn't the camera free?
Maybe it's a trick question.
And what's the eye?
It's still in the loadout, so even if it's free,
Wait, what is the eye?
you just the 0.
You scan them? That's a red herring, right?
Being
trolled. Oh god.
This is 2750.
God, we're terrible.
2600.
What do you mean? You don't know whether we got it right yet.
2600 is what I'm going with, and I'm just going to
Getting 24.
study harder.
2450.
Oh wait, no. Wait, 2650.
Seems.
I don't know. I don't
Turn
know.
450.
Oh
She got
my
it right.
Oh, you got it right.
Ah!
Wow.
I mean, I did know.
Yeah. See, it's 0.
okay.
That's a trick. They scammed us.
Are you guys
Yeah.
even experts? Like, what is this?
Got kind of scammed. That was a scam. Okay.
Andy
That's my
Cohen.
excuse.
All right, is there more?
There's one more.
There's one more?
Okay.
All right, I'll take that point happily. So the score right now, I have 2 points, Quack has 1, and Valdez is at 0.
No, at 0.5.
At a 0.5. We'll give him a pity half point. Okay.
Oh god.
Oh, Chamber.
how do you do this math
Yeah,
now?
this is not gonna happen.
Please. Oh,
Can I verbalize my thoughts and you
Yeah,
guys do
please,
the math
please,
for me?
please verbalize your thoughts. Let's talk through this.
Okay.
Got a frenzy operator. We got. Oh, and N7 is. Okay, go ahead.
What is that? Is that the ult? Sorry, what's the
That's
times
his
5
ult.
thing?
Wait, no, that's not. What is that?
Okay, rendezvous's free. Headhunter's 150 each. Multiply that by 7. I don't know how you're gonna do that.
Wait, am I doing the math for you?
Yes.
Oh, wait, say it again. Say it again. Oh,
It's
gosh.
1050.
Okay.
7 times 150 is 1050.
Okay, Valdez is gonna do the math, and
Yes.
you talk through it, and I'm gonna be your moral support.
I'll stick
I'm gonna
to
be moral support. All right, let's go through that again.
1050.
You got it?
Trademark's about 200.
That sounds right.
1250. Frenzy's 450, so that's 1007. And Op is 4750.
Is it not
We all
4750?
get- yeah, I think it's 4750.
Isn't it 4 and 9?
I thought it was
Nah.
4500.
No, it's not 4500. It's not 4500.
Oh my god.
It might have been
I
in the
can't
past.
remember how much an op costs.
That's
Yeah.
the old one.
I
yeah.
feel like the pressure.
It's 4750. It's 4750.
4750,
Alright, we're
okay.
just gonna go
So
with Quacks.
1007. Oh god.
So
So about 6,000.
Look at all like the script. We have like all this math on our page. Like our notes are ruined because you're making us do math on the desk.
We already ran out of time. I'm just sticking it.
I wonder if like if chat's getting any of this correct.
6,450.
6,450. Okay, we're collectively. This is a team effort.
Actually, you might be right.
Oh, wait, are you doing 6,000?
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
I'm
gonna
just
go with
throwing that
Brent.
there.
I'm gonna go with Valdez. This is how I'm playing this game.
I'm going for estimates.
I haven't
now,
gotten a single
whatever.
one right.
All right, and the answer.
Hey!
Close.
All right.
Oh, it's nobody again.
Okay.
Okay, so trademark is
So-
that.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I knew there wasn't a
Oh,
50 and an
47.
Oh,
operator.
4,700. Yeah.
It's not 50.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
No one. How do we not know
Okay,
the op
That's
price
the
of an
50
op?
we got wrong. Yeah.
All
It's from
right.
the operator.
So.
Good job, guys.
Do
Good job.
we announce the winner? Okay, so the in third place we got Valdez at a whole whooping 0.5 points.
Thumbs up.
I
Then
got
we
2
have
that were close.
Quack at a 1 point, and then first place is Victoria Choppy Ninja Chang with 2 points. The winner
Is yourself.
me. Again, I think I won the game last week too. Okay. Okay. Anyway, that was fun, I guess. I hope you guys had fun watching that. When we come back, we're gonna stop playing games and leave the games to the professionals. We're gonna watch the first matchup of today. So don't go away after this very short break. See you in a minute.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. I'm Victoria, and at the desk with me, we've got Valdez and Quack. And we just finished Hey, We're Gamers, and we've struggled through that episode, and we're glad it's over.
I dishonored my family. I dishonored all my Valorant ancestors, and I'm just...
Do you even play Valorant?
I swear I do. I swear.
Oh, he lives and breathes Valorant. So, yeah. So that was a lot of fun. I didn't even feel like a win for me because I kind of you win. Production wins. Production wins.
Yes.
But now we're gonna get into the first game of today, where we have T1 and DFM. So DFM, is one of the Japanese teams. But let's talk about T1 first. They've had an interesting showing so far. Looks like their ban is on the roster for today. Yeah, talk me through it, Quack.
I think that's one of the things that T1 has to answer, like right off the bat. And I love that you mentioned that, because here's the rub. Ban, he's been on the team, but they always swap him in and out with intro. And I think that just kind of varies depending on the map or performance, because sometimes we expect them to do well, but we haven't really seen that many individual heroic performances from T1. They are doing really well, and they have been winning a lot of these matches, and it comes from their teamwork, I think, more so than anything. You don't necessarily need to expect a lot of like crazy clutch moments, maybe insane op kills from Saya player, genius kind of level strategy from Munchkin, and everyone just does their role to a pretty strong level, and that's about it. And that's how T1 performs, because it comes down to their teamwork and coordination. When everyone's kind of just doing their job right, the whole team will just kind of, move on forward.
Yeah, I feel like they're a pretty classic Korean esports team in general. Like playing very much by the book, stock standard, very strong, but definitely not as strong as our other two Korean teams at the moment. Although from what we saw from last week, Munch was really popping off. Munchkin, he had a fantastic series last week. And
you just call him Munch now?
Yeah,
when he pops up,
Munchy.
he's just Munch.
There are other people who are Munch. And Saya player as well, like you were saying. So they do have some pop-off moments. If Munchkin can play like he did last week, I'm sure they do have a higher ceiling than what they've shown so far, where they have been a little bit all over the place with some of their wins and some of their losses especially.
Yeah. So I guess the T in T1 stands for teamwork.
Oh, yes.
I've always wondered what the T in
There you go.
T1 stood for. I actually don't.
Isn't
Teamwork
it like
one.
SKT or something along those lines, right?
Like Telcom's one?
Yeah.
I think it's teamwork, because
yes,
that's
it's
how they've
teamwork.
been playing.
It really is.
Now, the other team today playing is one of two of Japan's teams, DFM, Detonation Focus Me. And this team also swaps out players on occasion, and I see that Soldom is on the roster.
Soldom's in. We do have
And
Zinfree in today. I believe he wasn't starting last time. And last time they came out, it was kind of similar, right? Soldom was really the one guy who was consistently having like big highlight moments, huge mechanical outplays, got an ace in their last series. So Jess was playing okay, but then of course they still, are not able to get their first win. So it just remains to be seen what is going to be the successful combination for this team. Can they just rely on the original Korean Jet, or will the other guys on the team have to step it up, because, the one guy by himself isn't going to be able to pull all of the weight this time?
Yeah, I have to agree. I feel like that's precisely what we saw last week. They had like good performances. Soldom definitely was performing, and he got an ace, which you and Valdez and Tasteless casted over. But I mean, that's the thing. Although he was putting out those big numbers, yeah, just like win-wise, you need the whole team to come together, especially when you're playing against Teamwork 1. You can't just rely on Soldom alone.
Yeah,
I
they are
think
the number one at teamwork.
Yeah.
You can't. It's hard.
Or maybe it's Teamwork 1 out of 10.
Well, we're going to find that out today. Oof.
You never know.
You never know how it's going to go. I think T1, I think you're right. Their performance hasn't been consistent. They've been consistently team working, but it hasn't been consistent. Now, let's look at the score so far between the two teams. Yes, DFM has 0 wins under their belt at the moment, and T1, they saw some wins early on in the first 2 weeks, and last week against RRQ. But
But
like, how would you determine those wins? I mean, were these really strong wins? What are your thoughts on the matchup between these two?
To be fair, if we just take a look at the match history so far, of course, DFM has struggled, but they did take one map off of Gen G just because of the pace at which they played. T1, on the other hand, those wins are 2-0s. They actually did really well against RRQ last week, and I think it comes down to that strategy, that teamwork that they have. So that's what I'm thinking about today. If they can actually string themselves together and then really pull off that teamwork, maybe a little bit more than that at the same time, because we want to see those individual performances, then we can more confidently say, like, okay, yes, T1 is a strong team. They are up there in the power rankings. They're top 3 or what have you. We want to see people pop off. You know, it can't just be Saya player or Munchkin when he's making the right reads. You need people to have consistent performances so that we can compare them to people like, oh my god, he's as good as Envy or something, or Mako, or, you know, those big names.
That's right. And we have only 4 weeks left till playoff. So DFM is really, I think they have to 2-0. Like, they have to really win every single game to
Quack and I were we were doing the math before the broadcast, and there is still a chance mathematically, statistically, you can actually still make playoffs as DFM. I think if they take one more loss, it is impossible. It's going to be really difficult. You need other teams to lose, like specific teams to lose more than 5 games that DFM already have, so that's going to be a big one. There's an interesting stat here that T1 actually in 4th place have played the fewest amount of rounds out of any team. So this is including DRX and Gen G, who are in 1 and 2 spot. Really makes you wonder. They're winning fast, but they're also losing fast, and a lot of their matches are 2-0 or 0-2 rather than having an extra map.
Yeah. No, that's an excellent point. Now let's talk about these 2 key players. We're having, you know, we plucked them out. Why do you really want to look at these 2?
I mean, if we just take a look at the bottom statistic right there, first blood percentage, Soldam has only played like, what, 2 or 3, maybe even less than that matches, but he has like one of the highest first kill percentages out of any player ever in the entire VCT Pacific, because he's that aggressive. He's that guy who always pushes out, always tries to find an opening pick, and when he is feeling it, when he is enabled by his team and everyone's kind of able to support each other, Soldam goes crazy, man. He goes he goes nuts. Yep. Munchkin, on the other hand, like, yeah, it's good performances, it's decent statistics, but what we want to see is those big brain IGL plays, I think.
That's right. So these are our predictions. I do know I'm a bit of the odd one out on this on the roster, but I feel like this is DFM's time to shine. They haven't won any games yet. Talent finally won their one last week, but today I think it's going to be DFM. But let's go check it out. We're going to go to the stage. This is VCT Pacific 2023, and today we have T1 and DFM fighting for their spot in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit tough for DFM to do that, but it's possible that they can beat T1 today just because of how T1 might be a little bit inconsistent.
Believe! I believe in you, DFM!
We don't have to. We voted for T1 in the prediction.
That's true, we did.
Look, there's a lot of potential here. We were talking a bit about this earlier with the addition of Soldom. Over the first week he was here, it was rough for DFM, but we saw a lot better showing last week with the original Korean Jet showing up and his team supporting him a bit more. They were playing a bit more cohesively. If they also put a little bit more teamwork into their gameplay, I think they have a really good shot too.
It is very, very possible, and at the same time, we really need to keep in mind that these are players who are like really giving it their all every time they play on stage. So like we have to respect that fact. And I mean, how about like a little matchup between Soldom versus Saya Flare? That could be fun because they're similar but actually kind of different at the same time.
Yeah. Ooh, punch the cam. Fist bump.
Fist bump the enemy player. Fist bump the camera.
No missed fist bumps today.
Fist bump the desk.
Actually, yes.
Because that's an important bit.
This is already going a bit better. The players actually fist bumping together.
A little bit.
In sync. And the coaches fist bump. Also, this is fist bumping Kande.
But yeah, I mean, I think the map picks are also going to be pretty important today. Will we see Bind, do you think?
Oh, boy, I mean,
so.
Japan and Korea teams pick a map that hasn't been played yet in No, I don't think so. That would be my guess. I would be shocked.
Maybe the second series.
I would be shocked. But you know what? That could be it. If DFM picks Bind, maybe that'll throw T1 off.
Yeah, I think
Maybe.
that's kind of how you want to beat the Korean teams, right? If we're talking about like how structured they are and they always stick to procedures and everything, you just need to go a little bit nuts to just like throw them off.
This is our Southeast Asian side speaking.
Yes.
So, like, just go nuts.
Because that's what happened against ZETA last week
Yeah.
with Talon.
Exactly. Just make it crazy.
Yeah, I mean DFM they got 0-2 by Team Secret, but it was closer than the score would let you know. You know, we had overtime. We had even the first map was pretty close. It was like 13-9 or something, 13-10 maybe. So it does feel like slowly but surely Detonation Focus Me is getting better. The only issue is that, of course, we talked about playoffs and the score lines. That's not going to go away, but it all starts with one. I always say this. It all starts with one. Maybe T1 is going to be the one that falls to them. We'll have to wait and see. Haven bans, Bind bans.
Okay.
Oh, what a surprise.
Well,
Bind
that's
was banned. But DFM banned it.
Unlucky.
Yeah, I guess they
Very
just
unlucky.
don't
Okay,
really want
T1.
to play it just yet. But T1 now picking Lotus.
That makes sense. They had some success there in the first couple weeks.
They did against
Or,
Global, but that's the only time that they ever played Lotus. And that's the thing that really sticks out to me. Meanwhile, DFM picking Split now is also kind of a bit of a question mark in my head, honestly.
Well, maybe that's their way to throw a wrench into the gears. We do have Pearl banned away. Fracture's going to be left for the last map. You guys will note that Icebox is not here. And
What?
yeah, got replaced by Bind.
No way. I did
Yeah,
not know that.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Oh, that's crazy.
That is big news.
Well, I'm glad to see Split in this today with DFM picking it. I think we haven't seen the Japan teams pick Split at all. So it's good to finally see Split between Japan and Korea.
Yeah, I think that's where DFM actually has a chance because, again, Korean teams haven't really favored Split that much except for perhaps DRX. We have that double controller setup that they always play, but we also have the double controller on Lotus.
Soldom is playing Jet.
What?
It's a big surprise here.
These surprises
No
are
freaking way.
blowing my
He's playing
mind.
Jet?
I know. It's pretty insane.
Is he any good on Jet?
Killjoy just got nerfed. I thought we weren't going to see this.
Oh my god.
We actually do have Harbor here.
No,
Alongside of the Viper.
in all seriousness, I think this is very, very true to their nature, true to their colors, because we've seen Zenfree with that Paranoia TP combo up on Rock and Rubble, especially towards the A site on Lotus. Meanwhile, on the other side, double control, this is how they control the map, and it's useful for taking tiny bits of space.
That's right. Well, I'm looking forward to see the Munchkin plays, if he's going to be a Munch, the nickname when he's performing really well by Valdez. With that, I think the players are ready to kick off. Let's see how this first game goes. We've got drinking his drink. And at the caster desk today, we got Tasteless and William Cho. Please, gentlemen, take it away.
Excellent work at the desk, everyone. We're ready now to go into this best of 3. T1 versus Detonation Focus Me. Obviously, Detonation Focus Me, they've had a lackluster performance so far.
Yep.
Fingers crossed they're going to do well, but I think it's very likely that T1 could even 2-0 here.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big question for today, especially on the side of T1, is a lot of people expect you to win this match, but how convincing is it, right? You got to start to find that consistency. Meanwhile, same thing can be said for DFM. You got to start to show the potential of your improvement. You know, even if it's a long-term project, you need to be on an upwards trajectory.
Absolutely. Fingers crossed here for Detonation Focus Me as we go into map 1. And look, we're in the twilight of this phase of the tournament. The results are piling in. But every map and every best of 3 and every week here at VCT Pacific is an opportunity to reinvent and reinvent yourself and your teamwork and try to come out with something better. But again, T1, we had a lot of questions about this team as they entered into week 1 and 2, and I think they've made the proper adjustments. They've improved quite steadily. They are still overshadowed by our other Korean teams such as Chenji and DRX, but I think it's going to be a very uphill battle for our Japanese team.
Yeah, and just right off the bat, T1, of course, vying for that A-main control. Now, this not only kind of cuts off the map a little bit, but it secures them one of the ult orbs at the very least, right? So oftentimes, you know, that ult orb over on C main is very easy for the attackers to get. So T1 just saying, you know what, let's make sure we don't miss out on all of them. Let's just secure that right away. It's going to go over to Saya player, so going for that econ play early on, looking for an early Blade Storm so they can kind of recover should they fall back on some of that economic damage. Now, one thing I also want to note is T1, now they played Haven last week against RRQ. It was very well done, but I think part of it was they counter-stratted heavily against RRQ and specifically Elmimore's lurking. And this time around, now that it's a team with Soldom who just pops off on that Jet, I think they want to go to these maps where it's not super Jet heavy. Now, Jet's still good on Lotus, but you have that Harbor this time on T1 that can still try to cut off the map a bit more easily.
Okay, we've got some build-up over here towards A. They're probably going to push it in the last 40 seconds to try to come forward. It's a double stack, no, excuse me, triple stack over here on A for now. ZETA gets the first drop. Do a bit of a trade. Munchkin fights back. And it's going to be just one and then none as Munchkin gets the last kill onto Anthem.
Just a great setup from T1, and again, this is that Harbor coming into play, right? Not only can you use the high tide to really cut the map into pieces that you so choose, but then also using that Cove so that they wouldn't get spammed over from A main. So they only have to focus on the tree side. I mean, really well done by ZETA, and also ZETA and Carbe. Whenever they're able to play together like this, their double teaming has been so good.
So a solid first round. I think a very thoughtful one as we started this out here for Detonation Focus Me, trying to really take their time, not overextend, but ultimately they were shut down there. And so it's going to be that very weak round. Let's see if Detonation Focus Me can get creative with their plays here. Saya player takes that first shot and whiffs, backs up.
Oh, but he can't get the kill yet. Saya's still alive!
Oh, crazy moment there. Munchkin gets the drop on 2.
Oh, man. I mean, that was kind of a battle of pride between the Jets, and Soldom did what he could, right? They realized that Saya was waiting there with the Marshal because he spotted on the first jump across. So they purposely used Jet to widen the angle as we see this round kind of finish off. And the idea was, hey, if the Jet's this far out with the Marshal, we can probably get into the site pretty easily. But unfortunately, he can't get the burst right away with the right click, tries to chase up, and then just through the movement, Saya's able to dodge just enough bullets where he can recover.
Kind of a crazy start here with Jet flying over and then getting the shot point blank there with the Marshal. Looks like we're not going to capture that moment here in the highlight. But again, an expected victory here for T1. We now go into that bonus round, and we're really going to need to see Detonation Focus Me Try to pull through with something, otherwise it looks like what we predicted may start to be unfolding here as we get into the first half.
Yeah, absolutely. Now with their weapons, now they kind of had an idea of there was a Stinger, right, a Marshall on the other side. Ooh! Saya is not one to be slow on the trigger there, but Taka J able to just swing out wide. Gets that early pick. Now, DFM, they don't need to force this, right? They know the harbor is nearby. They know they just took out the jet. That means that there should be some sort of adjustment. DFM waiting to see if anyone pushes out for more information. Now, T1 on the other hand, they have a Killjoy, right? No need to overcompensate for any sort of deaths. They're happy to just take it slow, set up the utility over on B and C.
Hey, it looks like we're going to have some noise created here. They haven't actually gone in through there towards A, and they're actually going to loop back around through mid towards B. They have ended up trading out. Taka J has been picked off by Carpe, and the B plant does start. We've got Munchkin ready to try to come in here through the Omen smoke. Killjoy utility going to be set up.
They know he's in there.
Down. Oh!
Yep, saw the Nanoswarm getting shot down, so suggests just puts a little bit of pressure onto Munchkin. He gets scratched up quite a bit. Now, T1, yeah, they just need to get picks on the other side, right? Economic damage being done to DFM. It's a very small site, so if they can just keep him trapped in there, or even better, get the kills.
Yeah, big moment there. Again, Detonation Focus Me, they need this round so badly. The spike ticks away. They're gonna have to pop through smoke here.
They've got the Cove as well.
Oh, I think they can get this. They're gonna clutch it. Beautifully done. The spike diffuses, the third win on the board for T1.
Right there.
As the snowballing begins. A difficult fourth round now here for Detonation Focus Me. I thought it was at the start a good round in round 3 there. They did manage to get into B, but they weren't able to stabilize it. And especially in the end there with that harbor bubble, they weren't able to stop the diffuse no matter what.
Yeah, it's already pretty rough, right? And a lot of this just comes down to the utility setup from T1. I mean, you look at that toxic screen, it's meant to do that. It's meant to make sure that even if you try to rotate from A main to B, it's not going to be an easy task. It actually helps cover the Killjoy utility as well and hide it on B site. And now the Harbor rotates over to see a good read over on the side of T1. And they do this a lot, right? Whenever they're playing Harbor and Sky, they'll send out this Cascade and then Guiding Light through it, get info, and then rotate over just so they have an idea of how they want to reorganize their default.
Yeah, we're going to have a peek now here from Ban. Doesn't see anything just yet, and there is going to be a wraparound right now. Detonation Focus Me back through spawn, quietly coming towards A, but Saya is going to be there to meet them on the end.
Yeah, he does have that operator.
We have talked about in the past, occasionally, Japanese teams too willing to kind of run the clock here, and almost at times too predictable. A lot of moments coming in the last 40 seconds. This game could certainly be one of them, but that doesn't always give you a lot of time to secure the site. I mean, you want to have rounds that are drawn out and dramatic, and then you need to have rounds that are explosive.
Yes.
And so, you know, this is already a pretty tricky round for them. And they're going to rotate back, seesawing up through attacker spawn once more. And it's going to be Ban once again there to meet them.
Well, and the Nanoswarms haven't been cleared, right? They've never entered C-Site yet, so they don't know the exact location. Now, they can expect Nanoswarms to be there, but this could do a lot of chip damage. At 20 seconds, you got to win your first duels immediately as you enter. Now, they are going to get it. Anthem gets the first kill.
You see Munchkin coming around, shots fired, and he ultimately does take out Soldum.
He's holding!
And many more! Oh, my God. And it's like what we talked about earlier. Not enough time in the round now to get the spike planted. As we've got a maroon Taka J all the way back at attacker spawn, forced into a save. I guess you could call it that. It's whatever else you can get out of this round. And that's going to be another win here for T1, 4-0. Detonation Focus Me is unable to really make anything happen.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where even, we talk about this a lot, that even if you're on these losing rounds, right, for instance, like that second round, you want to play it in a manner where you can get enough information where you can start to get the reads against your enemy team. Now, DFM didn't have much of an opportunity. They didn't give themselves the space to figure out the default setups from T1, where they had to invest their latest buy round to do that, and it was so costly. Now they're on an eco. They barely just got the read on the C-Site setup, but on the next buy round, there's a chance that that could change, and the mind game is entirely in T1's favor.
Oh, first shot! Suggest is out of the picture, as it's now a 5 versus 4. Again, already a difficult 5th round here. They are still committed, it looks like, for now, coming up into A.
I mean, this is fairly telegraphed and spotted. I mean, we saw it on the menu map. The guiding light had just checked C main as well. The attacker's toxic screen is here. They know they're coming into A site.
Soldom does take ZETA out. The spike will be planted over here into A, so it's going to be up to T1. Try to figure out a retake.
Now, there is a lockdown. Yeah, it's going to come out right away. It's going to clear the site. And afterwards, Saya player can hold A main again with the operator, right? He's just making sure no one tries to come in close. And that means they can just flood the site. T1, this retake is going to look relatively easy.
This is going to be tough for them to deny the defuse. Oh, shot fired through there, does connect. Munchkin on the hunt, gets one.
One enemy remaining.
And now it's just Anthem left over. Spike defuse starts, pop flash around the corner. And it's funny, the angle looked like he was going to get that kill, but Ban is too fast, takes Anthem out, and the 5th T1 victory is already here.
Yeah, and, you know, normally we might even talk about, okay, well, you took away some weapons, etc., but T1, they banked up so much, and most importantly, to carry over the operator, so they won't have to reinvest too much. They're sitting just fine and dandy. Use the lockdown, secure another win. Now you have your judgment available from the Harbor as well.
Yeah, Saya just doing such a great job at making the later half of that round so easy by dropping shot after shot after shot. And I love the lockdown. I think it made that, you know, a lot more difficult for Detonation Focus Me. And again, a strained Detonation Focus Me comes to round 6 here as things are looking pretty grim.
Ooh, expecting the updraft as well because of the Blade Storm pop from Souldown now. Basically a must-win round for DFM economically. They want to try to jump onto this operator. They're expecting it from DFM, but ooh, Souldown not able to secure the kill.
Yeah, the whip is there. They're going to back up, but I think they might try to come back in once more. Wrapping around the mound over here. We got ZETA in a rotation. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see them once again seesaw back out through the attacker spawn.
Yeah, now here's the thing is that we talk about 3 sites being advantageous for attackers, and that's because you can take the lead in providing these mind games, right? You can really initiate the mind games against the opponents on the defender's side. The problem for DFM is because now they're on these desperation rounds every single time, they weren't able to take A space, right? So now they just spent the past 15 to 20 seconds extra to take control of A main. Now they're thinking about how do we want to shake up the defense, but you basically have to enter into a site now. Otherwise, again, you're in that same boat where you have to win every single duel to get the plant.
30
yeah,
seconds
it's
left.
getting worse and worse. With very little time left on the clock,
Saya's
they're going to have to run
here.
through the operator. Saya with a wrap around there. Does get the first kill. Suggest gone once
They
more.
gotta pinch him.
And they do that. So they will be able to set this, the plant up here with 13 seconds left on the clock.
Right there.
But now it's going to be down to this retake. ZETA with some shots spammed through. None of them actually connecting as the Seeker's going to come up here. Has to take that out.
A crucial kill from Zenfree, taking away the flashes.
I think they might be able to do it. Detonation Focus Me looking good, looking very strong. Ban and ZETA going to try to come in here for the recovery. But through the Cloudburst, they're going to go first. ZETA starts it and continues as Soldom's gone. Oh my god, Anthem gets that kill.
I mean, ZETA absolutely will try this. He has the money to do so.
That's going to be it, beautifully done. First round here for Detonation Focus Me, a hard-fought round as well, with only 2 rifles going into the 7th round. But again, it's a start. The question is, can they carry this on into anything that's going to be productive? Because we expect Detonation Focus Me to eventually get around somewhere in here in the first half.
Yeah, and here's the thing, as we look at these replays unfold, I mean, ZETA, heroic attempt, but if anything, right, this is one of those rounds where ZETA can say, you know, I did the economic damage, right, I took away a couple extra weapons. Now, something to note is, now DFM, they need to remember that T1, they didn't bite on that fake entirely. So they need to understand that they need to start playing the clock a little bit differently. They can't rely on these heroic fakes just to secure, you know, 1 or 2 extra rounds because T1's not moving. The only reason they were able to make it work that time was because you had the From the Shadows from Zenfree, right, to able to pinch onto that operator.
Soldom comes forward now. We do have Ban over here on the other side waiting to receive this. Are we going to have the same behaviors as before with Detonation Focus Me, where they're going to be a little bit timid trying to actually push? It seems like no. We're going to have another pull through into B, right up into mid. ZETA fires some shots, can't connect it. And the first kill there from Saya as it turns into a trade out. Now 3-3 left over. No plant just yet, but that's coming now. Oh, good interruption.
Yeah, the Nanoswarms will buy enough time. Now they still have control of the right side as well on that connection into A site. So the position is as good as it could get with the 3-man setup they have.
Gen 3 looking pretty good. Comes around with a second kill onto Munchkin. Banned in hot water right now. Hard to imagine that he could pull this through. Flash comes out, buying more time. And there's just too many angles to cover. That's going to be it. The second win here for Detonation Focus Me, and it's getting better and better.
Yes, and this time, if you were looking at the mini-map, you'll recognize that this was the way they want to set up. The entire intention was always over on B side. Suggest was always waiting in B main, already ready to pounce whenever they were able to come in through Link. So it was never meant to be an entire A hit. I mean, if it was empty, maybe they would have gone for it. But this is the way that you want to use your time. You want to secure at least one other part of the map. Curious to see if DFM is able to do that again. Right now, the setup, Alarm Bot just looking for an A main push out. So it looks like they've got to take control of B main and C main simultaneously again if they want to have any sort of macro movement. Okay, so just taking a bit of a forward approach to A as well, not giving it up entirely. I like it.
Soldam going to come out here with a peek. Munchkin could pop out from the side.
Killed my bot.
Looks like he's ready any moment to do so. A lot of patience here, but he basically misses any movement through the middle.
They know they're on the door side.
That's going to obviously be very audible, so that can cue up some attention over there. And are they going to actually wrap back down? This is a funny moment. So they're continuing to snake around back through the attacker side on the map here, maybe in hopes of either going back up through mid or maybe trying to come to A. We do have Saya waiting over here. Obviously no operator this time around.
But look at T1, right? They just checked that it's A main, and then they put the Viper's Pit on C as well. They just cleared out B main, the information entirely in the hands of T1. Saya, all he has to do is buy time here on the duel.
Saya's going to be ready. Gets one. Perfect shot. Does not get two. Thought he was going to connect that. But they're going to be pushed back out of A. Again, it just seems to me like Detonation Focus Me is never willing to fully take a site unless they are so confident. But again, with 20 seconds left on the clock, they're going to go into the Viper's Pit. This is insane.
They just have to run in and stick it, which means they have to flood the pit. Okay, so now they know that it's been emptied out long enough. And Takej, I like that he takes a forward position. If it wasn't for that, there was no way that this was going to be secured. The lockdown being invested now. Because they were in a rush, the lockdown has to be initiated early. It's not going to buy them enough time against the retake. It's basically a pure 4-on-4. Okay, they're going to invest the pit as well. They just want whatever rounds they can get.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very expensive win if they do it. If T1 can shut this down, it's going to be a very starved Detonation Focus Me coming into the future rounds. So far, we haven't had any progress made by T1. They do put a flash inside the Viper's Pit. Another flash. Anthem with a good lurk over there. And is then the favors returned by Carpe.
Ooh, nice positioning swap there from DFM.
That's it. They're going to ditch it. They're going to try to save those rifles. It's going to be the third round win. And what's been a very hot and cold first half here for both sides. We had 5 wins in a row for T1, and now Detonation Focus Me on the streak with a third for themselves.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious as to what the comms must have been like for T1 there. Yeah, I'm not surprised about this timeout. Not only are you losing momentum, but you had the pit up. There was so little time. I mean, if you could have just kept the pit up for a little longer, right, put down your last snake bite, could have been the round. He empties it early, made it look like they communicated that they wanted an entire 5v4 retake, which is fine. I think partially maybe because he expected the lockdown. But the problem is whatever the timing, wasn't in your favor, you're actually caught in the eyes of Takej as you're trying to exit the site. That's all props to Takej. He knows that he needs to get deep into the site for his team to be able to plant safely. Now, while the scores and the momentum are in favor of DFM, if we want to talk theoretically, the way T1 plays out 90% of these rounds is smarter, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Out of the 100 seconds, about 80 seconds are in favor of T1. It's just that these last 60 seconds are suddenly coming out in favor of DFM. I would say maybe even the last 30 seconds. So I think what that proves to us is DFM's firepower itself not lacking, right?
Right.
Their dueling and trading potential not lacking. If they can actually add a bit more macro play, might even become even stronger, might even be able to take this map from T1.
And that was a win off of a Viper's Pit and a lockdown.
Yes.
So, I mean, that's, one thing is almost always you need to win when you use your Viper's Pit in a round. I mean, it's such a good ability, but to then stack that with the lockdown, We don't have that much more left here in the first half, and so this, in theory, could be a little bit easier for T1. But again, let's see what Dead Nation Focus Me has to offer.
Oh, so they read the timeout and they say, all right, we're going to rush. They're going to try to pinch us because T1 hasn't been doing that, and that's usually been their MO with the Sky. I like the play. The Seekers as well. They're going to try to flood A site if they can just get around these Nanoswarms.
Yeah, the beautiful raid here. T1 still trying to come in with the wraparound. They do have Suggest hunting in the back, ready to receive them. So far, so good. The spike is going to be planted.
Suggest needs to get 1 kill. Maybe 2.
All right, traded out. Saya gets that drop. And now we're going to see, are they going to try to push in or not?
No, they got to save. I mean, look at their econ, right? It's down in shambles. I mean, they were sitting so comfy, and then, you know, 2 rounds down, you try to rebuy the operator, and now you're down with, you know, nearly 0 creds left. I mean, just trying to get whatever picks they can, but here's the thing, with the number of rounds left, DFM, they're not going to take too big of a hit either if they can continue this win streak.
Yeah, they're going to abandon this. This will be the 4th round win in a pretty incredible fight so far.
Oh, they're on the hunt.
Oh, beautifully done. Saya now gone. ZETA wants to take the rifle into the next round and doesn't even get that.
1 enemy remaining.
DFM looking rejuvenated. And here's the thing, that was purely whoever took the lead in that conversation, whether it was your coach, whether it was the players coming together, maybe all 6 of you, but getting the read that T1, they called the timeout to adjust their defensive side, that it's to adjust on a push out.
1 enemy remaining.
And what a good read. They're actually kind of using their passiveness against T1, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if it was entirely intended in the long run, but they make the correct read that, okay, they think we're constantly playing passive, now we'll switch it up.
Yeah, almost using that, the opponent's team's timeout against them here.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, ZETA already has taken Jinfree out.
Now, this was, again, a good read from DFM as well. They recognize that this time it's probably going to be an A main fight. They actually try to play a bit of a passive default. It's just that they get picked off right above the toxic screen there. So now without the Omen, they're just going to try to charge through here. This seems risky. Yeah, you still have time on the clock.
Soldown going to come through, up, peeking into B.
Ah.
Oh, that's funny.
I actually had that happen to me like 3 times in a row yesterday in my games.
They're getting pushed right back out. We're going to hang back behind the mound. Now, we should point out ZETA is going to be here if A is going to be the target. We have seen a couple loop-de-loops done from Detonation Focus Me with going into B, back out kind of near C, and then either coming up towards mid or even going into A.
Now, ZETA has enough util to buy time, right? I mean, yeah, I think you send out the Cascade now. It's already at 40 seconds. Then you have the Cove and the High Tide and the Judgment. You might as well use it just to secure this round. Try to make use of that Hero Vandal.
Saya waiting.
There it is. That's going to force them to have to rush through, and then the High Tide as well. They're just walking right through.
Oh, I don't know how this is going to work out. Spike dropped, then picked back up. Suggest gets 2.
A great breakthrough from Suggest and Taka J. Round should go in favor of DFM.
10 seconds left.
Oh, Saya can't get that shot. Going to try to come from behind. Shorty ready.
Oh!
Wall bang there.
Last player
Man, it's a
standing.
1 versus 1. But a tough opponent Suggest always going to clutch a moment like that. 5 to 5. We're totally tied up.
I don't think anyone really expected DFM to catch up this much, right? The first round, you know, seemed to be a Hail Mary, and then the 3rd round win as well, and we were like, okay, you've had these costly wins. But then to string it together like this.
It's cool that it's close, but what a funny way for this to actually be tied up with 5 wins in a row at the start for T1 and then 5 after that here for Detonation Focus Me. So no matter what score we get as we close out the first half, it's going to be extremely close, either 7 to 5 or 6 to 6. Saya back with the operator ready.
Okay, both teams still aware that, you know, either side could try to contest for this A main control. Now, because they haven't pushed all the way out, I mean, ZETA and Saya player, yeah, they have to play it safe. Saya, he's going to get spotted. There's too many.
Bit of a trade. Operator now down. ZETA ready. Fires some shots. I don't believe any bullets are actually connecting, though. Taka gets healed up.
Okay, now Suggest has already been kind of vying for control of B main, making sure no one's pushed out. I don't know if that alarm bot was taken out by Suggest over on B, but we'll take a look. Either way, Suggest has opened the possibility of a B site hit, and which is why Munchkin, he's holding close. They have a lockdown as well on T1. They can buy time if they suspect it, and which is, I think, why DFM also not making any noise coming in. Munchkin reads through this.
Munchkin's going to be ready, but he can't take out a single one. Just a bit of damage dealt there. And they're going to go for a B plant, and this is going to be an extremely difficult, if not impossible, recovery here for T1.
Now they...
Well, they need to plant still.
Yeah, they were expecting that, people might try to just push through right off of the pit.
Beautifully done there.
Oh,
hold on. ZETA beginning to clutch this. He gets 3. Just Suggest left. And then there's none. The spike will be defused, and just a miraculous set of shots there.
Well, oh man, unfortunate, because here's what happened. Is that you had, I believe it was Anthem with the shorty. He gets the kill next to the wall, but whoever was behind him, they actually end up being lined up unintentionally as ZETA just tried to spray on the trade against Anthem, gets 2 for free.
Beautifully done here. I thought for sure this was going to be the 6th round win.
Oh, it's Takajay, yeah. ZETA just gets Takajay and Anthem.
That Suggest just back over here. That was the closing kill. Beautiful round. T1 viewing party over here.
Yeah.
So cool to see these viewing parties for each of the teams and the hype behind them.
Yeah, and all of them, their kind of own HQ buildings as well for the Korean teams at least. Of course, some of the Japanese and Southeast Asian teams as well, sometimes with rented venues.
You got to back up. He does get pinged. Oh my God, this is crazy.
How?
Nobody's thrown a knife
How
yet.
is he still alive?
I can't believe this. All right, suddenly ZETA has just killed 3. Well, we were watching those Jets run around.
We were just as lost as both
I
of
don't
them.
know. I'm like, there's a lot of gray on the screen.
Wow. Well, T1 comes to the rescue. Saya and Soldom both, their movements are so good with the Jets just to stay alive, right? Just to try to catch up. And I think one of the things that we're noticing here is Saya is very well aware that Soldom's not the type of Jet to back off of a duel. And so Saya plays actually a lot safer than sometimes we've seen him do when he's up against some of these other Jets.
Well, this is a tough round. Obviously, there's no reason to save. It's the 12th round here, so they're going to try to make something work, but it's a huge gauntlet of utility you're going to have to try to navigate to even get into A.
And the smoke's going to... Oh, he almost got it.
It looked like, yeah. That was a funny moment.
30 seconds left.
Spike in hand here.
Man,
33 HP.
You see that shot, as soon as he hears the gunfire, he just goes for the timing shot on whatever he's memorized in terms of the line of sight. That's the type of focus you want in your main opper.
So that's going to be the 7th win. We're done with the first half. But T1 with a great play. But ultimately, I'm almost more surprised by anything else in this entire first game is this crazy streak that Detonation Focus Me had. They really were able to string together enough wins that this is suddenly surprisingly close. If Detonation Focus Me can have a good first couple rounds and they can play that well like we've already seen here in the first half, the later part of the first half, I should say, I think there's a real shot here.
Yeah, and I think my big, focus is on actually Zenfree, not because he's the one who needs to get the kills or anything, but because he's kind of the big difference maker in terms of Asian composition, right? You've got that Omen instead of the Harbor. Now, that means that you need to be more aggressive to make use of your utility to take control of the map. You can't just sit back with the Cascades just to deny map control. You actually have to take it with your own 2 hands. And here's the thing, when it came down to these 2v2, 3v3 skirmishes, T1 was constantly coming out on top. The only way that DFM was getting these early kills was when they were able to swarm or get some early picks, 1v1. And they're going to have to figure out kind of what's T1's attacking default here. What side of the map do they favor? Curious to see what kind of discussion happens in this halftime as they switch sides. Now, score-wise, T1 absolutely in the advantage, right? It's a 3-site map, and also the orbs are very attacker-heavy. And they already got 7 rounds on the defense. If they can win the pistol, T1, they should be able to play a very comfortable second half.
Yeah, great match so far. And I'll tell you what, William, I'm really relieved to see this. I was a little bit worried that this was just going to be one team dumpstering the other. And, T1, it's going to be business as usual. But to see Detonation Focus Me evolve and improve and adapt and I think show a really great match so far here, that's exciting. You got to look forward to that. And let's see what they can do in the second half. I think if they can have, tighten up they're playing just a little bit, just by a few percentage points. I think T1 could end up losing this.
We have a Japanese fan, it looks like, cheering for T1 next to
That's
their
so
friend
funny.
who's cheering for DFM. So, I mean, listen, you know, you may have your favorite teams, and sometimes those can cross borders, right? Nobody says you have to necessarily only cheer for the team that's from your own country or region, although, you know, maybe once you go to the international tournaments, maybe they would appreciate that support. But for now, you
Yeah,
can
no,
cheer.
this is nice. I like this, seeing all these fans from all over the world showing up. And it's so cool that we now have all these teams here in Asia competing against each other. This has been a great few weeks, and it's going to get better in the next few we have to come. Right now, a very close match here for T1 versus DFM. T1 now with the spike, ready to try to plant. For now, focus down towards A. A heavy
Wow.
mid-stack over here for Detonation Focus Me.
So Munchkin just goes for the Sheriff. You know, 0 util.
Yeah,
Just going to hold that, you know, flank.
T1, they're so good in these pistol rounds, but hold on, Anthem and Soldom have something to say
Whoa!
about that.
One enemy remaining.
That
Oh
was
my God, beautifully done.
Anthem. Stays alive the entire time, goes for every single trade, cleans out the round. I mean, well played by him, really utilizing that choke point against, you know, T1. You know, they had to be able to actually flood B-Link there, or A-Link rather, to be able to win this fight. And
Okay, that was a crazy back and forth there. Anthem really clutching that at the very end. And it was like what we were talking about literally just a couple minutes ago, William, is that if they can have a little bit of a better start here, well, who's to say they can't actually pull ahead? I think it's going to still be a bit of a back and forth, at least score-wise. I know that the first half was like, we're going to get almost all of our wins at once, and then it's going to be your turn to get all your wins. But a very exciting start, and again, a very tough round here for T1 as Detonation Focus Me might be able to tie it up.
okay, so he was scratched up, which is why I was worried. I mean, I think Saya had the read as well, that he was just going to no-scope close range. But the Poison Cloud actually coming up just in time. Take J really utilizing his own utility to his advantage. He's going to get healed up as well. Now, but here's the difference, right? T1, they're trying to target these other sites to figure out what is your setup on the other parts of the map, right? We already saw you use the Paranoia to get control of A main once again. We'll let that be. Now they've gained a little bit more information of, okay, the turret's over on B, the Viper's been setting up this way on C, we got the ult orb. Okay, now we can try to go for a Hail Mary and try to remember what we gained in this round.
Okay, collecting up outside of B. We don't have any committed locations just yet for T1. We do have a little bit of build-up on the other side here for Detonation Focus Me. T1 going to pull back out now towards
30
the attacker
seconds left.
side, perhaps coming towards A. Munchkin's already over at A.
Oh,
It does get the drop onto Soldom.
Yeah, they recovered that Marshal, and he's going to charge in to try to clear the site. He gets another.
Oh, God. This is a great round so far for T1. Should be an easy plant. Munchkin going to come very close to the edge.
I mean, at this point, the gun advantage not necessarily entirely in favor of DFM.
Right.
Spike planted.
It's been a great round for T1. Is Detonation Focus Me going to push? Looks like they are. Double stack ready.
Oh, and just the instant kill.
Oh, whips the shot.
One
4
more time.
HP.
Remaining.
Covered by Ban. Beautifully done. Anthem, the last one. Hard to imagine anything but a win for T1. But Anthem pushes regardless. Carpe with 4 HP needs to hide. Try to get a surprise angle.
They hear him.
Okay, not bad. Carpe actually finally getting that last kill. Good hiding spot there. The 8th win here for T1. An unusual ebb and flow in the second half. Really a brilliant round for T1. Munchkin able to infiltrate the A site, and the rest of Detonation Focus Me unable to recover it.
Yeah, and it all comes down to the fact that not only did Munchkin already take control of Rubble, but he had recovered that Marshal from Saya's body, right? I mean, because the Poison Cloud had to be up for Take to feel safe, he was able to sneak in, pick up the Marshal, and then rotate back. And that one Marshal pays off. Now they're way ahead in Econ. DFM having to get thrown back onto the back foot on a save round here. I mean, they're going full save as well,
Yeah,
right? No
big.
utility from the Killjoy.
Big eco round. Let's see if they can get some surprise drops. I mean, it's been a patient round here for T1. I think they're hoping there's going to be some kind of gambly play, like a bum rush from one of the sides, but Detonation Focus Me not going to do that just yet.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you have the gun advantage, especially on the attacker side, you might as well just spend the first 30 seconds. They've already, again, that previous round, they spent some time figuring out the setups from DFM. They know that it's not going to be a heavy investment this time around. And now it's just an all-in. They're even securing the ult orb as well. Saya, great entry.
Oh my God, yeah. Taka Jake's unable to make any shots connect over there. Sia's going to be theirs for the planting. As we're going to see Detonation focus me and what they can possibly do to recover in a pretty impossible situation.
Oh, and because of the guns they have, right, they can just spam through from Mound. They're all going to empty the site. They don't want to have to deal with potential, you know, close-range battle. And it looks like DFM happy to just say, you know what, we went for a full entire save anyway. No reason to give over some of these clutch ult points. So just going to die to the spike. That's just the agenda here. So as we count down the spike, I mean, let's talk about kind of how this has been going on, right? T1, obviously a miraculous, heroic, rather thrifty coming out from Munchkin,
right,
with that Marshall. And now they play this round safely again. They're actually going to get a flawless, so they're able to keep that lead once more. They have only 1 point away from the lockdown. That's the big focus for the next round. Anthem, okay, yeah. Anthem, also only 1 point away from his Seekers. Now, I don't think DFM is going to be too greedy where they're going to like push out just for that one ult orb. But they will have to, you know, be very well aware that T1's going to want to try to fill this lockdown up on the side of Munchkin. So the idea is, do you empty one site, just let them have the orb, use the lockdown, and then go for the retake? Or are you going to try to fight both orbs on A and C? Because that is a risky investment.
This is going to be such an important round for Detonation Focus Me.
Oh, they're going to try to fight the orb on C.
Okay, yeah, they're going to see if they can contest this. And we've got Saya hanging back. He's going to nab the spike and actually courier that up towards A. A has a pretty interesting defensive setup. Again, with the weaponry that Detonation Focus Me saved to get, they really need to make this work.
He's going to walk through.
Yeah. Bad move there. Oh, dizzy for a second. Suggest gets banned. Munchkin takes Takajay out, who then takes Munchkin back out.
Yeah, rushing through on the door. I know it's because they were getting spammed with util over from main as well, but I guess, you know, if anything, they just fell right into the trap. Now, A site has been emptied. They're just trusting that the Nanoswarm will buy them enough time. Also, you know, worst case, they'll just do a 4v2 retake. So T1 just happy to get a free plant. Now, Saya, if he wants to go for the win, he would try to push in even deeper into drop, but they're just going to go for the safe plant. It looks like they just want the extra creds here.
Yeah. So I got a strong round here for Detonation Focus Me. That A plant's going to come down. Saya going to try to come just outside of A, see if he can intercept anybody. It's a full collection of Detonation Focus Me players moving up through the top towards and past spawn.
There's a timing play here.
Yeah.
With that smoke coming out as well, you know that they're all coming in from spawn. If Karpi can just buy time.
He's unable to. Anthem shot is too good. Saya gets the first kill. Shinfree's down.
They can't rush this.
Yeah, nicely done, honestly.
Yeah, he gets another one as well.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's a tiny victory inside the round loss itself, but Detonation Focus Me does fight back nicely. Only 2 rifles will carry through. We go into round 17. As a timeout is called here for Detonation Focus Me. They've been playing a very close game once they had that 5-round recovery. And now it's been a much more back and forth series in the second half, but T1 is still steadily ahead. This very well, if T1 can be as consistent as they've been so far, and with like a 13-11 score. So what Detonation Focus Me needs to do is tighten it up, get that extra round or two, and either catch up and get a lead, or otherwise go to overtime, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm curious, right, because DFM right now, they're kind of in a similar boat in that they haven't really been able to get any solid map control from the defensive side, which again, on Lotus is very, very difficult to do. I mean, there's a reason that, you know, pretty much anyone and everybody that's ever played a map of Lotus will agree that it's attacker-sided, right? The orbs are attacker-favored. The map itself is attacker-favored. And so you have to invest so much. Now, whether it's the C site or the A site or C main or A main, you have to dump so much. You have to use the paranoia at the very least. That's already, you know, a 250 credit, one single use ability down the drain if you don't get, you know, kills or even really be able to secure that area entirely. So DFM, I mean, do you do the same thing T1 did in that last time out? I would suspect not, because they saw what happened when they got the read against T1, and yeah, it's just going to be a separate setup. So, okay, they're putting up Anthem in mid just to be able to scout with the guiding lights through B main and then provide support one way or the other. He can quickly go to A stairs as well. So they're relying on the fact that B has not been the choice from T1 yet.
Bit of a slow start here for T1. There's a double stack over here. Soldam and Zinfree just at C.
And look at...
He's ready.
Well, that too, and then I was also just taking a look at the fact that as soon as they see that T1, they say, okay, maybe if there's no push out from B, maybe this is the round where we do it.
Nicely done.
This is a nice changeup. They did this before when Suggest was playing the Rays, right, with the Showstopper and the nades as well. So a great pick. Now they know that T1 has to go to A. You know that you funneled them in.
They know there's a lot of Killjoy utility over here to sandbag progress. Suggest ready to be on the receiving end. The Jet dashes through, pulling the crosshair over. Dog gun down. Suggest gets one and
Zin
two.
Gets two. Why? He's bought enough time.
Yeah, he's done his job. Now it's going to be up to the rest of Detonation Focus Me to recover this. They haven't planted the spike yet. Just around the corner is Anthem, ready. Whiffs the shot. Carpe gets the kill. Spike now coming down.
Ooh, getting in to drop a bit too early before backup was here. He was practically trapped.
That's so good.
Healing over here.
Soldam, no dash available.
Wrap around, gets one, but Carpe's there to return the favor. 10th win on the board. T1 can see the finish line in sight. But a really exciting round back there, and I think we see some very cool ideas at play here for Detonation Focus Me. I really like seeing that push out from the C site and kind of sandwiching them into A. Unfortunately, the execution on the A site was just too strong, as was the hold.
I mean, here's the thing. We just saw how Taka J was taken out as well, and I don't mean to harp on DFM, but the reason it feels so unfortunate is because the macro idea was there, like you said, Tasteless, to pinch them in, but then they go for these individual 1v1 peaks that they didn't need. All they needed to do was buy time, even when it was a 3v2. Anthem traps himself into drop. Just an unfortunate way to finish that round where they should have been able to get the W at multiple points in that round.
A big push here from Detonation Focus Me. We haven't seen an A push that's gone this far down, but everybody here from T1 is ready to meet them. As we see an action-packed beginnings here. 2 drop now for Detonation Focus Me.
Just an excellent cascade from ZETA, saving the entire team.
Yep, just Anthem in the back, and he is cleaned up. 11 wins now. Detonation Focus Me, they need that energy that they had in the first round. They need to get those 5 rounds in a row now. It is looking dire. T1, obviously we expect them to win that round, but it's getting a little bit painful here for Detonation Focus Me.
Okay, well, they buy that operator finally, right? So this is the round. I mean, not just because of the score, but also because of the investment. You have the operator, you have lockdown, you have Viper's Pit. You have so many ways to buy time and force a rotate to the other side of the map. Now, operator alongside the Viper. So most likely just if they get a spot, they're going to use the Pit to secure this site or eventually just to allow Soldam to rotate. An early snake bite as well. He's actually just going to plant Soldam there. Soldam all alone. Cascade.
Oh, great shot. Soldam starts it with an escape back to C, ready for shot number 2 to come forward. T1 unrelents.
Taka J trying to buy time with the snake bite. He's got to put the pit up. He's got to delay this.
Viper's Pit's up. Soldam still lurking.
Okay, now
wrap through into B now.
Yep, B site. Nano Swarm, does it go off? No, it's just going to get cleared. Swarmed right away.
Okay, double Viper's Pit now. This time attacker side onto B. T1 trying to commit to that 12th win. This is going to mute the advantage of that operator. He can't really use that easily in this position especially.
Counter lockdown?
You should run.
This is crazy, William.
Well, but here's the thing.
This is nuts.
DFM, they don't have a way to clear that lockdown. Yeah. And time-wise, if you wait for this, there's really not a good way to say this. You're going to run out of time. You have to go through a Viper's Pit as well. Right there. You have to flood it.
It's going to be a scramble to try to get in now. We've got Zinfree and Soldam coming in. Anthem as well. ZETA takes Taka J out.
Oh, and the door closes again.
Shot from the back over there. It's a 2v2.
2v2.
Not
They
much
need to get
time
on the
left to
spike.
defuse the spike.
Remaining.
Suggest just gonna have to save. Couldn't get through the door in time because of ZETA holding it down. And will he survive? Okay, he's just gonna hide. Very smart.
Match point.
Really well done from T1. I mean, you know, they make sure they don't overcommit on chasing Soldan, but they put enough pressure to draw out these crucial ultimates, right, coming out from DFM. DFM, I mean, they played it right. They had to use the Viper's Pit just to save Soldan, otherwise Soldan would absolutely have been swarmed. And probably Taka J taken out as well, but the unfortunate part is
you see him beating his friends with the
Yeah.
clappers. That was funny on the left side. All right, it is a timeout called here for DFM. It's now or never.
Yeah, and something I've noticed a couple rounds in a row from DFM is they're a little scared to use and trust their utility, it seems like. For instance, even then, you know, the Nanoswarm setup on B, you might as well have just popped it as soon as, you know, hear the door open and then close just to buy time. You kind of wait until I think it was cleared out. Maybe it was popped and they just jumped all over it, but it didn't seem like they were taking many hits on their HP bars. But we saw that on A side as well, right? They popped the Nanoswarm and then Taka J, just curious to see if anyone's going to try to come through, trying to use the off timing against them. And I mean, we have a lot of fans here, as you can see, cheering for DFM. They still don't have a win on the board, and while it does seem like it's an uphill battle, they would love to see it just get even close, go to a map 3, even take away the opponent's map pick, something to hold on to, right, for the rest of the Pacific season.
Well, they did it once in the first half. Can they do it again? But it matters in order to tie this up and go to overtime. Giving Detonation Focus Me your energy, guys. This is a tough situation.
Okay, with the one way that you know that there is attention being put into the C site, and look at T1. They are just sending Ban on his own mission to seek out all the util on A, but they're waiting for this pinch onto C.
Oh. Saya shoots a knife out, doesn't connect, shoots a second, can't reach that one either.
Oh, but here's the thing. They used the paranoia, and they couldn't get a kill, nor can they keep the space. They have to back out. Zenfree doing a heroic hold on Mound just to try to hide and get one kill, but so much investment to lose that space.
He Shroud steps back towards C. They're pretty confident this is either going to be B or A.
Okay, a good read.
Yep, they get some good intel there with the bird. Oh. Nice shot for Ban. Not necessarily opening B up fully, but they are going to try to push it and make some headway, closing out mid. The spike's going to be shuttled up into B now, and it's going to be up to Detonation Focus Me to try to recover it. Suggest with that kill on the Ban is going to even this out to a 4-4. In close quarters now, the question is, can Detonation Focus Me push in and crush through, or is this going to be a T1 victory?
Okay, so Munchkin just checked door to make sure that they're not getting flanked. Zenfree actually coming through from behind there, but he's not going to have enough time. Now that they get the early kills, he's going to try to draw attention. He just needs to stay alive so they can swarm the site.
All right, this is all but over. Just Munchkin left over. Can he do it? Taka J and
preventing the push.
The fuse starts. It gets to halfway. He starts the second half.
They're forcing him out.
That's a great moment back there with not many more seconds left on that spike. They do get the defuse. This is 12-8. Detonation Focus Me starts the comeback. Can they keep it going? Will we get to overtime?
Now, while they weren't able to secure that area on C, you called it as it was happening, Tasteless. A great read from Anthem to check if it's a push onto B, right? Because they heard all this noise without the main force being on A, they expect, logically, the closest is going to be B. You know that we were all over on C, so the guiding light gives them the information to set up for that B hold. Ban even getting a little over eager to take extra space over on B Heaven. Gives them an advantage in DFM. A great retake. Zenfree actually waiting on that timing for his teammates to get the kills to open the door as a distraction.
Right, flash through here is going to reveal exactly how many T1 players are there, but it doesn't matter. Saya takes Zenfree out and starts it. Some shots fired through into A, but there's no one there to receive it. A triple stack onto B. Only Taka J into C as A site is naked, but T1 hasn't pushed in.
Just waiting to see if there's a pinch on the other side as well. Because they heard everyone running through B. They're afraid that there could be a flank coming in from the B side as well. Good spot from Saya. And T1, they're playing the clock so much to their advantage.
All right, here we go. The creep into A begins. And nice flash over there onto the sky. Saya gets one. Anthem takes Zeta out. Anthem gets 3. Suggest clutching that as well. There's one player that could do it. Maybe it'd be Munchkin, but this is a tall order even for him. Spike is dropped, by the way.
Okay, so Anthem purposely makes noise as well to go into tree just to draw out Munchkin. They know he's still in A main.
Left.
You've got Suggest up top. You've got Takajay watching stairs. No reason for anyone to peek out aggressively. Look at the angles they're holding. They're all ready to trade for each other.
What do you think? Should he try to save?
I mean, listen,
There's no reason to try to come out. I mean, he's going to get pinched no matter what, but...
You only have 100 credits yourself, right? The rest of your team can try to go for some form of a buy here. If you want, I mean, you could also, you have enough rounds where you could go for the Hero Vandal play. But also your position, that's the biggest thing, is your position is so disadvantageous where you didn't have the spike. They already have control of the site. And a great hold from Anthem. Here's the thing, I was about to call out that he got stunned by the judgment. He was the only one who wasn't able to dodge around it too much because of the limited space on A. He still gets 3 kills. Bit of a smoke miss there.
Yeah, an unfortunate setup. But really Anthem, I mean, just with the spray down kills, beautifully done. I thought for sure that was probably going to be the 13th victory there for T1, but a clutch moment. And the dream is still alive here for Detonation Focus Me.
Well, DFM, they're starting to play their defense a lot better. I mean, yes, Zenfrey, he tries to go for another risky play in that previous round, but at the end of the day, the way they're adjusting mid-round after the first battles, right, has been much improved. And in fact, in some ways, not that this is a stat to boast about, but the fact that you're winning these 4v5s is quite impressive on the side of DFM, and it really goes to show that they're starting to get a better read on T1's mid-rounding now to throw a wrench into the plans of DFM. Munchkin has been planted deep into C. Now, early Seekers from Anthem, just because of all that noise, it's not going to give them enough info.
Blinded.
Oh, they know.
Right there.
It was popped purposely behind that box. They know he has to be either behind the box or right at the entrance to the site.
Soldem's going to go for a rotation here, and then he's going to lean back into it, actually. It backfires as Carpe gets that kill. And this is going to make a lot of ambiguity about what's happening at mid here. Sinfree knows that nobody's actually pushed to B just yet, but it's still not clear. Is it going to be B? Or sorry, C or A?
Well,
it is in fact going to be C coming forward here.
Trying. Turret eating a couple shots as well.
30 seconds left.
Oh my God, some crazy moments here. Zeta takes Anthem out. Zippy with a little rotation now. C site has 20 seconds left to plant. They get the bubble up, so there's no way to deny Zeta from getting that spike planted.
Yeah, but
even though he's going to have to do it twice.
Yeah, but Zeta's weak. Oh, banned!
Oh my God, he's so low. There it is, banned with a double kill. 13-9 is how the first game ends. T1 victorious, at least so far in this best of 3.
GG to T1. Now, I don't think they're going to be too satisfied with how that went. And this isn't to take away from DFM. I think a lot of it was off the back of DFM starting to get better reads on T1's mid-rounding. However, T1, they're a team that everyone's been praising about their potential. The fact that you can get, kind of read through partway through each half is not a promising sign for the players themselves, right? They have higher goals that they want to reach, but at the end of the day, they are still able to close it out. Not in a completely one-sided fashion, but not in a worrisome fashion either. 13-9, not a score to be too concerned about. It was their map pick.
Yeah, I guess the bigger concern right now for Detonation Focus Me is just, if they're going to make any progress in this tournament, they basically had to win every single map from here on out. Even then, it's not a guaranteed possibility, right? It is nice to see them, I think, improve in real time, to see them recover, especially when they were in dire straits after the I believe it was the 5th round victory for T1 in a row. They did play a very impressive later half of that, but ultimately it was T1 who came out on top. And we got to see what adjustments Detonation Focus Me can make going into map number 2.
Yeah,
split, I believe.
I mean, their calls have been a lot better, right? I will say it's still relatively one-dimensional compared to some of the top teams in each region. However, the set plays have been good. The trading has been a lot cleaner. And again, the mid-rounding, the way they're positioning themselves in a lot of these rounds has looked a lot better than their previous matches, which is why they were able to still try to claw back into this Lotus map. And this fan saying it's tough being a T1 fan. Now they add that it's because they're so beautiful, but I think it's also probably because they're always on the verge of a heart attack here.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of nail-biter games, and honestly, nail-biter games, I mean, they're cool to watch, but at the same time, if you're really going to be improving and dominating, you want to have more one-sided games. You want to really have your boot on their neck. And T1 has been having to fight for every victory they've achieved so far.
And it says we don't know what's written here. Well, but that's just written in Korean just to make fun of all the fans, both that can read Korean and not.
They can't.
Well, here's the thing. DFM now, they picked Split in the next map. So, I mean, this is, I think, a map where they could really shake up T1. T1 relies heavily on getting this early info, going for these rotates to go for these larger macro plays. Curious to see if T1's prepped against the potential chaos that DFM brings here.
That's true, but it's also a very wide map, and we know that Detonation Focus Me likes to seesaw a lot. They like to try to go to A and then back to B, and you don't have a lot of opportunities to do that too often. We had a lot of last-second plants there for Detonation Focus Me as well. Maybe if we've got T1 with just some solid play in general, I think they could take it.
Yeah, again, I mean, T1's favored. There's no doubt about that, but the big question is what does DFM bring? You know, what kind of prep do they have here on Split?
All right, guys, we're going to go to a break. We come back, we're going to be going to the desk, and then map 2 in this best of 3. We'll be right back. We triple stack over here on A for now. ZETA gets the first drop.
Can't get the kill yet. Simon's still alive. as we see this round kind of.
Oh, I think they can get this. They're going to clutch it. Round shots fired, and he ultimately does take out Soldum.
He's holding.
And many more. Oh my God! It is now a wrap around there. Does connect it, and the first 3-man setup they have. 2-3 looking pretty good. Comes around with it, and this just it's going to be ready. Gets wide. The Viper's pin. Another flash.
And 1 kill.
Just suggests left.
Just gonna hold that, playing that. That
was Jay. Might stack ready. Oh. Okay.
Just gonna walk through.
Saya gets the first. They're over. Doggun down. Just gets 1 and 2.
Practically trapped.
As we see an action-packed beginnings here. Left spike. Uses spike. Good intel there.
ZETA のシュラゼロです。ZETA のバースです。ZETA じゃない方の竹 J です。どういうこと ？DFM のアンセムです。VCT リーグで日本代表としてプレーすることはどんな意味がありますか？野田さんどう思います？特にない。特にない。俺もない。なんもない。アンセムは？まあでもめっちゃ嬉しいことはあるじゃないですか。何？ある？何？ない。日本の誇りもなんもないらしいですね。ZETA は。俺たちあるもんなって。いや、言うとまあ嬉しいことでもあり、頑張らなきゃいけないなとは思うよね。頑張らなきゃいけないなしかないよね。うん、そうだね。多分人変更した方がいいかもしれない。このチーム間でなんかライバル意識みたいなのってありますか？どうだろうな。難しいところではあるな。ライバルだと思ってないし俺は。あ、そうなんだね。ライバルと思えないし。なんで？いや俺やっぱでっかい夢を持ちたいからさ。俺のライバル増えてくるよ。かっこいいでしょ。すごい。だからZETAごときではライバルとは思えないかな。ちょっと上昇だよ。夢はでかくね。夢はでかく持った方がいいからね、やっぱり。お互いのチームの弱点を言ってほしいし、だからサジェストは弱点だよね。うちのチームは。サジェストのとこだけマジ来てくれたらマジで勝てるよ。俺はなんだろうお前。1マップ目が弱い。ちゃんとや。それちゃんとした弱点や。え？相手チームの弱点。DFM なんだろうな。ゼロ勝とか。そうだね。ゼロ勝だから多分ビクビクしてると思う。メンタルね。 メンタルが今ブレてる。ブレブレ。本当に。ね、見てわかる。見てわかる。すげえ。さすがサブやな。さすがサブ。ほらもう、してるもんここ。
ジェットは一番上手い人。
ソルダム。ゲップ。ゲップ。ソルダム。
オペレーターが一番上手い人。
ラズ。ゲップ。ラズ。ラズさん。
一番僕が上手い人。
俺。シュガー。シュガー。シュガーゼロさん。お前らさ、俺ら上手いやついないぞ。シュガーゼロさんが上手いに決まっとるやん。
センチネルが上手い人。
サジェスト。センチネルでしょ。サジェスト。ゲップ。
一番マッチョの人。
サジェスト。メロフォビア。ああ。それもあった。99。ジュニア。
ラッシュトークしながら最後に一言お互いにメッセージ。
でも勝つことないじゃん。いや勝つよ。だって0勝じゃん。勝ってないよ。0勝じゃん。2勝でしょだって。2勝もしてんだ。2勝もしてる。何勝？ゼロだよ。どっから自信が出てきた？自信しかないよね一応ね。自信しかない。でも自信は大事ですよ。自信は大事。応援してくれてるファンは楽しみに待っといて。どうぞ。
ZETA ファイティング。次の試合も楽しみに。
OK。
Let's go, Take! Let's go! Go, go, go! 始めてるよ。おお、竹地ね。おお、面白すぎ。
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. That was a pretty fun video, like Taka J said.
Yes.
All we have is confidence.
And they have to hold on to it, but also the shot of the Dalgona sugar like cookie things.
They're trash at that game.
Yeah.
Do they know how to play?
That is an accurate reflection of their states, their standings.
That's so mean.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna say
I'll take that back.
they're both pretty trash at that game, or they didn't understand how to play. They're like, break it. Break
it, just stab it.
Now, it was interesting in the first half of this game. It looked like it was going to be an easy win for T1 in the first couple of rounds, but then DFM had a really good comeback at some point.
Yeah, T1 started off with 5 rounds in a row, which, you know, you look at that and it's like, okay, well, T1 looked like the much better team, but DFM have been doing this all season long, where they do make these comebacks or attempts at comebacks, and they got pretty close, you know, 7-5 in the first round, 13-9. So what can you say? They got there. Anthem actually on top for this time, so we didn't see a lot of Soldom or Suggest carrying, although they did have some rounds here or there. Anthem was actually the one who had to kind of pull it up for the team when he's not normally the guy. So maybe if some of the other, you know, carry players can come up and play at his level, then perhaps DFM will have an easier time.
My God, Valdez, what a statement! Jesus.
Just gotta call him out, you know.
That's true.
No beating around the bush.
You take 5 rounds, I'm gonna take 5 back, and it's all at the hands of Anthem.
Oh, well, yeah. Well, okay. Let's talk about Zen Free Skills and the beginning of DFM's comeback. In the very beginning, There was a point, you know, this is their second win in a row.
And this is really the round that they started to find more of that wind, is because DFM started to play with chaos. You see how Soldam actually dashes in. This guy is like W Gaming personified. He just goes in, aggression, and that's what I want. And then that allows for the team to really get the spike down, and once that happens, Zenfree gains control of the site. Zenfree gains control of the space, and in this final 1-on-3, it's just virtually impossible for Ban to actually come out on top at all, because he's got so many different angles to look out for. So again, you take different parts of control, you have a split push coming in. T1 has no idea how to defend against that, but I think towards the end they started to adapt.
Yeah, that's right. In fact, we did see a lot of that, obviously, later on. They had some really critical round wins, especially during Thrifty rounds. That went well.
Yeah, I mean, they got the Thrifty in the second round of the second half, and it all starts with Munchkin. This is how you win Thrifties, right? You pick up a Marshall. We've seen sometimes it doesn't work. Already Zenfree's low, so that's 2 kills for T1 already after they lost the pistol round. I loved how he opened it up. This double stack is perfect to defend the site. You get a double right click in, and it just means that even though DFM, they have so much more firepower after winning the pistol round, you get a couple of picks, and T1 are going to upgrade hugely and, of course, take all the wind out of DFM's sails. I was a little bit worried for T1, actually, after DFM took the pistol round, because especially with how close the first half was, you know, if DFM got a couple rounds in a row, then we're tied at 7, and then it's really anybody's game from there. But after that round win, I think T1 kind of, it was like the beginning of the end, it felt like for me.
Do you feel the same way?
I think so. I mean, that's that big but because like that's kind of how you find momentum, how you break your opponent's momentum even, and it's really tough for DFM to come back from something like that, and I think that's something that reflects and shows in the final scoreline.
Yeah, you pointed out as we were watching it, DFM did have some interesting ideas.
They
did. Interesting,
Thank
but
you
like
for
the
reminding
British
me.
use of interesting. Look at it, interesting.
Yes, I think Will and Tasus pointed this out as well. They had an interesting strat to actually take control over C, especially where the ultimate orb is, and then they managed to kind of get the right read and rotate around over to A. But the problem came down to how T1 really recognized this as well. I mean, Suggest with a good performance trying to anchor down the site, buy as much time as possible. But T1, as soon as the spike goes down, they instantly know, all right, they're probably right around the corner. Let's play close quarters, because this is where they can kind of catch DFM by surprise. And then Carpe managed to get one off of Anthem. At the final point of it, they kind of knew where the rest were coming from. So, well played by both sides. It shows that DFM has ideas. You saw at the early start of the replay, especially outside of C, just throw out all of that utility. And it kind of catches T1 by surprise. But when T1 are stabilized, ZETA is the guy that kind of shows up.
Yeah, ZETA was on top of the scoreboard, essentially. He did a great job of carrying T1 this time around. It was basically him and Munchkin who were at the top of the scoreboard. So really loved what ZETA was doing on this map on the harbor. Just creating so much space for the team, and even outside of the numbers, did just so much to help carry the team to the victory.
That's right. I think it's a lot of those reads of, like, you know, you throw out your cascade, have a guiding light go along with it, and just knowing where Soda might push, knowing where DFM might push, and ZETA really kind of hammers down those sprays with the Phantom a lot, and he gets a lot of frags for that.
That's right. Well, we are going to go into map 2 now, which is Split. It is DFM's pick. Last map, Lotus was T1's pick. I don't know if this is going to make a difference or not. I think Split's just going to be kind of a surprise either way.
It's a huge wild card, if anything, Vic.
Yeah.
Valdez, like, dude, the last time any of these teams played Split was eons ago. It's like
in 1842.
Last year, yeah, in 1842. And T1 was actually playing in NA then, like Side Player and well, not Side Player, but yeah, this was like way back when, and it's a very different time. It's when Chamber was still in the meta. Now, you know, it's gonna be a whole different look, and it's hard for us to predict any of this.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Split is definitely an interesting choice, as you mentioned. It's been a long time since both of these teams did pick it, so maybe this is something that DFM has been preparing. Perhaps, you know, with Binds, if you were going to go for like a crazy kind of wild card pick of a map, Binds could have also been another option, but hasn't been in the pool for nearly as long, obviously, so as it did just join.
Oh.
And take a look at these comps.
Okay.
My goodness. Well, I mean, it's just to dive right into it, right? I think the current meta that we're seeing so far in Split, especially with the Pacific teams, is to play double controller. You almost always see an Astra Viper, especially from the Korean teams. But what you just saw on DFM's side, you got double Sentinel instead. You have the Sage, which could still be viable, especially with the wall, and if you know how to play around that. And then you have the Cypher, which I have to presume is something to they're going to use to counter maybe Saya player or something.
That's right. I mean, and unlike our game earlier, Cypher will not have 3 ults. I'm kind of curious how this is going to play out. Yeah, so with that, I am expecting some of those clippable sold-out moments on Split. I feel it in my bones. And yeah, so we're going to go into Game 2 now. Split between the Japanese and Korean teams, DFM and T1. Take it away, Tasteless and Will.
Consider it taken. We're ready now to go into map number 2. It's going to be on Split, as said at the desk. We haven't seen these guys fight on this map in a long time.
No, especially in these iterations, right, of their rosters, and of course the game state as well, as Quack mentioned. I think on the side of T1, not too surprising, Double Duelist seems to be the go-to for a lot of teams just to try to break through that attacking side. Now, my big question is DFM, their composition, single smoke with an Omen. And then the Sage and the Cypher, some very old school ideas on Split where a lot of people, they start to shy away from that Omen, especially the single controller, just because you can't buy, you know, enough space, right? The Viper or the Astra has a little bit more of a global or semi-global presence on Split. Omen, I think if you're going to use it, when you go to the defensive side, you're going to have to, again, use that paranoia to push out, you know, take control of spaces like B Garage. But for now, they're going to start on the attacking side, so most likely they'll just vie for intel and then kind of go for these, you know, 5-man pushes using the paranoia.
Yeah, pretty even split over here for Detonation Focus Me. We've seen this team oftentimes on the attacker side move a little bit slow, you know, meandering from the A side to the B and then back to the A. But of course, this is a wide map, so it can be pretty unforgiving if you get out of position. And the spikes in transit as we get into the later part of any round, they're going to have to try to commit and make sure that that spike can actually get in there so they can get that round win. We do see collecting DFM players now around mid. Over on the receiving side is going to be ZETA.
Okay, so they're actually, DFM is playing this early part very well, right? They read that the Toxins will end soon, so they put up a smoke to draw out extra util. They just drew out a Snake Bite and the Pain Shells, and then the Toxins have to recharge. So they've gained a lot in the first couple seconds. Now, if T1, okay, well, they are going to push out.
Oh my god, whiff shots on both sides. Bangas managed to get back.
I was about to say, if T1 doesn't push out, DFM wouldn't have really gained too much space from it, but Ban actually gives them the opportunity to strike back.
See Ban frustrated there for a second on camera, missing 3 shots so far, not really making much of a mark. It does seem to be enough to push DFM away, at least for a little bit. They're going to come back up through Ramen in a mid-site that's basically vacant. I mean, they've smoked off Mail and could perhaps creep up into Vent. And as for A itself, I mean, it's Munchkin pushed way into the back, so this is probably going to have to be a retake unless Munchkin can somehow delay this.
Yeah, absolutely has to be a retake. I mean, Munchkin, he's going to vie for just 1 shot here. He's actually just going to back out as well off the smoke. Now, because of this, DFM, they're not going to get control of screens, but they will be able to hold control of Heaven. They even have a Siege Wall there to make sure that they can't flood Heaven. Left. T1 accurately recognizes this, so the only way they can do this is that they come through vents. Taki J has to hold strong, can't be distracted by the wall breaking right now.
Okay, they've got the wall set up here. Bit of a nuisance to try to get into sight. Saya is going to come around the corner and does not get the kill. Taka J too fast, but Ban takes him out instead. Push down ramp here, suggests waiting on the receiving side. Whips the shot as Ban gets that kill. Anthem really deep lurk here, but the A side itself may be a little bit too open.
Well, Zenfree just getting picks one by one.
Oh, not good enough. DFM takes the first round win.
4 kills.
Yeah, and I got to say, you know, they have done a great job. They baited out the utility we saw at mid. They tried to come up into garage and decided maybe it's unwise. There's a sheriff there ready to dome them. And then they got into the site, and with good control, they managed to take that first round win, and I'm excited. I feel like this could be very well the beginnings of a DFM snowballing effect, or maybe they actually come out here with a second map win.
Whoa, just one round, Ace.
I'm like, and then after that, they win every game from there on out, and then they're the world champions. Figure that out, will you?
I mean, a good start, though. Again, I like that you kind of re-emphasize the point that the way they played it was smarter. We saw him, he's kind of trapped. All right, Anthem using the running gun to his advantage to force the dash out from Ban. Now, he doesn't have to give up the ult door, but most importantly, because he's playing Lurk on his own, the most important mission for Anthem is to not give away the Spectre for free. So he's just going to hang back, make sure that DFM does not push far forward. As long as they don't take control of A main, they can always eventually try to rotate back to A.
Yeah, that's a good point here. Right now, TFM just staying back, waiting. And it looks like T1 may be tempted to try to push out to moderate success until Jinfree manages to get those spray downs. Now just Munchkin remaining once again. We've seen this before, 3 players in hand for DFM, and they can plant wherever they please. B is going to be the target.
The thing is first of all, they dropped 2 members, so you know, a little bit of an econ damage. But on top of that, Suggest and Takage taking a lot of damage as well. So they'll have to rebuy armor, and they're at potential risk of getting picked off. We'll see if Munchkin can make it happen. He does have a Sheriff in hand, so, I mean, any of these could still easily be a kill for him.
Drops down, and he is met by all 3 at once. Good coordinated movement here for Detonation Focus Me. 2 wins now, and as we go into that oh-so-important bonus round.
Oh, Zenfree already with the Seekers, though.
Oh, wow. That's actually pretty big. We'll see how that plays a role here as we go forward. But, yeah, I mean, superior weaponry results in a superior gunfight there in the mid, and it's an easy closer from there on out.
Yeah, I do think I think Zenfree and Takage had Bulldogs, so they do not recover the second Bulldog. They just go with the Spectre, so they'll just have to stick with it. Either way, they would have just kind of used, you know, recycled the weapons they had, so it doesn't make a huge difference in the overall economy, but it does make a slight difference in their firepower. Now, changing things up, instead of focus on mid, an early push. Now, they saw the snake bite, or they heard it at the very least. Not sure if the toxic screen was up, but either way, they know that there's attention being brought to A Heaven. This time, Lurk duty on Takage. The thing is Sewers not checked at all. They can rely on that trap wire, but Ban could still easily get a kill, just peeking right outside of it.
Okay, here we go. Nice shot. Ban gets the kill and escapes back down into Sewers. And we have a push now into Sewers. And the spray control couldn't be better. Beautifully done from Ban. Meanwhile, Munchkin takes Anthem out. And it's just Takage waiting with not much hope left here. A recovery that was very necessary here from T1.
And look at the support from Carpi, just putting out that Nebula to make sure that Ban can stay alive. I mean, the spike has been dropped. Takage will eventually want to die. He ideally wants to get, you know, just this 1 kill, maybe even get a Vandal upgrade, but...
Okay, not bad, not bad.
I have the spike.
30 seconds left.
He told us, so we know we can trust him.
He said, I have the spike. He said it to himself. And I guess you could try to come up here to B. I mean, this isn't a bad idea.
Here's the thing.
Try to get as much out of this round as you possibly can, you know?
Yeah, so because he picked up the Vandal, in some worlds, maybe he considers saving, but because his armor already took a hit anyway, you're already primed to buy the next round. I think you try to do whatever extra damage you can. Tries to draw him out. Okay, he's even going to get the plant bonus. This is... And then he's going to keep the Vandal.
Yeah. Oh, beautifully done.
Yeah,
beautifully
I mean, the plant will still go down, and the thing is he gets the Vandal. This is the ideal scenario. Because of that Vandal upgrade, they actually do get a bit of an advantage, right? If it was only 2 weapons dropped on the other side, you would say, you know, it evens out, whatever. But making use of whatever was possible here from Takage, just good focus to the very end. And again, this is where we say, even if it's a round you're supposed to lose, you got to lose it wisely. You got to gain whatever you can, and Takage makes it happen.
T1 hungry now to try to tie this up 2-2 is racing up here towards A. Excuse me, DFM up here towards A. And now we have the shot. The dog detecting exactly how many players are present. The bird confirms. Is Munchkin going to hop back up here? to the corner of A.
Now,
and mid is totally cleared here by T1.
Yeah, now DFM, they didn't leave anyone in the lurk, so they've already full committed to A. They know it's a race against
whoa.
What?
That was crazy. That looked so funny. He actually did get that last bullet to connect onto the head, getting one kill, softening the push from Detonation.
Detonation's not in a good space right now, Tasteless, because here's the thing, yeah, you can't rotate to mid without any information. You have to flip the site, but so much time has been spent! Sildom barely staying alive.
So many shots received over there. They do have Taka J here with a lurk up in heaven. The spike is going to be planted just behind the pillar. Man comes around, whiffs a couple shots, and Anthem gets him.
Oh, crucial. Ban, if he had gotten that kill, it was an easy retake here, but now that they know they have to clear ramp as well, Taka J's still alive on heaven.
Okay, Shroud Step just beside the wall. Taka J, I think they have no idea where he is, and he gets one.
One enemy remaining.
Oh,
dude, this is beautiful.
Yeah, this retake is over. I mean, everyone's quite weak, but wow, what a play. And here's the thing is, even if Ban had gotten the kill, it wasn't a guarantee, but it would have made it a lot easier, right? Because Ban would have gotten the crossfire, he would have picked up the weapon off of the Blade Storm. All things considered, I mean, he was correctly waiting, too. Here's the thing. The decision to wait for Anthem to come back out of sight was very smart. You knew eventually he was going to do that anyway. And just not able to secure the kill.
It was so confusing up in heaven there from Taka. I loved it. I love what he did back there. And again, we're seeing Split so far look very strong here for Detonation.
Okay, now going for a bit of a spread default again. They know that the opponents are on shorter weaponry. They're actually just they're gonna force a fake on the opponent's eco round.
Yeah, and this is gonna be a free B side take. They've got the Cypher coming forward. Anthem gonna creep into B, but with the Omen ulti, he gets to confirm that they're gonna come in there.
No, they have to watch out for Carpe. All right, they get the kill. Now here's the thing. I mean, listen, it's Split and it's attack, so I'm okay with this. However, they did use 2 ults, so they need to absolutely win this round. Obviously, in theory, it looks like they should. It looks like T1 perhaps just going to try to die to the spike as well. They know they've already given it up. No, they're just going to clear whatever they can.
Okay, peek into mid. Nobody's there. Right now, it's a big camping setup over here at Garage. It's going to be very difficult for T1 with the guns they're using to get anything done over here.
Yeah,
pushing into Garage looks pretty hard as well.
Get through. The trap wire buys time for a couple extra seconds. Then the first tap. They check that no one's there.
Nicely done by Taka.
Oh, yeah, Taka J!
Dude, how many kills does he have? This is crazy.
Oh, he is popping off. I mean, I know he was talking, you know, when he was talking with ZETA Division, that Rivals video, you know, that his only rival is a Fnatic, but, you know, maybe that confidence really is coming through for him.
Something like 11 kills so far, and a beautiful closeout there. I mean, that's exactly how the round is supposed to go after you get the plant full long. And look at that smile, I love it.
Yeah, but it's also just as smug enough where he's like, well, yeah, I do this every day. You know, I play Valorant for a living.
What are you going to do?
Okay, Operator finally out. It's been quite delayed for Ban. See if they can snowball this economically. Now, Ban also now the one who needs to continue with that confidence. He needs to make sure he holds his ground with the Operator. If he starts to play too passive, it's going to get risky. Oh, they are investing so much to force this back. Actually using...
Yeah, I think hearing the Operator over there, it's tempting to just try to find another place to go. We've got to lurk into sewer.
I love the cyber cage from Anthem just to make sure they can stay alive if there's a push out from T1.
Now, T1 is very forwarded over here towards A. Mid is open, but we've got ZETA coming down through vents to see if there's any sounds. A double stack over here at B, but I'm not sure it's clear where Detonation Focus Me wants to go. I think they're almost looking for some picks or some other kinds of opportunities.
Yeah, they're just trying to check what the locations are. They're going to now put the slow orb over on vents as well, but the Seekers are coming out. Great timing on the Seekers from Munchkin. They know that everyone's focused in on mid, so purposely emptying A heaven, right? ZETA, the goal is to just get 1 kill because Ban is holding a main for you. Now, Ban, if he gets this kill, they can hold the site. But if Anthem doesn't even aggress against him...
Oh, that was sick. Meanwhile,
I don't think he was spotted.
Yeah, I think he just strafed by the camera, and there was some bad intel over there.
Now they got to clear ZETA.
Oh, my God. ZETA with a great position over there.
Oh, okay, draws out a shot. Zenfree, some good movement. They will still get the plant, but of course it's 2v4. Nice dodge.
Okay, Munchkin gets that close, and it's going to be Zenfree seeing what he can do. Again, a plant is always a welcome thing here if you're on that side. He does get another kill, making T1 really do the work over here. Saya is not able to get those shots. Shorty in hand, going for the reload as he doesn't see an immediate push. And this is actually getting a little bit weird because we've got Munchkin with no HP. Saya
oh my god, 1v1 with the operator.
This is insane. Oh my god, it was a crazy round. T1 is going to get the defuse with few seconds to spare, but what a beautiful loss there.
Oh, I mean, Zenfree, I think he expected the complete wide swing, so he tries to kind of swivel and flick a little too far to the left, has to readjust his aim. Can't get the spray. Gets taken out. Of course, he was on lower health. Now, I was curious, because I'm pretty sure Anthem did activate the camera for a split second after installing it. Obviously, when you first install it, you don't get vision. But I think, Ban had purposely gone right under it, where unless you swiveled the camera, you wouldn't have spotted him. So, good job on Ban. Now they are able to keep the operator and to make sure they can support it. They're going to buy up once again, right? They have the Cosmic Divide. They have the Viper's Pit. They're confident they can try to string together these rounds.
Okay, they're going to go in here and try to probe out who's actually over here. They've got Munchkin on the retreat behind Pillar. Soldam does push in, and it's going to meet Munchkin over here.
Oh,
a trade of shots.
Oh, man. The slow orb coming in from his teammate actually cuts him off just a bit, but Munchkin eventually gets taken out. Now, the idea here was even if the operator was there, you have the resurrection from Suggest on that Sage. They won't need it, though, so they can actually make sure they fight a bit more aggressively here against the retake.
Okay. ZETA up here, doesn't find anybody, and it's actually going to be Taka-Che. Shroud stepped up on the box.
Okay, Seeker's coming out as well, Zenfree. I mean, DFM, they're sending everything to secure these rounds. I don't mind it.
Oh, ZETA drops down, Anthem behind the screen. Oh my god, it's such a good blind over there.
Oh, they're even going to just go for the neural theft. They're not taking any chances. They want to try to get out of the sight at this point.
Yeah, they want to try to get those guns into the next round.
Oh, and they take down the operator as well, DFM.
This is such a nasty first half here for Detonation Focus Me. Even the wins that T1 gets, Detonation Focus Me, is making them work so hard for it.
Oh, absolutely. And a lot of this, I can't help but wonder, where is this macro awareness from DFM on these other maps?
I know, it's crazy.
The way they're manipulating and conditioning T1 on this attacking half on split is impressive, right? On top of that, yeah, their skill, their utility usage, their set plays, changing tempo back and forth, the lurks, everything is so much cleaner.
Yeah, it's been beautiful. And so T1 calls a timeout. And they need to really figure out what's going on and how they could start to play catch-up because, again, the rounds that they've won, they've had to work so hard to even get. They've had to pay heavily for it. We're going to be deep now into the first half. There's going to be a little bit more utility at their disposal, a little bit more credits built up, but that was a disastrous loss there in round 7.
Okay, so obviously we saw Autumn there, not many words, but I was looking on stage and ZETA actually just going through everything on his mind right now as the primary IGL for T1. So, perhaps Autumn kind of tossing up an idea there, putting it up to ZETA to, just buy time, right? Just think back through how these rounds went, and I think that was quite necessary because even though you took 2 rounds here and DFM hasn't streaked entirely, the momentum is absolutely in favor of DFM. You're now on another eco. You actually want to make use of this because even though it's an attacker-sided map, you give this one up, DFM's probably getting 7 if not 8, absolutely, maybe more.
Quiet start over here. The Viper wall diagonally splitting up mid.
Okay, so
DFM's going to look for a peek.
Yeah, they checked that no one was ready to peek out of vents. I like the angle on the guiding light from Zenfree. But they didn't check entirely into vents, so they're not going to aggress too much. Also, the smoke disappearing on the side of Male. Now, they're expecting an aggressive push from somewhere, right? And if it's not that, they expect that most likely it's a stack onto one of the sites. I mean, Split, no better place to do that. So they're constantly trying to fish for this info, and if it doesn't happen, Anthem is going to be the one to try to get information on his own. If he dies to Ban, though. That's a free Phantom.
Oh my God, he slips through.
Oh,
but
so
they
smart
know
from Ban.
this is a brilliant play because he could just get a free kill.
Yeah, and they're going to wait. He needs to... Okay.
Oh God, that took a little bit longer than I thought, but he does get the drop. And that's going to be a great weapon to grab into this and possibly catapult them into maybe a victory. They're going to come back up into A, but Ban's going to be ready
30 seconds
to pull
left.
around Pillar. We don't have enough time for them to try to go over here into B, so this has to be a commitment on to A. They smoke it out, and the rest of T1 is scrambling to come in.
Yeah, Paranoia, they're making sure to trap him into elbow, but there's the support coming in from Carpe as well. Ban's still alive. Dodges the flash!
Oh my God! This is insane! What is going on? Huge win here for T1. Oh my God!
Oh man. And here's the thing, if you've ever played Cypher on Split, you know how bad that feels, because that's one of your trademark plays, right? Is wait for the push. If they haven't pushed out, slowly creep up. You can constantly check ramp later with your utility.
Right.
You thought you had the timing, and credit to Ban and for waiting, because by letting Anthem get halfway through the site, you know that the call was made from DFM to rotate over, and then he's able to hold on to the weapon and clean out 4 members on the opposing side. A great boost that T1 absolutely needed in the first half.
All right, looks like we're going to have the Viper's pit here to clog up mid, which is not going to allow for any pokes or peeks up in there from Detonation. Over here, we've got Ban with a push. Taka J.
He was spotted.
Yeah, he sees him. Fires a shot and backs up. Jiggle peeks here from Taka J. But Suggest might try to come here. No, he's going to back up.
Well, they don't have the utility they would want. They don't have the agency they want to really push through a Viper's pit confidently. Now they know that one member with the Phantom has pushed out on B Garage. So that's exactly going to be the play here.
This might come down to this duel right here.
Sultan's just going to try to create space. Zenfree should be the one getting the kill.
Oh!
Okay.
Next shots on both. Soldan with 5 HP.
Yeah, that was a bit more riskier than it had to be. They actually lined up for a split second there without one of them crouching instantly. So a little bit scary, but I don't know if you still push through this. Okay, well, Soldan gets the kill. Now you can back out. You know that the paint shows came as well, so Saya's near as well.
They fake it out. They're going to come up here. Saya gets that kill. They need to come now into the B site.
Showstopper spent. Oh! Munchkin getting the kill. Great crossfire.
Oh, spike down. 10 seconds left.
They need to clean out the kills. Zenfree gets one. 8 seconds. Munchkin just needs to play for time. The spike's not there.
Oh,
Munchkin!
my God!
An amazing clutch.
My ult's ready.
I have chills. I have goosebumps.
Oh, man.
Oh, my God.
Oh, and after the heroic entry from Soldam to clear out, get information on Saya, everything to try to go through. And Saya surviving, using the showstopper to buy time, creating an opportunity for Munchkin to get the crossfire, and then Munchkin playing for time and cleaning up the kills in the last second as they try to encroach on him. What a hero. And Munchkin's been that player for T1 time and time again, whenever they needed him most.
This is so funny because we're seeing the first half of the first map begin to mirror the first half for the second map.
Yeah.
We got Detonation Focus Me look just so strong at the start, but the comeback's happening here. Obviously, the order of the wins is a little bit different, but the big picture is the same.
Surprise! Yep. Well, we've seen that happen before.
Seek them out. Toxins going up.
Seeker's coming out. Yeah. Uh-oh, DFM starting to rush again. They're starting to overheat again, Tasteless. They were doing so well in the first part.
They are going to get down onto A, but they're going to have to work for this one. Taka J very badly injured.
And they have no control, right? They don't have ramp, they don't have heaven, they don't have screen. They are stuck here.
It's going to come down to duels.
Okay, so Crossfire set up, Cosmic Divide to buy them time. Now, T1, if they're going to go at 3 different angles, they got to have the timing perfectly.
Yeah, we see Omen smoked off here in mid.
Okay, so they clear out the cubby.
This could be doable for Detonation, actually.
Yeah, the smokes just to make sure that they're not caught from a further range here.
Yeah, T1's been clearing a lot of angles. Hold on, Carpe starts it. Taka J very. Oh, Munchkin gets it. And that's it. Yeah, beautifully done. it's interesting because for a little bit, it almost looked like maybe T1 was going to burn through too much time just clearing the angles. Obviously, they have to do that, but they weren't able to win any of the duels. DFM wasn't. And so, there you go. 5-5, 2 rounds left in the first half. We're dead even.
I was curious about this timeout because here's the thing is, yes, your composition is not as aggressive, right? You don't have double duelists. You have that Sentinel, the true Sentinel in the form of the Cypher. So, yeah, maybe you've got some extra setups cooked up on the defensive side, but, oh, man, letting go of this streak. I think probably the hope, if you're the coach of DFM, was, okay, you know, give them 2 rounds. It's all right, cash back up. Let's get to, you know, let's guarantee 7, if not 8. Now you can only get maximum 7. You've already taken a couple hits as well on your econ. I'd have to take a look. They're on a triple losing streak, and they had just bought as well in that previous round, so gotta double check the buy status there. Oh, the kid's excited to be
Looked like they were in a timeout over there for a second.
Yeah, I love to see
keeping up what they're gonna do. Yeah, it's so cool to see everybody come
We've actually had a lot of families visiting as well, right? Just with their kids to come watch. The parents trying to get in on it. Maybe they play Valorant, maybe they're trying to learn Valorant with their kids.
It's been very nice. It's been a fun few weeks so far. So we've got that timeout called here. Obviously, it's either going to be 6-6 or 7-5. So a very close fight so far here.
Okay, so they're just going to even out for buys on the last round.
They are going to put Ban back over here at Garage, probably for a pick. And this could end up being a sold-on Ban duel.
I mean, you absolutely have to be aware of that operator still coming through on the side of T1. And DFM with shorter weaponry. I mean, yeah, this type of macro play, right? But here's the thing, ZETA's learned. He says, okay, well, if my screen is up, I can jump peek this at a relatively safer angle. Not have to worry about using the snake bite just because of that smoke. He's truly improved from kind of the mental conditioning that DFM has forced here.
Oh, that was sick! ZETA gone, as is mid. It's chaos over here. T1 scrambling to try to regain a position as we've got each of our 2 players on T1 fractured from each other.
Okay, so now it's more important than ever for a band to hold on to Garage. That's the only way that they can have any sort of confidence on the direction that DFM eventually wants to take. Meanwhile, Soldom, you know, answering the calls from the desk. They wanted to see more Soldom moments for highlights. Well, there's one of them.
Okay, they're going to get the confirmation it is B as they spill in.
Just trying to buy time, but they're going to flood through.
Yeah, they're going to come down the side here. Bit of a trade, and Free takes Carpe out. Just 2 T1 players left. Ban with the operator.
Concerned about the flank, but
this could be a plan for long. No, it's not.
Oh no, they have no idea. The guiding light didn't tag him.
He escapes back in the garage.
They're trying to figure out where the last other player is. They know that it's a crossfire, so Saya's location spotted. No reason to challenge Ban.
They're hiding so
nice
well.
Nice angle from Takajay.
Gets 1. Does not get 2. Backs away. Operator in hand. The peek gets it in the air. Almost. Almost. It was an insane round. Takajay closes it out. The 6th victory here for Detonation Focus Me. Oh my God.
Last round before the switch.
Man.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
After this game, I got to run around the block a couple times. Get this energy out.
Soldom. I mean, if you watch Soldom in anything, his own, you know, YouTube, his pro play, that's a classic. That's a classic. And that's what they needed. They needed that explosive hit, take control of mid. You know, Ban does whatever he can. Now because he also uses Blade Storm, they can't even out their buys in any way, shape, or form. So Carpe now on a Sheriff. DFM's trying to use this against them. They want to strike hard and fast, and it's shut down.
Right, Munchkin. Right now with Aeon locked. It's going to be tough to break through here. ZETA's going to back up and drop down into defense. But Munchkin's the second line of defense.
Yeah, but DFM, because they committed an all-in here, they have to go through. They have to file through here. Now, Takajay just clearing through ramp, but here's the problem. Saya player, if he can get even just 1 here. Okay, they check for him. They know he's there. Ban on the flank. Saya just has to try to stay alive.
Oh, not bad. Right now, it's just 2 in the bottom here for the Detonation. He sees the barrel of the gun, so Ban knows he's going to back over into corner. but he's going to come around.
Oh,
and Takache is just so fast with the reactions. It's crazy.
Takache is popping off on this split. Is he the hero that DFM desperately needs here? They want to secure 7 rounds to feel comfortable here going into the pistol on the second half.
All right, they're going to just clear these angles. They still have plenty of time on the clock. Oh my God.
Zemfree spots 1.
Takache gets another.
The other.
And now they just pull away.
Oh,
Gets one.
ZETA.
15 HP. Blinded.
Full flash as well. So much time bought. He doesn't have time. Zemfree knows.
Yeah, beautiful ending there. Detonation Focus Me pops ahead just narrowly by a hair, 7-5.
Switching sides.
Wow. Wow, what a crazy first half. I mean,
That was a fun round. These have been great rounds between these two teams, and how exciting is it that Detonation Focus Me is now up ahead?
yeah, I mean, yes, considering Split's tendency to be attacker favored, you know, you would want a couple more rounds, but at the end of the day, you were still able to close out 7-5. Now, that means that DFM, they got to pull out all the stops here on the pistol. If they can get to 8 off of the pistol, theoretically guarantee a 9-5, they'll feel a lot better. They have that Cypher. You know, surely you've got some more setups. Now, the defensive side, you know, on paper, the default should be fairly simple, right? The Cypher's going to set up on one of the sites. The Sage will set up on mid or the other site and just go through their timings with the wall, the slow orb, etc. Now, my big question is suggest you got to be able to hold on to that wall for as long as possible, right? Because if you set it up right at the beginning of the round, it will eventually just start to get taken down instantly.
It's a good point. It's a good point. You got to try to figure out when to utilize that in a round that, of course, is operating off of limited time. Detonation Focus Me seems to be doing it, but if T1 can dial it up even just a little bit, they could take this into overtime or come ahead and get that 13th round victory.
I'll say it like it is on my mind right now, Tasteless, because if this goes to, you know, either, you know, something like an overtime or potentially a map 3, I think what we've learned from today's match, regardless of the actual eventual ending, is that DFM is improving and T1, they're not quite there yet. If you're a T1 fan, if you're a T1 player, you want to close this out 2-0 and not in a nail-biting way, and it's already kind of late for that.
I think it's a very good point, William. T1 was probably hoping to come into this and show this whole best of 3 as evidence for exactly where we all expect them to see, but instead, Detonation Focus Me is really making it work, and frankly, T1 could very well lose this position, and I think it may become more and more obvious why they are not held to the same standard, at least in Valorant, when it comes to Gen G or DRX.
Yeah, I know, you know, some of the other analysts and whatnot that were joined up on Plat Chat earlier this week, you know, they were talking about why so many of them rate T1 relatively highly, and I agree with that. In theory, the way they play, the style they favor, and the mechanics they've shown have all been good. The potential is there, but again, the consistency. And now on Split, where we're seeing it for the first time, we see that it just hasn't come together yet. Okay, so the idea is just go for the age-old one-ways with Omen on B to hold that control. Now, this is going to be their go-to default on most rounds. We'll see when they decide to switch it up for a little bit of macro play.
Well, I'm going to back
too late
up.
For that.
Oh my God, man gets that first and ZETA gets a second.
Oh no, Zemfree, a little shaken up.
Yeah, just shooting in between there. And it's just Takache and Anthem in a very impossible situation, but Takache starts it until ZETA takes him back out. Anthem, the only one left over here lurking up in B heaven. Yeah, well, that's going to be that. 6th win up here now. T1 getting that crucial pistol round with a magnificent push up into mid through male. Really not even letting that utility get set up over there for Detonation Focus Me to even sandbag the progress, basically cutting right past that. I love it.
Yeah, it's one of those cases where it's like, okay, saving your utility, you know, going for the body checks early. Yeah, this is what you probably wanted to see on the other maps, but on a pistol round on Split, as soon as you've cleared, you know, B garage, maybe the guiding light earlier would have been better. Again, hindsight is 20/20.
Yeah.
The improvements are there, but this time a little bit of a hectic scramble there over on B heaven. And T1, they're not slowing down at all. Their MO is we got double duelists. Let's just really press the issue here.
They did a bit of a coin flip move here, which isn't bad, by the way, when you're down like this, trying to just push into B. I like that we have Carpe all the way in the back, ready for the wraparound, but they're going to come through mid. Anyways, we've got a plant that's going to soon happen here at A.
Now, they didn't take control of Heaven or screens. They will maintain some form of control on ramp. They still have, they still have one extra star for that potential gravity well once it comes off of cooldown. But I think, if you're DFM, again, they like to go for these full saves, probably looking to just die to the spike. They've pinpointed where they're going to have to run to the finish line to end the round in fashion.
All right, well, this is the most exciting round I've ever seen. So this spike's going to explode. We're going to go to round 3 in the second half here.
Well, here's the big question. Suggest doesn't have a dash. Will he make it in? Soldom's going to be able to dash it into the finish line.
Yeah.
Who's going to get in there first?
If you want to show your friends how fun Valorant is, show them this round. Tied up 7-7, and we're going to go to that round 3 where we want to see Detonation Focus Me actually turn this around.
Yeah, now triple Bulldog on the side of Team 1. I do wonder if you consider maybe giving up one of those to trade for Carpe, just if Ban and Saya are going to continue to press this quickly. It doesn't look like it. Looks like their focus is again going to be on mid. They're going to, again, T1, they've now read the style of DFM, right? It's the old style. Okay, Cypher most likely set up on A. We'll know as soon as we see if that one-way comes out on B main garage or not. This time it will not come out. It's actually just going to a deep smoke with the slow orb.
Yeah.
The thing is if you're not taking control of this, you just spent 200 credits to buy, what, 15, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Now you have to use your second slow orb again. That's half of your arsenal gone on the side of Suggest.
Yeah, they've flushed out any defender's position here onto mid. We hear him drop down into there, make the sound, and now they're going to slow it down a little bit. They've got plenty of time left in the round.
Yeah, they actually, because they most likely heard this wall go up as well from mid, so they know if we just wait until 40 seconds, B site, we know we can just push against the Sage.
That was a funny moment. They basically pinged the Viper over at A, which isn't exactly helpful information for what's happening, so it seems like Detonation is maybe a little bit confident this could actually be an A push, and they're going to send the Viper in there for that. So it's going to be up to Suggest here, perched up on the wall. I like the positioning here.
But they're just going to wait.
Yeah.
The wall is just going to get broken through. Oh, they come in one by one, though. A Ban updrafts on his own while the wall wasn't broken yet, trying to get a surprise kill.
Spike down B. 30 seconds
Spike
left.
is down, and they don't have that much time to work with here.
One enemy remaining.
Okay, this looks like it's going to be a win for them. Nicely done. I think they got a little bit too eager. I think letting the wall dissipate would have been a better move.
Well, yeah, I mean, or at least wait until it starts to weaken and then break through it all at once. Or, quite frankly, you have 3 guys just blast through it, right? You know the Sage has used all of their other
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to approach it, but I think that was a questionable one. Again, we expect Detonation Focus Me to take that. Not the end of the world here. I love Suggest here. It does feel like Detonation Focus Me is a bit more relaxed in the earlier weeks that we had here.
Oh, yes.
They're definitely having fun. This stage has definitely become a bit more like home, and they're playing like it too.
Okay, so just, again, a fast push. You have double duelists, you might as well. You've already created a crossfire over on ramp. You still have control of sewers as well, so worst case, you can still try to go for a rotate. Now, curious, okay, DFM, because of all this spamming, they've actually taken control of mid. This all comes down to Carpe.
Well, it seems like T1 could just get in here.
Oh,
Suggest drops Carpe out. That's too bad. That was a great lurk they would have had.
Now they know it has to be A, because there's no way, if Carpe's already taken down, if he's been the lurk, and Tox J spots him as well, they know it's an A site. They're happy to just give over the plant. Anthem barely staying alive. Munchkin trying to get this kill. Oh, he tries to rush through, but the Guiding Light hadn't hit yet.
Yeah, and DFM starting to stack these kills up. Only 2 left. It's going to be hard to imagine T1 could hold this.
They know where Saya is.
Oh, too bad. Sold him. Just get Saya there, and ZETA's taken out.
Flawless.
Yeah, beautiful round there from Detonation Focus Me. This is going to be now 9-7. Detonation in the lead. T1 struggling, as it feels like Detonation has made those proper adjustments. They've tightened up their play. And they are hungry to bring this to a map number 3 on Fracture.
Yeah, I think it's apparent that T1 perhaps doesn't have as many reps on Split compared to some of the, some of the maps that they've been picking. Purely, I see this purely because you called it. They're starting to get very impatient, and so we're seeing these slight misses in timing, these slight miscommunications potentially that really make or break the round. The ideas themselves are not the ones at fault here, but for instance, even earlier on that B7 push, the idea is fine, but there seemed to have been a mismatch between Ban's Jet trying to get an early pick and then vice versa. Granted, if Ban had gotten the kill there, we would have said result-based diagnosis, it was good push, etc., etc. So everything hindsight is 2020 now. We can only look forward because of the creds. They're going to go for the Stinger buys, not too bad on Split. However, trying to push a ramp with it, perhaps not the strongest.
Funny looking. Bird comes in here and pings them.
And you can see DFM, right? They're not taking any chances. They know that they can really rush that ramp area quickly with the Raze and the Jet, so they're taking these long angles. They don't want to be in risk of fighting against a Bucky or a Stinger. Now T1 has correctly made 0 noise going into heaven.
Okay, the first sound is actually going to be from Ban, who now moves up into heaven. Soldom is taken out. Crosshair's in the wrong spot, not appreciating that there was 2 up there. And now they're going to go all the way up through vents, now into mid.
DFM, they haven't rotated yet. They still have the trap wire setups. Here comes the smoke. He just spots them coming in as well. Paranoia to buy time. He's going to hold close.
Left.
Oh my god.
Oh, a great entry from the double duelist.
It's going to be down to Anthem to try to stop this. He's in the back.
They
spot him, and that's it. The spike is going to be planted.
And Munchkin's already taken out one as well. Oh, just beautiful entering from the Raze and the Jet to draw attention away from each other so that one of them can secure the kill. Actually, both of them surviving on that entry. You love to see it.
Yeah, shocking move there with that kill when they actually managed to come down into the bottom of B. And so this will be a round win where we do see Munchkin here on the hunt, seeing if he can actually ferret out exactly where Suggest is.
Yeah. I mean, in some worlds, he's only 1 point away, and he is going to be able to buy anyway. So I think Munchkin's saying maybe we don't need to go too hard on this hunt. If it was ZETA, maybe either way, one of you or both of you gets the ultimate. But at the end of the day, they'll just let each other live.
All right, 8-9. I'm loving how close this is. This is so fun. A detonation here. Definitely a little bit of a tougher round there for them. T1 stepping it up. We do have a timeout call here for our Japanese team. They can feel T1 nipping at the heels. They need to make sure they can keep this lead and close this out, escaping into map 3. Otherwise, it's over.
Yeah, and again, that previous round, DFM had the right idea, right? They're going to have close-range weapons. Let's make sure we don't get caught off guard on ramp. They can always, rush in with the Raze and the Jet together. We don't want to get caught unawares there, so they were holding it fine, but because of the toxic screen, Soldom has to take a further way back. He doesn't get the instant kill on Desire player, then tries to clear out the kill, but he was aware that Ban had dashed in, but of course, he just peeks out a step too far, expecting himself to get the kill and get out safely. And I think that's where it starts to fall apart, but quite frankly, the reason T1 is able to clean up the round is because of that beautiful double entry. Now, DFM, the question has to start to become, do we start to push out? Wow, a huge sign for Soldom.
I like it. I like the stars.
Kind of and the font and everything.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds you of Sunday morning cartoons.
Yeah.
Soldom, the Korean Jet.
So, let's see exactly what we're going to see from T1. I do remember that in I think it was in our first map that we saw a moment where there was a pause, and immediately they identified that was them going to wrap around and try to hit them from behind. That pause doesn't just help the team that asked for the pause.
Keep up.
The other team can always use it to say, okay, what are they actually going to try to do? What are we doing better that they're going to try to adjust to?
Okay, so the guiding lights just passed each other, but I don't think Zenfreeze tagged Munchkin. But he saw the guiding light come in, so he has a rough estimate that it's not the entire team in front of B. A heavy focus onto A. Oh!
That was insane. Just Superman in there and took him out.
Oh, man. And listen, because it's Soldom, it's hard to say, right? Was it worth it or not because he's so miraculous with some of his plays. But again, it's double duel. As you've seen the speed that they strike with now with the operator down. Anthem gets tagged. He is relying on his camera. Oh, well, there you go. Displaced. Oh, 2!
Whoa, that was insane.
Well, that gives time for Taka J.
Yeah. That was so clutch. Taka J and Anthem double dragging the A
he's
site.
out of there. Oh, and he's out of there. They say, let's just go for the 3-man retake. They say, leave the spike there. Let him spend his time to try to plant on his own. I got to get heals. I love the From the Shadows from Taka J.
Yeah, it's a smart way to use that. And so we've got Saya just, checking every corner, every angle. Nobody's even there yet.
Well, yeah, but he has no idea where the Omen went, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing, is that you can assume that he probably got out safely, but you just have no idea. He's even going to have to use his paint shells just to be able to plant safely. They're going to try to plant in a position where they have to double guess where he's positioned, but up here, Suggest hasn't peeked out just yet. So Saya taking a bit of an off angle here to surprise him. He's expecting a heaven push, but there he goes.
That's it.
Wow.
Nicely done. This is going to be the 10th win here. Detonation Focus Speed looking good. I love that sound when Omen gets healed.
I feel better
It's like
now.
he just got into the spa. He's like,
it hurt, but now it feels okay.
Well, here, both teams, I think, they're really, it's a race to see who just stays one step ahead, right? Because you saw that gravity well. They were well aware of the potential setup from the Cypher here. And a great catch from Saya on Soldom. I mean, this was T1s to win.
Yeah, I mean, Anthem really keeping that on lock. And Taka J's been popping off all day.
Yeah, Taka J has really been bringing it home. And I think Anthem also just, he somehow gets that kill on ZETA, which is impressive because he's trying to walk away from the gravity well.
Right.
So he's not ever fully stopped because he's constantly getting pushed in, and he still gets the initial shot. Then he swivels back onto A Heaven. Now an early Trailblazer used from DFM. They want to send Soldom out. Because it got taken out, they have to use the Guiding Light, and Soldom's not able to take full control. But the idea is you plant Soldom here, and you're going to rotate the sky over, right? Let Heaven, just kind of sit there as is. If it gets taken, whatever will control screens and ramp.
Oh, whipped shot with the hop peak there. They now know where the operator is. This may make T1 mix it up and try to go somewhere else where there's going to be an easier infiltration. And it seems like that target's going to be B.
Okay, but DFM is somewhat set up for this. This was always the intention. The wall's already broken. Slow Orb going to buy time. A great peek from Suggest. They got to hide.
Yeah, he doesn't see anything. He might have to just pick a site. Gets one!
And the timing from the rest of the forces of T1 to come in off of that showstopper.
Right.
It allows for a clean plant eventually, 3v3.
I have the spike.
And I like this. They're going to make that operator absolutely useless. They're going to plant down in here.
30 seconds left.
And how exactly can Detonation Focus Me take this? We have Anthem dropping down.
Okay, they all switched to rifles, and they know that all three were in the pit because of that neural theft. They've got to create these crossfires. Will they wait for a potential Guiding Light? I think that might be the timing here. Yeah, they're waiting for it. Guiding Light's used on both sides. The timing is perfect from Munchkin.
Oh, Soldom's just going to drop in, dive bombing in, and now looking for a kill here. Doesn't find the target.
Oh, the Viper's pit has been emptied, though.
Hold up, hold up. Munchkin gets it at the last second. Oh, my God, 9-10. I thought for a second Detonation Focus Me was going to pull through with a win.
Make sure to follow my pack in.
Oh, wow.
The enemy.
I mean, even bringing down the Viper's pit, right, just to make sure that they don't get surprise attacked from that side of the sky because of that Guiding Light. They just say, all right, let's drop it. See if, I think the original intention was see if Carpe can get some information over an alley, but it's going to be ZETA who gets the first kill here.
Oh, wow. So the hand and the gun were sticking out beside the box, which allowed the crosshair to line up, which then allowed the spray transfer to occur. Clutch moment here as T1 still has a shot with just one round ahead here for Detonation Focus Me.
Yeah, they're relying on that Blade Storm, and T1 knows, okay, if it's Blade Storm time, probably going to be a rush out. No, not using any utility is what they're... Oh! They are completely made unaware because of Suggest's location. Now, the Resurrection is gone, but it's still 2 kills on the side of DFM. I think they're very okay with that. The remaining 3 members, aside from Soldom, now have rifles in their hands.
Oh, they back out, so that camera spot Wasn't as helpful after all.
Cover going out.
Jay gonna hop up into heaven.
Yep, trap wire is still available in front of.
Man, I'm
Garage.
so worried here for Anthem.
Yeah, so Takajay's making all this noise. Oh yeah, he's just trying to draw them out. He's trying to make them seem like the entirely emptied heaven. A great play from Takajay. And Anthem with the great off angle, not getting hit by the guiding light.
So they should be able to get the spike plant here, but how are they going to stop this many Detonation Focus Me players from coming in? We saw T1 clutch this earlier.
Good positioning from Takajay. He knows that this is a set.
Oh! Oh my god! Of all the moments for Takajay to miss.
Oh, he was somewhat expecting it too, but the quick swing out. Well, they know where Carpe is.
ZETA's just out here in
They
garage.
cleared out sight.
Oh!
They know where ZETA is as well. They know where the members are. One person has to stick it. The snake bite about to disappear. They take out ZETA.
Anthem looking good. Oh my god. Incredible victory there.
Wow.
Get rid of these knives and defuse that.
Yeah, give me that old point.
9-11. Detonation Focus Me so close to ending this. But T1, if they can just streak 1 or 2 games, who knows what happens.
And can I just say, I mean, DFM is showing improvement on basically every facet that we've all talked about on the desk in the cast, right? Things like rushing in when you have a man advantage retake. Things like, you know, not taking space on the attacking side early on. I mean, all of this has been improved here on Split. This is their map, and you can see how riled up they are. I think part of it's because they probably finally feel like, yeah, this is what we've been practicing.
Yeah.
This is the type of game we've been playing.
It's finally clicking. Suddenly all the hard work, all the practice games, all the ideas they've stayed up all night talking about, trying to execute, it's playing out in real time here versus T1. So T1 calls for a timeout. Obviously, they have the cushion of the first victory. They could always win on Fracture and recover there, but it would be ideal to try to play catch up and close this out with either that 13th round win or overtime.
And I will say, you know, Fracture, I mean, quite frankly, not any single map has ever looked like entirely convincing for T1, right? They've had this kind of up and down trajectory. But even Fracture, they've been running that double duelist. Now, as strong as it can be when it's going your way, that is a composition that has stark strengths and weaknesses, and that's a composition that DFM has tape on. So I don't know if you can feel too comfortable. T1, they would desperately want to finish this off. Now DFM, another read that this could be a fast and hard push onto A. They're going to try to just slow down the second line of entry, it seems like. They're just giving up ramp. They know that that's been the way that they've been entering. They've heard it. Heaven's been taken over. Ramp has been given over to the T1 side.
All right, they see the Cypher. Anthem has been pinged. He's taken out.
But Zemfree with great cover as well. But the flood out from Heaven. Oh no, Soldam spotted.
It's gonna come down to Soldam. He's already picked off. The spike's gonna be planted over by Pillar. A 2-stack up from Spawn.
Oh, Suggest has res, but no agents in a good position to use it. And T1, wait, they're using the Cosmic Divide to just make sure they can plant safely, but here's the thing, they're all now stuck inside the site. Now, they've picked up weapons, but they also used it before.
Oh, they pop out.
They tried to
go.
Oh,
this is an insane moment.
And now the res, it's all gone horribly wrong.
Munchkin's the only one left in a 1 versus 3.
Oh, they close off elbow. They know he's trapped.
And that's going to be it.
No.
A huge tactical error, a blunder.
And here's the thing, they had their picture in mind where they say, put up the Cosmic Divide as soon as, I think they were purposely waiting for that res. Say, okay, if the res comes in, the Sage is vulnerable as well. When we hear that, we'll flash out. But the thing is I don't think he had actually activated the res yet. I think maybe they just work on a timing here. Yeah, he was just waiting.
Yeah.
Oh,
they
man.
got baited out. A big strategic failure back there.
Oh, Takajay is fired up. They're on the verge of taking this to map 3.
Yeah. Well, we should be in the twilight of map 2 unless T1 can start to really make a Hail Mary play that works out and gets us to overtime.
I mean, T1, they've discussed in their timeouts, see what they've changed. And I was hoping to see this now. That previous round was, of course, a bit of a half-buy, but you know, just going for this mid-control early, right? Force out this early utility from Suggest. So they've drawn out the wall. Now, Suggest has already rotated over just to provide support. even if this wall goes down, you still got Taka J, you still got that trap wire. This is why they're okay with the earlier wall this time around. Like the adjustment from both sides.
All right, some noise created over here, but it's clear they're not truly committed to this. So the Seekers come out and try to figure out, okay, where exactly are they going to be coming from?
Oh, it's 100% aim. 2 of those Seekers are going through a main as well. A great position from Soldom. It's up to Zenfree to draw the attention. Oh, but it's actually just going to be a double kill for Soldom.
Carpe fights back. And these connections from Suggest are just too good.
I think we're going to a map 3, Tasteless.
Yep, Carpe with 1 HP.
30 seconds
and Munchkin
left.
in a position that isn't going to be too helpful here unless he can start to really stack these kills up. Suggest wallbangs Carpe.
Sees one, but oh!
Yeah, it was close, but in the end,
win.
we're tied up 1-1. Detonation Focus Me with a beautiful game on Split is going to bring us to map 3 on Fracture.
And if you're a DFM fan, not just because they got their, one extra map win here, but because of the way they did it. The improvements that we've all been talking about of, okay, your ideas are there, but, you're rushing in one by one, or you're not really taking advantage of the space after your utility. All of that has been much improved here on Split. Now they get to go to Fracture against T1, who has shown their double duelist composition twice so far in the Pacific. Curious to see if DFM has studied those tapes enough to potentially get their first match win here in VCT Pacific.
It's really inspiring to see how well Detonation Focus Me is playing. I love the way that you put it, William, that they've made the adjustments they had to make, and who's to say they don't just keep like this and start to actually develop into the team they were always supposed to be.
Yeah, and a lot of people have said it time and time again, right? This is also a roster that shouldn't be a pushover, given the players on that team. They're all players that have had their moments, especially when playing over in Challengers Japan. And it just wasn't coming together. We've heard some interviews about, the way that their styles or their comms, their calling. Seems like a lot of that has been shored up. The calling, the mid-routing has been much better on both maps, but especially here on Split, coming out from DFM. The patience, it just seems like they're talking finally in-game, and it's great to see from DFM.
They're gelling very well. And I guess the big question on everybody's mind is, can they do it one more time? Obviously, the cushion of the first map win there for T1 is still going to be there. They did manage to play well, even though I think Detonation Focus Me was proving that it was going to be a tough fight. But now we've seen the right adjustments. So I guess it's now into the ball's in T1's court, so to speak. Can they actually recover? Or are we going to have one of the craziest upsets so far for the weekend?
Yeah, I mean, we've got fans all kind of bewildered and amused at the fact that this is going to a third map, right? I mean, I don't think anyone really expected that. I think a lot of people, you would have been correct in assuming that T1 should take this 2-0, but the cracks are showing once again for T1. And meanwhile, DFM, can they carry this momentum for their first win? I mean, it would be a much-earned win here for DFM.
It's so cool to see. I mean, the fact that we've actually had DFM, who's, in some of the games they've looked good, in others they've looked, frankly, really, really bad, really weak. To see them galvanize here, and map 1 was exciting, right? Because it was close. We thought, well, that's pretty cool. But the reality is we went to map 2, they managed to take it. So we're going to be going to map 3. We're going to cut to a break, and when we come back, the desk, and then we're going to decide who wins between these two teams. To moderate success. Okay, here we go. Nice showers. And the spray. I have no idea where he is. And he gets it. No one's there. Did that by Taka.
Oh, yeah. Taka.
Oh! It's always a welcome thing here. If you're on that, really do the work over here. Saya.
Oh!
You know it to be. Saya.
Oh my.
Oh my God! It's such a good.
Out of the sight at this point. Oh, wait, he needs to. Okay,
oh God,
I've dodged the blast.
Oh my God!
This isn't there.
Oh!
Surprise! Surprise!
Oh! Meter in hand. Peek gets it.
An all in here. They have. Zenfree knows.
Yeah.
The wall is just gonna get broken through. Oh, they come.
Okay, this looks like it's gonna be.
There you go. Displaced. Oh, 2!
Whoa, that was insane.
Well, that gives time for Taka J.
Yeah.
Oh, the 4.
Oh, they pop out.
They tried to go. Oh.
Hey, it's VCT Pacific. We just finished game 2, Split, and DFM takes that point in the bag, bringing us to map 3, Fracture. Now, what happened there?
A lot of things happened, Victoria. We did have, again, 13-9, this time in favor of DFM, and T1, you know, they got started off kind of on the wrong foot. There were 4 rounds that went the way of DFM. They kind of evened it up, but you kind of had that feeling that DFM were in control of this map from the get-go. And yeah, it just looked really good. Everybody was really firing on all cylinders. I was particularly impressed by Suggest Sage, actually, and some of the nice lineups he had. But the MVP will be Takajay on their side for his incredibly high numbers.
Yeah, Valdez, not gonna lie, T1 looked kind of lost on Split, if anything. I mean, they had this double duelist setup that didn't really work out because they just weren't that coordinated. Like, DFM actually looked good with the set plays and kind of strategies that they had sometimes, the way that they actually held down positions. And at the same time, it's their standard kind of strategy or protocol, which is really what DFM does. So a lot of times you rely on previous maps who have been Anthem on the Sky, you get information, and then you kind of go in together as a team. This time, Zenfree was the Sky, and this time everyone was kind of getting all of those kills. Like you could see in the highlight reel, so many multi-kill moments by both sides.
Yeah. DFM did their homework, and you can see exactly why they picked Split.
She's so happy about
and
this.
And it paid off. Yeah, no, I mean, it's just great to see. They have no wins in VCT Pacific so far, but they have so much vibrance and energy. They're having fun on stage, and I feel like they deserve the win. And this was the game where at least one map would be in the bag, and you know that was the map. Yeah, so I think they've been doing well. Let's talk about round 8, Quack. There was a nice thrifting win from T1 too, though.
This was one of those heroic moments that we see from T1 that doesn't happen that often, but it actually did. And it happens with Ban on Jet. He actually sneaked down ramp just because of how slow DFM was playing, gets the first pick, gets the Phantom, and then DFM tries to collapse in on him, thinking that he's the only guy on the side. Let's take him down, there's no problem. And of course, Ben just kind of goes nuts with the Phantom, dashing in and out, getting a couple more frags, even getting some CQB ones just to finish off. And ZETA, of course, denies the ace. But it's a thrifty win. And off of little things like that, we start to see T1 getting a little bit confident. And they can see that they started going for more kills at times. And I think that's something that led to their downfall, if I'm being honest, because we're starting to see T1 kind of break apart their structure. They started to go in one by one at times, and you can't do that against a DFM that is so cautious.
Yeah, absolutely right. In fact, that is how they lost many of the rounds, doing exactly that, and it just wasn't coordinated. Now, there was a really cool, you mentioned Suggest as Sage, and he had some really cool lineups as Sage. He particularly had a really cool wall on B site. Haven't seen any Sage, like not a lot of Sage happening in Pacific.
Yeah, and you know, you can see T1 got the second pistol round. It was tied up at 7, but they just kind of pushed hard through the wall. They had shot it down. It was very obvious where T1 was, and it was just essentially a free kill given over to Suggest. And Takajay's right there. They take down 3 kills before the push even goes in. And this is really kind of the backbreaker, you know, you just got those 2. This was, of course, the bonus round, but DFM were able to hold on to 4 rifles. And from there, just playing it out really, really slowly, cautiously, as you mentioned. And again, another note on the T1 side as well, the fact that Ban on the Jet was kind of top kills and kind of carrying the team. It's not something you see all the time. But it doesn't seem like he's going to be subbed out or anything like that based on what I can tell, especially after his performance on game number 2. But also, what does it mean about the rest of the players on T1 that the guy that's getting subbed out all the time is the one that was actually carrying? It's not necessarily what you want to see.
Begs the question, like, what happened? You know, like, what's going on? But I tell you what happened. It really is what Victoria said earlier. DFM did their homework. And that's exactly what that wall shows as well. It's kind of DFM's style to play really carefully, cautiously, and sometimes they even have this like spider web of utility, and that's really what that Sage wall is about. You have slows coming in, you've got like nano swarms and paranoia coming out from Takajay at times. It's incredibly smart, and when everything falls into your web the right way, like things are just, it's just like a feels good moment, chef's kiss, and well played by, of course, Takajay.
Oh yeah, Takajay was amazing. I was so impressed by his plays as Omen on the split map. In fact, the last 2 maps, they did lose the first map, but Takajay was doing great.
Over 200 damage around is all you can say. He was doing so much for the team every single time, pulling more than just his weight. So a big star performance from the set of Takajay is definitely what you're going to need to carry your way to the victory. Detonation, they have won 2 maps so far now in VCT Pacific, and both of those were against Korean teams. One of them was against Gen G. So maybe they just decide, okay, we're gonna really ramp it up and play better when we do have to face against some of these really strong Korean teams. And this is a good start for them. You never know what's gonna happen on Fracture.
You really won't. Like, it's actually such an interesting thing that you brought up, because that is the next map that we have. DFM took that 1 map off Gen G on Fracture, and at the same time, like, you know, it's this style that DFM plays that actually can kind of break apart the Korean team's structures. They just don't really know how to react to it sometimes, because are they going to play slow, or are they going to suddenly have Soldan like dashing into ropes and updrafting on top, and you just don't really know how to like flick to that or anything, and it just kind of makes you so confused. And Fracture is one of those maps that can be so confusing, so it's going to be crazy.
Yeah.
I think what we talked about this at the very beginning, what we needed to see from DFM is that sort of teamwork that T1 does well. And I think they really rose up to the occasion. While we did nominate Takajay as the key player, it's safe to say all of the players have been doing really well. It's not Soldam who's topping these, topping the frag charts, although he had a pretty spectacular surety kill in mid. I know like a couple of us are going to go home and try that later.
She is going to try it.
I'm personally going to go home and try that later. It was fun. I mean that's why Soldam is the Korean Jet. He has these crazy plays. But with that said, they've all been having impact.
They really have, but yeah, I mean, that's what you want to see from DFM. It's that coordination, and if they can continue off of this, I'm not going to lie, they actually might be able to win this series.
We had, you were the solo predictor of Talon last week. Now we got Victoria, the solo predictor here for DFM. Is it the solo prediction buff?
Could be this week.
That's coming through. This is pretty interesting as well, because you talked about how DFM took down Gen G on Fracture. The last map that T1 won last week was also on Fracture against RRQ.
That's right.
That's where Munchkin really popped off. So probably comfortable, I would say, for both of these teams. We could get a really fun close match between the two.
Yeah, definitely. And like Quack was saying, Fracture is one of those chaotic maps where anything goes. Sides can get switched in a blink of a
eye.
In a blink of a neon eye.
Yeah, because neon is the duels that you might want to have. But I mean, that's why it also comes down to the agent composition that we're going to see, because they have had some stark differences between these two teams so far, especially on Split. You know, T1 a little bit more meta. We have the Astra Viper. We have 2 duelists, which honestly came out of nowhere. I didn't really expect that. But DFM with something more unorthodox, if you will, the double Sentinel, and then it kind of worked out. I don't know if Fracture's going to be the same.
Out.
Yeah, well,
yeah,
it did. Okay.
Yeah.
They did win the map. That did happen.
Yeah. But yeah, I think what's great to see is that with Soldam, I think we were talking about this earlier as well, that first week he was in, it was rough, and then it was just slowly getting better, and we're just seeing a lot of it start to gel. Let's see if he's still in the roster for this particular and final map.
I mean, that's also a good point to bring out, because the time that DFM did beat Gen G, if I'm not wrong, Soldam wasn't playing at that time. I think it was Suggest who actually popped off. But now we've swapped some roles. Suggest on the Sentinel, and then Soldam is the one, of course, doing all his lovely, lovely Jet things. But Fracture is a different map. I don't know if you want to have Jet on this one. That's
a really good point, actually.
Conditions for these two teams, really.
I wonder if we're going to be seeing Jet, actually. Does Soldam play anything else besides Jet? Is it like only
He is
Jet?
the original Korean Jet.
Yeah.
Is he allowed
He is Jet.
He is Jet.
I don't think he's allowed to play anything else, actually. If I were the coach, I would say no. Yeah, he's playing Jet.
But so, you know what? But so is Ben.
There you go. He looked great on the Jet in the last game, so I don't mind that.
Well,
double duelist.
Double controller on DFM, double duelist on T1. And again, it comes down to those conditions of, can your individual performances come that strong together? And can you string them together? Because we need that coordination, especially when you're on a chaotic map like Fracture.
Oh my goodness. It's double duelist, but it's Jet and Raze. I don't think we've seen that this season yet, so.
Also, Killjoy against Killjoy again.
Again! No.
Wow.
Even with that nerf, we're still seeing plenty of Killjoy. Has not deterred any of these teams from not playing Killjoy. All right, we are going to go into map 3. We've got T1 and DFM, and in the caster booth, we got Tasteful and Phil.
How dare you?
How dare you shave my name like that?
How dare you say I have taste? So we're going to be going into the third map here to decide who's actually going to take this. Dead Nation is looking strong. They've made the improvements. They've tied this up 1-1. The question now is, can they close it out, or is T1 going to come back and assert their dominance, leaving Dead Nation without a single best-of-3 victory in the weeks we've had here at the VCT Pacific?
Yeah, huge questions, and Fracture, a map where both teams have had some positive memories, right? T1 got their win against RRQ. Now, they lost prior to that, but that time it was because they, again, counter-stratted RRQ very well, and Ban was having a much better performance on the Jet. Same thing can be said for DFM, though. When they beat Gen G, the counter-stratting was done so well of just understanding Gen G's playstyle, their goals in the composition, and now a bit of a change as well, not just in the players, but would suggest playing that Sentinel instead of the Cypher. They're bringing back the Killjoy here in Fracture. So DFM, I think they'll have a bit more flexible utility. Cypher's fine on Fracture, but obviously the lockdown does so much for potential retakes.
Okay, to start this off, T1 here with the spike. Munchkin going to be the first to make contact, it looks like.
They've only heard one person, though. Biggest save! Yeah, you had no idea that it was going to be 4 people. They're going to chase through. They got to take Carpe out. Oh, a nice pass through coming out from Soldom just to try to draw away the attention. Now, it didn't work, but at the end of the day, they take the kill without extra casualties. They know it's a B plant. Now, suggest timing is going to be important to see if anyone's actually come through spawn or not.
Yeah.
Spot one.
They just keep dropping these T1 players one by one here.
Suggest with a great flank as well. Oh no, it might be a flawless ban.
Oh god, yeah.
Not much he can do.
He's shooting in between the shoes here of the Jet that's doing the defuse. Ban does get that one kill and a second, not bad. But again, a big win here for Detonation Focus Me.
Huge. A huge win, actually. I mean, just right off the bat, I mean, sure, in the pistol round, it is a bit of a rock, paper, scissors, shoot type of scenario in terms of, you know, who gets the better read, but they play it well, you know, because we don't actually see 4-man, 5-man pushes out of the main too much. It's oftentimes more on the arcade or dish side.
I agree. It does seem like those sides get a little bit more attention, a little bit more love, but it was a very good advance over there into B. They close it out easily. Let's see what T1 wants to do as we go into the next half here.
Ooh, great hold from Takashi. It's things like this. Now, Ban, a nice pick on the other side, but it's things like this where this is what DFM did so well against Gen G, of not being baited to use their own utility to defend, right? They just say, okay, see, is it bait or not? I mean, that fault line, it's on a cooldown. Let's make sure we don't trade one of our precious pieces of utility for a cooldown utility that's going to come back. So now he still has 2 snake bites.
We could end up seeing Ban with an engage over here just around Jinfree. Looks like his shoulder's exposed and he pulls back. Meanwhile, Suggest getting to drop just behind the box.
Just going to stay alive for the time being. Now, Suggest has to kind of stay alive on his own because otherwise Sakaje would have to give up B tower.
All right, he does manage to transfer that spray.
Not enough bullets.
Well, it's not over yet. They do manage to clear out that tube here, so it's Saya and Ben over here onto the site. Anthem and Jinfree are going to have to try to recover. Ooh, 1 HP left over here.
They're both so weak.
Yeah.
Now, DFM is also very cautious because they've already lost so many weapons, right? They definitely want to make sure they carry over both of these Bulldogs.
Oh my god!
Anthem had the read, but Saya's just 1 second quicker.
They're both so low on HP. Oh my god, but a better spray versus a single shot. Jinfree gets the kill, and we'll get the defuse as well, popping up that second win here. T1 needs to recover here in the bonus round.
Yeah, very costly, but DFM, again, I mean, just happy to get another round, right? They're working towards that oh-so-precious first win. Ooh. Ban kind of being on point for his shots is a promising sign, though. That is how they got their win against RRQ, was that he was able to really act on his kind of own volition and go for these solo flanks, go for these fakes, go for these hard entries as that Jet. So if he can keep up that condition, T1, they should have hope in the coming rounds.
We may have some fast movement down here towards a long. Ban pushing forward. Sinfree on the other side, although he may wrap back around here to give them more angles to clear before they fully commit. He sees them, dashes away into the wall, actually, and that's going to smoke it out.
And they've already spotted someone on the north side of the map as well. We saw that ping go down over from Soldom and Anthem by Dish. Now, only one smoke remaining for Zenfree, so T1 not in too much of a rush. They're actually just going to get Sands for free as well.
Okay, the push comes in. We've still got Zenfree lurking up here in Heaven. Haven't cleared that yet, but the wall bang gets the confirm and the kill. T1 with the plant down here in Hell. Oh my God!
Soldom again!
I can't believe it.
Oh,
Just
man.
keeps happening.
Clears the close angles with the shorty. Oh, he had the right read, but ZETA, just a bit more firepower. Fault line to make sure they cover Dish side as well, and this should be a spike death for Anthem and Taka J.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else they can do, but a great round as well.
Yes, and here's the thing for T1, a positive scenario where, okay, well, I was about to say they only lose one weapon, and they've completed the Rolling Thunder already, but ZETA will eventually die. So, you know, DFM, they're also fine with how this round went. The only thing they'll have to keep track of now is, again, the early Rolling Thunder. ZETA not only getting a couple extra kills here, but also the plant has made that ultimate where that's going to be crucial in this coming round, right? We often talk about if everything goes in theoretical fashion, round 4 is kind of the head-to-head round in terms of buys and firepower.
Yeah, it's so cool to see Soldom pull this off over and over again, really eking value out of that shorty in moments where the area is so open. The only way you can come in is to helicopter above him and then dive bomb down. All right, well, this has already been a great first half here. We're just getting started.
Early operator as well on the half armor, so DFM continuing kind of this half armor trend. Obviously, this is kind of the majority over in EMEA Pacific. We only have a couple teams, namely the Japanese teams, actually really favoring the half armor buy. Also, that is the only way they could have kind of made this round happen, except for 2 members. So they're just going in on it. Now this operator, it helps because he has Blade Storm, but they definitely want one kill, because otherwise the Rolling Thunder is going to make this retake very difficult.
Yeah, well, I don't know that the Killjoy is going to peek just yet. Munchkin just...
No, the turret's there as well.
Yeah.
Here.
And he'll get spot. Oh, actually,
backs away.
Taka J shields that for him. Oh!
Okay, well, he does get Munchkin, but it is a bit of a trade.
Okay, so you spotted 2 members and the toxic screen now down from DFM, so it's just going to be an A hit with the Rolling Thunder. Ban's trying to take advantage of the fact that people have to be stunned here, but he's just going to trade out 3v3.
Oh, they're trying to move in now. This will be that retake. Soldom going to come around here from Dish.
Okay, you have to be aware that DFM is going to try this with the Blade Storm. Absolutely.
Yeah. Could see a pop in, just like we saw in the last round, actually.
Yep, just checking Sands first. They want to close the distance so they can take advantage of Soldom drawing attention to himself when he dashes in. He's going to check main first.
Nobody there just yet. They don't have that much time, so they're going to have to burst in a second.
Oh, but Suggest gets one. Now Soldom can go in. He's actually just going to get the kill for free.
And this leaves just Carpe here. Anthem comes around.
Oh, Anthem playing this so smart.
Yeah, that was perfect. Just baiting the crosshairs over there. 180 degrees behind. The shot comes in with the kill. Third one here for Detonation Focus Me. They've started it. How far can they go?
Yeah, great start. And most importantly, keeping that operator. The idea from T1, it was fine, right? Rolling Thunder to make sure that you push everyone out and Ban's trying to work off of it. But the problem was the rotate from Suggest very quick on the trigger to cover for his teammates. Man, it's been a while since we've seen Suggest really enjoy his time on the stage.
I know,
it's
he's
great to
loving
see
this. Well, I mean, you know, the hard work is finally paying off.
Yeah, I mean, everyone on DFM just looks much better in spirit
Yeah,
today.
there's a lot more life in their faces here, as this has been a brutal couple weeks, but a real Cinderella story here, possibly, if they get this third map win here in the end.
And a great read again, right? You double stack Viper and Killjoy on B. As long as you hold tower, you've got the toxic screen for the retake. So now we have Zenfree also ready to provide backup in the middle of the map. They've already taken control of A Hall, A main as well. So the only place they're really concerned about is Dish. But even that, Anthem is watching from long range.
Seems like they're going to send the spike down through middle under.
Oh, Soldom, how far are you going to go out?
Yeah, but Soldom's going to be here on the receiving end with the operator. And he has a couple more angles he could escape through if he gets the first pick. And does!
Yep.
Spike down.
And he's got the dash, so he's going to hold for another shot here. And with ZETA being gone, that means no flashes. Going to pretend that he's disappeared. Okay, goes for a timing shot. Gets a little scratched up, but he will be fine.
There.
Anthem's nearby to help provide support.
A lot of time left here. They're going to have to commit into this.
Oh, Anthem's so quick on that. He was expecting it.
Soldom tips out. The door's shut. He can't find the shot.
Now, they have orbital strike here, so DFM, I don't think they're too worried about flooding the site. There, yeah, they're trying to, T1's trying to bait it out. They do get a trade off of it, but now they have to stick the plant. But here comes the molly. It does miss barely, it looks like. Saya's going to be able to get it. Snake bite, just going to weaken him. He's going to trap him. The showstopper just to try to stay alive.
Behind the box. He does. Whoa, beautiful.
Oh, Zenfree tries to go for the wide run and gun, knowing that Saya has to be scratched up, but he just takes it a bit too far. Doesn't stop in time to secure the shots.
Yeah, it's funny. I thought that Detonation had that, but I think with, beautiful gunplay there at the end, it was a clutch moment. They did manage to get those kills. They closed that out. The game of catch-up is real. As we go into round 6 here on the first half.
That's a pretty devastating round, right? You drop your operator, you've used your orbital strike. Oh, that hurts. That hurts for DFM. I mean, Soldom had a really good opening kill there to make things happen. But now T1 able to recover a little bit economically.
Okay, Ban immediately drops Zenfree. Quicker push into A as the turret's gunned down. Kind of a funny entry there. Getting pushed off of the packs there from the Rays.
Now, even though this wasn't a full save, I think DFM just going to look for whatever damage they can do.
Yeah, only so many times Soldom could do this before eventually it just gets to be obvious. Full tactic. But again, we don't really expect any win from there. So it's like go in and just see who you can take out. Whatever. 3-3 here.
Ear's still ringing.
And a much more viable round here for Detonation Focus Me. One thing that's been consistent with these two teams since the beginning is that it's been so close.
Yes. I mean, lots of back and forth. And let's be honest, I think a lot of it also relies on those timeouts, right? Of how they use it, how wisely they use it, how much they're able to adjust. Got a little bit of T1's comms there. Now the operator is back. They do have a lockdown, but Carpe is probably going to save his orbital strike for as long as possible against that as well. So not anything that's going to really change the flow. Oh, man.
Whoa! That was huge.
Yeah, Anthem, I think he only kind of spotted the first pass through from Ban, and then the crossfire has a deeper angle through that wall there from Saya.
And they're going to bide their time here. They just check behind to make sure there's no counterplay.
Soldom has to win this duel over on main.
Zenfree gets
Zenfree! A heroic hold! That's going to force Munchkin. Yes!
Oh!
Soldom waits for it! That's what I was going to say. Because you lose the entry, Munchkin has to pinch a lot faster than he originally wanted to. Zenfree. He's had a tough going today overall in terms of pure kill death, but that was a moment he absolutely needed, both for himself and his team.
And now, I mean, this is just, it's an ugly round here for T1. They don't have any access to the spike. They've got some decent guns, which I guess they will just go ahead and save out. And it doesn't seem like Detonation Focus Me is even going to go for the hunt. They're going to play very conservatively and just eke out that 4th round win in a bit of a dull ending here for round 7.
Well, DFM going to be very happy about that one. They'll, use whatever just to make sure. The only place you don't have eyes on is
10
Dish,
seconds left.
so just using a snake bite to make sure no one tries to go for a last-minute jump onto Zenfree with a heroic hold on there. Now, the drop from Dish was, obviously somewhat expected, but the fact that he hears Saya go above, that's usually the point of entry from the raises, right? It's the best route. And then he waits for the drop first, keeps himself hidden, and then creates the angle for Saya. Good play. And Soldan was going to hold on to that angle for the longest time no matter what, but because his back was safe, he was able to stay much more focused, knew that, this means if there is a flank, if there is a lurk, it has to start coming in now. A great hold from DFM and a timeout right away from T1.
Yeah, T1 pumping the brakes, and I can't say I really blame him. Detonation focused me. It seems like they're getting stronger with each passing round. They're patient, they're calculated.
Sorry to cut you off, but one of these days, I just want to cast to be like, well, I do blame them for this.
You know what? I think they deserve this. No. Yeah, I mean, it's been a great showing here from Detonation Focus Me, and honestly, I'm pleasantly surprised, as I'm sure many people who are watching, unless, of course, you're a T1 fan, the casters, only Victoria actually picked a win here for Detonation Focus Me, and we've had a couple upsets like this, but this, I think, is maybe the most surprising of all if they actually can manage to take it.
Yeah. Well, I have my excuse. T1 ZETA told me that they will never disappoint again.
Oh.
Here's the funny thing.
So that's how it works.
I actually think I might be the curse for I think I've gotten every single one of their matches wrong. Maybe I've only gotten one right, but I think I've gotten every single one of their matches wrong. Both the wins and losses. So we'll see if it continues today. It's not over just yet, but DFM seems to be one step ahead in terms of the adjustments. The early Seekers just to buy time. This is providing enough time for backup to arrive.
Yeah, they've sandbagged it pretty nicely. Can they actually shut them down when they go for entry?
Oh, they don't know about Anthem.
Yep, Anthem here. Just nipped there by the Killjoy utility.
Oh, they have no idea. They have no idea the Boombot went over to the stairs.
Oh my god.
Oh, the crossfires are all there.
The gunplay is just too good. Total shutdown there. Detonation Focus Me, and I think our shortest round yet. Gets the victory, 5-3.
A great round from DFM. I love the Seekers just to buy time, right? Because you knew that A main, the hall, the entry there, you had the toxic screen, you had the nano screen, you had all sorts of things set up to make sure that there wouldn't be an entry in. But on top of that, you use the Seekers to make sure you buy time over on Sands. It gives Zenfree an opportunity to come through spawn, make sure that Ropes wasn't taken for free, and then everyone from B main also just pushes out to secure information. And now it's just going to be a fast hit. The Rolling Thunder available for ZETA. Saya waiting on the other side. Along with Fan, actually. Yeah, they're not going to... Are they going to rush for this? Okay, they're going to use the lockdown first, which is why they're in no rush to go in with their duelist. They actually want to see if anyone gets shoved out of sight.
Initiated.
All right, counter lockdown here.
Oh.
The defenders. Gonna mute the use of this.
So Carpe's going to use his orbital strike, but that means DFM kind of comes out on top in terms of the ultimates.
Yeah, I mean, they had to pay for this, right, to get in here, and of course the retake is still very much a possibility. Soldam starts it with a kill on Carpe.
Smoke's down.
Zenfree, yeah, I think you just use the orbital strike. I don't think you save that. Make sure you clear out sight now. You know they have to be tower and arcade. Your spawn has been taken over, but the Rolling Thunder is in.
Oh! Saya and Ban take two.
Takejay? He's hit it. Oh, man.
Yep, and that's going to be it. T1 keeping it even here, 5-4 now in the game of catch-up. In a very high expense round on both sides here.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing, that the trade for the lockdowns and the orbital strike, sure, in favor of DFM. But T1, they were holding on to that Rolling Thunder. And that's why they're okay with not branching out, right? They're okay with just keeping the north side of the... You hear the frantic comms from T1. But yeah, that's why they were okay with just really being funneled into one side of the site. A great retake. DFM, I don't think maybe they were expecting that Rolling Thunder to come out right there.
Oh, I think we're going to get this picked up right away here. T1 going to come out ready to bazooka down somebody. Hasn't found a target yet. Meanwhile, Bandit Carpe get 2.
Okay.
And 12 HP here. Looking to find something. Oh, what's happening? Munchkin gets that kill. The spike is now planted. And it's going to be a 2-stack over here, just outside the spawn of the attacker's side. I guess they might want to save.
You know what this is going to do? This is most likely forcing a timeout, and I think that's the biggest thing that T1 gains from this is not only are you getting the round win, but because you're pushing so relentlessly after that chaotic end of the round, the previous round, you didn't really give much time for DFM to really talk through what's happening at all, right? You're really breaking apart their comm system, and these are the intangibles in a game of Valorant of, okay, well, you know, let them do their default setup, but let's just push hard and fast so they can't recover. The only way, I think DFM need a timeout after this, just for some breathing room.
They're going to go for the push here. 3 seconds left.
They're all going to come out. Oh, no? Okay.
Nope.
They want to keep that operator, it looks like.
Makes sense. Okay, 5-5. 2 rounds left here as it's neck and neck.
Yeah, there's that timeout.
Yeah, good call there, William.
I mean, T1, I think that this is what they wanted. Surely you expect this timeout, so it's not going to be a surprise. Of course, as we always say, both coaches have an opportunity here. But DFM, most likely, the biggest thing they're talking about right now is just let's get a little bit of breathing room, right? Let's just kind of recover. You know, let the past rounds go by. Talk about what have we been missing. What are the things that the players aren't talking about? It looks like maybe that's what they're going through. The coach just kind of listening through the thought process over from the players on stage. Soldam taking the lead right now in some of that discussion.
That's these crazy plays here from Soldam, by the way.
You know, one of these days, I would love to see kind of this fun challenge between, that's supposed to be Carpe with lipstick, by the way, but I would love to see a challenge between Arby's Neon and Soldam's Jet on who can dodge more bullets before hitting the target. You know what I mean? Like, they're both so good at doing those kind of triple Lutzes and all those figure skating moves. It would be interesting to see. But for now, Soldam obviously desperate for their first match win.
We've been talking a lot about, you know, detonation here and how important it would be for them to actually win this. T1, though, I mean, they've been kind of in the middle here with the score for a lot of this. So
yeah, I mean, they need it too.
They are not supposed to lose this. I mean, this is actually, I think if you look at the rest of the tournament that we have here for this phase of it, they are probably assuming they basically have to take this, otherwise there's going to be a lot of problems ahead.
Okay, Soldam tries to push out against the op, and he will be able to take it down. Now, they've made the call that they've gone through ropes. He saw them go up, so they know spawn's taken. Suggest in position. They're actually falling right into the traps of DFM.
Oh my God, Suggest with a double.
Oh, the read from DFM. What an incredible timeout usage. I mean, yes, it comes off the back of Soldam winning that duel, but he knew he had one mission, was to stop the push into main. Lets them go through Sands and say, whatever, that's fine if I can take out the operator. Oh, and that just ruins the entire plan for T1. They fall right into the palms of DFM.
That was something else. The last round here in the first half, T1 needs to try to figure out a way to fight back. The previous round was so short, so action-packed. We've got a pretty quick push coming up here from T1. Shots fired up into the tunnel. As Anthem pops around the corner, gets a kill, 5 HP, and then none.
Okay, now, because Suggest got taken out first, that forces the Viper's Pit. T1 happy to rotate, but here's the thing, is that DFM, they understand that they want to hold on to at least a main. The likelihood is because the greater force is on the north side that it's going to be Dish. They're not clear of spawn either, which is why Soldam's just waiting from on top. He's watching for that entry from spawn. He hears him now on Dish. The flash is through. Oh, it's not good. Oh, he still gets one kill.
He still trades it out.
Oh,
Taka J left over. Is T1 going to tie this up?
It seems likely. Now, Taka J's had some impressive rounds over on Split, but let's remember he was playing Omen, who has a little bit more to work with in terms of these 1v, 1v1s, 1v2s, 1v3s.
Yeah, a little bit more opportunities to obfuscate and to relocate, fake out movements. But, Taka J has had these crazy moments before. And it's not going to be one this time around. 6-6. We're tied up. As this has been a delightfully close map 3. And No one has any idea who's going to take it.
Yeah, I'll be honest, Lisa's, I was coming into this weekend excited to get back into VCT Pacific, and I was looking at the matchups, and I said, you know what, this first match, I mean, I'm just keeping my eyes on to see if, T1, do they truly look more consistent, right? That's my only goal. I mean, nothing against DFM, it just seems like they'll need more time, but DFM is bringing the heat against T1.
They're playing so well. It's really something else. So we go into halftime now. And the back and forth has been really exciting. It does seem like the coordination has improved even more here for Detonation Focus Me. I think they've laid more traps. They've got some very good positions set up here on the defender's side. And frankly, they've just had some very good duels. Now, T1's actually not playing poorly either. I do wonder if we have one of these rounds coming up here where it's just one player on each team left and it comes down to a one-on-one duel. Would that be maybe what is ultimately going to be the deciding score, and it might be like a 13-11 or a victory in overtime, because the longer we have these teams together, the closer they seem to be. And again, that's a shock coming from Detonation. Detonation has not won a best of 3 yet. If you're tuning in and you're enjoying this match, you got to realize how shocked everybody is.
Yeah.
T1 is, I guess we'd say, before this tournament started, probably an upper mid-tier team, still overshadowed by the Korean teams like Gen G, like DRX. But Detonation, in a lot of ways, was looking to maybe be right at the bottom of the barrel, but not this week, not right now, not in the second half.
They only have 2 map wins so far, and that second one was earlier today, right? I mean, that just goes to show that DFM has been struggling. But I think the other beautiful part is, I know, global fans all across the world for VCT, you're watching Pacific, you're watching Americas, you're watching EMEA, and a lot of people are having these reactionary takes about, their favorite teams or whatnot performing or not performing well, and that's fine as a fan, but we're starting to see the fruits come through of how leagues like this, the partner leagues, the round robin system, gives time for teams to grow, right? EMEA, some of the teams that have been considered the worst have been growing. DFM now doing the same. RQ was doing the same earlier in Pacific. And even in Americas, right, certain teams really starting to make these adjustments, maybe even some roster moves as well in terms of who's sitting as their 6th man. These changes have been really coming to fruition. See who's able to carry it through to playoffs. Now, just a 5-man stack here. Sold down with the shorty as well.
Okay, whoa, I didn't even see that. All right, Anthem gets the kill on Van.
Yeah, so that clears the site, which gives the perfect opportunity for the shorty. Oh, man, all this just to allow Soldum to take control of tower with the shorty. He upgrades it.
And he can lurk up there, and it doesn't seem like they're committed just yet. I think they want to see if they can maybe bait out some movement, but T1's being pretty patient, knowing, it's not going to be easy from here on out, but they don't want to overextend and just come into the crossfire.
Yeah, they're going to wait for the toxic screen to refill as well. It seems like there's no reason to shy away from this without information. You have the numbers advantage, but they were slowed down, so they'll just buy time until the toxins come out. And at this point, seems like they might even wait to see if anyone's come through. Now, 2 members have already made it across the toxic screen. Soldum actually needs to hold on to this tower. He spots him. Soldum needs help. All right, they know where the last one is.
Reload, and he doesn't quite get the kill, but he does get some damage off. Saya, the last one left.
This is still doable for Saya. Okay, but Suggest with a great position as well, especially as Anthem has now already rotated.
Oh, man, this is going to be a great lurk.
Mind games over mind games. Suggest.
Yeah, it's going to be an A-side plant.
They have no idea they're right above and below each other. Oh, well, now they know. Hello.
All right, that's going to be a comfortable plant now
10 seconds left.
Wow, I mean, Detonation's playing so well.
Yeah. Oh, and look at the positioning from Anthem as well. And now Suggest.
He's going to come up here for an interception on a dish.
Anthem hears him. Yep.
Oh! Beautiful ending. First round win in the second half. DFM looking clean, looking calculated, looking composed.
See if they can string it together now. It's been a lot of back and forth in the first half.
Yeah, I think losing Ansem really hurt. But they played it pretty well after basically having control over that site. They seesawed back to the other side.
And again, these are the things is that having this way out available. These are things that have been missing from DFM. T1 did what they could, 3v5. Now, big question is oh, wow, 5 Bulldogs. They want to take advantage of everything as much as possible. They want to continue the economic advantage. They're going for the full armor as well. So no one trying any sort of crazy business with Phantoms or Vandals. They're just playing it safely, but making sure they can keep up economically. Here's the drop.
All right,
good for
Munchkin
one.
trades out one,
Spike
totally
down
worth.
B.
We do still have the Marshall player over here at A.
Okay, because it was one person pushing out, they expect B to be empty or weak, and they would be correct in that. However, the positioning, they can't secure tower just yet. And because they have the better weaponry, they're not going to take the risk of doing so. Taka J just planted.
We've got Ban coming out here and does give himself away there, tries to dash out, but still an easy shot there for Taka J, who manages to get a second and maybe even a third.
Not getting enough help because of the smoke. Harpe just going to do whatever he can to get some more damage in, I think. He's going to hunt for the kills, yeah. He knows the defuse isn't doable.
Nicely done. An expected victory, but beautifully executed, excuse me, here for Detonation Focus Me. Now we go deeper into the second half with the bonus round. There is a possibility with how well Detonation Focus Me is playing this, they might be even able to streak a third win, which would be insane.
Yeah, and I do think T1, I would not blame them if they went for an early timeout here, because there was, again, a little bit of a mismatch on that timing on the potential retake. I know it was a weaker round, but okay, it looks like they're just going to let it slide. Going for Sheriffs just to even out the firepower on the side of DFM. They still have 3 Bulldogs to work with. Oh, they're gonna get the ult orb here, and Anthem will have Seekers. At that point, they have their pickings. Oh, I mean, they've heard you're here. I do think that you might as well go for the orb. You already sent the guiding light. Perhaps skeptical of any close locations here.
Oh, sold up, tries again.
He died.
He
doesn't land on there, and
he didn't actually land up in the nest.
Yeah, and
he fell down below it.
He had the spike.
Oh my God! I only just now noticed that, William. It didn't even occur to me he would have the spike in hand.
Which is like, okay, he's not the one with the weapon. You're expecting him to jump in, draw crossfire, and then everyone floods in. But you chose to do that through the brim smoke without getting the Seekers first. DFM, they're making it really hard to just have so much hope in their improvements. But
that
overall,
was some Wile E. Coyote stuff right there.
Yes.
I can't believe it.
You know, for a second I had to look at the comps and be like, do they have an Omen?
30 seconds left.
We've seen that done with Omens, but not available. Okay, so DFM, they're still making use of whatever they can with the bonus round here. They're collecting the ult orbs, right? So they're doing what they can. They can even get another one here, actually. And then they'll have Viper's Pit, but they won't have time. Well, if they start to win their duels...
Hold up. That's just, yeah, that's going to be it.
Okay, but funnily enough,
it kind of went okay.
Yeah, it kind of went okay, right? They take out 3 weapons. They get the Seekers and the Viper's Pit. They're 1 away from the Blade Storm. All right. This is a crazy game, Tasteless.
That was so weird. Okay. Anyways, 4th round in the second half here. T1 does, in the normal ebb and flow of an early set here, they do win that bonus round. I guess a more comical way than most rounds we've ever seen. But now things are going to be a little bit more evened out.
All right, just taking it slow. T1. Not everyone has full armor. Munchkin back with a judge as well. Okay, they hear the raise and they see that the poison cloud being set up as well. Actually, that's coming out from Taka J, it looks like. Oh, I like this from Taka J. He's constantly using that poison cloud just to draw attention over to A main, hold them close. Now,
Man, great shot there.
That was before they could even spot the turret, and Ban goes for another aggressive peek.
Yeah, complete shutdown there onto the B-long entry point. Spike will quietly be shuttled back over here towards A, but they've got a pretty good defending position over here as well. Saya is ready to receive both these players. It's going to be Taka J up here in the front. Jiggle peeking for now, and then pulls away when he realizes the opportunity's already gone. He's pulled back around the corner.
Here's the thing that, again, it's just these slight mismatches. If Suggest had already taken over the entire section of Dish, he could have been ready for the crossfire, but now he's alone as well. They keep walking into these 1v1s.
He's push
I mean,
back
there's
here.
no time here.
Yeah, this just does not look like it's going to happen. And this may end pretty quietly here.
Yeah.
Right here.
Oh, no. Don't. At this point, with 15 seconds, please don't rush into the site. They're going to go for it. They want to go for the win. They're not checking their angles.
Yeah, but that's going to be that. 8-8. Evened out once more. Ban was insane with those shots.
Yes.
Whether it was A or B, he just kept shutting down any progress with peaks.
Okay, so DFM will be the one to call the timeout, and quite frankly, I think it's got to be the same reason. He actually catches the leg of Anthem right as that screen's going through, and that's something that DFM will have to keep in mind, right? When you set up the screen that way, it doesn't go across the entire generator. There is that gap that he can still peek out of, so something that they'll have to keep in mind, but more importantly, it's like, you know, Anthem peeking out there on his own. I know they wanted to go in quietly, so they weren't using utility, but Anthem, you know, being the first one to peek, a little bit unfortunate. And then on top of that, right, Suggest not quite being, they still had 40 seconds left on the clock. I think on the side of A main, they could have waited until Suggest made the call that he had already fully taken control of Dish, available for the crossfire. Things like this, again, we're seeing those kind of micro breakdowns from DFM happening. And we saw that it's doable. We saw that they have points in time where they've cleaned it up over on Split as well. So
this has been such an incredible best of 3, and this game is no exception. Now we move on after the timeout. Where exactly are they going to try to take the spike this time around? Detonation focused me. A lot of tension up here in the north, although Suggest is going to be lurking down here in the bottom with the turret over here to spot from an exit from B.
Yeah, DFM desperately needs a round where they're able to at least break open B site during these buy rounds so that they can start to force potential changes from Munchkin's Killjoy setups. They know that Munchkin always sets up on B site. That's been the way that T1 has played Fracture. And they just want a chance to fight against it. Now he's waiting with a judge.
Yeah, the question is anybody going to go up there? We've seen this from Soldom a couple times where he likes to infiltrate, but for now he waits outside on the low ground. Okay, they're going to throw the bird up in there and ping it to confirm that there is Munchkin lurking inside.
So this is going to be a pinch onto A. Soldom's goal is going to be to clear up the flank. Soldom, he has to wait until noise is made. But for this to work, they need to actually be able to get into A site. If they just walk into Ban and Ban cleans up all members over on Dish like he's primed to do.
Yeah, Ban's already done this a couple times.
Uh-oh.
Pulls away. Hold on, they're going to go back over
no,
to B.
I like it.
Yep.
Now, the problem is they heard him. They heard him from the middle of the map. You saw the ping. Because they were running across because of time, and they didn't run on the far north side of the map there at the edge. Saya hears them. They're very well aware.
30 seconds left.
Okay, they do manage to spill in over here to B. It's still Munchkin
Snake
waiting
bite
with
pinch.
the judge, but the wrong angle, and he's picked off.
A great setup for Soldom. They now control B main. They control it, and the pit goes down as well.
Planted.
Beautiful round so far. What is T1 going to do to try to come back in here? It's a gauntlet of different utility to try to navigate. They all tuck up into the tube up here.
Oh, Suggest, meanwhile, is going for a heavy rotate through sewers. Now, even the orbital strike being used by Zemfree, they are desperate
Yeah,
to
they're
secure
spending
this.
heavy here.
I mean, their weaponry is not great to spam against T1. And T1,
They might have done it, man.
Yeah, they're just going to go for the save. I don't mind the save here because if you drop it all, it's going to be free upgrades for the side of DFM. Oh, well, there's one.
All right, not bad. A decent trade out. Any guns you can get them to drop here is going to be worthwhile.
Thrifty.
Nicely done. 9th win as DFM skirts ahead with T1 always with an answer to play catch up.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that was off of the timeout coming from DFM. T1 not choosing for a counter timeout says, okay, you know what? That was their round. They did invest heavy, right, in terms of ultimates. They used both the pit and the orbital strike. Now, part of the reason they use the orbital strike confidently is the lockdowns are pretty much lined up for each other. Of course, Carpe only one away from his orbital strike as well, though, so potential ult trades coming in the next couple rounds. Oh, and now a heavy weight from DFM, just waiting for the aggression. Ban, this has been the way he's been playing and making things happen. Tagashi spots him.
right, we've got Ban so close here. Now, never count Ban out. Pre-fires a little bit, doesn't connect.
Okay, they've heard the dash out, though. So they know that this means that there needs to be support now coming over for the side of T1, right? Because Jet doesn't have a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Right, good point. And that support does come in there, but they quietly collect up here in the north. But it's going to be a double stack here. We've got Munchkin and we've got Seiya.
And I love this. They make the noise on the rope, and that forces T1 to have to pay more attention to Dish while being aware that A main has been given up. And the Seekers, it's going to check Munchkin right behind the box. He is getting Oh, Seiya with a great cover, though.
Insane moment here. They are going to try to spill it. It's still Seiya holding that spot until they can actually get in.
A great volley from Carpe.
Doesn't see anybody.
Oh, but Soldom just walks in and takes him out.
Left.
Oh, beautiful spray in there from ZETA, taking 2 out.
Oh, ZETA has been cleaning up house. DFM, they weren't able to take sight, so they had to take so much other space.
Jinfree comes down.
Oh, they know where he is.
Did he try to plant? Maybe get this off? Even
Yeah.
a plant alone is good.
Spike
Just
planted.
let it happen, but Jinfree, what can you do? Now that smoke, he's purposely making it seem like he could be hiding in there, trying to create these 1v1 angles. Oh, he's good for 1.
Can he get 2? He escapes up into tube.
He's got the volley
HP.
as well. He's going to try to... Okay.
Molly.
Yep. And
Gets
then
1.
rotate. Oh, but it misses as well.
Okay, but he just now restarts again.
Now, if he can take out their weapons, though, still not the end of the world. Oh, man.
Beautiful round from T1, but that was a nail biter. I have a feeling we're going to be in overtime, William.
It's very likely. Again, I mean, still, neither team has strung together more than 2 rounds, right? No one has gotten the enemy to go into that triple loss streak, which is also making the economy situation quite dire if it goes down to close numbers like this. But ZETA, oh, what a good hold. And DFM, them spreading out to take control of spawn, that is fine, right? Because they couldn't clear out site just yet, so they wanted to make sure that they had a way out. But the timing miss, ZETA getting that kill through the smoke and then having time to recover against Anthem was a very clutch moment.
Okay, so they don't find anything just yet. DFM slowly snaking up into the B position. And they're going to get that Viper wall set up here. They're going to try to come in for a dash.
Oh!
Ban gets a deny, but is shut down by Jinfree. 25 HP, maybe unwise to move in any further. Anthem goes with a little bit of a heal up here as they're going to rotate as a squad back down quietly through the spawn.
Yeah, what I would love from DFM is, do what you did the previous round, on your bonus round, right? At least get some of these ult orbs. And then ideally, if you get a good read, maybe you can draw out one of these ultimates. I don't think it's going to happen, especially, man, it's going to take a lot of effort to clear out the utility here from Munchkin on A, which, by the way, great changeup, right? Plant the Blade Storm, and then because you have Rolling Thunder and Orbital Strike, you just empty B site, and now Munchkin can have a new setup on A with the Killjoy utility. They're just going to try to swarm the site. Munchkin's hiding. They got to expect that it can't be empty, though.
Yeah, well, they're going to start to get in now. Munchkin's still back here, gets 1.
Oh, well, there's
and
a Rolling
2.
Thunder.
Oh, Munchkin gets 4. What? T1 pulls ahead.
Well, the desk wanted to see him munch, and there he is, just chomping against DFM. He's been having these clutch rounds time and time again, all throughout Pacific.
That was an insane moment. They just weren't ready. It seemed like they weren't able to communicate exactly where he was. Things happened so quickly.
And, I mean, the Rolling Thunder, the angle it was at, just perfect, where Munchkin can also just step right out of it and just pick off all of the free kills here.
Just sidestep it with ease. T1's now in the lead. Can Detonation start to catch up? We don't have that much left here as we're getting closer and closer to the end of the final map.
Munchkin's holding close on purpose. He's trying to clear this out. Oh, Ban!
Whoa!
With a collateral!
Munchkin is doing so well. Unable to get the plant there with the lockdown. 2v3 now. Numbers on T1's side, but the spike is in a situation where it can be planted at B's, so T1 needs to come in here for that retake.
Now Carpe has the Orbital Strike. Oh, not gonna need it. That's just 1 member left.
Toxins going up.
Okay, push comes in.
I mean, this
J
is,
here just gonna hold the Little haul up here, up an elbow. Oh,
okay,
gets
nice
one,
speed.
runs away. He's got 2 more he's got to deal with. Oh, but he might just be out of position here. Hold on.
Can he get the peek?
Oh!
He tries to just jiggle it to force him to pop off of the defuse.
No, you see the mind game there. He's like, no,
Yeah.
you're going to let go and try to get the kill and close it out that way. But he stuck it.
Hearts of steel from Saya. I mean, knowing the timing on that.
9-11, T1 so close. Detonation's been playing, I'd say, the best series we've seen them play here at VCT Pacific, but the truth is T1 may manage to eke ahead, and if they do, that means it'll be yet another in a streak of losses in the best of 3s here for Detonation Focus Me.
Yeah, gonna use their second timeout. Absolutely, this is the time to use it. You don't want to give up match point for free. Again, the first time either of these teams has strung together 3 rounds in a row here on Fracture. T1 just getting their 3rd round win in a row. DFM, they gotta stop it. They gotta try to catch back up. You can see it. They were being happy, but now that they were so close to the actual win, the nerves really coming through. You can see it on their faces. And this is part of it. This is one of those other intangibles where it's like your morale, right? Your mental momentum.
Yeah.
Which teams can really bounce back from this? We saw it at Lock-in when Fnatic made that incredible comeback, right? Of just, no matter how far behind we are, you got to have faith that it can happen. See if DFM can do it today.
Oh, I'm getting a little bit worried here. DFM has been good in the back and forth, but we just don't have that much of this map left. 2 more wins for T1, and it's over. 1 more win for T1, and it's going to have to come down to overtime, which it very well may.
Still could. Now, they are all-inning on this round, as they should. Going for the half armors, but with rifle buys.
Okay, Ban ready to receive.
He does use his
Here.
dash early.
Whiffs the shot.
Gets scratched up as well. He is trapped. Now, the Killjoy utility is here. Munchkin is here for the crossfire cover as well. DFM not getting too eager on this. They're doing another plant with Soldom, though.
Trade out over here. Again, though, it does appear that B is the target. We do have Soldom wrapping all the way under. Munchkin's going to see that and escape back.
Okay, so they know that they're both focused onto Arcade side. This is all for Soldom. It's a plant. Can he get the kill? He sees the gun.
Beautifully done. Gets the kill, escapes back out.
And they've already
ZETA's over
rotated.
here with a shutdown on Suggest.
Yeah, but ZETA getting that kill now makes him aware that it's still potentially an A hit.
Prepare for hell.
Orbital strike being used to clear out. Oh, counter orbital strike as well, just to buy time, and Anthem now nowhere to go. He gets picked off by Carpe.
30 seconds left.
Soldom has to get the entry kill, but here comes the Molly. Mollies from both sides. Zenfree hasn't dropped yet.
ZETA waiting. It's around the corner.
Soldom doesn't have a dash. He's just trying to claw through, and they can't get it.
Beautifully done. T1 now 1 win away from ending this. Detonation Focus Me. They need to get 3 in a row. I got an Elmer Fudd voice there for a second. And I just don't think it could happen.
Man, it's such a good idea from DFM as well to pinch onto that operator to take it out, draw out the focus. But here's the thing. If Munchkin is alive, T1 has never felt pressure to rotate over. That Killjoy utility has always proven so useful. Munchkin has been playing so safe and clutch in all of their games so far. And unfortunately, ZETA winning that initial duel on main as well. Now it's just a Hail Mary rush with whatever buys they can. Okay, they get 1 kill, they get 2.
All right, they've started it. Can they finish it? Over here, ZETA waits. But a very patient DFM. Doesn't commit just yet. Lets that utility burn through. Lets more opportunities arise later on in the round. Killjoy here. Saya comes back just to peek into A. No action there yet, although it does seem like A is quietly becoming more and more the place to be as we see DFM start to tiptoe over there.
Yeah, just a numbers game from DFM, right? We took out 2 members. Either way, you're most likely going to be grouped up. We'll always still have the numbers advantage. They're even keeping Suggest over on B side just to fish for extra kills. Munchkin has been clutching these moments before. He hears them now. Will they check for him? They
don't
don't
know
check.
that they see him. But it doesn't matter, Zinfree's too fast with the knife. Suggest takes ZETA out. We've only got one player left. This is going to be the 10th win on the board here.
Oh, Suggest expects it. Suggest expects it, but not going to be quick enough.
Planted.
Saya just letting out a little bit of frustration about not being able to close it out just yet.
Yeah. So now it's just going to be an ending to this round. Can Detonation focus me? Do it 2 more times.
Yeah, so Saya desperately wants to keep this weapon because he's the one who can't buy. I think,
yeah.
I mean, Ban might be able to eke out if he goes for the half armor here. But either way, here's the thing, DFM, they cannot take any risks in losing more weapons.
Right,
Soldom picking up the Phantom.
And again, T1, they just need that 1 win. They're going to be done, but Detonation focus me. They need to start to bring this to overtime and what could be the greatest best of 3 here for their careers. If they can pull it off.
I thought you were about to say, of all time, the greatest
time in all the different universes that could possibly exist, William.
You've already gone through all of them. I'm casting here, but you guys can't see it, but he's doing all his hand motions to go through all the
including the other universe where you use your ID and I'm using my real name. I mean, every possible conceivable universe. But this has been a great series so far. Don't miss the. All right, don't miss the fist bump yet.
You got to get the fist bump.
It was like that could have been a bad sign.
All right, 2 more rounds for overtime. DFM, Viper's Pit, and Lockdown in hand.
Smoke's down.
Munchkin still holding on to his for the most necessary moment as well. Now, the default's been the same through and through for DFM ever since their timeouts, right? It's just hold against these pushes on one side, so just alone, and then just fish for information. They're waiting to go in, but this alarm bot's going to buy enough time. Well, they're just going to go through.
Yep, they're just going to commit. Munchkin's ready. We've seen him do this before.
Yeah, now they know that no one's gone upstairs. Soldom, he can't get the kill.
Just 2 left here. Detonation focus me needs a miracle.
Oh, and the lockdown as well. No way to clear it.
Suggest gets 2 though. He starts it.
No longer. The spike is down. There's no way for Anthem to recover it.
That's going to be it. There's no turning back now. Anthem, with less than half HP, needs to just try to get the spike, try to get all 3 kills, try anything. Only 30 seconds left to do just that.
30 seconds
man.
left.
DFM, they switched it up a bit with Soldom going under and then going for that updraft, but T1 just 1 step ahead. No time.
The patience here from T1. That's going to be it. 13-10 and a 2-1. T1 does in fact win in a hard-fought battle, defeating Detonation Focus Me. That means Detonation Focus Me in another week here does not manage to win and is once again pulled down to the bottom of the stack. T1 still looking healthy, still looking strong, still improving, but having to fight every step of the way is in good shape for the moment of survival here as we get closer and closer to the next phase of VCT Pacific.
Absolutely, and T1, they're able to close it out, and they're able to just stay just 1 step ahead in terms of the adjustments, the mid-rounding, the timeouts, all of that, getting the reads against their opponents, but again, not a convincing win that I think neither the players, the coaches, nor the fans of T1 wanted to see, but a win is a win. So, they're still trying to solidify their spot in the playoffs, gain a little bit more time to grow. Meanwhile, TFM, I'm looking at their schedule, right? Their next match is DRX. Oh, how they would have loved to get the win today.
Yeah.
To just have a little bit of something to celebrate, but unfortunately, T1 dashes those dreams. And DFM, I do hope that they're able to go back to their team house and just say, listen, the improvements were there.
Yeah.
We just take it at our own pace now, right? I mean, especially with this loss, I do believe now mathematically they cannot make it into the playoffs, but you still got things like the last chance qualifier to work towards. Your year is not over, so take advantage of whatever you can for the remainder of Pacific here, because the growth is happening. It is happening. Whatever changes you've made, in terms of the agent composition and the lineups as well, it has been working. Just needs a bit more.
Well, that's going to be it for our first best of 3. But don't forget, everybody, we're just getting started here at VCT Pacific. Obviously, we've got interviews. We've got a desk segment to analyze what just went down. But after that, we're going to go to another best of 3. As the weekend's just now kicking off here, the action has been hot. The games have been good. We've seen improvements. We've seen incredible plays, including from Dead Nation Focus Me, and that's the big takeaway for me so far here tonight is that this is a team that is still very viable despite being outclassed so far by their other opponents.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing, and this is not something that you can fix overnight on the side of DFM, is start to experiment with more than just, Jet-only picks, right? Because it's great trying to set up for Soldan, but at a certain point, every team's going to read against that, as T1 started to do. We saw it in that last round. Munchkin just holding, waiting for Soldan to come up one way or the other. As soon as he hears that the dash has gone under, he waits for the other members to drop down first, still prepared for the updraft up coming in. And T1, their split looked rough, but the other adjustments they've made has been looking better. I think my eyes on Carpe, I know a lot of people, because he has such a storied career so far in his other games, that people expected him to just be this child genius that comes out once again in Valorant. But listen, he's picking up all these new agents, and the agents that he's played more than once, we've been seeing constant improvement, right? Even in that Brimstone over on Fracture, of course, we just saw that Astra on Split. I have no doubt that the improvements will continue to show. Again, it's just a race against time for T1 if they can really shore all this up in time for playoffs to try to make it even further in.
T1's a team we're not sure exactly where they're going to end up when all the pieces fall. We're getting closer and closer to actually crowning who's number one. But before that, we start to actually eliminate these teams.
Let's be honest, DRX is probably number one.
Probably. But hey, man, we've had some pretty close matches, some big upsets here. It's the whole reason why we brought all these teams together is to really find out, are they going to be on top or not? And I got to say, in a best of three like that, it's cool to see how close it is, how much they've improved. For T1, they've been doing some soul searching. They've looked good, right? Like they looked good in that victory back there, but at the same time, they're having to work really hard for every single victory.
Yeah, and again, while DRX seems to be the go-to guaranteed number one in the round robin, you still have that double elimination playoffs and just more games if we see all these teams continuing to improve one by one, match to match, even with DFM, despite missing out on that one win still. Who knows how each team will look when we come into the playoffs and that bracket. So I think the big question is T1 looks like they should be able to get into the playoffs, but where in the playoffs will they begin, right? And also, what will be the final kind of power ranking that everyone sets them as we enter that bracket? I mean, who knows?
Yeah, it's very hard to say. And just like we've seen with especially Dead Nation, but T1 as well, all these teams are continuing to use each of these weeks to improve, to tighten up whatever plays were maybe a little bit loose, the places where they were basically faltering. And we were seeing that improvement actually happen here real time. But again, a very important match for these two. Had T1 lost, that would have been Dead Nation Focus Me's first win, and that would have pulled him down in the ranks closer to elimination. Anyways, we're going to go to an interview now and see our MVP, how he's feeling. And after that, we're going to go to the desk.
Standing here with T1's Ben for a post-match interview. Now it feels kind of weird, two Koreans talking in English, doesn't it?
Yeah, true.
Yeah, right. Two bilingual people here. Well, first things first, congratulations, massive congrats. But I think a lot of people expected T1 to dominate today against DFM, and a lot of people said this should be 2-0 for T1. But I feel like today wasn't really one-sided. So I want to get your thoughts on the outcome first.
How I think is that at the end of the day we won, so I think it's all good. But the split map, we didn't prepare split as much, so I think we definitely was cut off on that. But we were pretty confident we were going to beat them on Fracture and Lotus, and I think the outcome came pretty good.
Well, you mentioned split, so are you concerned at all or what happened, or do you just feel like you guys needed this to dust it off?
I think we just needed this, and I think we'll work on split more, and I think it'll get better for sure.
All right. Well, I feel like VCT hasn't been an entirely a smooth ride for T1. There have been a few hiccups here and there. Do you feel like it's because there's a stylistic difference between NA and Pacific, or is it more because of you guys are still trying to figure things out?
I think team-wise, we're getting there because we haven't been a team for a year yet, and you see a lot of Asian teams they've been a team for a year or two. Personally, I think I just needed more LAN experience. In fact, I only played video games for 2 years, 3 years now. So I think this is a good step up for me, and I think it'll be good from now.
Well, having said that, though, you've been subbing in and out with Intro, and you're playing Jet on some maps and Smokes on others. Do you feel like there's extra pressure on you to prove yourself or maybe prove your value as a player?
I think as a pro player, you always have to prove yourself. So honestly, all I can say is that I just always just put my head down and work hard. So that's about it.
Hard work always, right? Well, lastly, you just played the match on the HP Omen desktop. So here's the HP Omen question for you. What are your goals and aspirations for the rest of VCT?
For the rest of the VCT, I just want to prove myself. And team-wise, we obviously want to win champions. So I think we could get there.
Are you also excited for the T1 fan meeting happening
yeah.
after this?
Of course, yeah.
A lot of fans showing up?
Yeah.
All right. And lastly, any words to the fans?
I appreciate everyone that's supporting me. I think we'll give good results as time passes on, so thank you.
All right, thank you, Ben, and best of luck in the future. Well, that was T1's Ben, everybody, and as I said, there's T1 and DFM fan meeting happening downstairs, so make sure you come out and support the players. And over to you, Victoria.
Thank you, Jen and Ben. Ben, you only played video games for 2 years? Like all video games, like all video games? That's great. Like you're pretty good if you've only picked up mouse and keyboard in the last 2 years. So anyway, we just finished off map 3, Fracture T1 versus DFM. T1 taking the win, but it was a damn close game.
Yeah, I think it was like pretty seesaw first half that kind of ended in like a 6-6 or maybe at least a 7-5. I mean, actually, I think it's a 6-6. But
yep,
like on
right
both
there.
sides, you know, it's so back and forth. Thank you for doing the math quickly, Valdez. But yeah, I mean, it's just this really even matchup that kind of ended off in like a give and take until round 18.
And then it all just, I don't know. Well, you know what? I think it all, like, someone said a prayer, and Saya just stepped up to the plate, and I think he did fantastic in this game.
Yes, I had a really good Fracture for sure. They went back to the double duelist, and Ban and Saya were actually, you know, carrying their weight. Everybody else was like doing a good job, having some good moments, even Munchkin with that big spray through the smoke that one time. And yeah, it's essentially pretty standard T1 business. I think it was a little bit more difficult, not so much because T1 weren't playing to a really top level. I think that DFM are slowly coming into form. And again, it's their 6th loss. This almost definitely like 100% means it is impossible to make it into playoffs, so unfortunate for them. But, you know, maybe by the end of the year, or the season rather, they should be able to pick up 1 win, I would imagine, if they continue to play like this. Yeah,
that's right. Unfortunate for DFM, but it came really close. Now let's break down some of the stuff that happened over in Fracture. Quack, you know, there was one round, it starts with a double lockdown.
That's right, and I think this is one of those rounds where you can actually see both sides coming up with more protocols and smarter ideas. You have the lockdown coming in, and this is where T1 had a slightly better position because of it. They used their orbital strike to actually break the lockdown to get onto site. Like what Will adequately put was that this actually kind of favors DFM because they have an orbital strike now. So you expect them to be able to retake the site off of theirs, but they kind of used it in an open spot where nobody was hiding at all. So it kind of worked out because they thought that it was clear, but Saya player just comes out of tower outside of Soldam's Cloudburst of all things, and he finds a quadruple kill off of it. And it's that kind of individual performance that we want to see more of from the T1 players, because that is anchor potential. You are the guy that blocked off DFM from the retake.
That's right. I mean, DFM was set up for the perfect retake, and they were stopped in their tracks. Now, DFM did have amazing performance as well, and there was a point where we were pretty sure that DFM was going to take this home.
Yeah, I think this was the round, you know, seesawing back and forth, but the second you see that Soldams, he's able to get this Blade Storm off and start off with a kill for his team, and didn't end there. DFM eventually do go on to a flawless victory. Fantastic spot here from Suggest. That angle is not checked at all. And it's a second knife from Soldam, and of course the Frenzy kill at the end that nets them that flawless victory. So that was round 11. They could have potentially gone into that after that with like a 7-5. T1 were able to scrape one back. It did go 6-6 in the first half, but yeah, I mean, it just shows you that DFM, they have some nice setups, and they are able to take these big rounds. We just need to see more of that.
Exactly. And there was a couple more rounds, again, where DFM just had a really amazingly strong showing. There was a thrifty round where they won that round with only 2 kills.
Yeah.
Play that out. Let's replay that.
Like what Valdez said, we want more of everything for both teams, honestly, because this is so interesting. First of all, you already have Soldam, DFM is attacking, kind of aggressively hiding under tower. He manages to sneak a kill onto Munchkin. They tried to pull off a bit of a fake on the A side, and that's why we saw T1 starting out closer towards A. Now here's where things get interesting. You have a Viper's Pit just blocking out the entire site. T1 could have retook, but then the orbital strike, that's that weird little beam that you see from the sky, he used it right outside the Viper's Pit. And it's at that point where T1 kind of made the call, or Munchkin perhaps, the IGL, made the call that, all right, maybe we don't have time for this retake anymore. You know what we're going to do? We're going to save. Let's just back off this entire thing. We don't have to approach it. So minimal damage sustained on both sides during that round, but that was round 17. And that's why it's such a smart and interesting play from both sides, because you are not really going for contact. You're not really going for duels or fights. You're using your utility. And at the same time, for T1, they're making the longer play. They just saved, and then round 18 onwards, they won 4 in a row. They won the whole map off of that. And it's just an interesting approach coming from these two teams. Very cautious, very careful.
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, and this is what carried T1 to victory in the end, despite the game being really close. Now, let's talk about our star players, our key player. We did mention Saya player. You know, easily one of the key players from this particular map.
I mean, I think so. There was that round where he was anchoring a lot, but you also see him doing a lot of like aerial acrobatics, I think is like the term that I was looking for in my head. Because you always have Saya versus Soldam, and one of them is kind of flying up in the air somehow, and they still are able to find frags against each other at times, which is really, really fun to watch. But Saya opened up so much for T1, I think.
Yeah, it's pretty clear that he was the guy that was kind of making the big waves on the last map.
Making
especially.
waves.
Yeah.
VCT
you gotta fit that in, right?
Hashtag.
I mean, Ban was great as well, but I think that the two of them in tandem were even better.
Yeah.
So really good stuff from Sai this time around.
That's right. Teamwork won. Now, speaking of Ban, he was, you know, he is our MVP pick for today. Ban, I think we were waiting for him to really show his true colors and shine. You know, we were just Jen was just interviewing him just now, and he did great.
I think he definitely did that today, and like what Valdez just mentioned, it's maybe this is what we want to see more of from T1, right? Like that double duelist sort of style, or maybe just more coordination and individual performances from guys like Ban, from guys like Saya player. If you can put up those big numbers, if you can find those impactful frags together and support each other in all these endeavors, you will be able to put up a big wall that blocks off your opponents. And Ban working together with Saya, kind of, it's a nice little duo.
Yeah, pretty good first blood and damage per round. He was putting up big numbers. It was really cool to see him jumping back onto the jet and making a big impact. So shout out to him, and not, you know, this is our MVP for the whole entire series. Yeah. So not just, you know, what he did in map 3, but also map 2 as well as Split was fantastic.
Yes, that's right. So congrats to T1, Teamwork won, and DFM, I mean, so close. But you know what, like Will and Tasteless and all of us have been saying, I think it's really great to keep seeing the continuous improvements, and this was a really good showing today. Now, we are gonna go on a quick commercial break, and when we come back, we're gonna be seeing another Japanese team, ZETA Division, face off against Philippines Team Secret, and this will be a very exciting matchup as well because their scoreline is also very similar to each other. So with that, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Yeah. All right, he does manage to transfer that sprint.
These Bulldogs.
Oh my God!
Soldam again!
Round.
Oh, Anthem playing this so smart.
Here, they're gonna have to commit into this.
Oh.
Behind the box.
He can do.
Yeah.
That's gonna force Munchkin.
Oh my God.
It's in.
Oh! Take 2.
Kakuji. He's in it.
Oh! What's happening? Oh my God.
Right, which gives the perfect opportunity for the Shardy. Here's it. Yep. Oh, no, here's the drop.
And easy shot there for Taka J. Manages to get a second and maybe even a third.
Well, if they start to win their duel, they're not checking their angles.
Now Munchkin's the back here, gets one.
Oh, well, there's the Rolling Thunder.
Oh, Munchkin.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
그래도 이 동네에 좀 주변 살았었는데 여기 놀이터 있는 걸 처음 알았는데 그럴 이유가 없었으니까 그러면
여기 토박있네?
착하게 생겼다라는 말 잘하게 생겼는데 스타리그가 문제라는 게 있었어요. 그런 분들 보면서 제가 하는 게임에 이런 게 있네. 사람도 엄청 많이 하다가 자연스럽게 그때부터 팬이 됐다 해야 되나? 그렇게 살아왔었는데 정확하게 이제 프로게이머가 되기로 했으면 내가 약간 한국에서 저희 아버지가 게임을 좋아하시는 그래서 프레스라는 열악한 환경에서 게임을 계속 연습했었죠. PC방 가가지고 어찌 하다가 오프라인 대회를 나가게 됐단 말이에요. 그래서 그거 하고 스위치에서 방송하는 거를 제 부모님한테 딱 보여드리니까 얘가 그래도 서로 생각이 있구나. 얘도 이런 거 하는 거 인정을 해주셔가지고 컴퓨터를 사준다. 모니터 같은 거 주시고 작품 지원해주고 이렇게 시작돼가지고 열심히 하다 보니까 어쩌다 보니 여기까지 왔네요. 첫 프로는 제가 이제 포트나이트 혹시 포트나이트 게임 아세요? 아세요? 포트나이트 하다가 라이엇에서 FPS 게임을 냈는데 그때 당시 방금 프로젝트 A였단 말이에요. 이제 사실 제가 옛날부터 서든이랑 패스를 했던 사람이기 때문에 피지컬 FPS를 키가 그런 약간 그쪽을 지금 보는 사람이었어요. 포트나이트 처음 있잖아요. 발로란트 나오기. 그때 이제 롤을 좀 했었어요, 사실. 그때 다이아 3을 찍었었을 거예요. 진짜 판수박치기 겁나 해서 다이아 3 딱 찍고 발로란트가 나와가지고 그렇게 해서 시작을 했었어요. 그때.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific in Seoul, South Korea. Stuff is getting really real this weekend. We just saw our first team get knocked out of playoffs. That was DFM just now against T1. Now we are going to go into match 2. Not to be so morose and sad about things. We've got ZETA Division and Team Secret. Let's talk about ZETA's lineup. Their roster right now, these are some familiar faces that we've been seeing every single week.
Yes, every single week.
Every week.
Well, we love these faces, though, right? I mean, like the whole storyline of throughout VCT Pacific is just, can we get a Japanese team? And of course, ZETA is the more likely one now. Can we get them to Masters Tokyo? And that's the question that's been on everyone's minds. And today, that slightly gets a little bit more cemented. But of course, at the same time, given how they've been performing, they actually look really good, especially when Depp is in form. We've seen Depp getting aces back to back. We've seen Depp, who is, based off the trivia thing that we did last week, Valdez, he is the current kill leader over everyone. Like,
I don't know how you guys
the most kills.
He's up there on the global leaderboards right now. Depp is on fire.
How we got that question wrong, I have no idea.
There's actually one other question that has always come time and time again behind the scenes. Is like, are you Team Depp or are you Team Blaz? That's like always another big one too.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they have been improving remarkably, like a lot, over the last couple of weeks. But Team Secret as well, they came in real strong. They came in hot from Brazil and doing really well here in Pacific.
Yeah, Team Secret's been a nice surprise, I suppose you could say. They started off really strong here in Pacific. Different from other teams that are taking a little bit of a while to, get comfortable, whatever. Right off the bat, you had Envy really impressing. Everybody really impressing. Even I remember I did like a little Borkum segment in the first week. And yeah, just across the board, a pretty strong roster from the names straight up. And we weren't sure how they were going to perform, but so far it's been with flying colors. And definitely both these teams are looking for a big win tonight. They're both 3-2. And I think we're going to get to see who's the stronger of the two, especially because ZETA did come off that big loss against Talon, which was 0-2,
yes.
Whereas you could say that Team Secret, they came off a relatively easy win against DFM. It was a 2-0, but DFM, of course, was, really pushing them even in that 2-0 as well. So perhaps Team Secret going to hunker down and look to take down a potentially stronger Japanese team.
That's right. I mean, is it safe to say that these teams are fairly evenly matched?
I think so. I mean, not only does it show in standings, like what Valdez was talking about, like in terms of skill, in terms of individual performances as well, you can kind of put like a comparison between each and almost every one of them. Like you could put Dubstep up against Depp sometimes. They both play Jet, or maybe even Jeremy against Depp. But that's where you have those tiny differences, and I think that comes down to strategy. And that's like really the story that we have today.
That's right.
The one with the better strategy will be the one to come out on top of that to break out of this tied three-way standing.
Yes, that's right. Now, speaking of comparisons, let's compare the IGLs. We got Jesse Bash and Laz. I know Laz was swapped out with Sugar Zero here and there, but I think he's still IGL now.
Yeah.
They switched it up at some point.
Yeah, every now and then I guess they kind of do that. But Laz actually was performing pretty well last week against Talon. I think that says more about everyone else and how they kind of struggled against Talon's strats at times. But I think that's the thing, because Laz, he hasn't been the best, especially in the first few weeks. But last week he actually looked okay. Last week he actually got some clutches, and that makes me really happy. I hope he can do more of that. Meanwhile, for Jesse Vash, it comes down to the strats. If you have something that's up your sleeves that your opponents don't know about, if you have a secret, then maybe, that could be something.
A little secret that they're gonna unveil, or
yeah.
Hopefully you don't keep it too secret. Like, we want to see like the secret sauce come out.
Well, they are Team Secret, so you would have to imagine they're pretty good at keeping secrets.
Are they? Or maybe they just have a lot of other people's secrets.
Maybe they're just named Team Secret. It has nothing to do with it. That's also potential.
Mind-boggling.
Yeah.
Let's talk about their score line so far. You were talking a bit about this earlier, Valdez.
Yeah, just take a look at this. Obviously, we have this 4-way tie of 3 and 2 so far, but we do have, of course, the head-to-head tiebreakers and stuff. But since 4 teams are tied at 3 and 2, we do go into other tiebreakers as such. But if you take a look at some of the teams that they have faced off against so far, we did actually have ZETA starting off with a 0-2 loss against DRX. Can't really blame them for that. And then they were on fire. 3 wins in a row. But then they lost to Talon 0-2. Talon, it feels like they opened up the ZETA book and they're like, okay, I know exactly what this team is going to do. And they read that book really well.
They did.
So maybe Team Secret, I feel like, a lot of the weaknesses that maybe weren't as apparent a couple of weeks ago are now a lot more obvious, I would say, for Team Secret going into ZETA, which is part of the reason why, a little bit of a spoiler, but I did actually vote for them to take the win. But I think it is going to be very close.
It is. I think, while we could say the thing about Talon taking ZETA 2-0, we could say the same thing about Team Secret and how they actually lost to RRQ, which was kind of surprising to some. I mean, I think that game nobody predicted for RRQ to win, but they did. And that, again, goes to show if you do your homework, if you have those strats prepped, then you might just be able to take this series home. And that's what I'm expecting to see today. Of course, again, both teams are very, very strong. They're pretty equal in terms of skill. If you look at these numbers on your screen right now, post-plant wins, pistol round, eco round, gun round, what have you, they're actually really close to each other. In fact, almost tied up.
Yeah. And I think you're absolutely right about homework in terms of where we are in Pacific right now. We're on week 6, so you can tell that these teams have been studying each other out. A lot of Brazil was just a completely different thing, and I'm so glad that we have so much more to look at other than their performance at lock-in. So I think that's why we're where we are right now, and I don't know which of these teams did their homework. Who did the extra credits? Someone at this point, you have to do extra credits, not the basic homework. You gotta push beyond that.
Yeah.
Now let's talk about our predictions, which you hinted at. I was surprised at yours actually, Quack.
Well, of course we love Team Secret, but again,
do you?
Yes, yes. I mean,
this
might do you?
Betrayal
I know.
here in the predictions.
Hey,
we want to see
a double gang. Can you just have a look at this?
Just
He's getting so.
Just close your eyes.
No, I love you. I still
Close
love you.
your eyes for a second, right? Just picture ZETA in Tokyo, Masters Tokyo. Can you imagine how the Japanese fans would just go wild with their clappers and freaking go nuts?
Politely clapping.
Yeah, they cried at the announcement. If ZETA was there and playing, that would be pretty freaking hype. I want to see that happen. I kind of hope to see that happen.
Okay, but prediction-wise, even though you don't,
it's possible.
Even though you don't support Team Secret, clearly.
You should know how Quack predicts by now.
Yeah.
He just chooses whichever team he
that he likes more.
The underdog, one that he thinks is gonna, maybe get an upset win, or nobody else is gonna vote for them, so I have to do it to cheer them up. That's the Quack prediction.
Play devil's advocate.
It's not about who's actually gonna win. It's about who he wants to cheer up on a certain day.
Yeah.
He's shown enough support already for Team Secret.
It's really
He's right.
Basically, the wins all count on Quack. And if he doesn't try to cheer you up, you're not going to win. Okay, realistically, let's talk facts now, and not heart. Heart is one thing.
Yes.
Where are our predictions? Really? How strongly do you feel about your prediction?
Yeah, I mean, I think Team Secret will win, but everybody's saying this should go to 3 maps. I wouldn't be surprised if it does. It just feels like, again, I think ZETA were kind of exposed a little bit in their last map. Yes, Talon, maybe it just took them a little bit of a while. They're actually stronger than we thought. But honestly, I thought ZETA looked pretty weak in that match, whereas... Yeah, I mean, you can say that, of course, Team Secret, they got the 2-0 against DFM, but at least I would say overall they have shown a little bit more consistency. I do think that both teams have kind of had relatively weak strength of schedule compared to some of the other teams in the league, other than, ZETA having to face DRX already. But other than that, I think that Team Secret's slightly the more consistent team, and I think there's a lot to study from that last series last week.
Yeah. That's right. Actually, they did go against DRX already, but Team Secret hasn't faced off DRX, and ZETA is facing off PaperX next week. That'll be interesting. And they both haven't played T1, who just played
against DFM,
DFM just now. And how about you? All right.
I think
facts.
Okay.
Like, okay, hard prediction
If
now.
we're talking about like consistency, right?
Yeah.
You kind of have to think about your mids are like really middling and like you have those consistent performances, but they're the same almost all the time. Meanwhile, when you look at a team like ZETA, maybe their lows are kind of low, but their highs are really high. That's what gets me hyped up.
Yeah.
So looking at a team like ZETA with Det popping off, they might have suffered a bit of a setback last week. They're going to study up this week. They're going to prepare, and we have to see that in map picks.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I'm sure both teams are. I know Warbirds, we talk about Warbirds a lot because he's been, I think, instrumental in a lot of Team Secret's success and inspiration to win. And I think a lot of them, ZETA as well, last week, despite their loss, they still seem to have like a lot of motivation to win the next one. All right, so with that, on to the show for ZETA versus Team Secret. You are watching VCT Pacific. It's a critical moment for both of these teams, Team Secret and ZETA Division.
My gosh, and Borker just comes out, flexes biceps.
Oh yeah, he's ready to fight. Look at
He's like
him.
actually getting ready for an MMA match.
Right, yeah. Let's go, Adobo Gang.
You gotta love that. But again, I mean, that's what we expect to see from them. We want to see that fight from Team Secret because you talked about it. They're consistent. They have what it takes. They have that potential. Let's push that consistency a little bit higher.
All right, so guys here has got his fist up. He's ready to little fight.
No, not much. No. He's like, I'm
keeping
good.
it modest. Oh yeah, Secret is ready to fight. Look at this.
They keep punching the camera.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
it's a fist bump.
I feel a little bit intimidated after seeing all these punches come through.
Hey,
who knew esports was so physical?
That's what walkouts are about as well, right? If you can intimidate your opponent through the walkout, like I think someone missed Envy's fist bump last week, then you can really like destroy them.
That's right. If you fist bump yourself, you know it's game over. Laz, everyone keeps talking about Laz and his dog. Do you know what kind of dog it is?
I have no clue.
So Laz named his in-game name is after his dog.
We got that question wrong.
And I don't even know how you got that wrong. It's obviously a dog name, but I don't know what kind of dog.
Obviously. And Buzz isn't.
And Buzz isn't. But that's
Buzz
again.
is a toy. That is. He's Mr. Lightyear.
I know a lot of dogs named Buzz.
Right.
Well, okay.
Okay. But you know what?
Nice flex.
It is
I
Laz.
know dozens of them, okay?
I mean, this is, we've been talking about this game. This is one of the key matchups for this weekend. They're very close on the scoreboard. Like you were saying, Quack, they're kind of in that middle area right now, and every single win really counts here because you don't want to get knocked off into one of the teams. Only 6 teams can make it to playoffs,
right.
so you don't want to be one of the 4 who don't quite make it.
In fact, you know, we were talking about head-to-heads earlier. I mean, depending on how this match goes, depending on how their next matches go, they could be tied up. This could be that head-to-head that decides who makes it into the playoffs and who doesn't.
Yes, that's right. Oh, ZETA. Sometimes I go by vibe, right? Like who's just feeling it, like whose mental is in the right place going into the game. When you're so evenly matched, that could be, you know, one of the big differences.
It could just be your day, maybe. Yeah. I think the coaches matter as well, like Warbirds versus XQQ, because again, I think this one really comes down to that mind game, because the results in recent weeks for these two teams, sometimes they don't perform as well. It's not necessarily because of form. Like I don't think Depp failed last week because of his form. I think it's just talent outsmarted them. I think talent predicted how they would play.
Guys, Bind isn't banned.
Picks. Bind, yes, they're leaving it open.
It's not banned.
But they picked
Split. The Japanese teams are picking Split today.
And Lotus again!
Oh no, yeah.
Where's Bind?
Give us a Bind.
Well,
there's no way. Are we gonna see Bind? That would be.
Since.
Oh wait. This is so strange. Okay, there's the Bind.
I wouldn't have expected Secret to Bind.
That means Fracture's the last one again. We're having the.
All right, one more Fracture.
Deja vu. I have been in this place before.
It's like watching League, you know, you just see the same maps.
Whoa, what a burn.
Maps? You mean map. There is only one map in that game.
But here's the rub about these two, or at least these map picks, because they haven't really picked or played any of these maps before. TS hasn't played Lotus. ZETA hasn't played Split, so they're trying to surprise each other.
Do you think they're going to be surprised?
I think so.
All right, well, maybe that's the secret for today. Surprises.
How about some agents? What are we going to see this time on Split? Well,
same meta.
First KO of the day.
Yeah. Everyone likes a good bot.
No double duelist. Not doing any of that. Just Rees on this map. Don't have any.
Double initiator.
Yeah.
So this is where I think, you know, the one difference being in the Breach and the KO. Obviously, one is maybe slightly better at initiating fights with your Rolling Thunder and your fault lines and all, but KO, that means you really want to take fights against your opponents. You have to nullify their abilities.
Maybe he's gonna just set Depp up for success.
Perhaps.
Just put all the util down and go in there and pure mechanics come into play. All right, I think the teams are ready to go. We got ZETA Division versus Team Secret, the first game of today on Split. We've got our casters, Tasteless and Will Cho, up over by the stage. Gentlemen, please, take it away.
If you say so, we are ready to get into this match. This is going to be an exciting one. We already had a very dramatic, drawn-out best of three here where one Japanese team almost came out on top.
Almost.
Fortunately, Detonation fell. We've got ZETA here today. The stronger of the two Japanese teams here in VCT Pacific against Team Secret, which I find to be very unpredictable. They seem to be very hot and cold. But obviously there's a lot on the line for both of these teams. They're very even in the rankings. It should be an exciting and action-packed best of three.
Absolutely, Tasteless. I don't think it would be any surprise if this goes to a third map. Now, a bit of a composition change coming out from Team Secret as we find out about their little ban patterns, banning Pearl. I mean, surely ZETA also likes Pearl, but this has just been a go-to ban for Team Secret, so no big surprise there. Now, they've swapped out the Cypher, right? They've transitioned over to the Viper. So going for that double controller setup, the Viper with the Astra, I mean, and you know, that does mean Dubstep going to be on that. Jesse Vash going to play the Breach as well, so a bit of a row swap as well. Jesse Vash usually playing that Cypher on Split.
All right, we're ready to go here. ZETA on that attacking side, pretty evenly split. Nothing too action-packed just yet to start things off. Although we do see some stacking over here in Sewer. The Viper wall cutting diagonally through mid, and a push over here into Ramen.
Okay, and the fault line comes in as well, but Sugar Zero already on the jump just a bit. Actually, Depp covers for him.
Sugar Zero now going to come out. Borkum is there and receives that with a headshot. Sugar Zero out of the picture now as we traded it out. 4-4. The Spike now rapidly moving through Sewers.
Oh, Envy. Oh, Envy. Depp reads that like a book. I mean, goes for the surprise play here. But at the end of the day, Depp aware enough, and this is a good sign for ZETA. Depp already has this much awareness and focus on clearing every angle carefully, and he's getting the frags that you want him to as that entry, as that kind of star carry that Zeta's been looking for. A good start to map 1.
All right, we see some shots fired over there into the Astra bubble. We've got Debstup lurking over inside. And he does get one.
30 seconds
Smoke's
left.
going to end soon, though.
Oh, Borkum gets another, actually.
Yeah, Borkum with the right support.
Player standing.
Can't clean it up, though.
All right, Borkum going to come down 10. Just behind the
Spike
screen over
planted.
here, behind the pillars, Laz. Is he going to do a wide wrap around? It looks like he is. But Laz's shot a little bit too quick, and that'll be the first win there for Zeta. But I would say overall a very interesting pistol round here to start this off on Split.
Yeah, Team Secret going for the hard push out of B main. You know, I don't mind the idea. You got some early intel now. They weren't able to clear out Sugar Zero. It actually ends up baiting themselves right into the crosshairs of Deb. Deb actually showcasing the new Radio Night Entertainment System pistol as well. You know what's really sad, just to sidetrack a little bit before we go into round 2, is I got an ace with the RES Phantom the other day.
Oh, yeah?
I couldn't remember my shortcut key to save my replay. So it's gone forever, and no one will ever believe me.
Gone. The truth is it never happened. You're trying to trick me right now, William. Round 2 here. Zeta with a pretty standard push. We have TS. They tried to do a push through mid. This is going to come down to a retake. It's not going to be an easy one. There is nothing here to cover A, and the wide wrap around through B is going to make a comfortable spike plan here for Zeta to start things off as they can spread out, fan out on the map. Uh-oh, hold on.
Yep, going to walk right into Sugar Zero. Team Secret being on all... Oh,
hold on. He just turned at the last second, but one.
Now, does he expect more than one?
Now, there's a lot that could be coming here, but they might think he wraps all the way back around. This could be a surprise moment as they get to the bottom of the sewer.
Down as well. They don't expect this.
Yeah, the lurk is just too good.
Oh,
my God.
my.
All right, send the rest of them to Sugar Zero. Let's see if this is an ace. This is crazy. He gets another one.
Oh, he's on the hunt. Look at him
He's
run.
like, where's Borkum?
10 says, well, I got to live, bro. No ace for you, but a clean, flawless over to the side of Zeta. Now, TS, they had gone for all classics on that second round. I don't think they would have minded just dying to the spike at some point, but they were already quite fanned out going for these deep flanks. So eventually Sugar Zero actually just able to pick off them one by one. And I mean, I know it's early, it's just 2 rounds, but the way the players are playing on Zeta, right? Sugar Zero with the crafty plays, Death with the focus in the pistol round. It's a good sign for Zeta fans and Zeta believers. Now recycling all their weapons here for the bonus round.
Right, A is going to be the target once again. They do have a very deep lurk here with Sugar Zero, just checking outside a garage. First line of defense will be Dubstep again. And this time that line of defense does work. Envy gets a drop on Dep as well. The numbers thin out here for Zeta. Potential's still there.
Yeah, good cover from Envy just to make sure Dubstep can get out alive. Just going to send out that sync bite just in case as well. Now, they don't have information on the B side, but with the numbers advantage and the weapon advantage, Team Secret, they're trying to play to just keep heaven, right? They're just making sure, on both sides, they're just making sure they can go for the retakes. They know they have the numbers advantage. They don't want to get into these close quarter fights where they can get swung on. And Dubstep with a snappy shot against Laz.
Zeta slowly disappearing here in this game. It's going to be inside event where they're going to be stuffed up into mid. You can try to see if they can get any drops. The ideal situation would at least be to get a plant.
Now they're trying to fake it out onto B just to see if they can get a plant or an easy kill here on A. Envy just jiggle peeking that. No reason to fight it, right? Dubstep's waiting on the bottom. Ooh, trusting the fault line a bit too much.
Oh, and they're not, it looks like Dubstep isn't able to quite get that shot, but then he gets the follow-up. And that's going to be a Dubstep with a brilliant round there. Team Secret's first win on the board. I do like what Zeta tried to do, but it was shut down too quickly up at ramp. We now go into round 4.
Yeah, now Sugar Zero with the 4K earlier. Already completes the Cosmic Divide. Dubstep, meanwhile, getting his own 4K now, 1 point away from the Viper's Pit. Now, at the very end here, I actually like what Zeta tried, is they just sent Crow in as Sugar Zero is covering, trying to fish out for, you know, 1 extra kill here. But Dubstep able to clean it out just in time up on heaven. Now, the Cosmic Divide, Zeta, do you use it to really secure the momentum and the economic advantage? We'll have to wait and see. The 0 points, that's also going to be kind of a deal breaker on either side. Obviously, a unique composition change. And we've seen it in the past do some great work when you want to go in for these side executes, really denying all that defensive utility.
Well, they're not going to find much information here in mid. It's over at B stairs where, you know, it's going to be the closest encounter. It does seem like the spike is once more. Oh, no, never mind. Going to turn back around in through sewers. They're going to see if they can't just try to secure up in mid, figure out which side might be weaker, and go from there.
Okay, so now that they've taken over events, or most of it, they realize that this toxic screen was just to buy time in mid, and that the agenda from Team Secret, again, should be to just keep control of Heaven. They're even hearing the guiding lights come in, so they know that, okay, Team Secret, they're playing for Heaven on either site. Can we clear out the site itself is a big question now. Cosmic Divide coming in. Envy trying to provide backup in the site from screens. He's already filled it up.
It looks like they've sold it pretty well. We have a lot of rotations over here towards A, but it's going to be right up into Heaven.
Ooh.
Jeremy is the first line of defense.
Great play from Jeremy to buy time. He's hiding behind the box. They don't expect it. Oh! Crow checks it last second.
Borkum dropped over there in the plant site of B. Over here, Jesse Vash is trying to fire at some shots. Tries to blind, checks Heaven, nobody's there, might swing to the right. Can't get a shot to connect and backs off.
Oh, I love the Cosmic Divide. It works just enough as a fake where they can keep the numbers advantage. Now, Team Secret, they didn't overcommit to it, but at the end of the day, they had to play a disadvantageous fight. Now they have to clear so much before they actually go for the retake. Oh, the patience. The patience from Laz.
One enemy remaining.
He's coming in from behind. They don't have any idea.
doing it. Laz has a really good lurk. The defuse has started. I don't know that he can get over here in time.
Yeah, there's cover. It's behind the box. He can't get to it. He's just looking for the kills. He wants to do economic damage. Jesse Vash says, no way. I'm not giving this up.
Oh! Tied up 2-2. He's just like, I'm just going to squat so hard back here.
Throws his sheriff out just to try to buy some time, see if Laz reacts to it. It does save him. I mean, it keeps Laz from hard swinging on there.
Funny moment back there. We now go to round 5. Team Secret is doing a great job here with catching up. Jeremy now with the operator. Looks like he's set up to try to get the first pick over here in Garage. Although we don't have that many agents from ZETA collected over at that point. Viper's Pit comes down in mid, making this an undesirable place to try to push, unless they're going to be really ambitious.
Oh, I love the way Team Secret has set this up. They once again take control of Garage, and as soon as Jeremy found his position, they rotated everyone over to A Heaven. As long as they can keep that, they're confident in the retake because mid has been covered through the pit. So all you have to do is deny ramp, and you know that ZETA is trapped on the site. You know they have to come into A. Team Secret has a good read on this round.
Scout destroyed.
Jesse Vash ready. Scout comes out here beautifully done.
Oh,
he takes out 2 before Crow can finish them off. 3-3 right now, but it's not clear how many more are waiting up for them over at A.
Okay, this is just going to confirm that the remaining members are elsewhere. They see one trying to go through vents. The problem is they don't have any way of fishing out Borkum's position. So they have to go in together. Oh, the flash and the gravity well!
Oh, beautiful setup. Borkum shot down immediately. Jeremy is wrapping around along with Dubstep.
30 seconds
But this is going to be a tough retake.
Yeah, with the operator.
How are you going to make this work? All they have to do is not peek.
Yeah, I mean, I think you save it. It's one of those rounds where it feels bad and you start to wonder, are we just going to end up having to save the operator every round? Okay, so because of that, they're just going to go for it. At this point, though, the fragment has bought enough time. I don't think you go for this. Oh, Jeremy has the angle. Great flashbang from Crow, and he doesn't peek it. I love it. Crow is playing so safe. They're just not giving the angle.
Laz gets the drop. ZETA looking beautifully. A beautiful execution there. Close that out. 3-2 now. And I gotta say, you know, it's a tricky call. I like the way you said that, William. You know, it's like, oh, are we just gonna try to save the operator every round? You know, like if we can't get in there. They tried to make it work, but now that operator's out of the picture, at least for the next round or 2 for them.
And that moment earlier on the replay, I mean, the setup was nice from Team Secret of using the Trailblazer, but that also works as bait for them to peek against you. Jesse Vash tries to swing on it. He does get 2, but eventually ZETA wins out on the eventual trade. Crow, now he's been playing better and better ever since he's been really going for this KO on a lot of these Masters of ZETA division. So curious to see if he can put up those numbers again today.
And I love the same Viper's wall, but it's randomized whether or not there's really anybody behind it or not. So they always want to try to use that utility to get in there. They drop it for a second. See, it's going to be Deb fishing for information. There is a push being set up here in the mid, but the crossfire is looking pretty good right now between Dubstep and Jesse.
Here.
Okay, so Team Secret, I mean, they're doing everything correctly in terms of changing up where they're pushing out, the way they're taking mid control, the way they're trying to condition ZETA into always having to spend time to check for this.
Poison's off.
Jeremy's going to be the first one to sight.
Down.
That's the setup right now. If he sights, he's just going to jiggle peek back, and Envy will swing with that flash.
They've come through here now.
Oh, the flash doesn't hit. They can't follow through. Great movement coming out from 10.
Depp lurking down here. He's going to take the rope down, which makes it so easy to be killed by the judge.
Oh,
oh, that was a crazy situation. He tried to snag.
Yeah, they trusted the Aftershock to do the work, but eventually, actually, Envy's still able to clean house. Now, Jesse Bash has picked up a rifle, but he's so low. It is a 2v1. The Rolling Thunder just to clear sight?
This is wild. I don't know that he can get the plant. He can just keep rotating here.
Oh, but that signifies where you are, Jesse. The risk.
Oh! Clutch moment. Beautifully done. We're tied up 3-3.
Well, who am I to doubt the
Who
father
needs
of
hit
esports
points?
in Philippines, right?
What if you shoot him in the face, William? What then?
I mean, then you win. You know what?
Most of your hit points are in your face.
That is true.
Don't forget that.
That is true. I mean, the Aftershock trying to deny anyone peeking for that weapon. Eventually it doesn't work out, but Jesse Bash will clean house.
Yeah, such an even fight so far.
I need to blow something up.
Okay, just trading blows back and forth. Continuing to see ZETA committing to the half-armor buys here. Now, the theory behind that for anyone who hasn't been keeping up across all the different regions, you know, Fnatic kind of showcasing the benefit of it at Lock, and now a lot of EMEA teams piling on. A couple teams in the other regions as well, including Pacific here, but, you know, it just gives you 1 or 2 extra rounds that you can buy rifles for, and that's really what you're gunning for.
Well, A is a bit open here. We have a pretty wide spread, so it's going to come down to some of these picks. We've got Depp picking dubstep off as the B site now has filled up with the Viper's ulti. Oh!
Okay, but Deb eventually goes down, and they realize the spike still hasn't been planted. Team Secret, they realized that the spike was not in sight yet, but they couldn't follow the Seekers through to the pit. So unfortunately, now their goal is they're wondering if it's a fake. I mean, I don't think this was entirely intended by ZETA, but now they have to wonder, oh, was this pit the fake? You see Borkum checking on A.
So it's going to be a very quiet slip-in. They're going to set up safely cross over
30
the
seconds left.
area where you could peer in from heaven. And this spike's going to go down.
Oh, you have
now,
no stopper.
This.
Oh, the no command
denied.
shuts it down.
Beautifully done. They preempted that so well.
But Jeremy still gets the pick onto 10, but they don't know Sugar Zero. He's been lurking for so long.
Yeah. Almost didn't get that spray down. That was a little scary there for a second. Envy's coming forward. Pop flash.
Gonna dodge it in time.
Remaining.
The swing from Borkum. But still, it's a 1v2. He knows that Sugar Zero was up on Heaven. He's trying to bait this out. They know the defuse hasn't happened yet.
Enemy remaining.
Borkum gets one.
Okay, I'm still on it.
And he almost gets another. We got Crow on the run here. He's just trying to buy time.
Come on, diffuse.
He fakes the hold.
Oh, I think
it's too late.
Slightly late. Oh, he was slightly
Goodbye,
late.
world.
Tasteless off by a sliver.
Wow.
The idea was there from Borka. You can't. Oh, man. I mean, that was the best shot he had. It was really a matter of do you get the kill, you know, 0.5 seconds before. Do you take that extra step to the left or not? I mean, what a spray from Jeremy there.
Come now, come on. Diffuse.
Yeah, it's a tough situation. Anything where that you can use it in a circular position and just keep rotating, keep spinning around. It can be the pillar we saw there. Of course, we see it many times with the pillar over on the A site. And yeah, I mean, I think Borkum played incredibly, but ultimately that's that kind of planter's advantage you get. Now it's up to you to try to defuse. This time, we have the spike stacked up at A, but the double stack defending up at ramp over here for Team Secret. We've seen this work before. Question now is, can it work again?
Well, the other problem is they think they have full control of mid, but they know that Sugar Zero's been lurking this entire, you know, map, so they have to still watch both sides. They can't actually choke onto ZETA's position. So at the end of the day, if ZETA, as long as they stay grouped up together, they should be able to power through. They know they have the weapons advantage. Oh, and they're gonna hard commit to all the info as well. Couldn't actually break the Trailblazer. It should spot both members, so Jeremy also going to have to back out.
Yeah, there really hasn't been much headway made here positionally for ZETA. They had a heavy stack up in mid, Team Secret did.
Now, I like the adjustment that Team Secret makes off of that, though, right? Borkum pushes out of B main, so they're still having overall relative same power across the map, but the weapon's disadvantage. I mean, you're at a loss here in mid. Jeremy just has to hide until the spike gets planted.
But we've seen ZETA be a little bit too liberal with the time they have on the map, and you know, you have a couple sheriffs, maybe you get a shot or two.
Okay, Showstopper being committed as well. They're sending everything here. ZETA, they just want to string together these rounds.
Yeah, and they're going to get that
10
plant set up
seconds
this
left.
time, just in the very back corner here of A.
Now, the position's great from Team Secret. They also have a Cosmic Divide. Not a great way to use it given their positions, but they have the crossfires. The only thing is 10. Can they clear 10 first? Jeremy's aware of it. Couldn't get the kill.
Quick rotation, but his scope's in the wrong area. Checked Heaven and gave up on it a little bit too soon.
But Sugar Zero is already on the flank as well, right? Because you lost a duel to 10, you're already at a numbers disadvantage even then.
Pro has the right idea, but he is picked off. ZETA gets the 5th win, and a delightfully back and forth first half so far.
Scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Well, Team Secret, I mean, you've made some adjustments to your composition, well aware that teams might target your split map pick here, but ZETA is showing why they picked this map.
Yeah, great round from them. Again, not an easy one, though, for Team Secret.
Now, I will say, I agree with that, but I will say what I like from ZETA is they're not holding back, right? If they think they have a chance of winning the round, they will secure it, because on this split, they want to do whatever they can to get the lead in the attacking half. Then they'll feel much more comfortable once the sides switch. Already at 5 rounds, you know, they're okay. It's status quo already, considering the attacking side of split. 1 or 2 extra. An excellent first half then for ZETA.
This time around, there's going to be a bit more probing here through mid. Now, we've seen this consistently, the Viper wall. Sometimes there's people ready behind it, other times there's not, but it does force ZETA in those moments to burn through some utility to confirm and not overextend. They do get up into vents, but they haven't found anybody. They haven't gotten a pick yet. Nobody's really shown their position so far. Oh, I think they did just get spotted up in vents through with that bird.
Yeah, I think they did pop it right at the end. Of course, we swapped screens right before, but here's the thing is that by taking mid control and with these 0 points, they've actually forced Team Secret to always take these far back angles. They can always eventually pinch onto either site, and unless Team Secret stacked it, they'll always have a numbers advantage. The only difference, was Team Secret taking garage control, but now the Seekers to force them away. The main force up in heaven as well.
There's not a lot of time in the round here. Just make them down if Borkum can hold garage, but the flank comes in, and they clean him out. Jesse now is going to be down here.
He hears
in
them
the mud, and they take him out. Now they got to get over there. 10 seconds left.
Last player standing.
And that's going to be a dubstep. The
10
last
seconds
one left with a little bit of legwork here before he can get up into B. Triple stack ready. People kind of low on HP. We got Sugar Zero healing up. He's going to be full now.
Now, he's not quite well aware of 10's position. He suspects it, but it wasn't confirmed. Oh, he sees the barrel of the gun,
my friend,
though.
your gun's too long.
Just a bit.
Yeah.
Those are the times you wish you had that shorty.
You wish you had a sawed off.
Oh.
And
oh my gosh! How does Laz survive that? He was already so low.
Now Laz is gonna bait him over here.
Yep. He's just playing Ring Around the Rosie. This is set up for Sugar Zero.
And he's like, it looks like your gun is too long, my friend.
Well, a great attacking half so far from ZETA Division. Timeout finally coming into play from Team Secret.
Yeah, and look, this was a very back and forth game, but it does seem like ZETA is starting to boost up and get ahead here. But I'm loving the way these matches are looking so far. The rounds, I guess we could say, in this match are looking.
And the thing is Team Secret, they are playing a bit too much with their own assumptions, right? And this is something that ZETA actually used to have a weakness on. But for instance, we've called out that toxic screen. You've mentioned it a couple of times in these rounds, Tasteless, but the toxic screen in mid, okay, having people behind it or not, depending on the round, okay, that's great. That's step one. But
yeah,
you have to realize now in I think 8 out of these 9 rounds, maybe 7 out of these 9 rounds, ZETA's eventually always taking control of mid no matter what. And they've actually forced you to keep falling far behind. At that point, that toxic screen is not doing anything. right? I mean, sure, they're using utility, but they're using things like the 0 point, like the paint shells, which is not crucial to the way that ZETA has been entering either of these sites. And that just gives them an opportunity to always get a pinch, which that's why Split is a hard map to attack on. It's hard to get these 2 points of entry.
Right.
You're just constantly giving it up on the belief that the toxic screen will do something.
Yeah, it's been a tricky round, especially that last one back there. Our timeout's over. We're ready to go back into this game.
Yeah, so I'm curious if there's any change to that. I mean, obviously on this round, maybe no need to show anything new. Now, I think Team Secret knows the challenge is that they do have to push out of A main or B main. I mean, also, obviously, this round it is an eco, but the problem there is ZETA's also been well prepped for that.
They're going to rush it.
Oh, they're checking every angle.
Dude, this is exactly what they needed. What?
Oh, he has to reload.
I can't believe they got those sheriff shots, but that's what happens, man. But the counter push may be pretty strong as well. Pro takes out Jesse Vash.
Well,
Flash up here confirms the presence of Envy.
Yeah, this is just that you have to fight gun for gun here because otherwise ZETA would be giving up free rifles. Now Borkum already on the flank. ZETA suspects it because it wasn't all 5 members.
One enemy remaining.
Pro with the focus.
I got to say, though, this was a great start here for Team Secret. I mean, at least making them buy their guns into the next round. If Dubstep could get another shot or two, that would be ideal. ZETA, in a classic ZETA fashion, lets the clock tick a little bit longer. Always a patient team, sometimes too patient, although I think this is a perfect moment to do exactly what they're doing here.
Spike dropped.
All right, so Laz taking the initiative. Crow also only 1 point away from his null command, so it would be ideal for him to get the plant. All right, 30 seconds. Wow, very patient on a potential extra flank here. Do they check? Oh, Dubstep waits for another person.
So he was basically hoping he could see maybe 2 or 3 players come out along with that. Sometimes it's better to just hold the shot in and see if you can get a full clear. But, you know, that's what happened. That's why that looked like that. But let's not forget that incredible moment with the push out right over through a entry here where we saw, you know, the Sheriff play get a couple kills on rifle-armed ZETA players.
Yeah, I mean,
that evil laugh.
ZETA, I think ZETA's just very well aware of what Team Secret wants to do. Their style of play. And even with the compositional change, the toxic screen has not been providing the value that Secret's looking for. I mean, again, right, the 0 point checks that vent. It's clear no one's behind that screen. Guiding light again. They're like, okay, it's empty.
Yeah, and in a site that has not gotten that much early round attention, we might see a push in there now. Double stack over here at Garage.
Grenade!
Oh, because of this star, that's why ZETA was waiting for a potential push out. At the end of the day, it will just be the Eldorb going over to Jeremy, picks up that showstopper. Now, no command is still available, so Crow, he's got the counter ready as soon as he hears that.
Here we go. Raise inbound. Oh! What a weird exchange. Depp does get the kill on both.
And a great flash as well. Depp good for 2.
Jesse Vash lurking up in the bubble. The Boombot's going to go out in a hall, but the real threat's from above. Envy gets the kill. Looks like Laz is going to get this plant off, but as the wraparound comes, Envy gets 2 more.
A great setup from Jesse Vash to make that happen. Now he's checking from heaven.
Gives him a haircut. Now just Sugar Zero remains. And he's not going to find any opportunities there. This is going to be an easy-peasy defuse. Team Secret with a 4th win. Can they get a 5th? That would be really nice.
They absolutely need it right before the half switch. I mean, for one, it would give them the momentum going into the second half as well. I mean, great recovery here from Envy. The thing is, the entry from ZETA was so good. It was almost, I would say, almost a mistake from Team Secret to not have emptied the site knowing the null command was available. But at the end of the day, Envy, the setup from Jesse Vash with the fault line before the plant actually goes down, and then Envy swinging confidently off of it. Great retake setup here from Team Secret.
Okay. Round 12 here. We've got an operator in hand for Depp.
Yeah, of Team Secret.
Yeah. They've had some pushes early on in the garage. Depp wants to see if he can maybe pick someone off, but it is going to be Dubstep who's actually switched positions over here covering B. A wraparound here on the defender's side. Looks like they're going to abandon A, other than just keeping Jesse in the distance to try to keep that under control. Oh,
wow. I can't believe Dev spotted that.
Yeah, that was crazy.
The tip of the
He's
elbow.
Like, is that an elbow? And just shoots it off.
Yeah, well, he spots it the first time where you barely see a sliver.
When you're against an operator, the hit points are all on the elbow as well.
Yeah, and he just waits for the extra jiggle. Great focus. I mean, potentially off of the minimap, but this is drawing out a lot of ultimates from the side of Team Secret. They're starting to panic, react to Zeta's entry here.
Oh! Borkum's reactions are so crazy.
Heal up, squad.
All right, just a bit of a reset here.
All right, step inbound here. And can he rocket this down? I love it. Jesse Vash is no more. Operator peering up now into heaven. As we've got two desperate Team Secret players that are going to have to try to do a retake or save. They already know the position of Borkum. Borkum pretty aggro in moments like this.
Yeah,
Laz at 5 HP as well.
They don't know if it'd be screens or heaven, but they know for sure where Borkum is.
Player standing. There.
Wow, Laz gets that. Oh.
Well, Envy's trapped.
Down. This is rough. Oh my God, everybody's escaping. They're everywhere, William.
Oh, man. Not much he could have done there, and with a 8-4 half, I would say Team Secret, it's looking rough. If you don't win this pistol, you might as well give this first map, Zeta's pick, over to them for that score on the board.
And, you know, Team Secret had most of their success in the early, kind of cheaper rounds, the rounds that do come down to just gunplay, and a little bit of utility there at the start. Kind of crazy, Laz actually got the pick there on the Borkum, by the way. Laz at 5 HP inside the Viper bubble. No one missing a pound today yet. I'll point that out. In case you guys are wondering,
all the fist
between every round, me and William have pounded, we haven't missed out either, so everything's okay so far.
Yeah, we're doing our part.
Yeah, we're doing our part. My fist hurts a little bit, but that's okay. So we're going to go into the second half here. Zeta has had a pretty comfortable, commanding performance. I think we've seen some real moments of brilliance tactically from Team Secret, some moments where they really clutched it, but just overall, Zeta is much better. And by the way, they seem to have improved from the weeks past in not bleeding the clock too much.
Yeah.
And turning their pace into their Achilles heel.
On top of that, again, the fact that they get the read, that the toxic screen is just a passive setup from Team Secret, they use that against them. They're always getting control of mid. And here's the thing, hopefully, I'm curious to see if this translates over to Lotus as well, but because they took mid, that's why Zeta was able to not bleed out the clock, because they had confident information at parts of the map, right? They weren't always just stuck on one side of the map. They always had 2 points of entry. So great improvements from Zeta, much cleaner decision-making and great reads on Team Secret's setup. Curious to see. Hey,
what happened there?
You dropped the sign, he was waving to the camera.
What did it say? Oh,
I
sorry,
cannot tell you.
I read Japanese, but I'm not going to tell you guys either. I just.
Wow, you're selfish.
I had no idea what it said.
I ran into some of the Zeta players.
Oh,
my girlfriend likes
Well,
chips.
we've all experienced that. We know what that's like. My girlfriend tells me that every time I come home after the cast.
She's like, yo, Jesse Vash is a great guy.
And I go, I know, baby. I know.
I mean, Jesse Vash, if you like esports, if you like games just in general, and you followed his career, I mean, he's charismatic. He's had such a storied career.
Yeah.
He's a great leader. I mean, a great player to be a fan of, absolutely.
Yeah, well, it's great to see these old school legends that are still able to hang with a lot of these young new players.
And here's the thing, I mean, Laz trying to make a name for himself over in Japan is kind of that role as well, right? Really the superstar that's been helping, carry the pride of Zeta Division all through these tournaments.
All right, this round, so important here for Team Secret. How are they going to get the spike over into this? We've got a very wide split since Team Secret wants to rely on maybe getting a pick before they decide which side of the map has been softened up for them to crack into. Pop flash.
Oh,
and
Depp dodges it, though.
I can't even believe those reactions. Depp, beautifully done. Borkum already out of the picture as Team Secret collects up into vents. And it's going to have to be up to Jesse to try to grab this shot over here.
Okay, so they already have control of mid.
Yeah.
But the spike not ready to go in just yet.
Flashback.
That flash just to buy time.
And again, they need to get this somewhere. It looks like it's going to be over onto A.
They hear them, though.
We've got Sugar Zero ready to receive this.
Yep, backup has arrived. ZETA's ready for it.
30 seconds left.
Great shot from 10. Oh my god, the crossfire's so nicely set up. Jeremy takes throw out, but not without suffering his own losses. Jeremy keeps doing it, though. What?
Oh,
this is an insane exchange. 15 seconds left. The spike is not in hand yet. Envy has to come out there, grab it.
10 seconds
And this is going to
left.
give Laz some time to come in quietly, stealthily. And Envy's not going to know what angle Laz is at.
Okay, Laz has a guiding light.
Oh! Huge round there. And again, you know, not having that spike in hand, it's like you can get the plant, but man, there are so many different angles that, you know, Laz can come in at. And Laz, you know, he didn't know where he was until he actually saw him, and by then it was too late. 9th win on the board.
Depp with the reactions, and that's the mechanical potential that Depp has shown in the past, and why a lot of ZETA fans and Japanese fans have been kind of waiting for Depp to really find consistency, because when he pops off, right? His mechanics are very fast. His reaction speed is just way up there. Obviously, he's been raking in the kills as well. You know, at the end of week 5 last week, he had the most kills here in VCT Pacific. Trying to continue to add on to that.
All right, another probe up in the mid here. 10's going to see the Boombot ping pong back out. Always ready to peek. Sewers is going to be the area that's the spike will then go through.
Now, the Force Spy does come in for Team Secret, so do or die time. I mean, I don't mind it, right? You're already so far behind. You got to throw something at the wall here, but that does mean if you lose this, they're probably just getting ready for map 2.
Laz is ready. Oh, and his spray is perfect. Oh! That was beautifully done there by 10. Oh my god.
And the double spray as well. There was no way any members of Team Secret...
You can see he's like, no way, I'm sure I can get this, and it just connected like that.
Man. I mean, the first kill, it can happen. The second one, I think they were just expecting for ZETA to drop the attempt, but here's the thing, ZETA, they had so much information elsewhere that there was no reason to stop the spray.
30 seconds left.
There's nowhere for Team Secret to go. They go into A, they run into another crossfire. They go to B, there's still 2 members waiting. Oh, an excellent gravity well.
Remaining.
Oh, ZETA is killing it in this round, but you know, what do you expect? This is always a tough round after losing the first here. Jesse gets one, switches to the knife, runs, and Sugar Zero clears him out. Now, I think if Team Secret can't win this next round, they probably can't win this first map.
Yeah, well, they're down onto pistols, though, right? They went for that Force Spy. I mean, look at this. Ooh. Somehow 10 getting the finishing blow on both of those. But just great patience from ZETA. In fact, we even saw a glimpse of just how well-tuned they are today in that very last moment when they popped off that gravity wall in the entry point into A site. It was right as the poison cloud goes down, right? These are things that they're communicating with each other. And you can see, they've been practicing this map. There's a reason they picked it. Oh, and I love this as well. 10 not taking any chances, says, okay, if we see all this utility being thrown into mid, it's probably a rush. He just backs out of it because here's the thing. Their toxic screen is set up for a potential read.
Oh my god, this is crazy. All right, Envy gets it done. Sugar Zero's gone. But they back up. Still hanging in a mail here. Borkum with a deep lurk over there. Is going to get that kill.
What? Crow's still alive?
Well, I thought for a second Team Secret might be able to pull through with this. They are going to get the spike plant, but this is a doable moment here for ZETA.
Yeah, I think you meet up, you heal up from Laz.
Yep.
And now just go for 3. Now there is a judge and a bulldog. Dubstep's the first point of defense with the Sheriff.
Oh, but he checks the wrong side. It doesn't matter, though. What is happening here? Laz now getting that kill. Not a lot of time in this round. Switches to the Sheriff for the long range.
I mean, he has time to try it. Is there a bonus? Might as well. Knows the spot of 1. Does he expect the judge, though?
Does
not. At all.
More like Judgy Bash. Nicely done.
We're doing this or
okay,
what?
so a desperately needed round win here from Team Secret. But I mean, ZETA, they're probably thinking that's all you get. Now the buys are a little bit off for ZETA here. So it looks like they're just going to go for, you know, a round to even out their economy.
Yeah. Surprising victory there for Team Secret. They played very well, and a much needed one. This time around, it's going to be action up in mid again. They do spot the Viper inside of the vents. What is happening?
Oh, 10. A bit of a miscalculation on the damage he was going to do to the bot.
Yeah, I know.
Poison's off.
He got body armor for the Boombot. Actually then gets flashed himself there. It's kind of a funny last few seconds.
Yeah, so 10, the reason he was constantly flicking back up was in case someone peeks off of that Boombot, but eventually he couldn't take out the Boombot in time as a result of that. So, you know, he made his choices. He'll have to live with it. Now Laz is going to get spotted. They do not care that he's there.
10 does take Envy out.
The spike's down.
There's a judge push here from Jesse, but it's going to be spotted. He's going to have to find a new position here. He peeks out anyways. Jeremy takes Laz out. Depp is gone as well as Dubstep is on point.
All right, Jeremy. Yep, patiently waiting. I love the backup that Jeremy provided coming back up into heaven.
Oh my God.
Oh, he's
oh
on check.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was going to see it first. Well, this isn't going to be easy.
Nice fault line. I mean, the way that Jesse Vash has been using these fault lines very proactively, right? He doesn't wait. He doesn't miss a beat. It was a little bit impatient when they were on the defensive side, but on the attack, it's been doing well. He's always had teammates prepped to swing on it.
They're not going to go for it.
Yeah,
they're going to back up, give this 6th round win to Team Secret, and try to bank on round 17 where they can take their 11th victory. You know, I think it's important that ZETA play very conservatively here in the next couple rounds and not overextend, not feed into Team Secret, because that's exactly what Team Secret wants.
And the thing is we're kind of seeing the same thing happen this time around where Team Secret now getting the good read on ZETA's play in mid, right? It's always 10, just waiting, and then uses things like the Snake Bite and the Boombot just to buy time instead of using the Toxic Screen. And they say, okay, well, if we can push him out of vents, we can go to B Heaven for free. It does end up getting a little messy, but Team Secret eventually closes it out, so I can only imagine that it's going to be the timeout where they discuss, do we want to change up the default utility setup here, right? Namely, 10's position and the Toxic Screen. Do they have other ways that they want to hold on to mid? Do they just empty it, right? And say, okay, well, you can take mid, we just won't give up Heaven on either side. I mean, there are all these things to consider here for ZETA Division. Curious to see what their choice is.
Such a close game so far. Obviously, ZETA is in the lead. This is doable right now for Team Secret. They played a very good second half, especially when you consider how the first 2 rounds started out. You know, with ZETA taking it.
Yeah, it looked like it was going to be kind of a one-and-done deal here in the second half, but Team Secret, they are starting to strike back. Now this next round, ZETA will be able to buy back in, so see what the plan is here. Crow, I love the shout-outs for Crow, because here is a guy that has been struggling with the burden of IGLing for so long on the side of ZETA Division in the past years, and now with that going over to, you know, briefly Sugar Zero, now onto Laz, Crow's really been finding his stride. I mean, right now he's at the bottom of the scoreboard, but he's still providing so much impact with those 0 points, and in past matches, he started putting up a lot of those kills himself as well. On each other.
Gonna get flushed out there. Ted gonna have to back up. Got some pressure building over here at A, but it's already shut down.
I've got your trail.
Okay, Crow's gonna have to back up.
Yeah, these Seekers are gonna find that there's 2 members here on elbow. They still force the issue here. Yep, Jeremy's just gonna go for the pinch. Great flash! Oh
Insane.
my gosh! But Crow, we just talked about it. He holds sight for just long enough. The backup is here, but the smoke.
All right, nicely done. Don't need to be too close when the enemy has that low HP, and now it's just Laz here. Laz will eventually get this kill. There it is.
No more Viper. My ult's ready.
Thought about using the Seekers, but
Spike
says,
planted.
okay, we'll just... Okay, he knows where both of them are.
Yeah, is he gonna go up into heaven?
Well,
to see if anybody's following him back up here.
I think
Nobody
he's gonna
is.
save.
He could.
I mean, this is I mean, you do have enough round leads where you could go for an attempt, but now you spent so much time.
I mean, if he's going to do this and come down and get these kills.
I think he might just use the Seekers here and try to use them as a shield going in. No, he's just going to try to quietly go through, but he gets spotted.
Well, I guess he could maybe go for an exit frag. I think it's too late. Yeah, he's just going to go ahead and run for it. It's kind of a wild round there. Team Secret barely eking out that victory. Laz so good at just lurking and maneuvering, and that was a crazy moment back there. So now it's 7-10, the game of catch-up. It's happening right now for Team Secret. ZETA wants to just get 3 more and close this out. It's not going to be an easy job.
Well, they're on their way for it now. We see the half armors coming into play again for ZETA. They'll scrape together whatever buy they can. I think the primary reason they're doing this is they don't actually really need to force any sort of buy here. You know, obviously 10 working with the judge. Now that's okay. Looks like he's just going to use the pit right away. So that's why they have the pit and then they have the Seekers as well. So they can force this buy to try to get an advantage once again in this coming round.
Yeah, the Viper's pit is set up over here today.
Now, I do just want to mention 10's position because of the judge. Yeah, he wasn't really aware if anyone had pushed through, but they used an earlier guiding light. So now he takes position to really check if they will try to sneak across here. Do you peek across it?
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay, he makes some
Comes
choice.
out. Dubstep is there, some shots fired. Can't grab that orb just yet. A minute left here. Team Secret is going to inch up here towards Mail. There's a double stack up in heaven on the B side.
And they dodge the fault line as well.
Yep, very nicely sidestepped that. And back over here through Ramen is where Team Secret's going to go.
I would have been curious if Laz uses the Seekers right around the 40-50 second mark. Now it's too late, so they're just going to regroup. It really comes down to Sugar Zero here and Crow. Do they have the support? They're actually just going to fill the site.
30 seconds
Sugar Zero's not hit.
Well, Jeremy gets 2. Sugar Zero's got his work cut out for him.
He's got to get more than 1.
He gets another. Spike down.
Spike down.
Just 10 left, though. That spike is nabbed. A plant over here just towards the corner. And this is going to be one I just don't know that 10 can do. 10 going to grab a weapon, go and hide somewhere. It's going to be the 8th win. Team Secret is doing it, William.
It's happening. They're striking back, and now ZETA, because you went for this buy off of the ultimates here, namely the Viper's Pit, you're back down on a back foot again. Now 10 just trying to go for any potential exit frags here. If not, he'll just die to reset, gain whatever, you know, econ he can so he can catch up for these half armor buys in the future. Oh
my God, it almost didn't work. I like it.
Yeah, I mean, he had the timing calculated right. If he was able to really run through and start the defuse right away, he could have tried to stick it, but he does get stopped with a couple shots also.
Kind of a scary moment there for Team Secret. It's like, oh man, these guys are good.
Yeah, Jesse Bash didn't know it hit it when that judge started firing.
Yeah, Jeremy, though, I think is the real MVP back there, and we saw why. I mean, the way that he cleared out the site made it so easy for that plant to get set up.
Well, and their attack, their executes, the way they've been flashing for Jeremy has been really good. In the past maps that they've played split on, in the past matches rather, Jeremy's entry has always been quite good, but sometimes he was kind of on his own. Today, the flashes are perfectly in sync for Jeremy to take advantage of.
Jeremy taking a little bit of damage there from Laz.
But he has snuck across, and ZETA doesn't know for sure. They're suspecting, I think maybe Laz heard him at the very last second there, but either way, now again, ZETA forced to take a slightly further back position. Now they have stacked A though.
Borkham's here.
Oh boy, you've got a Judge, you've got a Bucky.
Oh, Jeremy's just too fast. They've already cleared it out. The nade's gonna come through. Laz has to go down to hell.
I mean, Team Secret, they're kind of thinking right now, okay, what's the deal here? Okay, Sky's still near his screens. There were already 2 in heaven. Was this a stack? They don't want to take their chances against these shotguns. Oh, he sees Borkham.
Oh God.
Jeremy still doesn't swing. Jeremy with the patience until his team can flash for him.
Deb gets the drop there on the spike.
Last player
But this is
standing.
not going to be doable. Sugar Zero is once again going to be the odd man out. Jesse
30
Bash
seconds
plants.
left.
My God, Team Secret's doing it. This is going to be a 9th round win.
A great way to catch back up. That's going to be 5 rounds in a row if they secure this one, which they absolutely will, as Sugar Zero just looks to, potentially, kind of fates avoiding each other here between Dubstep and Sugar Zero. But, he's just going to look for potential exit frags here. He's got the half armor. He's got a Vandal upgrade. No reason to try to greed this. I mean, Team Secret is rich enough that they have no worry in the world. Team Secret has been playing this very well, and I think a lot of this, again, comes down to the fact that, after the initial 2 rounds, they read the play from ZETA in the middle of the map. They start forcing 10 out of there. And then they've been able to just flash for Jeremy so well into these sites. And here's the thing. That's with the breach and the guiding light. I think we'd have to go back and look at some of these replays, but I think a lot of the times what they're doing is maybe using that flashpoint in sync with the guiding light so that even though the flashpoint is considered a relatively easier flash to dodge, if you swing, the guiding light's behind you as well. You're flashed one way or the other. You get a lot of coverage for Jeremy to take advantage of as he flies through the site.
I think it's a really intelligent observation you're making, and I think it's one of the reasons why Jeremy, every time he swings out, is just murdering.
Yeah, I mean, while Jeremy's been fragging out whenever he's played this Raze, he's had a much easier time of it today.
All right.
Again, they force 10 out, right? I mean, they just say, you're not getting control of mid.
And a quiet start here in round 20. Not many more rounds left in this first map. Nobody's overcommitted down to mid, although we do see Jeremy peeking out. He's going to send his Boombot out to try to get a read as the advance up into mid starts to occur.
Now, I will say, at some point, it would have been nice to see ZETA push a little aggressively outside of either A or B main, right? I mean, this is the thing, is that they've just been playing default the same way over and over and over again. They finally try to get some form of barrage control, but even then, he's just hiding in the smoke. Sugar Zero finally peeks out, but they're still split, right? So at the end of the day, Team Secret, all they have to do is, bring some attention to middle of the map, make sure people are tied up there, and then go for a 4v2, 4v3, 5v3 advantage as they execute onto the site. It doesn't matter if it's only 30 seconds left. Now, this one the countdown's a little close, but
30 seconds left.
It's going to be tight. If ZETA can get the first few shots off and sandbag this a little bit, this could work out.
Oh, Laz gets stunned. 10 with a great shot, though, and the snake bite. That's buying time.
They've been able to sandbag it for now. 15 seconds left here.
10.
It's another. It's just being Dubstep here in a 2v2.
He needs to stick it, but the showstopper!
Enemy remaining.
No time. Envy trying to get the kill, but he can't.
Huge round, 9-11. ZETA starting to win those rounds again. They get that much closer to the finish line.
Oh, man. Trusting the Cosmic Divide just a tad bit. And then the fault line, again, this was all set up for Jeremy, but here's the thing. They were so focused on elbow that they didn't even consider that back corner. And 10 with some great tracking shots there to get the first 2 kills coming into the site.
Such a hype round there. This time around, so we're going to have somewhat of a similar setup. This flash is up in towards mid. We've got a 3-stack push up here.
Okay, the fault line to make sure they can control mid once again. Now 10's switch things up just a bit. With that snake bite coming out, they know that he's in vent, so they're gonna have to start pushing. But Jeremy is on his own island, and 10 has gotten the flank.
10 with the spam shots, nicely done. Jeremy comes forward, unable to connect to Crow. He does manage to find Sugar Zero. Depp takes him out.
Oh, Depp with the close swing as well. Dubstep on the lurk, though.
Yeah, big lurk, and now he can nab that spike. Where does he want to take it?
Well, his backup is in B, but Laz is already here.
Dubstep has to cross this.
I mean,
down there is Borkum ready to cover for him, but can he actually cross this line? Laz is going to peek again. That's going to be it. Spike is stuck up here. 45 seconds, but this is a very difficult situation. Borkum, what are you going to do? I'm going to say maybe could rely on his instinct, try to play a slow one where he wraps all the way through alley and around, but now it's going to be Team Secret fighting for overtime. ZETA just needs one more victory to close map 1 out.
Yeah, that was a rough round for Team Secret where they were eventually able to equal out 2v2, but Borkum, I mean, I gotta imagine that their comms were perhaps a little hectic where Borkum and Dubstep couldn't make up their mind on, do we group up, do we pinch, right? Does Borkum go for the flank around alley? Do we just they had 50 seconds. They could have regrouped and gone to A, they could have regrouped to mid and gone to B, but you know, they just said, okay, well, let's hide our info, let's cut audio, let's let Borkum try to do something, see if ZETA overextends. But here's the thing, ZETA is one of, if not the safest team in VCT Pacific.
Yeah, historically they've been very conservative, and I think this is a situation that ZETA is going to be very comfortable in. Now, we've seen Jeremy with some pretty crazy poke outs, getting some wild kills and causing some imbalances there for ZETA, but I do think this is almost unimaginable for Team Secret's going to come back.
The Nices, we haven't heard the Nices as much, but ZETA Division, they've been regaining their flow without, you know, the nice remix that really made waves around the world when they made it to 3rd place in Reykjavik. All right, Team Secret, do or die time. You only have the pit. You are 1 point away from the showstopper, but probably not a good idea to try to greed for any orbs here. Just an early strike onto ramp. Now here's the thing is, if you don't get mid control, Jeremy's gonna be stuck up here all on his lonesome.
Okay, they're trying to make some advances down here. Keep in mind, Borkum's actually the one with the spike.
They're
mid.
most likely going to rotate over to B, given the positions, right?
Right.
And, okay, Jesse Vash spots him.
Laz escapes, flashing that area. It seems like they're actually going to trap Borkum up into A, especially after seeing how far down Laz got over on the B side.
They still have an opportunity to rotate over, but here's the thing. They have no idea how many members are on either side. Yes, they had information of the push out from Laz, but that's not anything you want to make assumptions off of. So eventually, they're grouped up. None of them get tagged by the 0 point.
Yeah. Jeremy's going to come down now. Over on the other side is Crow. They don't commit.
Are they going to flood out here?
Oh, my God.
Oh, Dep's still good for 1.
Oh, Crow's doing it!
One enemy
Just Jesse Vash, and then it's a 1v2. Can Jesse Vash clutch this? If anybody could, it'd be him. 10 and Laz on the hunt. The spike gets picked up. 20 seconds.
No, he's going to try to get 1 kill first. Oh, and he can't get it.
Defenders win.
Great map 1. That's going to be a ZETA victory. Can they close it out 2-0? Or will TS come back 1-1? I don't know. They were very evenly matched. I was very happy to see once it looked like ZETA was going to close that out, Team Secret fought so hard and so well. But ZETA bided their time and eventually got into a position where they could recover.
And it's interesting to me that both these teams clearly have spent a lot more time on their attacking half in what they've been practicing, right? Their attacking half looked a lot cleaner and looked a lot more decisive for both teams. You know, I think for Team Secret, you're trying to switch over to a somewhat, you know, maybe more meta composition, at least in Pacific, with the double controllers. You made it work, you know, decently well on the attacking side. Perhaps the defensive side, you need a little more variation. But ZETA really showing the practice they had. And I would say even their defensive defaults, while it was very static, they were able to mid-round off of it quite well, especially after the timeout, right? You've got that string of rounds that went over to Team Secret, and ZETA was able to recover after a timeout. These are the improvements you want to see from this team that, I mean, not just fans in Japan, but I think everyone would love to see ZETA represent Japan at Masters Tokyo. And to do that, they'll first have to get into, secure a spot into the playoffs here at VCT Pacific.
But I think it's a good moment to be a fan of Team Secret as well. They've looked so good. We had a lot of questions about this team as they came into VCT Pacific, and we're getting a lot of very exciting answers to what you were saying earlier, William. Yeah, I mean, I think it would be a great part of the story of this season to see a Japanese team here at Masters. And if they've won that map and they maybe win the next one or the one after that, that could be part of our story.
Yeah, you know, the desk was talking about it as well. I mean, especially for these middle-of-the-pack teams, the head-to-heads are really going to matter if it comes down to some of these potential tiebreakers. Now, here's the thing. Both these teams have played against RRQ as well. Another team trying to vie for a spot, to get into that top 6. ZETA beat RRQ. Meanwhile, Team Secret, took a loss there as well. And now ZETA, if they can beat Team Secret as well, I think compared to the other potential middle of the pack rival teams that they're fighting against, they should feel relatively comfortable in the head-to-heads as well.
There were a lot of doubters here for ZETA. Some of us here who've been casting and analyzing this were those people who thought maybe ZETA wasn't going to perform that well. Today's been really a story of comeback and improvement here overall for our Japanese teams. We saw it with DFM. They really played, I think, the best games we've seen so far here in the weeks we've had VCT. ZETA's looking good right now as well.
Yeah, ZETA, I think this is what you wanted to see in this format. Well, we'll see if they can keep it up as we wait for Map 2. We're going to take a quick break. After that, the desk will break down all the action before we go into Map 2 between these two teams. Don't go anywhere.
And he does get a good one.
Well, we don't expect this.
Yeah, the lurk is just too good.
Oh,
he's like, where's Borkum? Dubstep is able to quite get that shot, but then he gets the follow-up. And the defuse started. I don't know that he can get over.
He can't get to it.
Scout comes out to here, beautifully done.
Oh, he takes it. He's been lurking for so long. Defuse hasn't happened yet. First, Jeremy's aware of it. Rosie, this is set up for Sugar Zero.
Oh, what a weird exchange. Dep does get the kill on both. This lands off, but as the wraparound comes under control. Whoa! Oh! Into.
Oh,
hot flash.
Drive.
Oh!
Light. Oh! Members waiting.
Oh, but he checks the wrong side. Doesn't.
Jeremy's just gonna go for the pinch.
Oh! Eventually gets his kill. There it is. Jeremy.
Oh my God. For him. Dubstep.
Oh.
You're watching VCT Pacific. We just finished Map 1, Split. Why are you laughing?
Because I told you guys ZETA would win.
This is the first map. Okay, like it's
Calm
one
down.
map. It was pretty close as well.
Calm down.
Wasn't a blowout.
It was their map pick.
Started out as a blowout.
Yes.
Yeah, they did their homework real well, clearly. All right, Mr. Zeta, tell us about this.
All right.
14 first kills. That's incredible.
How did it happen?
I think it's like I said, because Zeta definitely prepared for Team Secret's kind of game plan for Split. With the way that you see how they defend, how they actually attacked on the first half, they clearly had protocols and procedures to actually rotate back and forth and to really kind of leapfrog off of each other at times. They knew how to break Team Secret's defenses. However, yeah, you guys are right. Team Secret also had a really fun little performance in the second half. Just a little bit fun. Round 15 onwards, where they won 5 rounds in a row. And that happens because Team Secret has really explosive entries, Valdez.
They really do, and we are going to be highlighting one of those later on. It was definitely part of the reason why they were able to essentially come back a little bit, as we do have the full stats up there now. You see that Depp was on top, not a big surprise. Jeremy also on top there, the 2 Rays players, not too surprising. But yeah, it was closer than it actually felt. Like after the beginning of the first map, or the first round, or the first half, and those rounds that they got in a row, it just felt like Zeta was going to win. Like they were up like 10-4 at one point. And we're like, oh man, this is a blowout. This is crazy. So Team Secret maybe getting a little bit surprised by how well Zeta are playing today.
I think what was, we were looking at Jeremy's KDA there. I feel like it could have been a bit higher, but they were prepared. There were so many times his util was stopped in his track by Crow.
Yeah, I think we really see that in some rounds, especially in some of these really smart plays from both sides, honestly. I think both teams really did play well, but Zeta just showed a little bit more preparation, and that's something that you can't really anticipate because you have no idea what your opponent's going to do. So, I mean, in round 5, can bring that up soon.
Yeah. No, let's talk about round 5. Exactly that.
Yeah.
Take us through that.
Because this is a big mini-map thing where we can see how Team Secret, who are defending, really controlled the map. Will talked about this. Push into Garage, so you have control of the Garage. Mid is blocked off by the Viper's Pit completely. So you have 3 players on the A site just to block this one spot off. Of course, Zeta were kind of funneled into A as well. And that's where you see Depp along with Laz's Trailblazer going in for this. But what really happens is a big trade. And this is how Zeta actually wins this round, because although it seemed impossible at first with how much map control Team Secret had, what really happens after those trades is that your defenses are weakened. You only have 1 player blocking off the A site, and that's how it's that much easier for Zeta to actually overwhelm Borkum and then get the spike planted. And at that point onwards, you know, it's just simple trades back and forth, and I think Zeta really had this one under control after that, and that's kind of like Star Trek, Kobayashi Maru. It seemed like an impossible round to win at first, but then you rewrite the rules and you trade out until you have the numbers advantage.
Yes, they deep nerded just like you did.
Nerded just like I did.
Now.
I really like how they pushed. They got the trades and then they backed off and waited.
Yes.
Like I felt like the timing of how they engaged was really important on how they won that round. So.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think besides having really good reads on the situation, they were cautious, but they had really interesting plays. And I mean, obviously it took Team Secret by surprise on a lot of these. There was another pistol round that we were discussing about Zeta's positioning, and it was just really well thought out.
That's right. I'm gonna go nerdy again, guys. So in this round, it is a pistol round, but what really happens is the way that Zeta actually blocked things off and had protocols to push Team Secret over to the A site, similar like what we saw before, but this one happened because of Crow's utility, because of Zeta's positioning. And then when it comes down to the site itself, this is such a deliberate Astra Nebula, an Astra Bubble, as Tasteless calls it, because it allows for Zeta to kind of anchor down the site, play around this smoke so you have less angles to clear. However, as you can see, it still turns into 1v1 because of Team Secret's sheer will, sheer firepower to just bulldoze through. At the end of it, it's kind of this lucky headshot from Laz that kind of clutches out the round for Team Secret, giving them more rounds under their belt. But still, I mean, great performances from both sides.
Absolutely. Now, we're talking about Zeta's read. They just controlled the map really well. They have obviously prepared for so many different types of scenarios, but Team Secret did have some amazing rounds as well.
Yeah, this is really the round I wanted to highlight just because they get this first pick, and again, there's a lot of information that this entry is probably going to come in onto A. They don't waste any time, right? This Gravity Well, it buys some time for ZETA, so I really like how they're kind of handling this. You see the Viper, 10 is rotating in the back there and screens, but the entry is just too crisp. And Crow, he's alone on the site. He nearly is able to hold it down by himself, so I kind of liked both sides of this play, actually. I really liked how Team Secret, they didn't waste any time. Gravity Well goes down, they immediately enter. It's very clean. They get that entry kill. But also ZETA's response to it was quite clean. And at the end of the round, of course, they do not take it down. Laz gives his best effort, but eventually just has to run away. So it just shows, you know, how close it is between the two teams. Like, even ZETA really doing a good job of handling the pressure and handling the entries on the defensive side. Not able to take the rounds, but Team Secret also showing off some of their stuff.
Laz had an amazing opportunity to knife an innocent bystander, but he didn't. And we were thinking, like, is that something ZETA would do?
Nah, I don't think ZETA knives at all. I feel like ZETA's such a structured and cautious team that they, you know, anytime they might turn around, so it's not safe. Let's shoot them instead.
Or they're just like keeping it classy. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, we are going to go into Lotus for map 2, and this is interesting. Quack, you had pointed out. This is Secret's pick, by the way.
Yeah.
But Secret hasn't really played this.
That's right. I mean, I think that's what this entire kind of matchup or series comes down to. It's really preparation, because if we take a look at map statistics, yeah, I think both teams kind of maybe split. It's a classic map, right? It's just that we haven't seen it in rotation for a while. Lotus, on the other hand, new map, very different. ZETA has only played it once, and they played it against RRQ. They won 13-5. Team Secrets, on the other hand, no recorded Lotus plays whatsoever. Maybe in scrims, but we don't know those. We don't know what happens in those.
That's the secret.
That's the
They've
sauce.
been keeping it a secret this whole time.
They're pulling out Lotus right now.
That's the secret in Team Secret.
Yeah,
the
it's
team
Lotus.
was keeping the secret. Team Secret is that they're actually really good at Lotus, and they're gonna show it to us today.
Yeah.
And we're gonna get 3 maps.
I think so.
As was decided.
Foreseen.
That's the script that we have.
In the
You're not
prophecy.
supposed to talk about it.
In the prophecy.
Valdez, gosh.
By the right gods have deemed it so. We are probably going to go to 3 maps. I don't know. But it is Secret's pick for Lotus, and I really do think they've been preparing, and they must surely have, you know, been hiding it and keeping it in their back pocket this whole time. Lotus is kind of the appropriate map to have a lot of secret plays too. Yeah. You know, with the revolving doors and just the movements across the map. It's a very dynamic map. It's a fun map, so I think we're going to be seeing some crazy plays. I'm kind of curious how ZETA, a very structured org, as you said, is going to respond to them.
I think that's the thing, because, like, you could have picked Bind. You could have picked... you probably don't want to pick Ascent because ZETA's so strong on it, but, like, they deliberately chose Lotus right here, right now, and they haven't shown us anything at all. We have seen how structured ZETA could be on Lotus with how, you got like 3 sides, but ZETA clearly knows, and similar to DFM, kind of taking control over A, maybe C at times. They have a lot of set strats for these. Team Secret, on the other hand, I mean, who knows? Maybe they just go in for fights and brawls all over the place and then thin out ZETA's herd that way. And that could give them huge numbers advantage, something that you really need on a map like Lotus.
That's right. How are you feeling about this, Valdez?
I mean, it's definitely a surprise, as Quack has been saying. You know, ZETA's only shown it once. They have a very good record,
13-5,
performance, right? But I think that was when RRQ wasn't really performing. Like, they've looked much better in the last couple of weeks, at least. So, you know, maybe it was just not really a map thing. They were just the better team on the day. So, very curious. I think that they still definitely have a good opportunity. ZETA, definitely the obviously better team, I would say, in the first map, which, you know, was their map pick and all that stuff. But I think it's going to be close again. I wouldn't be surprised if, you know, I felt like one of these maps today was going to go into overtime. Maybe this is the one where it's like, okay, we're really confident on this map.
Look at them.
You know, we're pounding our heat.
Jeremy,
In contrast, Jeremy's just like, whatever.
No, this music is a lot more like...
Waiting for the round to start.
You know, you guys notice Crow has his little thing on his head, and that's like one of those like fever cooling patches. I hope he's feeling okay. But I mean, despite it, he's doing all right.
Yeah,
he's all right.
But well, Agent Select is here, and we're seeing the agents in front of our eyes. Raze versus Jet.
Raze
I think that's what it comes down to. It's interesting to me that Depp probably has opted for that Raze, but on a map like Lotus, I think you do want that because you just have your paint shells, which can actually control quite a bit. So it's useful, but maybe Team Secret has some other trick up their sleeves. And if ZETA wants to win this and make this a quick night for us, they have to be good at adapting, which I don't know if they are.
Yeah, this is very curious that he is on Raze actually for both of these maps. For Death, that is.
Like, Split makes sense, but I don't know about Lotus. I mean, we do know, but I don't know about Jet on Lotus.
Yeah. Curious to see this over as well. See how that goes for them. Also, Dubstep's Jet, top notch.
It is.
Ready to soak that in while watching this map for sure.
Are we gonna get a Tondo moment? I don't know. I don't know. All right, casters. Oh, you can see them right up there. Tasteless and Will Chobra. Are you guys following the same script about our predictions? Tell us, how is it gonna go? We're gonna go into map 3. Take it away.
We've been spotted up here. They saw us. We could have been hit with,
no.
They could have hit us with their operators when they were doing that desk commentary.
We should have ducked, man. Our reaction speed was too slow. We weren't keeping our eye on the mini-map, man.
I was teabagging up here like this, and then
okay. Let's calm down.
Okay, Tasteless.
Let's calm down.
Let's take it easy. We're ready now to go into map 2. This has been a close series, at least as far as map 1 is concerned. But the question is now, can Team Secret come back? I do think ZETA is looking very strong, very well adjusted. They're continuing to improve every map we see from them. But Team Secret, man, they've had some very explosive plays back here. This could be one they could take.
Yeah, and, looking at the composition, I know the desk was talking about some of the differences here. I think the biggest thing is, that Jet, probably Dubstep, wanting to make good use of an operator here on the defensive side. Now, then the question is, can they get it early enough? On top of that, they want to use the breach. Okay, so then you pair it with the Jet. The timings are a lot cleaner to work off of the, the tailwind into the flashpoint. See if they'll have an opportunity to showcase that. Nice comp change from ZETA. They were running that Neon earlier. This was a month ago, right? 4 weeks ago in week 2 against RQ. So clearly they've gone through and changed some things up despite having a quite one-sided win in that match.
We see a little push over here up towards C.
And as soon as they hear it, they're on for the hunt, but he can't get the kill. Don't step.
So many missed shots.
Oh,
it's chaos over here. Forkum gets a drop on a Depp.
Yeah, but now they have to commit to this. They're trying to.
Whoa!
Oh, and they find Laz. They realize it's a spike as well.
Okay, that was a crazy moment. Luckily, Sugar Zero does have that spike. They're going to try to hop over into A. Jesse Vash is ready, though.
Well, yeah, and then the alarm bot's covering.
Ooh.
Whoa,
great shot from Crow. Envy trades him out.
Oh, he doesn't get hit. Oh, but a little late. He tries to make sure that he can send up the recombo primarily because the Killjoy utility had been shut down, and ZETA strikes fast. They've already taken Heaven control. Dubstep will be the one to check this. Okay, so they know one's up there.
10 going to have to back out. Sugar Zero.
Oh! Sugar Zero.
The most unfortunate moment to turn there.
And I think he missed it. I think he was too focused on his smoke.
All right, Envy continuing to be so consistent. Team Secret takes that oh-so important pistol round that always ripples through the rest of a half. And they keep this continuing to build up. Again, so important. They bring this to a map number 3.
You know what I love about Lotus so far is that we still haven't seen like a universal interpretation of agent compositions on this map, right? You see many different variations in terms of how do you want to fight.
Damn, Envy.
Oh, Envy just popping off.
I didn't know that's how it looked. I love it.
All right, but yeah, the Breach and the Omen, I mean, this is a heavy commitment into winning the initial duels. Other teams have other ways that they work around it. Some teams going for Viper and Harbor. Very different interpretations, but Team Secret, they're here to fight.
Sugar Zero now creeping up into B. Don't find anything just yet. Looks like they're going to rotate the spike over here into the hands of Sugar Zero. Envy's ready.
And I also want to just note, Dubstep did buy that Vandal, so they really want to try to snowball the advantage they have here.
Oh, blinded. They're just going to spill in.
Ep's already through.
Borkum gets 2.
Oh, the reload!
Oh, it's chaos. It's just a full flush out. Team Secret, in what may be the shortest round here on map 2, crushes ZETA.
I can't believe Envy survives that. Backup coming in from his teammates. Almost dies to death. Actually trying to go for the knife play himself, but a great paranoia
Just
from Borkum.
running onto site, completely flashed. Little haphazard there from ZETA.
Yeah, Borkum was just there in time. I think the knife might have connected as well because he was mid-swing, but either way, a great defense from Team Secret. But again, Flashpoint and Paranoia, right? I mean, you're getting hit by one or the other, and now an aggressive push out with the fault line once more. Recon bolt afterwards to see if anyone snuck through rubble. This gives full control to Dubstep, and he's got a Vandal.
Toxin screen down.
Oh, they've pushed him entirely out of A. I mean, ZETA, now they're working with just 2 sites. If they want to open things up, they have to regain control of A main within the next 30 seconds. And, oh, well, Team Secret's very ready for this.
Jesse Vash just hopping. Dubstep ready if there is a peek, and he gets one. Can't get the second.
Spike
10 returns
down
the favor.
Yeah, but lots of damage still done. Can he recover this Vandal? Nope. A little far. He has to go to the other side to jump over, but he's just making sure. Once it's safe, I'm sure he'll still try to grab that Vandal.
Okay, 50 seconds left. ZETA in a very ZETA fashion, really biding their time. And they're going to be, it looks like maybe pushed out again. B, maybe where they actually want to go. Borkum is going to be here ready. Sugar Zero actually dodges that blind, nicely so.
But it just buys enough time for the backup to all arrive, right? They heard the footsteps go through the door. Now they hear the door open again. So now they'll know it's C, but Team Secret has regrouped.
All right, and on to C they go. Envy clutches that. 20 seconds. Sugar Zero backs away. This means Envy may have to come in here and push, but could end up catching Crow in the sweep around.
Oh, and he recovers the weapon as well. The aftershock. Sugar Zero's he just wants to plant.
Yeah, he gets it and tries to shroud step away, but is denied. Oh my God, Team Secret is doing it and making it look easy. You know, we talked about how we hadn't seen them on this map yet. We didn't really know what to expect. Are you avoiding this map because you don't know how to plan it? Or are you avoiding this map because you have some big plans?
Oh, I like it, yeah. The ultimate question. Well, so far, the plan's coming together quite well for Team Secret. Oh, I thought maybe an early timeout, but the clock will continue counting down here. So ZETA just going to see if they can try to figure out the next couple rounds. But here's the thing. It's not so much about like Killjoy setups, etc. It's just the liberal use of the fault lines, right? It's on cooldown. They're using it every time they have a chance to gain advantage of space, and then Team Secret holds it. Very well prepped, and that gives them an opportunity to hold on to things like the Paranoia to buy even more time in a later part of the round.
ZETA gonna back up, maybe come into A. As usual, Jesse Vash ready. Oh, and they do have Crow still up here to mid to see if it's possible Envy and Dubstep try to come through.
And they're emptying A site. They have the Rolling Thunder on the side of Team Secret, so after Jesse Vash finds initial contact, he just says, okay, let's just hold on to stairs. I don't know if they've come through. Let's just make sure we can get the pinch. Now it all comes down to Crow, in my opinion, here, but they're checking for him on Pillar as well. They're going to swing on him off of the stun.
Dubstep gets him. Another big victory there. And A is cracked wide open. It's going to be up to Team Secret here to try to get that retake if they can.
There.
They have to be aware of the potential of the Rolling Thunder. They cannot rely on flooding site. Yep, so they're going to fake it? No, you got to exit the site. Yeah, Laz is just going to empty it out. They want to push against this Rolling Thunder. They're fighting for it. Oh, but Jeremy with the initial kill.
Team Secret continues to do it. This is looking more and more like a 4th round win, especially as Dubstep takes Laz out. Sugar Zero remains. He finds Envy.
Yeah, a bit of a lackadaisical peek there, but
what is happening? Oh, still enough bullets in the chamber. Wow, 4 in a row.
Man, Team Secret not taking any chances there with the Rolling Thunder, right? They had Jeremy purposely positioned a step ahead in case anyone peeks out because they had given up entire A site control, including stairs. Just very, very well prepped, and this is what ZETA understanding. they understood the homework. They said, okay, they have Rolling Thunder. That's why the site was empty. We got to push out against this. 2 members stay behind. 2 members push up front. Team Secret says, nah, we're not taking any chances.
And so far, Team Secret has played the perfect half. How much longer can they keep doing this? ZETA's tried to create some opportunities. They've come in here with caution, but every time they peak, they get shut down. And not surprisingly, ZETA is going to call for that timeout as things are getting pretty out of hand here.
Yeah, I don't know what they talked about in between the maps here, but Team Secret, you look at the energy they have on stage right now. Clearly, they were very confident in their Lotus prep, right? You can just tell that they're, they're pretty much feeling that this is going exactly as we expected it to. We're going to go to a map 3. They already feel like they're on their way. Now, it is still quite early, but 4-0 on the defensive half.
Yeah.
Team Secret on a map like Lotus. Now, ZETA, they haven't been able to farm orbs all that much, right? They haven't gotten too many plants. I mean, this has been a rough start on the attacking half.
Yeah, they haven't really managed to make anything even out of the losses themselves. It's been pretty brutal shutdowns every time. How are they going to play differently here? And do we have any kind of mix-ups here like we've seen in the past? Is Team Secret going to try to be aggressive here?
All right, so the toxic screen continues to be the way that ZETA wants to vie for control on A main, but they need a different answer to covering their flanks, right? Regaining control someplace else. Okay, now here's the thing. Team Secret this time, they have From the Shadow. So Omen can provide backup, make sure that, A Heaven is secured if a strike comes in. And now this is a very early drone, but they spot the raise out of all agents. So that brings Dubstep over on backup, Smoke back on B. I mean, look at Team Secret's movement across the map. They're always repositioning to a point where the Breach can always provide, support. And then there's extra firepower on A because the site's still in control. Great reactions, very quick comms coming out from Secret.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to set to come in here. Just pinging this on the map. Here they come now. ZETA going to move out.
Oh, the fault line. I mean, yeah, you get the Trailblazer stun onto Jet, but you've all been stopped through the door.
But ZETA hasn't come into A just yet. In fact, they're going to try to wrap back around, maybe slip it into B over here on the side. Killjoy ready.
But the Nano Swarms, it's bought so much time. 2 kills. Now Borkum already on the flank. I was about to say, all Team Secret has to do is just stay alive and go for the retake. Dubstep even winning out the battle on the flank here.
Dubstep waiting.
Laz
ready
has to get another kill. That's what he's going for.
Yeah, Dubstep is so in control right now. He's playing so well. Oh my God! Even that was impressive, and he died there. I mean, trying to get back away.
Yeah.
All right, 11 seconds, and Sugar Zero's pinged. He'd like to take this Vandal with him into the next round. He's going to get this plant, and he's going to try to fight it.
No, just
and
a bit
again,
shaky.
Another painful loss there. No plant, no extra creds, no Vandal, no nothing.
You always got to go for the extra creds. You always got to get that extra credit. You never know when it's going to make it a B+ from B.
That's right. Well, I'm honestly stunned that Team Secret's playing as well as they are. Not that I didn't think they would do well, but they're basically playing perfectly. And ZETA has absolutely no answers.
They don't. I mean, ZETA, they do look a little lost, right? It already feels like they're just trying to throw things at the wall here. And this is a team that has always played very safely. Now, here's that operator from Dubstep, too. Oh, he dodges the flash. He's counter-flashed it. And he gets the kill.
Oh, my God. Great shot from Sugar Zero.
Okay,
I thought for a second Dubstep was going to get his second kill right away at the start.
Now, the thing is both teams know that this operator is a much prized possession, so there's a bit of a mind game, but Laz gets another pick and another onto Envy.
Yeah, a little bit too hungry for that. That operator that earned them a lead to start is now a disadvantage for them. ZETA is sitting very comfortably here. They're going to come into C. It is Jeremy and Jesse Vosh, a very scary duo to go up against, but I think this should be an easy round to close out for ZETA.
Yeah, I mean, you gave a Phantom and the operator over. I mean, especially on a C plant. Oh, and the pit. I mean, at this point. You have the creds, so Team Secret, I mean, they can go for this. Crow is relatively close to his ultimate, but I think at the end of the day, Jesse Vash just wants to do whatever damage he can.
It's a very cool lurk.
When he just wraps all the way around.
Yeah.
He's like, well, do you think they're here? I don't know. Obviously, he's not going to spam it. I think he's just waiting for the pit to go down to see if he can get a pick right at the end. But ZETA has no intention of letting that happen. Oh, man.
Oh,
Twist
that's
of
unfortunate.
fate.
Yeah, the turret finds him. First ZETA win, and a much-needed one. Let's see if they can start to make this their mounting comeback. Team Secret has almost run away with this entire map.
Okay, so they keep the operator. I can only... Oh, wow. What a shot. Which is great.
Laz played so well there.
Yeah, great.
Yeah, let's see what they can do with this newfound operator.
Well, that's my question is, you can't put it on Laz as much as he's a great operator because he's playing Sky. He constantly needs to channel his utility. So it does go on to Depp. He does have the showstopper eventually for an entry. All right, I don't mind it. Go for the op battle against Dubstep.
Okay, this time around, we've got this operator in the hands of Depp. Peering down, looking for a pick. Doesn't find anything just yet. We do have the same story here for Dubstep.
Yeah, the thing is Borkum's not at a place where he can get cleared out by this operator. The nano swarm being used. Oh! Ooh. Does get spotted, and Depp takes a big hit.
Yeah, he got winged there, 25 HP.
All right, the alarm bot still stays alive on the side of Team Secret, so Borkum's going to be safe. Ooh, the jump peek gets spotted. Depp, is he going to go for the swing? Oh, they correctly identified that there's a potential peek out here and tried to take out Depp. Now, he does get healed up either way.
All right, that's going to force Dubstep back, at least maybe giving them a little bit of ground to try to cover. 35 seconds left. This is not a lot of time, and they're going to go all the way back over here to see is ZETA getting too slow.
This is going to be another fault line as soon as the smoke pops. The fault line doesn't come in. Oh, he's going to hold on to this for as long as possible. I think they're going to just try to take out the person who's trying to plant the spike. Yeah, they just trap him in there. And then the lockdown, there's no way for ZETA to get through this.
I mean, I think they bungled this round. Okay, hold on. They're going to go for a B plant. Good plan B.
Oh! Dubstep has too many targets, and eventually the spike gets planted.
One enemy remaining.
All right, just one left. It's going to be Jeremy.
You should run.
Starts that defuse. He knows.
He just has to hold
Go to half. Go to half. My God, he's
He
so
just
low.
has to hold it.
Oh!
Yeah.
Big play there by Crow. A nail biter of a round. My God. ZETA gets the second. Can they get the third, the fourth, the fifth? Team Secret's going to call a timeout and figure out how to stop this. Kill their plans in the crib.
I mean, a great lurk here from 10, and because he actually got a kill to get into sight, I mean, you saw that Dubstep was aware of it, he even saw the barrel, but it's just that there were too many targets that swarmed through the rotating door over on C. With Dubstep, there wasn't much he could do. I mean, at the end of the day, he had to get the diffuser. To do that, he had to take out either Laz or 10, and then try to fly into the site. Not enough time for that. A good timeout from Team Secret, right? It all started when they lost that operator, and I don't think the buy was a bad idea. Like, even against an eco, I think, you know, you buy it just to force the issue that ZETA has less options to work with. You were trying to take advantage of the fact that, okay, they have weaker weapons. We have two members backing up Dubstep. We should be fine.
Nobo gang, I love this.
Oh, well, listen, we'll see if Team Secret can deliver. I mean, you've got fans here cheering for you. You want to see them try to get that win, but same can be said for ZETA.
ZETA fans here in our studio. It's been a fun night so far. And it's so exciting to see that Team Secret is still, again, in the lead. Does seem like ZETA is starting to adapt, but of course, that's what this timeout is for. Can Team Secret continue to reinvent their play?
All right, Hunter's Fury for Jesse Vash, who hasn't had too much of a great time being part of the winning combat here for Team Secret. Only 2 kills, 3 deaths on the board. Depp still has that showstopper, and it looks like they might want to make use of it if they don't find opposition here on the C side.
Take flight.
Oh, Team Secret, they just want to push out.
Not fast enough there with that pin. But he does see where 10 is. 10 going to just flee further back.
But I love the way 10 plays this, right? Because he hides on the right side, there's no further way for Dubstep to push out because you don't know if anyone's still waiting on the other side as well.
That's right.
Oh, just using Shadow Step to create a little bit more confusion on whether he's gone into the site or not. I like the mind game. I mean, no one from Team Secret has really taken a big bite out of it, but it does force a rotate over from dubstep because they think that this is an investment. Oh, the fake is working out perfectly, actually.
It looks like it's going to be up into A.
They're going to wait for the recon bolt as well.
Yeah. And now they're going to pull the trigger.
You just got to empty the site. You have Hunter's Fury, no reason to flood it. Yeah, again, Team Secret, they're looking for a retake. ZETA is having too many thoughts, though.
Yeah, I feel like this is almost
30 seconds
becoming
left.
overly complicated and, you know, a moment where they probably could have just gone for it. Again, ZETA is very cautious, and this sometimes can bite them.
Yeah, so they eventually want to go for a B hit here. Oh, and they will get the initial kill into Borkum. That does break open the site. The Hunter's Fury just to try to stop the spike from coming in.
10 seconds
Is it
left.
enough? No, the spike will go down.
Yep, he gets the plan. Now it's going to be up to Team Secret to try to come in here with a retake. Step over here, ready to take on 2. Jesse goes down, as does Jeremy. Dubstep still giving a shot for this, along with Envy. It's going to be tough. ZETA's sewed this up pretty tight.
Yeah, I think you got to save here. I mean,
I agree.
Yeah, ZETA's very rich. They're not, you know, they're not in any trouble financially. They'll be able to buy in the next round regardless.
Got to say, I'm relieved for ZETA that they actually got the plant off. I thought for a second they were just going to bleed out all the time after A site was naked.
Yeah, it looked a little iffy, but again, it's a good understanding of the map, right? That you can still pinch onto B. I think the other reason they go for B, and man, I would love to see if there's a way to find this out. I wonder if it's because they realize, okay, is A site empty again? Do they have a retake planned again, a set play with that Hunter's Fury, where we're not going to be able to gain the advantage? Because then let's throw a curveball, go to B, right? Could have been it.
Crazy shot. You can see right now in Tokyo, they're very happy. Comeback is starting ZETA with 3 in a row. Will they be able to get that 4th? This is a little bit of a more troublesome round here for Team Secret. Got Jesse here with the Sheriff.
You've lost control of Rumble. You cannot commit to this. Oh, even the backup coming in.
ZETA dropping him like flies. Borkum does get the hit onto Sugar Zero.
Okay, well, Jeremy has taken control of C main, but if he can't peek out and get this kill, 10 has no reason to fight this. They realize, okay, one person's pushed out, one person's still at the door. There's only 3 members left on the side of Team Secret. ZETA just has to take their pick. They'll have a numbers advantage.
Yeah. Easy call here for ZETA. But sometimes Team Secret, they get these flicks that are so crazy that then even the playing field. They are going to be in a spot that I think is pushable.
Right,
Jeremy up here to receive him.
Yeah, they'll have to wait until that toxic screen cooldown comes back up. But then it should be a quick strike. Crow just waiting to see if there's any other information on the rotates here for May.
Oh, it looks like they've gunned him out. And now it looks like C-Site will be theirs for the taking. And I would imagine, yeah, Team Secret just goes and saves again. A likely 4th round win. Will ZETA go for the hunt and try to eliminate them and starve them out from any kind of round reversal advantages by saving those guns? I don't know.
I mean, they could. You know, Depp and 10 are pretty close to their ultimates. If anyone was to go out on the hunt, it would be those 2. But considering they weren't already in position to group up, I think they're just going to go maybe up to the halfway mark here.
Yeah.
Check the spawn of each side. And then they'll just play it safe. I mean, either way, in Team Secret, they should be going for these half armor buys in the next round, I would assume. They're on a, you know, more than 3-round losing streak here. Actually going to be 4 in a row. Okay, well, now you know the location. I think now maybe you do go for a pinch here.
Well, yeah, but okay, Laz does that with just Borkum left now.
Borkum just wants to stay alive.
Yeah. 1 second left.
It?
Oh!
Just trying to spray against that swing there. Now, either way, 10, whether he got the kill or dies, he gets 1 point closer. He's only 1 point away from that Viper's pit. Not a bad choice at all.
Headshot.
I mean, great control there on the second shot as well, though.
That was a really impressive moment. Okay, if ZETA does this, it's 5-5.
Yeah, and again, while score-wise, yes, it's Lotus, 5 rounds on the defensive half, not too bad. But if the momentum goes over to ZETA, having figured out Team Secret's patterns here on the defensive side, the same could happen once you switch sides. Up 10, this time the fault line, but they got to clear the other angle first. Oh, then this was... Oh, this was the worry from Team Secret prior. This time they used the fault line to try to secure it, but 10 still gets out. And, I mean, at that point, you commit or you've kind of wasted your utility. You got to feel for Dubstep. I mean, this was the grand mission given to him to try to change something up here.
And now they bled one off. A little bit more probing here. They're going to set some utility up and completely blind out that area.
Scanning ahead.
Jesse Vash is going to see the bird come out, pull him immediately away from there.
Yeah, but ZETA has no reason to force this, right? They realize that Silva and Breach are still both here.
Right.
So they've already taken over C main. They've already taken B main. They could go either way.
Well, they're going to come back. 30 more seconds.
Yeah, Team Secret has to back off, right? You
30
don't have that
seconds
recon bolt.
It's been a very ZETA game. A lot of slow play in here, but they're making it work. You know, they're sticking with what ZETA's done in the past, but this time it's succeeding every time. So we're going to get a plant over here onto A. It's going to be Jeremy and Borkum. Oh, my God, Borkum bunny hopping forward there and then not having, enough time to get his gun out.
Yeah, you were going to die to one or the other there. Depp just toying with his food. Oh, man, you know, most likely this goes to a 5-5 scoreline. Here's the thing is that ZETA is really using the somewhat mental impatience coming out from Team Secret, and the reason they can do this is because of their Asian composition. Team Secret does not have a composition that can passively wait on the defensive side.
Oh, that was almost really bad, but there it was. He does get the kill at the end, 5-5. Yeah, and you know, Team Secret, we've seen them as an explosive and occasionally aggressive team, but you're right, they have to kind of poke to get information.
Well, yeah, I mean, the only way they can get, you know, confident information is just through the Silva, right? You don't have a raise even for your entry, for your duelist. You don't have a Sky for your flashes or a KO. You have a Breach. So once that recon bolt is gone, you know that Team Secret has to make a move during that cooldown to gain any sort of information. So ZETA says, oh, this suits us well because we like to wait. And now the Asian comp's really going in favor of ZETA. Of course, this can change, you know, in the second half, but for now, I think ZETA just has Team Secret's number in the first half.
I do wonder if when we go to the second half, though, if this team composition is better suited for offense on this map here for Team Secret, you know.
I mean, it's most likely they're going to try to start with a couple all-ins, I would assume.
Yeah.
But after that, again, the big question is, does ZETA, do they find a way to figure it out? Primarily, my question is, Team Secret, how much do they prioritize the ult orbs? Now, he was tapping that orb to see, you know, initially if anyone swings or if anyone spams through the wall. Eventually, he'll just be able to secure that, make the showstopper here for Tep.
Now we've got Dubstep here. So close, just kind of waiting for some kind of close entry.
Nice,
I think
that Frenzy.
This should be a game where patience is going to suit ZETA very well. Oh, wow.
Frenzy doesn't go through that one.
Yeah, we all saw it.
Yep.
We all thought it, but yeah, can't actually hit them from there.
Need a bit of a stronger weapon. Oh, a great little swing through the showstopper. He'll just be able to swing and launch it up onto heaven or the site.
Yeah, it doesn't find any targets.
Left.
Rolling Thunder just to buy time, but the backup. Oh, it does arrive in time. Jesse.
Spike is down.
The Bucky's watching the door.
Team Secret's starting to do it. Team Secret's starting to do it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my God.
A great retake. The Rolling Thunder, I was wondering if they'll be in prime position to do it, but Jesse Vash and Dubstep just flooding through A-Link there. And then Jesse Vash gets the kill. He upgrades to move in, leaves the Bucky behind for Dubstep to hold the door with a great retake.
Yeah. Team Secret, of all the rounds they were going to win, that's crazy that that's the one they took it at.
Yeah, I mean, I think this happened on Split, too. They got the only Thrifty here, and Dev just trying to run away from that Rolling Thunder.
Enemy remaining.
Envy even gets the Aftershock against, I believe, the Spike Plant. A great retake here.
Okay. Round 12, the last one, of course, in this half. The Team Secret push ahead after already starting with a big lead while ZETA played catch-up. Or can ZETA finish that mission of actually evening it out?
I've got your trail.
Okay. just a fast push. Team Secret, they have to make up their mind. Will they just empty it out for a retake? Oh, the drone was used, but he's somehow still alive. They don't push him.
Does get the pick onto 10.
Yeah, now this means that they have a full surround. Team Secret's very confident about this. The lockdown, sure. Now, it does get used right after the plant goes down, so...
Oh
no,
both sides whiff there. Lad's going to come around here. Borkum is ready, and Borkum gets the drop.
Right at the corner as well, not detained.
Grenade out.
But Dubstep's just here to provide assistance. You know, keep one person tied up. The rest of the members have to get the retake done.
Oh, Deb's so clutch. Oh!
Almost.
Borkum. It's 2 versus 2 now.
Oh,
Are you
Dubstep.
kidding me? How is that the
Player
shot that
standing.
happened? Dubstep solo. Sugar Zero ready. Rifle in hand. Oh! What a
Zero.
round.
Great finish there. And, you know, Team Secret, they had the right idea in a macro play,
Switching
right?
sides.
Borkum was hiding right at the corner, away from the lockdown, identifies that there's a spot he can hide. Dubstep, make sure that there's no one on the flank, especially once you heard that lockdown go through. But the thing is with that operator, he couldn't provide as much aggressive backup. You really needed to clear out depth instantly, and man, they just could not. I mean, Dep actually using a Borkum smoke against.
I couldn't be more excited for the second half. This has been so close.
Oh, well, that's close as it can get. 6-6. Now, in theory, you know, the statistics on Lotus would tell us that, okay, Team Secret should have an advantage here.
Right.
But, yeah, as we always say, what if ZETA just wins the pistol in the next round, right? Then it's just an 8-6. It nullifies that statement just a tad bit.
But they at least should have some more opportunities with the entry, you know.
Yeah, and again, my big question is ult or priority? ZETA was not as proactive about that, but that's just primarily, they are a slower team, and they were correctly identifying that Team Secret has these kind of crafty set plays to combat the ult orbs. So, you know, ZETA making the correct choice there. Now the question is, do they have something to make sure Team Secret can't farm these orbs all day? Because if they do, I mean, they're looking at ultimates like the Huntress Fury, like the Rolling Thunder, to really just take over a site, get a free round win. So curious to see what the changes are here.
Fingers crossed here for Team Secret. They played an extremely great first half. And if they can take this, it is going to go to map number 3. But ZETA, you know, they know how important this is. I think they're already thinking about Tokyo. They've got to try to get to the deeper part of the standings. And one of the teams that stands in their way is Team Secret. We've got a lot of teams in our lineup that are right in the middle. And this next week and the week after is going to be so important.
Lots of ZETA fans. Well, I love the little caricature drawings here. I can definitely tell who Crow and 10 are. 10's always got that beanie on. Fans for Team Secret as well.
Oh, man. So fun seeing the audience out here. Looks like we should be ready to now go into that second half. Of course, Team Secret here on the attacker side.
All right. Ooh, we see a buy being given over to Dubstep. So he's got that half armor and the frenzy. They're just going to full send it, and it looks like it's going to be a B site full send.
Yep.
Dubstep's going to go in, cause chaos, hopefully get an entry pick. Now, the question is, what's your post-plant scenario if you do break that open, right? Oh, they're not even going to make noise as well.
Yep, just creep in there.
To hear the Trailblazer on C, that should be their cue to go.
Toxins going up.
All right. Well, site's been taken over. Now, ZETA very well aware that this was a potential possibility. They'll just bide their time.
Nice shot from Borkum. 10 already wiped out. Spike goes down.
Oh, Dubstep, he's all on his own, and he can't get the kill.
Crazy shot there. Oh, Laz starting to win these duels. Sugar Zero with the smokes. Dep with the nade. And the blind comes through.
They
and
both get hit.
Oh, they do a double poke.
And they make it work.
I can't believe it. Laz is just hanging back. Some shots fired through. They do connect. Nobody on Team Secret at full health.
Ooh, they know what
they're going to start it. They're going to start it. Oh, Borkum comes out.
Oh, the Nano Swarm takes a little bit of extra time, but they're also
low.
Oh
My God, this round is insane. Borkum comes, and it's not enough time. Crow clutches it. A defuse is done. ZETA takes the first win there in that second half.
Wow, I mean, Team Secret, again, I like the idea right now. The initial hope would have been that they could have actually pushed all the way out there towards Waterfall with Dubstep, but because they're met with 10, they have to actually pause a little bit. That means that they try to go, spread out even further to get control. That was why I was so curious. What's their post-plant scenario in a pistol round? And here's the thing, you go out, far into stairs with a frenzy, you're gonna lose that long-range battle. Dubstep gets caught unawares.
Right, man. I think it's all that patch on the forehead, personally. I'm gonna start casting with one of those on. Now, in this next round, Team Secret gonna try to come up. It looks like in a C, at least try to find a pick. They do manage to take that dart out.
Yeah,
it does make them shy away as well.
And the snake bite as well, that just buys enough time. It again nullifies that cooldown from the recon bolt. That's the only way Team Secret's going to get information. So ZETA, safely assuming that it's not going to be any sort of hard rush off the back of that. Oh, and then the one-way again from Sugar Zero. And he plays it safe as well. And you have the better weapons. I mean, if the site gets flooded, you've got Spectres, you can run and gun, defend it. And backups all here. B site is flooded with Killjoy utility.
You really see what that one-way does to just buy time. And we don't have much time left to speak of it.
There it is. It's an A-side hit. They know.
Zero's ready.
All right, taking his time to provide a one-way onto the door.
Spike dropped in the back.
Oh! They can't get through.
That's it. It's just Jeremy left over in a completely awkward position. He gets one. Can he drop a few more before they take him out? Unfortunately, no. Now, when it's this close, the bonus round is going to be so important here for Team Secret. ZETA's played this very nicely, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, a good hold, right? They do end up dropping 2 weapons. I believe all 5 members have bought, so a little bit of damage, but no plant. So at the end of the day, ZETA not feeling too bad. Considering it was all Spectres left, can't imagine that they would buy up. They're just going to buy to even out for, yeah, they pick up a Bulldog. They will invest 1 extra Bulldog. So Crow, the only one who will not be able to full buy in the next round here. Dubstep with an aggressive push. Okay, so again, this is where we'll start to see what Team Secret has prepped in this map, because you've taken a main control, then what? The real homework starts here, right?
Right.
Okay, you can try to go for that orb. Most likely they won't spam through it considering the weaponry they have, or they should have in theory.
Yeah.
You can always swivel back to B, but if you don't have someone who's really prepped to get rid of that utility.
Trying to bait something out. It doesn't look like anybody's going to go for it from afar, but we do see a wraparound here with Sugar Zero and Laz's company.
Okay, so they caught a glimpse right at the end, it seems, so they know that there are members in tree. This has to be a B hit. I can't imagine.
B looks too tempting, right?
Well, I mean, we're looking at the minimap, but here's the thing: they already know that tree is taken. They're gonna go with the paranoia. They're trying to flood it in.
Oh, Dubstep still alive. Envy takes Sugar Zero out. It's starting to be a landslide here for Team Secret. Just 10 remaining.
I mean, they win purely by number. Here's the thing: is Dep's blast pack actually almost ruined that entry, shaking up the aim and giving them an opportunity to try to defend the site. But at the end of the day, they literally win by pure numbers. And 10, nothing to do here but wait.
Yeah. And so Team Secret is going to be taking the 7th round win. And they had to do that to realistically try to come back with either a win or overtime. And hopefully for their sake, a win if they do have to go to overtime.
No, Team Secret, they do have to exit here.
They do seem to know where 10 is.
Yep.
And that's going to be
it.
it.
And that's the member you wanted to get that kill, because Envy just makes his Rolling Thunder off of that.
Yeah, the stars align there for them.
Yes, absolutely. This is another opportunity for them to try to catch back up. We'll see. Do they use it right away? I mean, again, we were looking at the minimap, which is why B looked so much more open. I was wondering, do they eventually make a move for it with Jeremy on that Killjoy? But they just say, okay, we know how we want to make sure we just flood Tree with all of our utilities so they can't push back out. Then we'll take over the site. We'll pinch onto Tree through the door. They don't lose a single member.
Okay, and they are going to come out.
Uh-oh, Dubstep's caught.
Big, yeah. Big connect there, but ZETA returns the favor. Borkum. Both sides starting to trade out here, but ZETA looking very strong, very healthy. Oh! Sugar Zero gonna shroud step to the other side.
Well, this is just nano swarms everywhere.
It's just everybody eating a little bit of damage.
Okay.
Hold on. Don't count him out yet. Jesse Vash.
Well, now they assume the site is empty, of course, because everyone pretty much walked out of it.
Placing swarm grenade.
I can't believe they've actually got this set up.
Yeah, they're
It
even
looked
checking
like
drop.
Spike
almost
planted.
100% that ZETA was going to take that earlier. The push comes in from 10. Deep back from attacker spawn.
Okay, so Team Secret, they are just staying together, right? And ooh, 10 so far, but he doesn't want to make noise. But here's the thing, Laz is all alone, and the turret is gonna spot him. Laz is the one who's weak, so he can't peek first. 10 has to move up. Now
he needs to hustle here.
Yeah, so 10 knows there's one in drop, but Jesse Vash already takes out Laz. They're well aware. Oh, he saw him. It's a mind games against each other.
He gets one. Hold on. Nope, too late. That's going to be tied up 8-8. Really exciting round.
Now, most teams, if they lose that initial skirmish over on A main, they would back off, and that's what ZETA was relying on. But not Team Secret. They say, nah, we're not letting this go. We both invested so much. Let's just see who wins out at the end. And Jesse Vash says, it's me. This is my part of the map. Takes full control. I do think that skirmish shows the weakness of Dubstep dashing forward. Now it's a nice kind of twist than just taking control behind rubble, but this is what can happen. They're going to do it again.
Yeah, we're going to have, I think, a pretty fast round here. A very weakly armed ZETA. Shot spammed out. Not really connecting to any target so far.
They're just checking everything. Because of the potential of these, above, keys to shorties, the stingers, they check every single corner. And now they can take, the next 70 seconds to decide what they want to do.
Yeah. Well, they've done a good job clearing any sprung attacks here onto A.
They're well aware that no one's pushed entirely out of C, no one's pushed out of B main, so, worst comes to worst, they could go for a rotate. Most likely not into B, though, because then they could fall into the hands of a potential shotgun. Checking all the close angles.
Yeah, and I think they might try to slip in a little bit further now.
Okay, so at this point, because you couldn't clear out the entire site of A, I do wonder if they consider going to B. I mean, looking at Jeremy's movement, I think that might be the call here.
Seems like that's where they want to go.
No charges.
Crow would be over here at an angle to maybe get a surprise.
You gotta expect it.
Oh, he whiffed it.
Barely whiffs it. One more opportunity from 10. There's one.
Yeah, but it's already looking pretty bad. The Sugar Zero and Laz left over.
Oh, well, they know where one of them are.
Oh, this is the Team Secret's doing such a good job just running the clock right now. Just Laz remaining.
Yeah, look at their position, right? They're just making sure that.
Yeah, that's that. Team Secret back in the lead now, 9-8.
Okay, ZETA.
That's too bad. Crow, ready with the shotgun to just get that kill. Doesn't quite get that first shot to connect.
Yeah, if he had gotten the rifle upgrade, held on to B main, maybe there's a shot here.
Sure.
I mean, yes, Team Secret did have, still the Rolling Thunder and such to push out. So I think eventually the round would have still gone in their favor, but, maybe you could draw out, some of those ultimates as well.
Round 18 starts right now. And again, Team Secret wants to get this rolling. Throwing some utility up into here.
Okay, so both sides adjusting on their aggression on A main, right? Both of them are actually trying to see if the other side still continues to commit everything, which neither side has. A change on the toxic screen has identified that as well from ZETA. And so Team Secret says, okay, that means their focus is on A. Let's try to push.
Oh my God! All right, Seekers are out. Last perk salt takes out Dubstep.
And the showstopper doesn't connect, and Dev gets taken out. Oh, using all their ultimates, because this is another rifle round from ZETA. If they can win this, they'll be able to keep an advantage in economy. Now, you do have the lockdown from Crow. If you're going to go for the retake, you got to use it. But to do that, you'll have to get into position.
This ain't going to be easy. We've got 10 and Crow coming up now. It's going to be Borkum. Oh, Borkum blinded.
He's been paranoid, but but they don't clear the angle fast enough.
Yeah.
He's good for one.
What a weird moment.
And Envy's still in sight. They have to clear it out.
Here they come, but he does get the clear. They're going to smoke it out.
Last player standing.
Oh, well.
Oh, I don't know about this. That's going to be it. Jesse Vash gets another. Team Secret almost out of this map with a win. But ZETA making him work for that.
Yeah, but Team Secret, here's the thing. They don't mind investing all of that, right? They're way ahead in economy. I think, man, you could argue ZETA, I said that if you're going to go for the retake, you got to try to go for lockdown. Because they were already so far out, they save it, which is, I guess, fine, because now you're ahead in ult economy. But now you have to be careful that you don't just let it sit there and rot, right? You got to use it to gain some form of advantage, and that's a good timeout absolutely needed on the side of ZETA.
Yeah. ZETA could still do this. Team Secret's not having any rounds that are pure dominations. But man, you see in Borkum blinded back there. It looked like he should have been dead, and then we come back, he already gets one kill.
Yeah, I gotta imagine that there was something, maybe a flashpoint from Envy that stopped the members from Waterfall to come in. Because,
I think he might be right.
Yeah, because the paranoia hits Jeremy as well, so Jeremy wasn't there to provide crossfire. But they weren't able to, ZETA not able to get in anyway. Oh man, the prediction, Team Secret 2-1. Oh man, I don't know. Desk said we are going to a map 3, but according to their script, and this guy seems to be on that same train. I don't know where he got that script from, but maybe he yoinked it out of the admin's office back there.
So this is really exciting here for Team Secret. I think they can squeak out a win. Let's not forget that it was ZETA that had a very strong showing in the later half of the first half.
Okay, so here's where that half armor meta comes into play, right? They have their rifles once again, and they're ahead in ult economy. They gotta use it to get the momentum back.
Big flash pinged over there as you come up from C long.
Yeah, but look at the position from Crow, right? Again, he just wants to hold on to Waterfall so that he can use the lockdown for a retake.
Right.
They have no interest in fighting for control here over on C. Now the question is, Team Secret, are they aware of this? Do they push for it?
Yeah, I think they are going to go for it. Oh, and we've got a blind.
And the paranoia as well. He gets one kill. Teammates come in to destroy the lockdown, and they get the kill, and another as well. A clean execute from Team Secret, reading ZETA's ideas like a book.
That was a beautiful engage, and this is a big problem now here for ZETA. I think this was a round they really had to win to try to start to come back, and they got shut down so hard.
I mean,
and I guess they're going to just back up and save right now.
Yeah, and look at Jeremy go on the hunt. It's because they're all going to be so rich in the coming rounds.
Yeah.
And okay, with these half-armor buys, let's take away the weapons, make sure that they can't go for any sort of, hero buys in the next round, or hero saves, rather.
And maybe ZETA can get a pick over here. Oh, hold on.
I mean, they can, but what do they gain from it, right?
Oh, yeah, I mean, well, it'll take anything at this point in time, because if they don't, they're going to lose their rifles and be even weaker.
Yeah, they'll have to go for it. Now, the reason that Jeremy's so fine going for this is even if he dies, he still gets an ult point, right? He was back down to 0.
It's 2. Not bad, not bad.
All right. So they hold on to 2 rifles, which is better than nothing. Now, I don't know if you buy up to the Bulldog there. I do think you want to even out. Oh my God, they're going to go for half armor Bulldogs.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy. What exactly is the play going to be?
I mean, they can all still get some form of a half armor buy in the next round. Some of them will go for. Okay, so they're just trying to even out as much as possible. They're feeling desperate, and I think it's primarily they.
Hold on, we've got a rush over here into A.
Not able to get the kill.
Yep.
Well, Team Secret, they can slow things down again. Again, they have full control of A main. The toxic screen not really providing much value no more.
So we wait. Team Secret wants to just close this out. They don't want to overextend. They know that ZETA's vulnerable.
Oh, they want to give Envy the orb as well.
Okay, just farm that out. Shots from across.
Yeah, Sugar Zero tried to spam through it. Doesn't connect, though.
We've seen this a couple times where they'll just use this, send the Owl drone in, and then bounce back over to C. But are they going to commit this time?
Yeah, they don't.
Sugar Zero coming down.
Now, Team Secret doesn't have anyone watching the flank or going for a pinch onto B, so this is a fairly telegraphed entry into A. They could rush into B if they feel that there's too many people on A, but that would be very silly considering they have no information. So they're just going to go with what they know. They know there's at least one in tree.
Yep, and Borkum takes Laz out.
30 seconds left.
Oh, this is looking pretty ugly for ZETA.
Oh, they're waiting for him to come out. Jeremy does spot. No, they can't spot him yet, but eventually it's a pinch from Borkum.
Oh my God, another beautiful round. That is round 12, my friend. All they need is to get that round 13, and it's going to be ZETA trying to win 4 in a row just to bring it to OT.
Yep, and again, the half armors. Okay, so now they say, well, it's do or die time. Might as well go for the full armors for those who can buy the Vandal. I mean, the econ meta giving ZETA a couple more chances, but Team Secret has now already identified ZETA's weaknesses here on the defensive side, right? They've already used both of their timeouts as well. And the biggest thing is, I think that round after ZETA's second timeout where they read the lockdown setup from Team Secret, that's what really broke apart this map. I mean, nail in the coffin style. Sure, it's not over yet, but...
We talked about Team Secret, whether are they going to be stronger on the attacker side on this map, but it seems to be the case. Can ZETA try to clutch this? I mean, it really isn't over until it's over.
Okay, so turret set up just to identify. That's going to be for Sugar Zero to swing on. Okay, Depp actually taking a further back position as well to swing on it. But they're just going to flood it again.
Yeah, here they go. They're going to come in again.
Well, they have to empty the site. Throwing all their utility to buy time, but the spike is still going to be planted, actually barely away from the Nano Swarm.
I'm not able to deny it with that. Bit of a trade.
Oh!
Hold on, ZETA's starting to do it. Oh. Laz wounded right now. Jeremy going to try to wrap around.
Oh, Jeremy's playing so well, but eventually 10 holds off to the side.
Oh, my God.
Woo.
All right, that defuse starts. That's going to be the 9th win. And ZETA just get a couple more. That's 1 of 4 they need. But, of course, even if Team Secret drops the ball a couple times, they're going to have a lot of utility built up, some ultis built up to maybe make something happen, to possibly squeak out there with a victory.
Yeah, so in this next round, I would love to see Team Secret not rush to close out the map.
Yeah, that's...
And just go for these ult orbs, right? Really build up towards either that Rolling Thunder or the Hunter Sphere. I think both are quite close. Let's take a look here. Yeah, Rolling Thunder 2, 3 points away from the Hunter Sphere. So looks like that might be the play, right? They're making sure they take control of B main. They'll try to contest for this potential ult orb here. They're sending Envy out forward. Envy's going to get that.
Okay, another push in over to C.
Oh,
are they going to jump the gun?
Yeah, they're just not going to stop. Yeah, give
the ready.
Yeah, but if you're going to do it, yeah, give the plant over to Envy. Maybe even push out with the Rolling Thunder at that point.
Oh, this angle's so good for ZETA.
Not aware of that potential cubby angle there, and Sugar Zero is just getting 3 kills.
Sugar Zero started it. Can he finish it? Jesse Bash starting to fight back fiercely. Jeremy's still in this. Don't count him out. It's a 1 versus 1.
But Laz is so low.
Oh my
Laz!
God! That is the hypest thing ever.
Oh,
it's now 12-10. Laz with 5 HP. A bullet to his little toe, and he's dead.
Well, he doesn't let it happen. Just so iconic that it's Laz out of all people when they need it most. I mean, he's been relatively quiet this map. You can see it on the scoreboard. But talk about impact. Ooh. That one last kill, that's really everything. And here's the thing, that forces the timeout from Team Secret, which also gives ZETA a chance to regroup as well.
Yeah. And, I would imagine we're going to see a little bit slower play here from Team Secret. I think they really are trying to, run away with the match, and it's creating a lot more opportunities here.
Well,
for ZETA.
Yeah, so there's the pit completed. It's been completed. I believe now, I actually don't know. The Seekers, maybe? They're a little bit of ways away from the lockdown, even with that defuse earlier from Crow, but the pit is there. So, ZETA, curious to see, now because it's a 3-site map, it's hard to use it preemptively, right? you would still need someone to back you up. Otherwise, you're basically kind of locking up one person. Doesn't really free up the rest of the defense. You could use it on B. I mean, that is one that you could try to defend on your own, but the problem is you know there is that Rolling Thunder, and I believe Jesse Vash got 2 kills that last round, so 1 point away from his Hunter's Fury as well. Multiple ways for Team Secret to clear out that pit. ZETA, lots on their mind. If they can get one more round. Okay, so they do have the Seekers as well. Not a bad position. Crow's also 1 point away from his lockdown. And this is what I was talking about. Sure, Team Secret has another chance with their ultimates, but if they lose this round, and the favor now goes over to ZETA where they can strike back and really pile on their ultimates for a retake. And they're already doing it. They're stacking A site. They say we can retake B. This pit use on C. This is meant to just open up B site on purpose.
Yeah, and it seems like B site is at least where they're going to go near to start. We do have a wraparound now from the defender's side.
Oh, ZETA even reads this as well. Now, they're curious to see if the Rolling Thunder comes out. I think they're partly trying to bait out this Rolling Thunder,
Yeah,
right?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think
make it seem like, hey, we're entering site.
Look
like
at us. I hope you don't, hit us here.
Yep, and he's prepped for it. They've already left as well. What a setup from ZETA.
They just got you baited.
Absolutely. Now, Dubstep has to win these duels, man. He can't. The Seekers are going to buy enough time as well where you cannot push out of the site for more information.
Okay, another. Oh, the Seeker comes down and actually tags Jeremy. He's going to put the lockdown over here. Oh, no, he's going to wait.
Yeah, he's going to wait for as long as possible to buy enough time. There's no way for ZETA to clear this. I think they're going to try to stick the half, maybe.
I think you're right.
Oh, no.
Not. They're going to try to rush it.
Yeah, they had an idea for it. They started smoking it, but they wanted to see if they could clear the lockdown. They realized not enough time.
Jeremy going to have to take a swing here. He's shut down.
They got to win all these duels. But the Hunter's Fury's coming in. The half not happening. They're running out of time.
Oh! That's going to be it. We're going to map 3. Team Secret clutches it. No overtime for ZETA.
Wow, ZETA, man, even though Team Secret won, I can't help but applaud ZETA's attempt in that last round, really being aware of the Rolling Thunder, baiting it out. They set everything up perfectly except for the fact that there was still that extra lockdown, right? And props, over to the side of Jeremy where he waits just that extra second, which has now made it so complicated for ZETA. They had to decide, well, do we push it? I mean, that's a choke point. Do we try to stick the half and sacrifice one player? I don't know. We can't cover you if you're going to stick it. And then at the end of the day, none of that comes to fruition.
Right.
And a great secure with the Hunter's Fury as well. Team Secret now tying it up 1-1. Both teams winning their map pick.
Yeah, beautifully done back there. Just an exciting back and forth overall. You could really see the mind games in play and ZETA realizing this is the round they have to take to make it easy. I like how you pointed out they were waiting for the Rolling Thunder. Unfortunately, it just was not enough. And we've got one more map ahead tonight here, and I don't think anybody has any clear idea who's going to take this.
Yeah, we're going to Fracture again. Both matches today playing the same set of 3 maps, Fracture being the decider on both. Now, earlier we did see a T1 closing it out against DFM. ZETA, do they strike back and secure this? Now, ZETA used to play a very good Fracture back in the day. Way back in the day. But that was when 10 was playing Raze a lot. It seems like they've really just allowed him to kind of take some of these more supporting roles ever since he's had to take a little bit of time off to take care of his eye. But, Team Secret, you can see they're fired up, and they are not a team to shy away from the chaos that Fracture can bring.
And we had so many questions about this map. Like, we really haven't seen Team Secret play on it. What's it going to look like? And they actually had some very good plans on it. They were shaky at times on the defender's side, but when it came to attacking in, they definitely clutched it. It was cool to see ZETA eventually play catch-up, and they tied it out in the first half. But, man, very even more exciting second half, I would say so.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is, while that your agent composition was relatively one-dimensional on the defensive side just because of the agents you picked, Team Secret was able to strike so fast in the early part where they got enough rounds where even if ZETA figured out the pattern, it was already too late, right? Yeah. You already had the lead, and then you were able to go over to the attacking side, which was really the cream of the crop here in terms of your prep. So, props to both teams, picking up these maps that they haven't shown this season, and then they're able to kind of surprise their opponents, where they were also able to counter-strat just a bit, and they tied up 1-1.
Yeah. And I think as we go into Fracture for map 3, I imagine it's actually probably going to be pretty close. We're going to go take a short little break. We come back. This series is going to continue on.
The alarm boss covering. Oh, but a little.
If there is a peek, then he gets one. All right, could end up catching Crow.
Oh, but Jeremy with the initial kill.
What is happening?
Ready. But the nano swarms. Yeah, flashed in. And eventually the spike gets planted. Just has to hold it.
Oh! You're ready to take on two. Jesse goes down, and
it's a good on to me. I think the other.
they're going to do a push.
Come into this. Coming in for a pinch here.
We're there, and then not having.
On the defensive side.
Oh, that was.
This is just keep one person tied up, but we get the retake done.
Oh!
Almost.
It's 2 versus 2 now.
Oh! He's all on his own. Oh! Takes a little bit of extra time, but they're also low.
Round the same Borkum comes.
One way onto the door.
Spike dropped in the back. Oh! Before they take him out, but he eats a little bit of damage. Jeremy's still in it.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific, and I love me some good Valorant. Lotus was a lot of back and forth and just keeping us on the edge of our seats. We're like, where's it gonna go? Who's it gonna be? It looked like it was gonna be Secret, and then ZETA came back a little bit. I was like, no, me. And yeah, that was my professional analysis.
Wow, she summed it up.
Wow.
She did our jobs for us.
Yes.
No, me.
What else is there to say? I mean, everything has been said.
I mean, she's right for the most part. Because
I
that's
am right.
Exactly what happened. Team Secret started off 5 rounds in a row. ZETA gets the next 5 rounds in a row. And then something happened towards the second half where Team Secret suddenly started to find that momentum, and ZETA just couldn't quite catch up.
Yeah, I said before, maybe this was going to be the map that goes to overtime. It kind of felt like it was heading in that direction, but then Team Secret just kept on winning. They made it to 12. Obviously, a couple of rounds going the way of ZETA, and then a timeout was called, and then they had that very nice entry on the B just to close things out for the win. Definitely got a little bit close for comfort there at the end, but Team Secret on their map pick, able to get a similar win score line. As Borkum ended up being, actually the two Omens were the two MVPs of this map in terms of statistics. So pretty good stuff. I feel like they were absolutely critical for both of their teams in this case.
That's right. I mean, I think when it comes down to like strategy and stuff, of course the IGLs are making a lot of the good calls, but those strategies cannot be executed if you don't have the best soldiers. And the best soldier today, I think, was definitely Sugar Zero and Borkum, of course. But yeah, it's kind of this kind of smart sort of play from ZETA to try to switch up their strats, having double controller 10 as the Viper, which is not something that he did before. I think the last time he played on Lotus, he was actually the Killjoy. So similar-ish role as a pseudo Sentinel for Viper, perhaps, but it's kind of different. And I think that's possibly the reason why Team Secret kind of had a tough time working against ZETA for just a bit. Because at the end of the day, Team Secret still had better preparation, better protocols, more firepower, and they won a couple of thrifty rounds.
Yes, they did. Now let's rewind a little bit. We were talking about the turnaround point. They won the first 5 rounds, Team Secret, and we're like, oof, this is really crazy momentum. But then ZETA, had a good comeback.
Yeah, that Sheriff shot through the box was kind of insane. He actually like dodged behind the box and then hit the shot. Last gets another couple of headshots with the Sheriff, and this is a thrifty, right? This is it's not a buy round. They're able to pick up a bunch of guns, and this essentially leads to ZETA kind of turning the tables. Now, keep in mind they had lost 5 rounds in a row, and the one they win is on a eco, essentially a thrifty win. So we felt like this was going to be the big turnaround, and it actually was. It got things going for ZETA for quite a long time, as there, not much else to say about the round at that point. They were able to get the pit down. They had, a bunch of the guns after they just got 3 headshots with the Sheriff, 1 through a box. It's essentially the last show into breathing some life into ZETA and giving them a chance to actually come back.
Yeah, I didn't even realize the second shot was a wallbang into a box where that actually looked pretty good.
Yeah.
You had rightfully pointed that out. I remember we were arguing about that a bit. I was like, I don't think that was a wallbang, but your eyes saw what had happened accurately. So Secret, I think as we said, they did have a lot of secrets that they showcased today that they've been preparing Lotus for a long time, but ZETA did show some really good plays as well. Let's go through round 16. I feel like that was a really good example of
they
that.
tried to counter it. Dubstep always dashes into his Cloudburst in front of Rubble like this, and that's what he does. Sugar Zero actually teleported behind him, and of course with support from Depp, they managed to win out in this scuffle. But what's really great here is how Jesse Vash comes back into the fight, because this is that firepower that you want to see from players like Jesse Vash and on Team Secret's side. You have this star potential. You know where your opponents might be hiding around, so you just push up and you find those frags regardless. And it's just this little win that gives them so much time and space to actually sneak onto the A side, get the spike planted. We are even holding up into post-plant positions already. Meanwhile, ZETA is like slowly rotating over, kind of trying to sneak one up on Team Secret, but nah, Team Secret had this in the bag. And after this, they actually won like another 5 rounds straight. And I think that's one of those things. Team Secret really knows how to find that momentum. Once they hold on to it, it's really hard to take it back away from them. So you don't want to have that happen on Fracture.
Yeah. I mean, Team Secret and sort of like the bear hug on the rounds and getting as many as possible. I do want to talk about Fracture in a bit, which is going to be the deciding map. But before that, let's talk about our key player. A lot of them performed really well on Team Secret, but I think it's going to be Borkum time.
It was Borkum time. He had multiple big rounds as well, outside of just the ACS and the KDA, etc. So absolutely the big MVP for this one for us. Not a big surprise. The 2 Omens, as we said, really picking up the slack here on the second map.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many spots that you can kind of teleport onto. Your paranoia is that much more useful, and I think Borkum really had the best timings on a lot of these because they enabled his team to push in, and if his teammates, might falter a little bit, he's there to pick up the slack. He's there to back them up, and he was the one who found all those remaining frags, and I think that's why his ACS was kind of boosted up that much. So, I mean, you gotta keep that up, especially if you're headed to a map like Fracture. Oh my god, I don't even know what's gonna happen to Fracture, guys.
Yeah, I think Fracture is
more Rays.
More Rays.
More Rays will
more
be
Rays?
played, yeah.
You think more Rays will be played? I think it's really interesting if we see Depp on Rays a third time today. That would be, I think, kind of cool. Kind of cool. Instead of Neon. What did he play last time on Fracture? Do we remember?
But last time ZETA played Fracture,
Yep.
that's like
It
last
was,
year.
Yeah.
That was in the Riot Games 1 in Japan. It was a show match against DRX. We haven't seen a ZETA Fracture since then, so I don't know.
So what are you playing?
He's been playing Rays today.
Way to not answer the question. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Yeah, but it's. I think.
I kind of hope Neon.
But that's the point. Yeah, ZETA, we haven't seen them play at all during the season for Fracture. I think Neon. Why do you think Neon would be a good pick for Depp on this map?
I mean, on a map like Fracture, Neon's just kind of useful where you have your fast lane to block off vision, and you're able to get into spots a lot faster than your opponents will. I think that's something that Depp can utilize. I don't know if he can do it effectively on Fracture, though. That's the thing, because he's done it on other maps before, especially on, I think, actually Lotus. Team Secret, they've done Rays. We've seen Jeremy on Rays, and he's great on it. So if you want to, pull a fast one on Team Secret, you need to do something that they won't know how to play against.
I really wonder if these teams have done their homework on Fracture. Team Secret has played Fracture as well against Gen G. That did not go so well.
Close, though. 11-13.
Like the game just now.
Yeah.
But I can imagine that they've been working on Fracture since then. What is our feel for this map? How is this going to end out? This is the last map of a very long night.
I think that ZETA will stay very similar, safe, similar compositions, something that's standard for Fracture, maybe they throw in a breach or something. On the side of Team Secret, I think they'll be the ones that take the risks. I think, maybe we do see Jeremy go on to the Rays, maybe some crazy kind of double duelist nonsense. We'll have to wait and see. We are going to take a look here in just a moment about what they will pick up.
I feel like Valdez is a good point, though. The fact that Team Secret will be the one to take the risks, and those risks can pay off, especially if you're Jeremy on a Rays. You might force ZETA into some really uncomfortable positions. I mean, ZETA is a team that performs off of whatever's comfortable, right? They're a team that performs off of structure and being cautious at times, and once you have that information, then maybe they'll start going a little bit more aggressive. If they don't have those conditions going for them, they're gonna look all out of sorts, and that's why Fracture might not be so good for them, but who knows? Maybe they'll prove us wrong.
I'm keen to see their team comps. And it's going to be revealed.
Oh, it's a
breach. A breach? Yeah. On the side, though, of Team Secret, it is the Rays.
The one difference is the Killjoy and the Cypher.
Yeah. That is the one difference. We do have the fades coming through. This is it's going to be pretty interesting. I'm not sure how I feel about the Cypher. Obviously, you can get a lot of value with the cam on A and stuff like that, but I don't know. Is that going to be the right choice for Dubstep in this case?
I think it could be, given how Team Secret plays. If you are able to adapt well, again, this is what it comes down to. You can play that information game, you just might be able to catch your opponents off guard. Meanwhile, on the other side, I mean, I think Killjoy is a little more standard. If your opponents don't know how to play against that, then ZETA might have a quick one.
Yeah. I mean, Secret's going to have a lot of info there with both the Fade and the Cypher. But let's see. This is the final map for tonight on Fracture. We have our casters Tasteless and Will. And guys, this is going to be a game for the risk takers, or is it going to be a game for the slow and steady?
I'm not sure exactly how it's going to look, but I think it's going to be very close, probably a long game.
Are you a risk taker, or are you more of the slow and steady type? Let's see where you stand.
I'm a risk taker
You're
for sure,
yes. I'm definitely a slow and steady type, so I guess we know which team we're cheering for.
That's right.
Here's the thing is, I mean, the Desk touched upon it, right, is that Team Secret, they've shown this map multiple times. The composition hasn't changed.
Right.
Now, they did take a loss to Gen G, but even that, it was close, and Gen G plays Fracture well. Meanwhile, on the side of ZETA Division, a very similar interpretation, going for the Brim Breach, going for the Fade as well. Now, we don't see Fade too often these days. I think one of the reasons we still see it oftentimes here on Fracture is also just in case the opponents do pick up a Neon. Oh man, and it's going to be a 5v4 headbutt right near Arcade.
Yeah, and it looks like they're all going to be engaging in this right over here outside of B, as you were saying, William. This is going to be a crazy little start here.
Wait, now,
as we have double stacks on both sides.
Yeah, but we don't have blast packs from Jeremy, so it's not going to be any sort of jump in. Also, Ghosts all on the side of Team Secret. They do have the advantage if they get the stun landed here.
And it looks like some of that might connect. Jeremy is shot down before being able to throw the nade down.
A perfect counter there. The flash comes out, but they can't connect to a kill. 10 good for another.
Another shot there. Depp gets the drop, and another one is taken out as well. Jesse Vash out of the picture. The only remaining is Dubstep. Sugar 0 and 10, low on HP. Please, Dubstep pull a rabbit out of his hat. He cannot.
I was about to say, please give the kill to Depp so we can see the finisher. Not sure if he has it all upgraded, but Crow's just going to steal that out of our hearts.
We now go into round 2 here, an explosive round 1 where ZETA immediately shuts down Team Secret. Team Secret obviously going to be struggling here with a crappy buy round. But, yeah, I mean, the first kill there was actually Jeremy with the nade ready to try to help come in and initiate. And from there was an easy push from ZETA overall.
Yeah. Oh, in fact, actually, he does have to have it all upgraded because he has the alternate skin.
By the way, heavy buy here from ZETA. They are trying to swing this hard. Not trying to go with that normal ebb and flow of a Valorant round.
Well, and this is, what's surprising is ZETA is not the team that has been going for heavy economic investments in any round, right? They're the ones who have been doing the half armors now. They are obviously still running half armor here because that's the only way they can afford this, but triple Vandal, a very heavy investment.
We have kind of a coin flippish technique here from Team Secret. They're hoping that there's going to be an attack on A and they can just overpower them, but in fact, ZETA is going to be going on to B, and this is going to be a very impossible and, quite frankly, possibly dull round here for Team Secret. There's not really a whole lot they can do.
Yeah, question for ZETA is, do you expect that they're going to try to die to the spikes, or do you try to greet it? I don't think so. I think ZETA's more than happy to just let them passively, fizzle out in this round because, what if they take the risk and lose one of their Vandals? That would be kind of dangerous. Crow just making sure they buy time. They don't empty the site too early.
We'll see if they can get any frags. Just anything you could do to get them to drop a gun, make ZETA have to buy back heavy in the next round. They are stacked nicely. Oh, already just doing a little bit of damage there to Jeremy.
Well, if Team Secret gained anything, it's that they chipped Depp's armor.
Yeah, there you go. The glass is not half full, but there's a little bit of stuff still in the glass. And that's the optimism you get there.
There's some condensation
on the
inside of the glass.
Yeah. If you let the ice melt, you can get a little bit of a drink. So we go down to round 3. Now, obviously, that was a dominating round, and it should have been, especially when TS stacked over on A and ZETA bought heavy and got B for free. But now we go to round 3, where TS has some real guns, some real firepower, and maybe some openings to try to come back and pull this into their favor.
Oh, Team Secret, they could very well get caught unawares here. Now, when you're playing Brace, oftentimes the point of entry on the side of A is going to be that dish, but instead of fighting for it, they want to take main control. If they cannot push out of main here, ZETA could very easily pinch onto them. Jesse Vash doing whatever he can to buy time, but Jeremy has no intent of leaving main.
Oh, shut down there by Jesse Vash. Crow returns the favor.
Oh, but Jeremy can't hold on to main.
All right, Borkum going to try to sandbag any exiting from the A side.
All right, so ZETA, a nice reset. Not a team to rush through anything. Now, they still have that turret. I think it was deactivated for a second, but it was there for the majority of that fight. So they're well aware that no one has pushed out too far.
Dubstep going to come back over here towards B, which does appear to be where the spike is going to be headed. It's just coming out right now from Dish. And we see a little bit of poking over here from Borkum and Envy, as they're not really hearing any sounds. They're not seeing any utility. Dubstep throws the camera out, and it's shot down. Laz backs up, and it seems like we're actually going to have Pro come in here from move in here into bottom.
Well, so here's the thing is that the reason Team Secret doesn't falter is that Trapwire was never cleared out from the site, right? So even though he loses his camera, Dubstep, well aware, now he checks, okay, still no movement on main. This is most likely a hit. They know that Zeta's members are very low.
All right, Envy does get dinged with that. And he does manage to shut that down, but Borkum, well positioned, closes that out. The first win here for Team Secret. In an excellent recovery, but of course Team Secret did buy hard into that round 3 and only has 2 players carrying guns to round 4.
Yep, quite a costly round win. I mean, the silver lining being that there was no plan for Zeta, but Zeta, again, that team that loves the half-armor meta. TS just trying to fire themselves up. It is getting late. The Death touched upon it. You know, we started beginning the broadcast an hour earlier. We're still at 11:30 p.m. local time. You know, the players, it is very much more of a, focus and mental endurance battle as it is a kind of mind games and aim battle here in this third map.
All right, Crow coming forward now. Once again, Dubstep here with the Cypher utility set up. B-site booby-trapped.
Yeah, at some point, Zeta will have to start clearing out, even if they don't go through B, clearing out the Cypher utility just so that they force Dubstep to constantly switch it up. They're going to try to swarm it. But he's so ready for it, and the stun comes through. He knows there's a third one. Oh, not able to get it just in time.
Crow on the zip line does pick him off. They are going to be able to set up over here into B. It's going to be up to Team Secret to try to get a retake. 10 can't quite get that shot to connect. Attempts to rush.
Jesse Vash was preparing his haunt there and can't actually get the kill ahead for his teammate. Eventually clears it out.
Spike dropped. It's not planted.
Last player standing.
Yep, it's not planted yet.
There.
All right, well, 2v1. No reason to rush it.
Yeah, Laz full HP.
Borkum knows. He's just waiting until they get confirmation. Jesse Vash peeking first.
30 seconds
He's going
left.
to come up through tube. He's not going to find anything. He's going to have to clear a lot of angles here.
They can just wait, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Vash is... So here's the thing. Jesse Vash is the one who's meant to get the information. Then Borkum will swing. There it is.
Beautiful execution. Just clinical play there from Team Secret. We're tied up 2-2. And I got to say, this has just been such a great third map. I don't know. Dubstep really kind of changed the whole landscape there when he got those kills. I thought he was actually going to get the third. Crow fought back well on the rope.
Yeah, I mean, just trusting in that stun, but I think Crow was a bit lower on the rope than he thought, or maybe he thought he was already off the rope. Either way, Crow was prepped for it as he had enough time despite being stunned. Now it's going to be a fast push out from Team Secret. Despite having the economic advantage, they just want to shut this down. Yeah. They know one's close. Dodges the fault line, but 10 good for 1.
Jesse trades out.
And as fate would have it, that was the one rifle that they had on the side of Zeta. So
yeah, and now it's going to be Dubstep over here. He's going to have to do something to try to prevent progress. He's going to perch up and nest, eating a little bit of damage, and he's just shot right out from there. Beautiful play by Laz. And so we see Team Secret scrambling. They're not going to be able to prevent the plant.
Oh, no.
Laz with these Sheriff shots is insane. Just Envy left over.
I am a little confused, other than Laz's great shots with the Sheriff, on how this came to be. I mean, yes, the paint shells, that kind of chain of events. And I think the reason they were clearing that heaven side is because you saw the push out from B. You got to expect the Cypher setup is on A. A good read from Zeta, but at the end of the day, it's still Laz with some excellent shots that secures the site for his teammates. Despite dropping the Hero Vandal on 10, despite not having that lockdown, they're able to get a thrifty here.
Yeah, a beautiful round from Zeta. And Envy just going to hang on to that rifle, try to figure something out as we go into round 6.
Not quite a in-game thrifty because they bought that Hero Vandal and the Sheriffs, but you know what? You know what I mean.
Yeah, no, exactly. So, what can Team Secret do exactly here? I guess we're going to recap this round first, but yeah, they flushed the Cypher out pretty easily. They knew where Dubstep was, and there really wasn't that much they could do to recover after that.
Well, and Jeremy trying to flood the site through the smoke. I think trusting a little bit too much that they had the weapon advantage, perhaps also trying to deny the potential rifle pickup off of Dubstep's body. Eventually he'll pay for that. Now, they know that ZETA had already used their Rolling Thunder. Oh, a great flight path. Oh, he sees the tip.
Hold on. Can he give him a haircut?
No, he tries to greet it with the Phantom Spray, but it's a little bit too long.
Yeah, now ZETA's just picking up kill after kill after kill. Dubstep, another one to fall.
One enemy remaining.
And then suddenly there's just Jesse Vash.
I'm just going to say it, Taceless. Team Secret need a timeout, and it's not because of anything else. They're just starting to rush things a bit too much.
Yeah.
They're playing very individually. I mean, even there, listen, if you're Jeremy, you landed it, you see them right at the tip of the smoke. You just want to do maybe even chip damage across the board, but the problem is, with the Phantom, if you're not getting the first couple shots, I mean, you know that they're all going, hey, you gained the information. At the end of the day, he tries to just really secure that kill, really wanted one. And he's going to pay for it dearly. That gives time for Laz to also just, creep all the way into Arcade.
We've got plenty of rounds left here in the first half, but it does seem like a very patient, very calculated ZETA. It's starting to pay off. I mean, they're about to have double the round wins.
I mean, I'll say this, right? If ZETA has really proven their strengths in anything, it is staying focused. I mean, you think about that Reykjavik run they had. What a grueling tournament last year, and they were still able to make it up to the top 3. They've oftentimes had, third maps or overtimes.
Oh my God, and it gets worse. Okay. Not even, a rifle that you can take with you into that. I like the idea, though, from Jesse Vash. If you do get a couple kills there on the way out, you look like a genius. If you don't, it just doesn't look that impressive. Round 7, this is one that Team Secret can really come in here with some real weaponry, try to make something work. But there's been a couple picks early on that ZETA gets that basically makes the whole position very squishy for Team Secret.
Yeah, and I am curious, because Borkum's still a point away from the orbital strike, does ZETA consider a lockdown play here? Now they're waiting for the fly out because it's been 2 rounds in a row from Jeremy and Team Secret. They do reel things back in, but they have control of Arcade. You might as well. There's got to be a consideration for the lockdown here, right? Yeah, they're looking at Sewer. They can take their time because Laz has already covered the other side. Now, again, this is because you don't have the orbital strike from Borkum, so you know that this is going to be a free. Oh, and the way he places it right at the end, so it covers a bit more of the defender's spawn. They have to truly enter out. They can't try to hold any of these close
they
angles.
Have to go way far out, so it's going to be an easy plant depth. Okay. Just shoots right in there.
Well, the flank's been caught as well. I don't know about this nightfall from Jesse Vash. He's just trying to tie him up here and pretend that they're going to push on the flank, but ZETA already has a numbers advantage. I don't think they're too concerned about that.
Yeah, I think they're basically unfazed by that. Beautiful shot from Envy there from the distance. They make a start, then they close it out.
And they're clearing out one side. But here's the thing, no one's in tower either. ZETA was very well aware of these ultimates, and they've already emptied the site.
One by one, we see Team Secret players start to drop out.
And the Molly as well. ZETA knew exactly the win condition for Team Secret. They draw out every single ultimate available. Team Secret, they've lost everything in that past round.
You mentioned earlier, William, they needed a timeout. Well, they're finally going to do it. Yeah, just a brutal round overall. I think the lockdown, that was real value that made that for a very easy closer. No way to try to stop that and prevent it. And from there it was easy pickings.
Yeah, a lot invested, but ZETA correctly identifying that all these ultimates are online. Even after the nightfall, they're afraid of the potential Rolling Thunder, so they still keep Laz on the upper side near Arcade. No one stays in the site for that potential ultimate to come in. And it's just easy pickings. You already had the Molly lined up. The Incendiary coming in from Brim. The Aftershock getting a kill as well. I mean, ZETA played that perfectly. Team Secret. Now this is much more of a, let's calm things down, focus up, right? We just have to win this one last map. Yes, it's late in the night, but both teams, it's down to one map. You know this is the end no matter what. You gotta be able to focus up.
Yeah, it's tense here in the studio. These fans have been here all evening. We've got lots of fans from Team Secret. We've got lots of fans from ZETA. In Philippines versus Japan right now. Both these teams so hungry to try to push into the upper echelons of the ranks here as we get close to closing out and cementing everybody's position. Or we will eliminate some of these bottom teams. ZETA, I like what you were saying earlier, William. It's like they've got the lead. Let's calm down. Let's just carry this forward, win by win. All we got to do is escape this map. Team Secret here with Sheriffs. It's a broke round for them. Unless they get perfect headshots, they can farm out a gun on the other side.
All right,
I don't know.
Yeah, Borkham's just going to come to provide support. But again, like you said, it's just Sheriffs here. Borkham's also got a Frenzy, so he can't provide that long-range covering fire. Laz has no idea. They actually have no idea. They're just going to let this pass through.
Oh, my God, it's just right there.
Yeah, but he wasn't aware of where the other members went, and Borkham not able to finish the kill.
Okay, we've got 2 left over here. Crow is gone. Envy takes Sugar Zero out. Again, you could click on those heads with the Sheriff.
I mean, listen,
basically an operator.
Yeah, Team Secret, they've been getting the thrifties in the first 2 maps, right? This proves that, you know, when it comes to pure aim, excuse me, you know, they're not going to fall behind. But like I said, I mean, they'll get the headshots, they'll get the picks, they'll get the kills they need.
All right, showstopper time. Everybody run.
Yeah, but Jeb,
God!
just trying to hide for as long as possible.
They got him. They got him. Team Secret's doing it.
Yeah, but they're so low.
Oh, he drops him. Can Envy do it? 10 wants that audio cue. Does he peek?
He's just waiting for the
half.
4-second mark. Yep.
He's got that timed out exactly where you're just going to, you know, you let go and drop it back down to 0, or you try to finish that half out. Beautifully done. But I'll tell you what, man, a stressful round for ZETA. They've got the score on the board, 6-2, but they paid for that. They're going to have to rebuy heavy.
Wow. I mean, Team Secret, very clearly, the individual focus here in terms of their aim, right, their mechanics is fine, but again, they need a bit more. Now, again, that was an eco round from them. No thrifty this time around. Full buys once more. If they lose this one, it's just back and forth, ZETA running away with the first half. And what is this? Sugar Zero. Oh, they're going for the C's. They were trying to go for the C's play, but I guess they decided against it.
Well, they're going to march right up into A, and A is not exactly in a good spot for them to try to take. Yeah, I mean, there's just not a lot Team Secret can do. Crow already takes Jeremy out.
Yeah, well, Jesse Vash, he just has to hide in here as long as possible. He gets one. Can he get a second? He does. He holds on to main.
Not a bad idea to fire the shot up there, but doesn't find anything on the other side. Sugar Zero, the last one left. And what looked like it might be a site they could be able to take. Crazy round there from Team Secret.
Yeah, it looked like initially because the Brimstone on the side of ZETA Division Sugar Zero was primed that orbital strike. Maybe they were going to go for that C's into orbital strike. We first saw it at lock-in, shown off by Fnatic. Now a lot of teams kind of showcasing it at times, but because they heard no movement, they don't use it. However, they weren't able to really push through the site, you know, even with depth, securing ropes.
Okay. Round 10 is here. Team Secret halfway to catching up. We don't have much more left in the first half. And it looks like we got some utility probing up into the B side.
All right, both teams very aggressive with their early utility. I mean, look at both sides already investing, you know, one of their Brimstone smokes. With Brimstone, as great as those Sky Smokes are, you only have 3 per round. And if you're trading 1 for 1, I mean, both sides happy to just wait it out. No reason to rush it.
Dubstep up in tower right now.
Okay, so Dubstep's aware.
Yep. He's got his gun out now. He's going to try to farm the orb.
Yeah, he knows that main's still okay because of the trap wire. He just has to hold on to tower, but here comes that boom bot.
They're going to shoot. They're going to push him out.
He's trapped in the site. Cyber Cage just to stay alive, trying to buy time for backup.
Oh, he gets one.
He gets one. He's still alive, buying more time for backup. They're coming in from Arcade, but they're not here in time.
Yeah, ZETA with the flank. They're going to push in. Jeremy going to hop up, zip line into tower, but he's hit from the side from Sugar Zero. Jesse Vash takes him out in return.
Oh, man. What a great swing from Laz, knowing that you would wait for the spike planter to peek back out.
It's getting a little scary now for Team Secret. They can do this, but they really would like to get 2 more round wins here before we close out this first half.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they showcased they can do it, but the biggest thing is Borkum gets taken out. Dubstep stays alive for as long as possible, but Borkum gets cleaned out on the entry into the site. And that's just not enough people to hold on to the site for long enough. Backup was still a ways away. Meanwhile, their own Brimstone smokes actually cutting their backup off from filling the site afterwards. Now back down to another eco round on the side of Team Secret. You said, Tasteless, that they would want the last 2, but looks like, you know, Lady Luck is against them this time around.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to imagine they win this. They are going to triple stack. Maybe with a little bit of a surprising position here. Depth is going to come around the side.
Paint shells, they want to force him to come through main. They have a lot of their utility available.
Hold on. What?
What a great swing.
All right, who's left? Hold on. Laz just, wait, this is insane. There's no way Immortal can cast this.
Well, Laz down to 3 HP.
Oh, he's down to 1 now.
Well, he gets decayed down to 1.
Oh God.
Jesse Vash, he just wants to spray. He knows he just has to get.
Oh my God.
Just 1 hit is all he needed. Wow, what an incredible round.
Hey, remember at the start of that round, we're like, well, there's probably just no way. And then that happens.
But this all comes down, so first they had the setup for A main. As soon as you hear the door open, they throw the paint shells to buy time, and then everyone comes in on the crossfire. They win by pure numbers again. I mean, Laz with an amazing 4K, but he's chipped so much. Jesse Vash playing knowing that he has the advantage in health.
Time to work.
Calm and cool, collected.
Oh my God, can't get over that round.
Well, Envy 1 point away from the Rolling Thunder, but not in a position. Okay, he's gonna secure the A main Rolling Thunder. So the idea here from Team Secret, the most ideal scenario is that they bait out Crow's Rolling Thunder on the execute. However, I don't think the way ZETA's playing right now, they have no intention of doing so. They're gonna slow creep in. Laz actually already threw the smoke. Takes out the camera as well. Trying to bait out a reaction here.
Yeah, B is empty in the sense that nobody's just sitting on top of it, but they're peering into it with their scopes. ZETA, you know, they haven't really shown where they want to go. It's been a very quiet first minute in this round. They are going to go by Dish and probably drop back down into A, but it's a very middle-ish position for Team Secret, which isn't bad, but they can basically shoot into the players as they come onto the site. Same as I was saying for B is true for A.
Yeah, so right now, all eyes on A main, right? If Jeremy can hold on to this area, they're going to spot the members on Dish. Jeremy full focus on that paint shells. The fault line, not actually, oh, it does get used by Envy as well to buy time. They're going to flood the hall. They just want to keep that same. They actually used the Rolling Thunder to push out, but Dep's already in. Gets traded out.
Oh. Every time we think we're going to see somebody get killed, they get shot to the side.
Well, even with the stun, it's actually ZETA who holds on to main. But here's the thing, the spike did not get planted.
That's right.
You still have the orbital strike coming in from Borkum.
Yeah, I think this is actually impossible.
Yeah, time-wise, here it comes.
All right, they get out. Okay.
Oh, he's right at the end. He can't get in. Oh, man.
He gets hiccup there. Damn, that was a sick end to the first half. And now we go on to the second half. ZETA's in the lead, but Team Secret is just right behind him.
And we'll see what Team Secret has switched up here on the attack. Envy with a miraculous hold here all on his own. That double kill really secures around.
Envy's been playing so well today. You can see over there the Philippines, they are hyped for this.
Yeah, and Envy had an explosive start at the beginning of VCT Pacific as well, right? A lot of people asking, where has this guy been? He's really just shot into the scene here by joining Team Secret and secured his spot, you know, at top tier, tier 1 Valorant. He had a couple of rough matches here and there as Team Secret struggled to find their groove, but looks like when they need it most, he's back in form. Last deep in thought. I mean, so many thoughts passing through his head, I'm sure, as the leader for ZETA Division. They've talked about in past interviews how hard it is to play with the pressure that, you know, all the Japanese fans hope and expect them to get to Masters Tokyo. I mean, it's a huge burden.
Well, this has just proven to be an epic battle with these two teams. ZETA, they got to have a very strong pistol round if they're going to have, you know, a little bit of more breathing room here. assuming this stays close, just getting that first round win, trying to close this out. But Team Secret seems to be very comfortable. They're adapting very nicely. They're especially having creative plays in rounds they're not supposed to win, just on paper.
Yeah, and I think that goes to once again prove that Team Secret's like pure FPS fundamentals, right? Trading, holding angles, you know, making sure you're double, triple peeking, things like that are so good. That's how they can get some of these thrifties or some of these fights that they're not supposed to win. But at the end of the day, now a little bit more of that overall macro play, a little bit more of a I guess, confident read on the enemy. I mean, their ideas themselves are not the ones at fault, but it's just the timing of it sometimes a bit off. Same could be said for ZETA. Now, my big question is the compositional difference. Team Secret's got that Cypher, which does allow to cover your flanks a bit better than Killjoy on the attacking side. Now, ZETA, will they do anything to really nullify that, or will they be content in just saying, okay, just cover one site, go for the retake through the spawn, we won't do any sort of crazy flank around and take advantage of the map that is Fracture?
Well, Team Secret is down here in spawn. We've got a heavy stack over on A and B, both on the sides. You know, wherever Team Secret decides to go, they are going to be ready with, you know, weaponry to receive them there.
Oh, the nice swing, but a counter fault line as well. Jeremy, the only one taking some damage there, but neither team able to secure a kill.
Yep, and they're just going to race now over towards B.
Well, they know they have the numbers advantage, right? That's 3 different abilities used on the side of A. They're just going to rush through this through the smoke.
Oh,
but
the
Depp
comes out.
It's good for 1.
Oh my God, Depp is crazy right now. He's
Oh
moved all the way
my
around.
God.
He's everywhere. What is happening? He completely ran circles around him.
Wow.
And the numbers didn't matter. In an inspirational play there, Deb completely shut down the rush onto the B site.
And what really impresses me there is he doesn't secure the kill onto Dubstep here. Watch this. He doesn't secure it, but he says, you know what, it's more important for me to survive during this reload because they're flanking around me and just to keep the numbers up for my team. And that leads to 2 extra kills.
Keep doing what you
What
do
a
best.
hero play from Deb.
Now Team Secret, I mean, they're saving really hard here.
Yeah.
They're going to try to come back later on. We've seen Team Secret do some crazy and incredible stuff. If they could do it in this round when they really don't have anything to work with, that would be incredible. They are moving towards a Killjoy utility gauntlet, so this isn't going to be easy to just crack open.
Well, yeah, they'll just spot it, of course, now with a little bit of extended range on that visibility. The Desk talked about that at the beginning of the day. The new patch now in session here for VCT Pacific. So they recognize Killjoy's setup. They've secured one of the ult orbs. They're going to rotate over to Arcade, probably farm that one as well. Again, we talk about what can you gain from the rounds you're meant to lose. Well, this is a lot already. 2 extra ult orbs. And some damage onto 10 as well.
And we got 10 still up here.
Oh, he spotted him.
Oh, my God.
But it's bait. He knows at 10, playing this so patiently.
Yeah. Oh! Good. So good. He's like able to balance on that edge with 1 toe. Just stay out there. All right, they force Sugar Zero away, but they're going to push him, and he will receive them.
Yeah, he dodges that flash instantly and no plant either.
Yeah.
Spike down.
And maybe Jesse take 1 out. Nah. And so it's going to be the bonus round that Team Secret is going to have to cling on to if they're going to swing this.
Yeah, but here's the thing. ZETA's bonus, it comes off of a Flawless, right? In fact, they're even going to upgrade up to a Bulldog. Oh, no, they're going to trade. I was going to say, that'd be a little weird to upgrade up to a Bulldog, but just going to toss over that Judge. Trade weapons. So different setup coming up here from 10, it seems.
We are hitting midnight here in Korea, as this has been an insane and epic night of games. We're in map 3. Team Secret versus ZETA. Team Secret trying to play catch-up. ZETA hoping to survive this with a victory.
Oh, I love the setup from ZETA. They're doing the same push-out we've seen often from teams with Raze. Now a little bit of a hit. Depp on himself. Okay, Jesse Vashi's more intent on just surviving. But here's the thing. This was meant to funnel them either to A with the Killjoy setup or to Tower. There's no other way for them to take control of this, and Sugar Zero still holding on to this with the Judge.
Oh, Jeremy, though, with a great play. We barely even caught it. He gets 2. But Sugar Zero with a good lurk up in the tunnel. Almost denies the plant. Oh, Depp!
Tries to just control the spray, transfer it over. Can't do it.
All right, well, this is a round that ZETA should lose, and I would imagine that 10 maybe wants to see if he could poke out and get anybody, but...
Well, listen, I mean, you probably have the call that Envy's weak. Oh, well, he's even weaker now. He just wants one more kill, and ZETA's okay with this. Nice spots, though. You gotta imagine that Envy's not silly enough to peek out from that angle again. The fault line just to buy his exit.
Oh my God, well,
close.
Impressive no matter what. 6-9 here. Team Secret does manage to get that oh-so-important win, but it's gonna be a couple more rounds if they can manage to catch up.
Okay.
And financially, it seems like ZETA's okay here.
Well, ZETA should be fine, right?
Yeah.
That was their bonus round, so they'll be able to buy back up. The big question is you took away 2 weapons, and you chipped down the full armor from, I believe it was Dubstep. So you've done some economic damage. However, Team Secret, what have they done in the previous rounds to make sure they can balance things out? They have that orbital strike. They've been farming those ult orbs. If they can use that to overcome this round, they can start to catch up. Of course, ZETA continuing with the half armor meta here, so they'll have a couple more opportunities.
Man, they're making sure you can't just get up from Dish into A. Team Secret's gonna wrap back around, at least for now.
Yeah, but they're still farming these ult orbs off of all this movement, right?
Yeah, they really are.
And I love this from Team Secret. They understand that they have to look at things long term. They have to stay ahead on all fronts of the game if they want to catch up. Now, I would dearly hope, if you're a Team Secret fan, that Team Secret will use the orbital strike to get onto site. There is no other ultimate ready from ZETA to trade that on the retake. Of course, 1 kill away for Sugar Zero and Depp, but there it is. Oh, instead of the C's, it's the fault line, and Crow not able to get out.
Yeah, Crow completely shut down there. Jeremy gonna come around. Depp is still on site, ready. Oh, the satchel's gonna bounce them in. He can't quite get up in the nest.
Player standing.
And it looks like Team Secret's gonna take another round, making it 7-9, assuming they close this out, and all there is that's left is 10. He's gonna be able to get that orb just the last second before that spike plants. Again, you try to get what you can in a round you're supposed to lose.
Well, and here's the thing, is the great read from Team Secret to use that on Sands instead of waiting to get into the site, right? Because they had pushed Dish, their biggest concern was, what if they've already taken full control of main? They saw, Fade using her utility to push out of main. Dubstep spots that while he's sitting in spawn. So they say, okay, let's just make sure we clear out main and Sands. They get a free kill off of it. And then meanwhile, Depp, just trying to buy time with the blast packs, not able to get his gun out in time. A great execute from Team Secret. Now they have the showstopper in the coming rounds. Envy, I believe, also shouldn't be too far from his ultimate. We'll have to take a look at that.
So Team Secret doing a good job of playing catch-up.
Yeah, just 1 point away.
Yep.
I mean, all things lining up. Now, ZETA, of course, they now have their ultimates as well with the half armor buys. Again, they have another round in a row where they can buy up. Granted, it is 2 Bulldogs. But they also have Showstopper and Orbital Strike. So Team Secret, I think we're probably going to see them make some moves to see if they can bait out at least one of these ultimates before they enter a site.
Okay, round 17 starts up. Just got the fade down here, played by Jesse. But a quiet start overall. I mean, not much happening. Looks like they're both checking on either side. They're going to find some attackers up here at top.
Okay, I like that from Laz. They understand that the orbs have been really going in favor of Team Secret. Just secure that while they can. He goes for it as soon as he hears the boom bot on the other side. They have orbital strikes, so they're emptying the site, right? They're just saying, let them come through. Oh, they don't check it at all. They're too concerned about the box.
Yeah, and then Depp drops down to hide. Will they find him? Jeremy takes Laz out.
He actually gets Laz.
Yeah.
Depp's trying
spamming the wrong side. Envy gets that plant. Showstopper in return.
Does he send it? Oh, the wrong side again, and Jeremy gets the kill. He doesn't take really a scratch of damage here. Oh, this has all gone horribly wrong for ZETA.
This is very bad for ZETA. And now Team Secret is just hitting them from behind. Beautifully done. Team Secret starting to catch up, 8-9. This couldn't be more exciting.
Well, if there was ever a time to rely on the half armor meta, it's in the coming rounds, right? You just used one of your extra chances in that previous round. You save up on this one, you'll get 2 extra rounds again. Jeremy. I mean, again, you know, the flash points are considered one of the easier flashes to dodge, but Jeremy has been on point. The positioning he had there next to Generator as well. Very well played.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like ZETA, once they get destabilized, they have a very hard time getting back on their feet. They have a hard time finding their balance. And, you know, this is going to be a pretty broke round.
Okay, well.
Sees the camera.
Oh, the fault line. I believe it did tag Depp, but he was just around the corner where he's able to get to safety. But this gives an opportunity for Dubstep to clear out, make sure the orb does not go over in favor of ZETA. Again, Team Secret, they're playing the map. They're not really actually playing like ZETA necessarily. They're playing the map much to their advantage, and ZETA trying to claw back in.
Right here.
All right, he's going to just collect down here over at B.
Okay, so with the cyber cage, they've kind of faked that someone could have already gone into tower, just trying to buy out any information. Now ZETA not.
Now, ZETA's keen to it. They're going to wrap around from the bottom. They're going to try to use smokes to buy time. Borkum drops too, opening B wide up.
And the trap wire just gets triggered on the bottom side of the map. They know that this is where backup is coming from. 10 is doing what he can. He actually gets the ult right before the spike gets planted, so props to him. But Dubstep's, well, was already there.
Well, Crow picks off one. I guess it's something. Can farm a gun from that.
Uh-oh.
Laz takes Envy out. Can start to combo this.
Yeah, and Laz is getting close to his Nightfall as well.
Smoke should dissipate soon.
Yeah, so you see Team Secret after the initial two people, they say, all right, no reason to rush this.
It's going to be up to Jesse, just behind the box.
Nice counter hot. Nice counter hot. Gets him right away as he enters the site.
And that's going to be it. They shut it down. They've done it. Can they keep it going? 9-9 here.
4 rounds in a row. That's what ZETA had in the first half to make it up to 6 points, and then eventually 7 for the half.
Yeah, they know how to chain together those wins.
I mean, first of all, just great haunts all throughout, and Borkum, great awareness. Borkum is so good about playing around these Brimstone smokes, both his and his enemies. You know, the way he holds those angles, a lot of time that's where the Borkum time comes in. That's how he gets some of these crazy clutches on some rounds. Now, okay, full armor coming out from ZETA. So they've ditched the half armor, and I think they're finally realizing, okay, with the raise, right, with the potential aftershock from the breach, the potential mollies, we got to have the full armor to feel a little bit safer. They're just going by the book from here on out.
Well, TS playing another quiet start. They are going to inch up in towards B again.
Oh, ZETA, actually, you know what? They're probably actually just saying that they can get half armor in the next round as well, so I take that back. But either way, not taking any chances in this coming round. Lockdown available from 10, but he's in the middle of the site.
Yeah, I don't know if he wants to do this just yet. They're getting very, very close. They've probed all the way up through Dish and don't see anything, so it's going to be a second or two, and then they're going to pop right into the B site.
Okay, so Team Secret, they clear out the B side to make sure the lockdown
cannot go all the way to
positioned.
A.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
They've already pinged potential moves out from A. They're aware of this lockdown, potentially shoving them out. But they don't have time, and they don't have anyone on Dish either.
Yeah, and you know, all you need is maybe Laz to just sandbag this just a little bit. And so they're going to run. It's going to be a mad dash forward. Team Utility comes in to flush out players that aren't there.
Oh, the wall, the corner just saving Jeremy. They're able to clear it. Now, ZETA, they emptied the site on purpose, right? You still do have that lockdown to clear one side of the site if you so choose. Not a great place to put it just yet, though.
All right, we got the Killjoy coming forward. 10 going to get ready, perhaps, with that lockdown now. Well, no lockdown if you have no Killjoy.
Yeah, now there's cover from Dubstep as well. Just a great double play. Eventually, Jesse Vash gets taken down, but still main in control of Team Secret.
Borkum's ready. Up in Nest is Depp.
Oh, he's aware of it.
I can't believe he got that.
Yeah, Depp has a better angle right there. Able to just put out just a bit more damage.
Oh, Envy's so low. Oh, that was crazy. With the classic, how cool is that?
Wow, an excellent retake from ZETA. Despite losing the Killjoy early on ropes, they were still able to secure Dish. And this was the problem with Team Secret's idea, is that they didn't have a crossfire available. All they had was main. Oh, I can't believe Depp survives that entirely to get the second kill.
And such a cool back and forth there. ZETA needed that. They finally got that 10th win. You know, there was a period where they were up by 9, and we thought it was going to be close to the end. And then Team Secret started stringing together these wins in an insane fashion. But ZETA finally gets theirs. They just need 3 more.
Okay, the push out again forces Jesse Vash to take the rope. 10's going to hear that. So they know that this has got to be another fast push. You know, Jeremy, I think, intentionally dodging in case he gets hit by the spray. I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, that looked a little bit funny.
Yeah, it might have been, you know, slight miss as well.
It does happen, right? But
yeah, I mean, he obviously had to turn left. Either way, though, that's in the past. Now the site is broken open. But again, they don't have full information. Now Dubstep is all the way on the other side. He's got to start the move soon, though, because ZETA's breaking through.
Yeah, they're going to continue with the push, and Depp gets another one with Borka being gone. Jesse and Dub still holding it together for the time being.
Oh, Sugar Zero hears Dubstep.
Oh!
Sugar Zero gets Dubstep as well. The 2 members now trapped in a main. Seized as well.
Oh, Laz gets one more. And that's going to be that. The spike is going to be defused in a similar but even less crazy fashion from the previous round. The 11th win is here. Is this the 11th hour now for Team Secret?
Oh, they do have, you know, they do have enough creds, right? They can buy up again, but a nice timeout. You know, I do like it. Now, I believe Laz had just used his Nightfall in that round as well, because he saw that decay going through everyone on A main. Yep, you see he just got his extra ult point there. So, now you use your own orbital strike as well. Laz kind of enjoying that round. He's finally putting up the numbers he would want to see for himself.
Now look, I think if there was a team that could string together a couple of wins, we know it would be Team Secret, right? I mean, they've done this a couple times. The problem is these retakes here from ZETA are starting to look pretty good. I will say I'm almost more impressed with the movement from Team Secret before the spike plan than I am about how they cover the site afterwards. It seems like that's where ZETA is really starting to shine, especially as we get so far into the second half.
Well, and I think part of it is that Team Secret, the past 2 rounds, they seem to have been maybe a little too concerned about the ult situation from ZETA. You know, trying to play it so cautiously in the 2 rounds before they run out of time. And then this one, trying to counteract that tempo by rushing through. But here's the thing, they couldn't maintain dish control.
No, he missed the pound.
Oh no,
oh
the fist
God,
bump
it's a
is
bad
over.
sign.
You know, last week, when there was a fist bump missed, it was actually Envy's denied by Zenfree, and you know what happened? Team Secret struck back.
Oh my God.
Envy said, none of that nonsense. I'm taking over the match today.
Oh,
well, thankfully this time it wasn't Envy's that was missed, it was Laz's, so just within the team, they just have to sort that out.
Bring them down.
Okay, round 21. Team Secret, excuse me.
it is getting late.
Secret is going to push up towards B.
All right, so no ultimates on the side of Team Secret.
Right.
Sugar Zero actually secures an early orb to make his orbital strike as well. I mean, how the tables have turned here.
With the ultis that are available here for ZETA, there's a lot of ways you can twist this into a win, you know?
And even then, they're actually not playing hard stack for a retake, right? They've still flooded the site on B. They're actually just letting tower get taken by the alarm bot and just watching out for that. They've already pushed out of A main, and he goes for that wall bang, but what that also signifies is, hey, we have control of A main. Go B. That's kind of what ZETA's trying to push for here. Just buying time for themselves.
Launching smoke.
Okay, we're going to smoke this out now.
Oh, their own variation of it from the side of ZETA. Now, it doesn't connect to any kills.
Yep. It does flush them away and towards B.
But Depp can just activate a showstopper to buy time. Oh, Dubstep not able to get the kill. And there it is, the showstopper.
Depp does get the kill on Envy. Now in the smoke, a nade. It looks like it go right under it.
Yeah, Jeremy just out in time, but they haven't cleared tower yet. So the retake very much possible here.
Oh.
Jesse Bash has so many angles to check. Dubstep does win that out. He's going to break the lockdown.
Oh, ZETA's fighting so well. Just Dubstep remaining here. The spike ticks. He's going to be up in tower.
Oh,
the Molly's going to keep him on his toes.
And
then he gets stunned, and over here, Crow's going to get this at least a half, you'd have to imagine.
No, he's going to stick it. Yeah, they know
Yep.
he's weak. You've got the crossfire available.
Wow.
Oh, a great retake from ZETA.
Great round there from ZETA. And they just need one more.
And here's the thing, again, just the awareness of playing for time. ZETA trying to force him to go to B eventually. The idea with flooding the site, just activate the showstopper at least by time he even gets the kill onto the spike carrier. And that's going to buy enough time where they can't plant and secure post-plant positions. That's why ZETA played that B site that way, is that even if you eventually somehow miraculously get the plant, you can't hold on to it. And just a great setup now on match point for ZETA.
Well, this time we've got some aggression here on the defender side from ZETA. They're going to try to get a pick up on Dish. Meanwhile, 10, oh my God. I think the writing's on the wall, William.
Oh yeah, it's very much on the wall. The showstopper just to keep him alive. He has to push back out. Jesse Bash trying to get the flank, but everyone's dead by then, and here he comes!
Oh, into the middle of the map, down in the pit. That is going to be game. ZETA wins 2-1, but Team Secret put up a hell of a fight.
Oh man, Team Secret, they did what they could to claw back, but you gotta give a round of applause to ZETA, staying focused all the way to the end, eventually adjusting. Team Secret, the ideas they cooked up for today's match always struck a nice start to their maps, to their halves as well whenever they switch sides, but ZETA was able to catch on to it just enough where they actually put the pressure back on Team Secret, and that's where we saw just the lack of variation and also patience coming out. And Matt Depp, so many rounds from him where we just say he's really making the impossible happen here.
Yeah, I mean, it was a real, honestly, an honor to cast both of these series today. It was so close. It was so back and forth. I think we saw ZETA, they started to waver there a little bit, especially in the second half when we got further along past the pistol rounds and the bonus round. With the retakes, they were gelling so well. But honestly, this is one of the best night of games I've had the privilege of casting.
An absolutely exciting match, and just goes to show again this kind of middle of the pack here for Pacific. We don't have a clear winner yet who's able to really try to go up to the upper tiers and challenge teams like DRX, but that's why we have this regular season, right? Continue to experiment. We're starting to see teams finally kind of lock down what are the compositions they want to use, how do they want to play certain maps. ZETA Division, though, they get that win.
They're keeping those dreams of going to Tokyo to compete alive. Honestly, I think every team that played tonight can be proud.
And here's the thing, now they tie themselves back up with T1, who also just got their 4th win earlier today. As they haven't played head-to-head yet, we'll have to wait. They play in the Super Week. The first match of the Super Week is T1 versus ZETA, so that could be a big match to decide who gets which placing.
Right.
But in the current trajectory, both teams solidifying their chances for the playoffs here.
Well, that was an incredible match there from ZETA. Again, there were a lot of people speculating that ZETA was very weak and was going to not play well at all. Coming in here, they are hanging. They are actually starting to rise in the ranks even. And I got to say, it's something they can really be pleased for, especially with how big Valorant is in Japan. It's just been blowing up. There's so many Japanese fans. They want to see ZETA, who right now is top dog in Japan, go to Tokyo and compete and really deliver. And I think today showed a lot of promise.
Yeah, and what I love seeing from the current iteration of ZETA is when they made it, to that miracle run at Masters Reykjavik, it was really off the back of the likes of Laz and Sugar Zero, right? We had some shining moments from 10 on the Rays, on maps like Fracture, etc. But all that aside, it was really Laz and Sugar Zero. Now, even if Laz, since the chamber meta has passed, can't really be the hard carry anymore, you have Depp finally finding his groove as this explosive entry. I mean, a lot of people saying he might be one of the best entries right now because he can flex onto so many different agents, the Jet, the Rays. He has played the Neon, maybe not to the same level, but he can really cycle through that. And then you still have Sugar Zero now coming back in form since side gelling has gone over to Laz. Crow also now without that burden, able to have some explosive performances on the KOs. I mean, the team's really coming together for ZETA Division.
It seems like they're firing on all cylinders. They're looking really good and continuing to bring out the best iteration of themselves. And, for Team Secret, I got to say, they are very, very impressive. This was a team we didn't really know what to say about at the very first week and, how are they going to perform. They had a big blowout performance. Then they started to sink back down. We thought, oh, maybe was that a fluke? I mean, sometimes we have some weird sets here in the first week or two before all the pro gamers start to really get into their comfort zones, get comfortable, and then actualize themselves. But Team Secret has stayed a real threat no matter what team they're against.
Yeah, Team Secret, now the rest of their schedule looks like it's going to be T1, DRX, and then Global Esports. So T1 and Global Esports going to be very crucial matches for them.
Yeah.
And that puts a little pressure in that you don't have the margin to continue to try to just iterate on what you've prepped. You really have these matches you absolutely need to win to, really guarantee that playoff spot. So curious to see how they evolve, because I think the general consensus, obviously we don't know the inner workings of the team, but the general consensus is they've stagnated, right, since that explosive start, while other teams are slowly showing that improvement. So
Yeah.
I think the ball's in Team Secret's court, right? They got to show us if they can really grow week to week.
That's going to be the big question. But I think there's so much potential coming out of this team. And again, we're really just getting started. This is the first time in Asia we've had all the teams come down here and start to compete. And we had some teams that were more comfortable and ready to go, where others, they come in the stage can be a little bit overwhelming and everything like that. And it takes some time to acclimate. And yeah, Team Secret, I expect a lot of growth to come.
Yeah, and I just got to give another shout out to Deb, right? I mean, the level that he's grown, I think anyone who's followed Zeta Division understands that Deb's always been this player with such high potential, right? His peaks have been very high, but it never really came out consistently until now in Pacific, against international teams, mind you. Now in Pacific, he's able to, if anything, get better and better week to week. I mean, you can see the confidence in this guy and his movement, his overall individual judgment in terms of the situation. Very impressed, and that's the firepower that Zeta has been looking for in their main entry.
And we got to see, how can Zeta continue to improve and continue to move forward? They are continuing to grow and grow. We're actually going to have an interview with one of their players, 10, and see how he's feeling after his victory today, and then we're going to have some analysis at the desk.
One thing. Right, thank you, guys. I'm standing here with Zeta's 10 now. Congratulations, 10, on this victory. First things first. Now, I want to start with the last week Talent series. I don't think a lot of people expected the loss against Talent. So what were the things that you guys talked about after the match, and how was the team morale?
勝利おめでとうございます。先週のタロン戦は、ゼータが負けると思ってた人は少なかったと思いますけれども、タロン戦の後、チームでどのようなフィードバックがあって、どのようなことを反省したのかお聞かせください。
なんか本当に真っ黒は全然良かったですよ、先週の試合も。なんですけど、やっぱりこう僕たちの課題のリテイクだったり、少人数戦を本当にもう10回くらい落としたんじゃないかなってレベルだったんで、そこを今回は修正してきました。
So overall, our macro was not bad. It was good, but then it is a challenge for us Zeta. But we lost like 10 fights in skirmishes and retakes. So I think that was the reason why we lost.
Okay, so retake was something that you guys focused on coming into this week. You guys were tied at 3-2 before tonight. So what was your mindset pre-match?
この試合の前3勝2敗で、相手チームとは引き分けみたいな成績だったんですけれども、どんな心意気で今日の試合に臨んだんでしょうか。
もうとりあえず絶対勝たないと、ここは絶対勝たないとプレーオフワンチャンいけなくなっちゃうんで、もうみんなで絶対勝つぞって気持ちでやってました。
We told ourselves that if we drop this game, we might not make it to the playoffs, so we definitely have to win this one.
It was a very important game indeed. Now, as soon as you saw the map picks, did you think that it favored the opponents, or did you think that it favored you guys?
今日のマップピックはゼータに有利に働いたのか、それとも相手チームに有利に働いたのか、どちらだと思いますか。
そうですね、一応ロータスもフラクチャーも結構練習してたんで、苦手なマップではないんですけど、普通って感じのマップだったんで、普通ぐらいかなって感じですね。
We practice a lot of lotus and fractures, so they're not the map we dislike, so I'd say it was average.
It's good to have those two under your belt, but speaking of Lotus though, you guys completely changed the composition. I mean, it was way different from the last time we saw you on Lotus, so why did this change come in, and when did you have this composition prepared?
前回のロータスの構成と比べると、ガラリと変わった構成と今日はなりましたが、いつ用意してたんですか。
前のロータスやったの何週間前3週間前ぐらいだと思うんですけど、まあそこから、まあ、あれは1回限りの構成だったんで3週間前です。
I think last time we played Lotus, that was 3 weeks ago. And then the previous comp we actually used was a one-off thing, so for only once. So that's when we prepared.
Right, well, last question of the day. You guys were just playing on the HP Omen desktop. So HP Omen question of the day. What are your goals for the rest of VCT?
まあここからのシーズンの残りにかけて、まあ目標を教えてください。
そうですね。とりあえず今日勝ったんですけど、また来週負けちゃったりしたら結構プレーオフやっぱり怪しくなっちゃうんで、本当に油断せずに、一勝一勝大事に取っていきたいと思います。
We won today, but if you lose the game next week, it is we're in the dangerous spot of not making the playoffs. So we want to treat one game, just every game important, and then focus on.
All right, to secure the playoffs and eventually make it to Masters. Right, thank you, Ten, very much.
Thank you.
Best of luck. And I'm gonna toss it over to you, Victoria.
And tossed over to the desk it is. Thank you, Jen. It's been a long day of crazy games. Like a full best of 3. 3 out of 3 games. I give it a 3 out of 3 stars for today. So we did.
Are you okay?
No, it's past midnight. All right, so I think we know who won. ZETA won, but this was another close round, especially on the attacker when Team Secret was on the attacker side. You know, they had a good comeback for a little while.
I think it was, just an exceptional game from both sides. Like, that's how kind of close it comes to, especially with how ZETA starts off. I mean, you just have some exceptional performances from the likes of Laz and Sugar Zero, but at the same time, Team Secret really shows that once they get going, like that's what we've been talking about, they find rounds back to back. Of course, it just so happened that ZETA managed to adapt, starting from round 19 onwards.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to see. You know, it got tied up at 9, and we were expecting it to go back and forth, and or for Team Secret to potentially go on a streak, but that was not the case, as we do have the updated stats here. Jesse Vosh, actually, the MVP on the side of Team Secret. And, you know, we talked a little bit about Jeremy jumping onto the Raze. Unfortunately, he wasn't really able to have the standout performance this time around, although it still was very close, right? But Depp, surely the big standout on the side of ZETA, with 5 first kills and the highest stats on the team. So once again, kind of, you know, he goes onto the Raze 3 times in a row. He does his job, and the guy just had a day out. He was, once again, as he always is, just extremely critical for this team.
Yeah, that's right. ZETA just managed to counter Team Secret really well. In fact, let's pull up one of those highlights there. There was one particular round. 10 puts down his lockdown.
Yeah. See, this is why you want to pick Killjoy over Cypher. Well, no, I don't want to go that far. I think Team Secret has some good ideas, but ZETA really knew how to counter those, because they knew how to take the site. They knew they had the lockdown. And that's where Team Secret would be positioned. I think Will was talking about this a lot during the cast. Team Secret would have to kind of fall back, and that gave ZETA the space they needed to push up, get the spike down. Following that, we knew where they would be, so let's just position ourselves around that, right? Depp might have lost his life, but look at where, I mean on the minimap, where the rest of ZETA's players are. Upside by bench, upside by tree. They knew exactly how to set up this sort of huge cross around both sides to push in and just really trap Team Secret. Even with the post-plant utility, you had like the incendiary, the aftershock. Team Secret wasn't really able to retake in that scenario, and that's just how smart ZETA was.
Yeah, we even saw in the stats, I think, that they were 7 for 7 on post-plants.
Yeah,
like,
right.
they were flawless on post-plants. So it was just one good example of many that ZETA was able to pull off in the post-plants. And it was just a very clean map from them, even though it was close in the rounds.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like slow and steady and just really well-calculated movements. obviously played in their favor. Now, there was one pretty spectacular thrifty round from Team Secret. Yeah, let's go through this.
Yeah, not a lot of time to waste, right? They all group up here. They note the push is coming in, and, you know, ZETA challenges them. They're like, okay, we have the firepower, but you've got a Stinger, you've got a Frenzy, you've got Headshot Sheriffs in, and then Laz, he nearly is able to pull this back. Unfortunately, he's down to 3 health in this one, and just decay. Yeah, so he's not in a very comfortable spot here. Really needs to hit the 1-tap. He does not at the end, as Jesse just shoots him through the door. And that is the thrifty at the end of it. But it's just one of the reasons why Team Secret is able to get kind of these streaky rounds, because sometimes when you least expect it, when they don't have the economy, they're able to set up these really crazy, kind of aggressive, lightning quick decisions as a team and group up and make the great play and actually hit the shot. So that sparked, you know, some rounds in a row for them. Wasn't enough in the end, but just wanted to highlight that.
They pushed out of that sky smoke deployed by Sugar Zero, I think, and that's just how, like, we talked about this, you know, Team Secret, they dare to take those risks, and that's what they do best. They win those rounds, but at the same time, I mean, Laz, I think he actually fired a shot, you know, despite being 1 HP, and that's kind of revealed his position. A little bit unlucky, but we have so many rounds that we could have highlighted.
Yeah.
There's so much that went great for both sides, and I think at the end of it, it's just like, you really have to respect and admire both teams.
Yeah. Absolutely, and I'm glad to see Laz get up there, you know, on top of the kill chart. So that was really cool. As Fade. Yeah, but that was pretty crazy when he came back with his 4K and almost winning that round. Now let's talk about the key player. And while Laz was topping the charts, I would say our key player is probably Def.
Yeah, I mean, I was impressed by Laz because he took some risks of his own. He had more duels under his belt, and that was great. But Depp was definitely the one to come out on top just because of how courageous he is. I mean, normally we see him on a jet. Today as the Raze, 3 for 3, Valdez, he had some rounds where he actually blast packed on top of Generator, got even more frags. Like, this guy was great. I mean, the pistol round in round 13 as well. Remember how he went through the cyber cage? Oh
it's
that was cool.
It's kind of crazy what this guy does consistently. I think that's, you know, we talk about consistency a lot, especially in FPS, but the guy, he played the same agent, he played the same style, and it's been, as we said already, it's been a long and grueling day, a 3-map series that went the distance basically on all 3 of them. So this guy is, you know, still making those great plays, even at the end of Fracture. And none of that changed. He ended up with, you know, 300 ACS. He was like 22 and 14 or something, 5 first kills, first blood. So the guy absolutely deserves it once again. You're going to be seeing this guy's name a lot when we when we do look at ZETA.
That's right, and you know, for the same reason, he's also
it's this guy.
Today's MVP. Yes, we see him again in another pose. Yeah, he's our MVP for very much the same reason. Again, I think it was interesting that he was, you know, playing Raze all 3 rounds and just really solid plays.
I mean, I don't want to get too ahead of myself here. I don't want I do. If they make it sorry. If they make it to playoffs, if they make it to Masters Tokyo, oh my God, Dev, that would be insane. If he performs like this and he gets all those frags, that'll be fun.
And, you know, they were talking about their schedule. Even 10 in the interview was saying, you know, they really needed to get this one, but also they really want to get the next one, which is against Paper X next week, because after that they have T1 and Gen G. So the rest of their schedule is very difficult for them. I think they should be favored against T1 at this point, especially based on what we've seen.
I think so.
So, you know, with one more win, I think you absolutely make it in. But other than that, like, you know.
Yeah.
You should be totally fine, I think, at this point. I think we will see ZETA at least in playoffs.
Yeah, I agree. So I think, you know, we have the predictions up here. So I think we're kind of split. Actually, a majority of our talents were predicting ZETA, including you guys on Twitter.
3
voted for ZETA, and you guys were right. But it was a close round. Clearly, I think for both of them, for both matches today, earlier today with DFM and T1, and then the second one here. Now, let's look at the standings and see where everything is at this very moment in time. You know, the teams that are playing just now were kind of neck and neck, and now with the win under ZETA's belt, they have moved up in the charts.
Yeah, and important to note, whenever we look at the standings, you will see some teams that are tied. First tiebreaker is always head-to-head, so it's a single round robin. If Gen G and T1 are tied, but Gen G defeated T1 in the round robin, then they get the advantage in the tiebreaker. So that's going to be the first thing we look at. We don't have 4 teams tied anymore. Obviously, it is the first day of the weekend, so you know, the teams that won today will have a slight advantage because they played the one extra map, or the one extra match, I should say. So far, we don't have the ties, but we will in the future, no doubt. So that's one thing to keep in mind, that head-to-head is going to be very important when it does come to tie breaks.
Yeah, that final decision maker. I mean, again, like, we're coming close to the end of league play. We're about to start playoffs in a couple of weeks. Well, maybe not a couple, maybe like a lot more weeks, but still. Like, all these matches matter, and that's what it's all about. Of course, ZETA versus Team Secret, that's what they were talking about, depending on how today's match goes. But again, this is what we have tomorrow, right? I think, like, Global versus Gen G is a pretty tough one, and then DRX versus RQ as well.
Yeah. It's gonna be tough, right? Gen G and DRX are the very top in both Global and RQ are at the bottom 4, and they need to climb out of those bottom 4 spots, and to face against these two tomorrow, it's gonna be rough.
It's do or die, right?
Yeah.
So perhaps that little bit of extra where it's like you're really feeling the pressure of, well, we've lost a bunch. We need to take down these top teams. Otherwise, we're probably not making playoffs. Maybe that extra added pressure will be enough to get them over the hump. And perhaps some of those stronger teams will take it a little bit lightly. They're like, oh, yeah, we already have a bunch of wins. We're better than these guys. We can take them down. I don't know. Maybe we see an upset tomorrow. I think that's definitely the day where we might see it brewing.
Yeah, I think that would be really exciting, actually, if we do have an upset for either one of those games. Because honestly, the two Korean dominant teams could afford a loss. I feel like it's gonna share the love a little bit.
They have enough wins.
Yeah.
That's gonna make me lose my freaking mind.
I think it would be absolutely amazing. Anyway, with that, let's just wait till tomorrow and see what happens. Thank you guys so much for joining us today on VCT Pacific. We're on day 1 of week 6. I'm Victoria, not the desk with me. Thank you, Quack and Valdez, for joining us tonight. Guys, have an excellent night, and I will see you tomorrow. Peace. Coming to you live from Seoul, South Korea. Welcome back to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific, where only 6 teams are going to make it to playoffs. But now we're going to get into the first game of today, where we have T1 and DFM. Today, I think it's going to be DFM, but let's go check it out. We're going to go to the stage.
Zeta gets the first drop, to a bit of a trade. Munchkin fights back, and it's going to be just one and then none as Munchkin gets the last kill onto Anthem. 3-man setup they have. Pretty good, and there's just too many angles to cover. It's getting better and better. Man's still alive. Dodge the flash! Oh my god! This is insane! What is going on? Huge win here for T1. Hold on, Anthony. Hold on. I have something to say about that. That was... Oh my god. Beautifully done. No one's got upstairs. Sold out. He can't get the kill! And that's going to be it. 13-10 and a 2-1. T1 does its best.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific in Seoul, South Korea. Now we are going to go into match 2. All right, so with that, on to the show for ZETA versus Team Secret.
And he does get one. Yeah, work with the right support. Wide wrap around, looks like he is. That's his shot. That'll be the first win there for ZETA. Defensively dubstep again. Dubstep isn't able to quite get that shot. Then he gets the follow-up. That's going to be a dubstep with a brilliant round there. Yeah. Because you lost the duel to 10. You're already at a numbers disadvantage. Oh, that. Bro has the right idea, but he is picked off. Oh, but he picked the wrong side. He expect the judge, though. Not. Judge up on 10. Meanwhile, 10. Oh, my God. Dead by then, and here he comes. Oh, into the middle of the map, down in the pit. That is going to be game. ZETA wins 2-1, but Team Secret put up a hell of a fight.